Dressed as the foolish miss, she was bestowed upon Theogly and impotent eighth prince. Marriage was miro yamaterofen during ga lifetime of widowhood. After all, he was impotent, so thardly mattered. Yet, amidst hate thunderous, her husband was impotent, and Diacha found herself with child. Wix scoundrel derad to leave his seed with imula trivialingsnem? Come forth. How infuriating with the potential fithers for the chilled. Echo nia jerto havantage. The impotent thuspend ways enraged wadasin se demi-womans wimbis undeniably min. What business do you have stirring trouble, you impotent fool? The impotent thuspend chuckled devilishly, enchanting gal might our wife. Whether I am capable or not shall be revealed thy evening. Chapter 1. A most auspicious ceremony. On this event day oft his event monthenth chin kingdom, theski waist a flesh blue, resembling a finely crafted belt, marking the joyous occasion of the eighth princess marriage to Iskamisov to prime minister's family. The bustling imperial city felsolent, with gongs and drums resounding gas the flower laden sedan set forth, from the prime minister's residence, drawing the attention off Tech Road. Alas, Tamari inst Olivia Saliflong widow. The foolish second miss off prime minister's family marrying faith Princess Julia stroke of fortune. For a fullest well suited to an impotent man, is it not? Hush, do not speak of such matters, faith prince's affairs are beyond your discussion. Those who howery gossiping quickly felsolent, casting worry glances at the expressionless, guards accompanying the procession, their faces pale with fearsome moreso frightened the fled the scene. The eighth prince, known as demon-faced Rakshasa king, was notoriously ugly, as sight thought could hardly be described Ashamon, yet there was fire and unyielding, a man whose arrogancy and cruelty were well known. Holding military power and boasting achievements had overshadowed the sovereign, event the emperor ordered not provoke him. Naturally, noon would recall in such a figure. Thuating procession circled the imperial city, finally halting before the eighth prince's residence. An attendant stepped forward, kicked the sedan chair, and lifted the curtain, delivering the news with a stoic expression. Princess, the prince is currently engaged in a campaign against bandits and thuistandas no cheddar turned. He have been instructed to bring out the sedin. The spectators murmured in disappointment. Indeed, the eighth prince had no appeared. In recent years, had seldom shown hound haze, remaining gas elusive sa dragon's tail. It was rumored that after sustaining injuries in the battlefield, he had become a dreadfully hideous his rumor seemed to hold some truth. Incideth Isidin, silence reigned, with no sign of life. Please disembark, princesso. The attendant shan frozemidersha lifteth the curtain. Inside, Huadeoxu reclined languidly on the soft couch, Herval covering and lih of her face, revealing her fair neck and delicate line, a far cry from a poised bride. Her maid, Jichio, peered inside Yengaspida twice evident the thermistress had fallen asleep. Everson set the incident a spreer when a fire had left her unconscious, she had been in this state of perpetual drowsiness. The unglada may have a fallen asleep as he has never been in a stan. Ziki hesitated, torn between concern and the fear of punishment for the unglady's behavior. What? The attendant Tristania brow causing Zacuto tremble, her tongue would dinknots. Finally she stamped her foot in any case. It's when young lady, we have arrived. Shekwa Clillian douth the window to shout. Huadeoksha rolled over, nearly tumbling off the couch, sensing something amiss. Shekwa Cly grasped Thermrest to steady herself. Psychia was on the verge of panic. Young lady, how can you leap patatama like these? It is your wedding day. Are you all right, my lady? Ziki wasked cautiously. This interruption jolted Huadeoksha wake. She sat up slowly, adjusting girdle, and lazily inquired, have arrived? Yes. Psychia was near lie ecstatic hair mistress shatfinally awakened. Then let ashura tathasur manyandradat theberdalkamber for samirist. Huadeokshu descended from the sedan, complete linering the attendant awaiting her arrival. The attendant's lips twitched at second miss off the prime minister's family was undeniably impatient, eager for the bridal chamber. My lady, the prince did not come at Torsavia hes no tathom, that Zikia whispered to Huadeoshua. Huadeokshu pie eyes brightened. That's perfect, no need for a ceremony. I can go straight asleep. Princess, the ceremony must still be performed otherwise, we cannot report to them dowager that the prince has left this jade dependent, which is equivalent to his presence. That the attendant's expression shifted upon hearing Huadeoksha's words. Not performing the ceremony Ansha thinks it's just fin? A full trillius a full, Ansha seems storlish in the humiliation. Huadeokshu was led the matchmaker to the main hall, where a larger cushion held a jade dependent of per quality, word hanlai tenkoins in the modern market. Shepas dandra market non-calently, well, the simplifies matters. The attendant's face felt this full actually agreed. With that, Huadeokshu on the matchmaker and walked away, leaving the attendant staring blankly at the fallen red silk. Asthav slapped in the face, a throbbing pain in her cheeks from being gutwitted be a full. Instead the bridal chamber, that bright wedding characters were strikingly vivid. Whadiox supla down it, he giof tibedander de red the leave. My lady, is the strulio right? Ziki wasked with concern. It seemed that the thermistress' foolishness was growing more severe, yet it felt different from before. What is wrong with it? June Lynchinis also perceptive a man hinocious limitation sandazanach wishdomberus wimself be appearing. A sentiment I wholeheartedly agree with, when a finale meet them, I miss shakishin firmly. Whadiox supal de ferval clear thebedoft hatums how to come to a form a bed. On the bead warepia nut sandates. Token soffer to thought the impotent prince had news for. Psyche urid liar moved the items from the bed. Still worried about Whadiox's behavior, my lady. You should sit properly and wait for the 8th prince. Are you filled with garlicini our head? The 8th prince isn't to ven homedoya vinco wait for his jade pendentown veil that incurtain? Dosha tink that piece object will facilitate our consummation? Whadiox wix hagiuasidi and lay down ta sleep. Oh, this bedistrally soft, and the quiltis medoff top quality cold moonsulk. Far superior to the shabby courtyard oft Prime Minister's residence. Before long Whadaushua, resting her head in a jade pillow, embraced the soft kill tandrif teed in slumber. In the midly off the night, she woke from theat, her body sticky and uncomfortable. It turned out hat during the hot summer, she had wrapped herself in the quilt, and the room, with the windows closed, felt like a furnace. Psyche hadal reedy fallen asleep. Whadioxu alipa du toft hu indewenda prochep the lotusbond. Testing thwadarit was not deep enough to drone hirvanifsha suddenly cramped. Quickly, sheshed her garments and interet he water. Thepin's water was crystal clear and untainted, exiting gaffer grant aromat, Whadioxu and against the shore, closing hiri esto enjoy them in lit bath. The 8th princess residence was indeed the perfect place for nurturing Thesperit. Far larger thanth prime minister sabodivent the noise from the front courtyard could not reach her. Thugla prince was seldom, the old master had passed, and the matriarch resided deep within the palace she could sleep undisturbed for 10 days or even half a month. Shisano downsided to marrying the ugly, cold, and impotent 8th princey after all, she hadn't wan tension off growing gold with him or bearing children. When the time was ripe, she would obtain a divorcee and wander the world free lie. Sighing contentedly, Whadiox were Moretto herself, shifting positions to continue her malit indulgence. At that moment, a shadowy apid over the land strode towards the lotus bond, halting gather water sedge. Chapter 2, Leave or I shall call for help. Who is this woman? The shadow furrowed his brow. Her face was gaunt, nearly devoid of flesh, her body emaciated like a withered twig, her collarbone sunken in. A woman so thin could hardly be considered attractive, yet the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and her cheeks bore an expression of contentment, as if slumber was the epitome of happiness on earth. The serenity of her sleeping visage evoked a twinge of envy in him. For someone like him, who could not find rest in the depths of night and resorted to frightening others out of sheer boredom. Sleep was the ultimate luxury. Sensing an approaching presence, the vigilant Whadioxu opened her eyes, her long lashes casting a shadow beneath the moonlight. The man stood rigidly, arms crossed, his face marred by grotesque pustules that appeared even more ghastly in the moon's glow. He squinted at Whadioxu, silently anticipating her scream. However, to his astonishment, this frail woman merely cast him a glance before nonchalantly closing her eyes once more. He was certain she had seen him. Her pupils had distinctly shifted in his direction. Yet, what was this response? A complete lack of reaction. Setting aside the fact that his appearance was terrifying, her half-naked state did not evoke even a modicum of instinct to protect herself upon encountering a stranger. Good sir, how dreadfully bored you must be to don a mask and emerge at this hour to frighten others. Noticing that he had not departed, Whadioxu spoke languidly, wholly oblivious to the fact that she was on another's territory. In such a vulnerable state, the man smirked coldly, clearly taken aback by her audacity and shamelessness. That he crouched down, leaning closer to her, and icily inquired, "It appears you are not afraid." "Humph, I've played such childish games of scaring others since I was 3. Whadioxu retorted, genuinely unafraid. Having been tormented by the malicious sisters of the Hua family in her youth, she had long since become inured to fear. Not to mention, as an agent, she had encountered all manners of perversion. Even if confronted by a ghost, she would merely be surprised. "Would you care to open your eyes and see whether I am merely pretending to frighten you?" The man mocked, realizing that she had dismissed him as a trivial nuisance. This thought ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within him. How could he possibly be perceived as such a dullard? "Do not bother me. Go play elsewhere. I wish to sleep." Whadioxu furrowed her brow. Irritated by the breath he exhaled upon her face, Yet too indolent to push him away, she chose to ignore him, betting that this tedious man would eventually leave without anyone to entertain him. The man's forehead throbbed with veins. Was this woman truly attempting to dismiss him? Wait a moment, who exactly was she? Her reaction was certainly not that of a normal person. Could she be the fool who wed today? If she were indeed a simpleton, it might explain her behavior. With this thought, the man wore a sly grin and loosened his belt before plunging into the water. Hearing the splash, Wataoxu jolted awake. Casting her gaze at the moonlight and then at the shimmering surface of the water, only to let out a startled cry, she quickly shrank beneath the surface, revealing only her slender neck and face. "What are you doing? Get out or I shall call for help," she exclaimed, cursing herself for having forgotten that she had fallen asleep in the clear spring. The man, undeterred by her cries, took deliberate steps toward her with ill intent. Though Wataoxu wanted to shout, her current state left her feeling vulnerable. Thus, when the man reached out to seize her, she swiftly kicked upward from beneath the water, aiming for his waist. Unfortunately, she missed her mark. The man let out a muffled grunt, his narrow eyes narrowing further at Wataoxu, and with a powerful pull, he dragged her closer, pinning her against the edge of the pond. Chapter 3. The ugly man is quite domineering. Struggling in the water limited Wataoxu's ability to defend herself, and she cursed her miscalculated kick. "Release me, you lecher. If you do not, I shall truly call for help." With her movements restrained, she found herself at the mercy of this grotesque man, who possessed considerable strength. The man leered, "You've seen everything worth seeing. Only now do you realize the need to call for assistance?" Wataoxu's cheeks flushed slightly. Having survived in the modern world of gunfire, she had encountered all types of men. Though never had she experienced such intimate proximity, especially not with one so hideous. His face, riddled with pustules, resembled a large pockmarked blemish. With so little flesh on his frame, there was nothing appealing about him. Choosing not to struggle, Wataoxu understood that the more she fought, the more she would provoke his primal instincts. The man smirked. "Indeed, there is nothing to behold. The interesting bits lie beneath the surface." A vein twitched on the man's forehead. Was she attempting to play coy? "Fish, you say? I happen to have one. If you're interested, I could let you play with it." His smile, already ghastly, became even more terrifying. "Do you have a fish, brother? Where is it? I cannot see." Wataoxu feigned ignorance, her eyes wide and innocent. "The fish is right beside you. Do you not feel it?" The man's gaze turned icy, watching her closely. Suddenly Wataoxu's body trembled as she comprehended what he meant by fish. Anger churned in her stomach. "Brother, you have no fish. At best, you have a little loach." Wataoxu giggled, her laughter ringing with a naive charm. "A loach?" The man's expression darkened instantly. This fool had just insulted him by claiming he had only a loach. Severely wounded in his male pride, the man gripped Wataoxu's shoulders tightly. However, he was startled to find her shoulders alarmingly bony. Though thin, her figure was surprisingly curvaceous. "Ouch!" Wataoxu winced as she felt her shoulder nearly crushed. She glared defiantly at the ugly man, wondering if this pervert was genuinely trying to toy with a simpleton. Under normal circumstances, she could have dispatched him with a single kick. Yet, in her current state of undress, she lacked confidence in her abilities. Moreover, this man was no slouch. Should a confrontation arise, she might not prevail. If she were to expose her skills without managing to escape, the repercussions would be dire. "Brother, loaches are dull. Your mask is far more entertaining." Wataoxu attempted to divert the conversation. "I am not wearing a mask." The man replied coldly, "Brother, you are deceiving me. Who could be more grotesque than a ghost?" Wataoxu laughed, her demeanor unpretentious and innocent. "Keep laughing, and I shall snap your neck," he warned, suddenly tightening his grip around her throat. His voice laced with malice. Wataoxu's eyes widened in fear as she gazed up at him. "Brother, please calm your anger. If you wish to play, I shall accompany you. Is that so? Are you truly willing to play with me?" Yes, I shall play with you. Should you reappear, I will scream in fright. Just as my sisters loved to do in our youth." Wataoxu wore an obedient expression. The man smiled coldly. "No, I play a different game than your sisters. I enjoy the game of devouring." Wataoxu desperately wished to slap him. Realizing she had encountered a supreme pervert, before she could formulate her retaliation, the man's lips violently captured hers, cold and forceful. Chapter 4. Hold tight. During the nuptials, a flicker of rage flashed in the man's narrow eyes as he released Wataoxu. His hand swiftly rising to strike her, anticipating his move, she evaded his attack, deftly bracing herself on the pond's edge and nimbly leaping up, landing as lightly as a rabbit. "Excellent. I have escaped." Just as Wataoxu reveled in her success, a cold voice echoed, "Did we not agree that you would accompany me in play? Why do you seek to flee?" The man had somehow made it ashore, toying with her garments in his hands. His back was turned to the moonlight, rendering his face less repulsive. The wet fabric of his inner attire clung to his muscular physique, droplets of water cascading down, a sight that, regrettably, appeared rather alluring. Wadaoksu felt herself spiraling into madness. Crouching down, her almond-shaped eyes fixated on him, she demanded, "Return my clothes." Emerging from the water had indeed been an exceedingly poor decision. She hastily leaped back into the depths. Yet, the man flung her garments toward her, but by the time she reached out to catch them, it was too late. The sheer fabric fell into the pond, instantly becoming soaked. The man stood by the shore, his expression chilling as he regarded her, showing no intention of leaving or averting his gaze. Wadaoksu retrieved the drenched clothing, draping it over her body, and shouted, "Help! Someone, come quickly! A thief has stolen the prince's treasure." The man glanced at Wadaoksu, noting her slender yet shapely figure, and his expression turned increasingly sinister. The guards of the royal residence were not to be trifled with. Upon hearing cries of theft from the prince's treasury, they rushed toward her with remarkable speed. Yet, the man remained unfazed, his face darkening as he watched Wadaoksu in turn. She glared at him furiously. How could this ugly man remain unperturbed? This was the residence of the bloodthirsty Prince Yu. "Where is the thief? Where is he?" the guard shouted from a distance. "Over here." Wadaoksu waved her arms, though she felt little joy at the arrival of reinforcements. Given her current predicament, the wet garment clung to her skin. But rather than let this ugly man tarnish her, she would rather summon the guards. After all, it was the dead of night, and they might not see clearly. As a throng of guards approached, the man suddenly bellowed, "Halt! Anyone who dares come within 10 meters shall be executed without mercy." Wadaoksu rolled her eyes. How audacious this ugly man was. This was the territory of Prince Yu, whose men were elite warriors from the battlefield, not ones to cower in fear at threats. Feeling a surge of pride, Wadaoksu taunted, "Ugly man, do you not realize whose domain you trespass upon? The guards of Prince Yu are seasoned elites. Do you truly believe they would be intimidated by your threats?" With that, she gestured frantically to the incoming guards. "Quickly, quickly seize him. He is the thief." Little did she expect that the guards would burst in and, with a resounding thud, kneel in unison, pleading, "Your Highness, please spare us." Wadaoksu stood in the water, utterly bewildered. "Your Highness? What nonsense! Isn't he out west suppressing bandits?" she exclaimed. "Get out!" Jun Lintian's voice rang out coldly, and the guards scurried away, tails between their legs, forgetting all about the thief. The night fell silent once more. Jun Lintian turned his head to look at Wadaoksu, who stood motionless in the pool, and remarked nonchalantly, "Princess, time is of the essence. The bridal chamber awaits our urgent attention." Chapter 5. The unparalleled handsome man. The bridal chamber? She was no longer afraid of him. After all, he was a man incapable of consummation, so she truly had nothing to fear. Jun Lintian's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. This woman could not say anything without being overly blunt, utterly disregarding his pride. Wadaoksu, indifferent to his thoughts, was still seething from the fright she had just experienced, wishing she could dismantle him to pieces. Yet, in the interest of maintaining future peace, she decided to yield for now. Ideally, she would never again have any dealings with this hideous man. Jun Lintian watched her retreating figure, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. "Wadaoksu, if you are a fool, I shall remain forever impotent." Miss, wake up. Someone from the palace has come with a decree." Wadaoksu had a sinking feeling that one day she might just kick her maid Jiqiu to death. After Jiqiu had called her name 101 times, Wadaoksu finally sat up, bleary-eyed. By the time she made it to the front hall to receive the decree, half an hour had already passed. Yet, she remained in a daze. Ever since she had arrived in this place and realized she was alive, she had been unable to fully awaken, only wanting to do two things: eat and sleep. As she entered the front hall, she plopped down in a chair, nearly dozing off, but a sudden jolt of alertness broke through her drowsiness when she caught sight of an extraordinarily handsome man before her. Instantly dispelling her fatigue, the handsome figure was breathtakingly beautiful, with hair like silk and skin as smooth as cream. His features were so finely sculpted that they surpassed even the most beautiful of beauties. High forehead, strong chin, embodying an allure that was simultaneously charming and fiercely proud, possessing an indescribable beauty that transcended mere words. He had a tall, slender frame, draped in a crescent white brocade robe that perfectly accentuated his long figure. Not an inch too much or too little, his chest was muscular, and his waist appeared remarkably strong, the entire proportion of his body resembling a finely crafted sculpture. The only word that could encapsulate his beauty was divine. However, the expression on his face was somewhat displeased, cold as though someone owed him millions, yet this did not diminish his seductive allure, especially with the robe's low collar, revealing a hint of collarbone, which was simply tantalizing. Hua Daoshua felt a chill in her nose and quickly lowered her head to pull out a handkerchief to cover her nose, fearing that the handsome man would see her bleeding. On the contrary, the man's deep, obsidian-like eyes were fixed on her with a frosty glare, observing her transition from sleepiness to nearly dozing off, then to an embarrassing infatuation, which he found utterly contemptible. As Hua Daoshua wiped away the blood, she looked up at the handsome man and with a silly grin asked, "Who are you here to find? Aren't you here to announce the decree?" Hua Daoshua furrowed her brow and shook her head. No, such a beautiful man cannot be a eunuch. Please no." The handsome man remained composed, maintaining his cold demeanor as he stared at her, while the expression on the face of the eunuch beside him shifted dramatically. "Princess of the Yu Kingdom, I have come to deliver the Empress Dowager's decree. I have been waiting for over half an hour." The eunuch, a favored aide of the Empress Dowager, was someone who commanded respect within the palace. Had it not been for the Yu King, he would have lost his temper long ago due to Hua Daoshua's delay. Chapter 6. You dare to stray? Hua Daoshua stood up joyfully. Excellent. The handsome man is not a eunuch." Her words caused the handsome man, the eunuch, and all the servants in the room to change color several times, especially the handsome man, whose eyes turned icy enough to kill. Commoner receiving the decree. In her excitement, Hua Daoshua didn't care about kneeling and preserving her dignity. She plopped down on her knees, eager to receive the decree, enjoy a celebratory meal, and then return to sleep. As for the handsome man, he had ignored her from the start, and she couldn't be bothered to strike up a conversation. As long as he wasn't a eunuch, she was fine with it. The eunuch rattled off a long string of formalities, mentioning the constant service, the unyielding bond, the merits of the Hua family, and so on, none of which Hua Daoshua understood. Finally, the eunuch concluded, "The Yu King is in poor health and deeply concerned. The Hua family must serve him diligently, and within the year bear a child. Otherwise face punishment at last." Something somewhat straightforward. The Empress Dowager was saying the Yu King was unwell and required her attentive care? It was natural for a mother to worry about her son, but to issue a decree. Such a domineering mother-in-law could only exist in this world. Wait a moment, what does within the year bear a child? Otherwise face punishment mean? She must conceive within a year, or else she would be executed. Princess of the Yu Kingdom, please receive the decree. Hua Daoshua, still dazed, accepted the decree but grew increasingly uneasy as she pondered. She foolishly asked the eunuch, "Excuse me, but the Yu King is impotent. How can that little eel make anyone pregnant?" The eunuch's face turned ashen, and he huffed angrily, "That is something you should ask yourself." Hua Daoshua remained on the ground, utterly confused. What kind of decree was this? How could one force someone to conceive? Her body was her own, and while she had a plot of land, it required the Yu King's hideous self to sow the seeds. Not only could he not sow, but she would also never allow that ugly man to do so. Yes, what to do? She had intended to curse the decree, but upon glancing at the handsome man, she felt a mischievous inclination. There was indeed a solution, but she didn't know if the handsome man would be willing to help. A glint of coldness flashed in the handsome man's eyes. "Oh? Pray tell." Hua Daoshua quickly leaned in and whispered, "Think about it. The Empress Dowager wants a grandchild, but the Yu King is incapable in that regard, so you must assist that if you are willing to lend your seed. Your son could be the Yu King's heir. What do you say?" The handsome man let out a cold laugh, suddenly reaching out to grasp her neck, staring at her with icy intensity. "Hua Daoshua, how dare you suggest infidelity?" What madness had suddenly possessed this handsome man? He released Hua Daoshua, standing up and striding toward the door. Jiqiu, frightened by her mistress's boldness, hurried over. "Miss, are you all right? Quickly get up. The Yu King has left. You will be fine now." Chapter 7. A pox on the decree. Hua Daoshua slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, her face flushed as she asked, "What did you say about the Yu King?" "The very handsome man you just praised," Jiqiu replied, puzzled. "Wasn't it said that the Yu King was hideously ugly?" Hua Daoshua sprang up from the ground in an instant. "What did you say? That person was the Yu King?" "Yes, miss, it was indeed the Yu King. How many Yu Kings could there possibly be in this household?" "Of course, just one." Jiqiu thought her mistress was becoming increasingly foolish for asking such a silly question. Hua Daoshua furrowed her brow. "How is that possible? I met the Yu King last night, and his face was so ugly that even Yama wouldn't dare claim him." "Wait a minute, wasn't that eunuch just now called Gongqing?" It dawned on Hua Daoshua that Gongqing had referred to that handsome man as a prince. Could it truly be the Yu King? How could there possibly be two Yu Kings in this household? No, it wasn't two. It was one, albeit one was ugly beyond belief while the other was breathtakingly beautiful. Yet their eyes were the same, cold and hawk-like, an unmistakable trait that could not be mimicked. In her previous life, Hua Daoshua was an agent, often needing to guard against impersonators, thus honing her skills in recognizing individuals by their eyes. She had been momentarily entranced by the handsome man. Failing to realize that the Yu King was playing a game of duality, that scoundrel Jun Lintian had sworn to her just last night that he didn't wear a mask. What a liar! No, she must keep her distance from such a psychopathic individual. After a meal, she fell asleep, and when she awoke, 2 days had passed. Jiqiu brought her food, and upon seeing the sparse bowls of plain water and not a single piece of meat, she instantly lost her appetite. It was rumored that Jun Lintian was miserly, and it seemed the rumors were indeed true. Jiqiu, please sort through the dowry today and pawn it. If Jun Lintian was miserly, then let him be. She was a woman with a dowry and she feared nothing. All right, miss, I will do that right now. Please take your time eating. Jiqiu suddenly realized her mistress was back to her clever self, and she cheerfully skipped off to the storeroom to retrieve the dowry. After Hua Daoshua finished her meal, she reclined on the soft couch, contemplating what delicious food to buy with her newfound wealth. Leaving a portion as future escape funds. Suddenly, her head bumped against something hard, and she looked up to find the bright yellow decree she had received that day. What a ridiculous decree! The Yu King was impotent and expected her to become pregnant without a seed? She had encountered unreasonable demands before, but never this level of absurdity. An utterly unreasonable, meddlesome old hag. Hua Daoshua cursed under her breath and casually tossed the decree out the window. Immediately, a figure darted past outside and picked up the decree. This figure hurried to the front courtyard, handing it to Gongqing, the Yu King's personal attendant, who stood outside the door. Gongqing glanced at the muddy decree with a worried expression before rushing inside. Jun Lintian, reclining on a soft couch reading, turned a page. What has she been doing these past few days? As Jun Lintian set the book down, revealing his stunningly handsome face, anyone who laid eyes on him would no longer dare to call him ugly. Such a person would surely have to be cross at sleeping so much. Yet the body shows no sign of flesh. Jun Lintian remarked nonchalantly. Gongqing's lips twitched. Master, are you truly concerned about that fool's flesh? Your attention should be directed towards the imperial decree being discarded like waste paper. Master, how should we deal with the princess? Gongqing kindly reminded his master. Is it truly that simple? This is an imperial decree being thrown away. Not merely an apple core. It's a crime punishable by death. Master, can you really endure this? Chapter 8. The cold glint of the king of Yu. Gongqing rubbed his nose, perplexed, and prepared to withdraw. By the way, how is the task I assigned you progressing? Jun Lintian suddenly inquired. I have already instructed Madame Yufu. Yes, I shall remind her again that I cannot afford to be negligent regarding a matter that the prince personally oversees. This girl has an exceptionally low threshold for tears. After 2 months of acquaintance, Hua Daoshua was well aware of this. She quickly admonished her. If something is amiss, state it directly. No tears allowed no matter how grave the situation. Your miss is here. Mississippi. The dowry has been locked away by Madame Yufu, claiming that once you are married, it belongs to the royal residence, not to you personally. Jiqiu anxiously conveyed, looking at Hua Daoshua with concern. As expected, Hua Daoshua sprang from the couch, seizing her hand and rushing outside. Take me to see which bold woman dares to take my dowry. Hua Daoshua was furious. It was her first time being angry. The only reason she had agreed to marry was the promise of a dowry in the state minister's residence. Her younger sisters bullied and hit her, but she remained unfazed, even when that scoundrel father berated her. She endured when the Empress Dowager forced her to marry that old toad. She still bore it. But now, even her cherished dowry had been snatched away, igniting her wrath. Miss, Madame Yufu is the prince's concubine. Managing the affairs of the household. Concubine? Hua Daoshua scoffed with derision. A concubine? How can a deformed, ugly man like him even have a concubine? Miss, why are you still so cheerful? These concubines are all stunning beauties. If you wish to gain the prince's favor, it might. Jiqiu expressed her worries. Hua Daoshua smacked her forehead. Have you lost your mind? The old toads. Cannot even stand. What use is it for the concubines to be beautiful? Even if they stripped and pressed against him, he could only hold his breath. Ha ha ha, princess of you. Are you truly so fearful of this king's inability? A chilling voice suddenly interjected from behind, sending shivers down her spine. What a waste of beauty. Indeed, I am terrified. Absolutely terrified. Hua Daoshua replied with a feigned grin. I just recalled. The Empress Dowager has decreed that you must conceive within the year. Failure to do so will lead to execution. Are you feeling anxious? Jun Lintian's handsome face bore a mocking expression, a fleeting glint of unusual color in his eyes. Your Highness, although I may be a fool, I understand that a clever woman cannot cook without rice. If your own cannot stand, what good does it do if I grow white-haired with worry? Perhaps you should consider removing it altogether, lest the Empress Dowager keep her mind on it. After all, its existence is superfluous. Upon uttering those words, Hua Daoshua was taken aback by her own audacity. Indeed, this could be a solution. Severing it would eliminate the risk of that ornamental little eel causing harm to themselves. Impudent! How dare you insult the prince so? Gong Qing's face darkened as he hastily admonished her. How many lives does this fool possess to speak so boldly to the prince? Jun Lintian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hua Daoshua, a sinister glint flickering in his elongated gaze. Chapter 9. A jest. Hua Daoshua chuckled. What is the difference between impotence and being castrated? After all, that thing cannot be displayed as decoration. What purpose does it serve? Princess, your words hold merit. Useless things should be discarded, Jun Lintian coldly concurred, the glint in his eyes intensifying it so. Does this mean you agree, your highness? You truly are a prince of great vision. Should you sever this with your looks, you could easily transform into a man or a woman, captivating thousands at will. Hua Daoshua giggled, retreating cautiously. Damn it! Could she not sense the murderous intent radiating from this man's gaze? Seizing the opportunity, she must escape. Meeting the Empress Dowager? Is it really necessary? The decree clearly states there is a year to comply. What is your intention in visiting the Empress now, your highness? Are you planning to enter the palace for a cleansing? Hua Daoshua feigned ignorance. This seems to be a prelude to losing my head early. Old toad, you are ruthless. She immediately dashed forward, positioning herself in front of Jun Lintian, wearing a bright smile. Your highness, you are still young and handsome. Cleansing yourself is quite unfavorable. It is merely a temporary loss of function. There is no need for concern. It is not a terminal illness. Leave it to me. I assure you, your little eel will transform into a robust fish. Jun Lintian regarded her with a cold stare. His eyes shifting unpredictably, he took a few steps forward, closing the distance between them. And Hua Daoshua's brow furrowed with displeasure as he approached. She retreated until her back met the railing of the corridor. Your highness, the decree allows a year. Hua Daoshua, frowning, completed her sentence before abruptly raising her knee to strike at Jun Lintian's most vulnerable area. That despicable man still dared to take advantage of her. She would settle the score for that night. Jun Lintian did not evade. Instead, he swiftly grasped her attacking knee with his large hand, a fierce intent glimmering in his eyes. Are you tired of living? Those 3 words sent a chill down Hua Daoshua's spine, a realization of the bloodthirsty nature that lay beneath his exterior. As the rumors had suggested. And no, not at all. I am merely jesting. Despite the pain radiating from her knee, she maintained a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief under the sunlight. Jun Lintian's gaze shifted slightly. His grip had not been gentle, yet Hua Daoshua could still manage a smile. Indeed? A jest? A chilling smile curled at the corners of Jun Lintian's lips as he released her, casting a glance at the terrified Jiqiu beside her. Gong Qing, I find this maid's 2 hands rather amusing. Perhaps we should sever them as a jest. Hua Daoshua's eyes narrowed as she gazed up at Jun Lintian, towering over her. Did he intend to use Jiqiu to threaten her? The attendant seized Jiqiu, forcing her to the ground. Tears streamed down Jiqiu's face, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a word of plea. This girl only knew how to cry. The more she endured, the more pitiful she appeared. Hua Daoshua inwardly cursed the heavens. Damn it, where was the promised happiness? Where was the leisurely life of eating, drinking, and sleeping without a care? Why had it turned into entanglements with this formidable demon? Chapter 10. Jiqiu's plunge. Hua Daoshua silently cursed the heavens. Damn it, where was the promised happiness? Where was the leisurely life of eating, drinking, and sleeping without a care? Why had it turned into entanglements with this formidable demon? Jiqiu's hands were pinned against the stone floor, and Gong Qing raised the crescent moon blade high, his expression devoid of emotion as he brought it down. With a resounding clang, the blade struck the ground, producing a crisp sound, yet no blood was seen. Jiqiu had vanished. Just as the blade was about to descend, Hua Daoshua, with lightning speed, pulled Jiqiu back and stepped aside, shielding her behind her. That night, for her own protection, she had already revealed her skills, so she was unbothered by exposing them once more. Casting a calm glance at Jun Lintian, Hua Daoshua felt a tinge of annoyance. She did not appreciate having a vulnerability. Gong Qing stared at her in astonishment, never expecting that a fool could possess such remarkable abilities. Jun Lintian, on the contrary, chuckled with delight. Does the princess find this jest amusing? A lowly, foolish jest, your highness. Your intelligence is suited only for such trivialities. She understood that Jun Lintian merely sought to intimidate her. She could not allow him to provoke her. Is that so? Jun Lintian approached her with a smile, leaning in to whisper wickedly in her ear. Shall we indulge in the game of transforming the little eel into a robust fish? Upon hearing his insinuation, Hua Daoshua's face flushed slightly. This disgusting pervert, despite being impotent, still had the audacity to tease her. Hua Daoshua smirked. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall diligently serve you as per the decree. She emphasized the word serve with particular weight. Then the princess must put forth her utmost effort. Otherwise, this king may find himself bored and resort to playing with lowly, foolish things. Jun Linqian's lips curled slightly as he appeared to be in good spirits as he departed. Jiqiu knelt down with a thud. Weeping as she pleaded, Miss, please do not abandon Jiqiu. I have vowed to care for you for a lifetime. I appreciate your devotion, but when I burn incense, I shall convey my gratitude to my mother. Do not worry about marriage. A flicker of impatience crossed Hua Daoshua's brow. She was never one to harbor sympathy. Her profession as an operative forbade it. Jiqiu's kindness was merely a burden to her. Jun Lintian could utilize her once, and he could exploit her countless times. Hua Daoshua sighed. Marriage will benefit you. This girl was a die-hard loyalist, yet her allegiance impacted her. Having spoken, Hua Daoshua resolved to leave. Jiqiu must part ways with her. Otherwise, life would become unbearable. She detested being threatened, with a passion that no sooner had she taken a few steps than a loud splash resonated behind her, the sound of something falling into the water. Damn it, has that foolish girl decided to end it all? Hua Daoshua cursed inwardly, racing over and diving into the water. After a strenuous search, she finally managed to drag Jiqiu back to shore. Jiqiu began to sob uncontrollably. Chapter 11. The handsome man under the tree. Do you know pain now? Just 2 slaps and you realize pain. Where do you find the courage to seek an end? Hua Daoshua, unable to contain her anger, delivered 2 more slaps. Jiqiu's pallid face, marred by the pallor of near drowning, had turned crimson from the blows she received. Facing death unflinchingly, she declared, Miss, unable to remain by your side. I can only atone to madam with my life. Wadaxu rolled her eyes and stood up. Very well, if you wish to stay, you may. However, should anything akin to today's incident occur again, I shall not come to your aid. Take heed of your own welfare. Without casting a glance at Jiqiu, Wadaxu departed, pondering the foolish loyalty of a servant who failed to recognize that her own life was paramount. Troubled, she wandered through the garden, lacking the enthusiasm to retrieve her dowry. What good was wealth if it brought no peace? She was acutely aware of Jun Linqian's hostility towards her. Perhaps he had harbored disdain for the marriage from the outset, venting his fury upon her. Ashamed of her prior notions, she had naively believed she could live her own life in the estate, relegated to the cold palace. Never had she anticipated contending with such an unreasonable matriarch and a man rendered impotent. What could she possibly do to revive his manhood? Good heavens, how many brain cells might this waste? The mere thought caused her head to throb. She leaned against a tree and closed her eyes, finding some relief from the pain upon opening her eyes to the towering tree. She decided to climb and take a nap among its branches. This, however, stirred those in the main house. Master, the princess is missing, Gongqing reported to Jun Lintian in the study. Jun Lintian responded with a low murmur, his sharp gaze lifting. How did she vanish? She was being followed, but upon entering the garden, she suddenly disappeared. My subordinate suspects she remains there and has instructed the steward to search for her. Useless wretch, kill him, Jun Lintian commanded, returning to his paperwork. Yes, master. Gongqing understood the implication, exiting the study to glance at the black-clad man kneeling outside with an impassive expression. He tossed a gleaming sword. You should heed the master's orders. The man looked up at Gongqing, retrieved the sword, and swiftly ended his own life, his face remaining eerily calm throughout. Gongqing waved his hand, and immediately, others came to remove the corpse of the black-clad figure. To lose track of a mere person, such uselessness is unwarranted by the master. Despite a night of searching, no one could locate Wadaxu. Who would imagine a princess would sleep atop a towering tree? Normally Wadaxu's slumber was quite light, and with people calling out for her, she should have awakened. Yet the height of the tree and its dense foliage muffled the noise. She vaguely sensed the commotion but had no desire to open her eyes. It was only when hunger compelled her to awaken and turn, glancing down, that she screamed, unable to halt her motion as she fell straight down. A fall from 3 stories could be fatal. Just as she braced for impact, the expected pain did not come. She opened her eyes to behold a face of extraordinary beauty. A few strands of hair fell across his forehead, his lips subtly pursed. With elongated eyes that sparkled brilliantly, a visage of striking allure. Chapter 12. A foolish girl, is that you? Jun Qixia gazed at the person in his arms, bewildered that it was her. He had just arrived beneath the tree when someone plummeted from above, their garments fluttering like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Without a second thought, he reached out to catch her, only to discover it was the foolish girl from the Xianghua residence. Do you know me? Wadaoksu blinked her large, delicate eyes at the handsome man, having no recollection of him. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jun Qixie's face. How could this fool not recognize him? He, the dashing third prince. The ideal match for countless maidens in the imperial city, and yet she had forgotten him. You do not recognize me? His words barely escaped through clenched teeth. Wadaoksu shook her head honestly, then stretched her arms in a yawn. Feeling somewhat sore, muttering to herself, how long did I sleep? The tree was far too hard. Next time I shall stick to my bed. Jun Qixie stood there flabbergasted. He had been ignored. The first beauty of the imperial city. Disregarded by a fool. Even a fool should not be so audacious. He hurried after her. What were you doing up in that tree? Wadaoksu yawned again, sleeping of course. Although he was quite handsome, she had no intention of flirting. Even if she were unmarried, she had no time for romantic entanglements. Her greatest love was the slumber of Jun Qixie's lips twitched. The daughter of a prominent minister and the princess of Yu had climbed a tree to take a nap. My princess, have you enjoyed yourself these past few days? Wadaoksu's yawn halted mid-motion as she spotted Jun Lintian standing at her courtyard entrance, his expression dark, flanked by a group of guards. She pouted and approached him. Quite happy indeed. Then she brushed past Jun Lintian into her courtyard, calling out, Jiqiu. Jiqiu. Quickly prepare a meal, your lady is starving. Yet, oddly, Jiqiu did not bounce out like an exuberant rabbit to cook. Could it be that she was sulking? Unlikely. Such a devoted maid would not hold a grudge against her. Jiqiu? Wadaoksu rushed into the room, only to find no sign of Jiqiu. The room appeared disheveled, with dust covering the surfaces, lacking its usual luster. Wadaoksu dashed back out, glancing at Jun Lintian. Where is Jiqiu? Jun Lintian chuckled lightly, his quick-wittedness revealing that her intellect was not that of a fool. That a servant unable to safeguard her master was of no use to him. A smile lingered on his lips, but his gaze remained icy. Wadaoksu's eyes darkened. Her hands clenched and then relaxed, her flowery smile returning as she said, in that case, I would appreciate it if the prince could send me a capable maid. I require a meal. With that, she turned and entered her room, intending to use Jiqiu to threaten him, but she had no time for such antics. Jun Qixie observed the exchange between Jun Lintian and the foolish Wadaoksu, royal uncle. This woman truly is foolish beyond measure. Indeed, which woman wouldn't lament marrying you? Yet she, upon receiving the imperial decree, didn't even flinch. Jun Qixie recalled Wadaoksu's lack of reaction to the decree and accepted that her failure to recognize him was understandable. For such a fool, was marrying him not the best fortune? Jun Lintian chuckled derisively. Chapter 13. The completely unfamiliar third prince. Jun Qixie laughed as well. Indeed, marrying you must be her reward for past lives. How did you come to be with Wadaoksu? Jun Lintian questioned, puzzled. She fell from the tree, and I happened to catch her, thinking I had caught a celestial being, only to discover it was this fool. I personally delivered the marriage decree from the Empress Dowager to the Xiongguo residence, and she didn't even recognize me. Mentioning this incited Jun Qixie's irritation. The fool you speak of is my wife. Jun Lintian's eyes gleamed with cold fury, his tone chilling. A royal uncle, had I not caught her, she would have perished. Jun Qixie quickly clarified. Although she was a fool, she was still his aunt by marriage. Jun Lintian's volatile nature warranted caution. Jun Lintian's expression darkened. No wonder he had been unable to find her these past few days. She had been sleeping in a tree. His tone turned sharp, revealing his displeasure at Jun Qixie's visit. Jun Lintian preferred solitude. The Yuwang residence rarely allowed outsiders in, and in recent years, stray cats and dogs had outnumbered human visitors. Jun Qixie's expression shifted, and he said earnestly, Royal uncle, father intends for Faisai to marry into Qigua. Jun Lintian halted, a dark expression crossing his face. He dares? A flicker of annoyance crossed Jun Qixie's eyes. He found Jun Lintian's audacity distasteful. Though he kept his thoughts to himself, the imperial decree has already been drafted. I was contemplating who would deliver it. Fearing it might fall upon my shoulders, I fled the palace, seeking refuge here for a while. Jun Qixie understood that whoever delivered the decree would be crushed by Jun Lintian. After all, I risked my life to inform you, and I won't stay long. Jun Lintian ignored him and strode away. Jun Qixie watched his retreating figure, narrowing his eyes before turning to enter Wadaoksu's chamber. The room was dim, illuminated only by a sliver of sunlight streaming through the window. Wadaoksu nestled on the soft couch by the window, munching on an apple, suddenly aware of Jiqiu's significance. There was no one to prepare her meals. The dignified princess could only rely on a maid brought from her family. Upon entering, Jun Qixie caught her eye. Who are you really? Could I borrow some silver? Wadaoksu pondered, uncertain of Jiqiu's fate and when a new maid might arrive. She had no desire to cook for herself, nor was she assured of being allowed in the kitchen. Thus, borrowing silver seemed the most convenient option. Sitting up, she scrutinized him, certain she had never met him before. She would remember anyone she had encountered, for she was a genius with an IQ of 200. Last month, this prince delivered the marriage decree to the Xiongwa residents on behalf of the Empress Dowager. Jun Qixia could no longer tolerate her bewildered expression and introduced himself. I am the third prince of the Qinghua. Oh, Wadaoxu responded, rising. I was quite sleepy then and assumed it was an eunuch delivering the decree. I didn't even glance at him. Who would have thought the third prince was so extraordinarily handsome? Chapter 14. Infidelity. Wadaoxu let out a soft exclamation as she stood up. At that moment, she was extremely drowsy, mistaking the messenger for a eunuch, barely glancing up to show her surprise. It was the exceptionally handsome third prince. Last month, the empress had granted her a marriage, and she had received the decree while in a state of half-asleep stupor, lacking the energy to pay attention to who was delivering it. After all, it was merely a decree. What was so remarkable about it? Why should she remember his face as if he were some great beauty? If it weren't for the money, she wouldn't even bother to utter a few flattering words. Although he was indeed good-looking, he paled in comparison to Jun Lintian. Finally, Jun Qixia felt relieved. It turned out that her indifference had nothing to do with his lack of the title of the world's most handsome man. She simply hadn't looked at him at all. Can I borrow some money? Wadaoxu clutched her stomach, frowning after eating an apple. Her hunger intensified. Had she truly slept for 10 days and nights to feel this ravenous? No. Jun Qixia shook his head that if he lent her money, how would he explain it to his royal uncle? Moreover, lending money to a fool would only make him appear more foolish. Wadaoxu shot him a resentful glance. Covering her stomach as she climbed out the window. If he wouldn't lend her money, so be it. Everyone Jun Lintian associated with was a scoundrel. Jumping into the yard, she lowered her head, searching for something to eat. Jun Qixia watched her foolish antics from the window, bemused. Could she possibly be scavenging for food among the grass? Surely, she wasn't so hungry as to contemplate eating roots. Leaning against the window, he chuckled at the sight of Wadaoxu rummaging through the underbrush. Wadaoxu couldn't even be bothered to roll her eyes at him. Those with low intelligence always assumed others were fools. In this regard, Jun Lintian was far superior. He never pretended to be a fool. Yet no one could discern her true intelligence except him. Strange, she distinctly recalled tossing the decree out of this very window. How could it have vanished? After searching in vain, her stomach grumbling once more, she had no choice but to abandon her quest. Approaching the window, she glared at Jun Qixia. Move aside, that there's a door over there. Why climb through the window? Jun Qixia disapproved of her actions. Why go all the way around to the door when there's a window here? You must be mad. Wadaoxu pushed past him and climbed back inside. Ransacking the room's cabinets yielded no treasure. Not a single coin could be found. Her dowry had been confiscated, leaving her utterly destitute. Forget it, I'll head to the kitchen for something to eat. Jun Qixia observed as she turned the entire room upside down, astonished by her antics. What was she trying to accomplish? Eventually Wadaoxu, clutching her stomach, exited the room, prompting him to hastily follow. Where are you going? She dashed into the nearest courtyard, adorned with blooming flowers and a refreshing fragrance. Unfazed by the unknown occupant, Wadaoxu hurriedly pushed open the door. Searching each room until she finally spotted a plate of pastries on the last table, she rushed over, seizing the plate and devouring its contents ravenously. Jun Qixia grimaced. You hardly resemble a refined lady of the house. It's hard to imagine that the gentle and virtuous Xian has such a sister as you. Wadaoxu shot him a sidelong glance. If you can't stand me, then leave. How could he complain about her while still following her? What a lunatic! How dare you tell this prince to leave? Jun Qixia's voice rose several pitches. As the most handsome man in the Qian kingdom, being dismissed by a fool felt like the utmost humiliation. Who are you? A maid rushed in, spotting Wadaoxu with the pastries and exclaiming, How dare you eat our young lady's osmanthus cake? Who permitted you to enter? Chapter 15. Kitchen pilfering. Wadaoxu stuffed the last piece into her mouth. Thrusting the plate into Jun Qixia's arms, He gave it to me. If you're looking for trouble, take it up with him. With her stomach satisfied, she felt invigorated and prepared to leave. Don't go. This was a reward from the prince to our young lady. How dare you steal it? I'll take you to see the prince. Someone capture the thief. The maid quickly slammed the door shut, standing by to shout. With a sly smile, Wadaoxu turned and leapt toward the window, executing a nimble escape, leaving behind a bewildered Jun Qixia and an indignant maid. The maid glared at Jun Qixia, who sheepishly placed the plate on the table and stepped back a few paces, then attempted to exit through the window like Wadaoxu's the third prince. How could he be caught and treated as a thief? By the time Jun Qixia escaped, Wadaoxu's figure had vanished. How could this fool run so quickly? As soon as her head hit the pillow, a sharp pain jolted her awake. Glancing around, she was astonished to find the decree she thought lost lying right beside her pillow. Had her memory failed her? She distinctly recalled disdainfully tossing it out the window. How could it now be back in its original place? It wasn't that she didn't care about Jichio. Rather, she understood that the more she worried, the more it would put Jichio at risk from June Lintian, that beast. Therefore, she chose to feign indifference. When she finally awoke, hunger gnawed at her insides. Without Jichio by her side, finding something to eat became a monumental challenge. Outside, dusk had fallen, and the Grand Yuwangfu was ablaze with lights. As if a significant event were unfolding, the kitchen was deserted, which suited her perfectly. She rummaged through the cabinets, managing to find a few bowls of leftover soup and some buns. June Lintian was truly stingy. Such an extravagant kitchen, larger than 3 rooms, and yet not a morsel of meat could be found out. As she enjoyed her meal, footsteps suddenly echoed outside. Hastily, she grabbed 2 buns and hid behind a stack of firewood. Who dares to sneak into Lady Yufu's chambers for a midnight snack? If I find out who it is, I swear I'll beat her to death. Ouch! Those 10 lashes really hurt. A male voice bellowed in rage. Enough talk, hurry up and bring those pastries to Lady Yufu. The kitchen erupted into chaos. Wadox appeared out, noticing a dozen kitchen staff and several burly men. She needed to escape quickly. She had inadvertently eaten Lady Yufu's food. Truly a case of enemies crossing paths. Quietly slipping out from the other side of the firewood pile, she clutched the 2 buns and dashed away. If she were caught, those maids would surely beat her to a pulp. No one in this household knew she was a princess. Capturing her as a thief would be entirely plausible. As she ran, she heard cries of distress from the front yard. It seemed a number of people were being punished. That wretched Yu something or other probably decided to lash out at all the servants for failing to find the culprit. Thinking of this made Wadaoxu feel uneasy. She had always believed in a principle of non-aggression. If one did not harm her, she would not harm them. If someone acted against her, she would consider whether they were worth her effort to retaliate against. Chapter 16. My lord, I am as beautiful as a flower. Although these servants looked down on her, they had never wronged her. Nibbling on her bun, she pondered whether to intervene to save the others when she unexpectedly collided with a solid wall of flesh, blocking her path. Without a second thought, she turned and took a different route, her mind solely focused on the bun in her hand and the dilemma of whether to aid those in trouble or not rescue them. It's a recipe for trouble. And I'd rather avoid complications. June Lintian, whom she had bumped into, glowered at Wadaoxu, who averted her gaze and continued munching on her buns. He had been ignored. Stop right there. June Lintian extended an arm. Seizing her abruptly. In reflex, Wadaoxu grabbed June Lintian's hand, intending to throw him over her shoulder. What? You want to get rough with me? June Lintian's cold voice cut through the air, prompting her to freeze mid-action. Looking up, she was met with a face marred by sores, her brows knitting slightly. Oh, Prince Yu, feeling lonely tonight? Wearing a mask to frighten people? Is there something wrong with you? Didn't I mention I'm not wearing a mask? A glint of cold light flashed in June Lintian's piercing eyes. He had no intention of repeating himself for the 4th time. Actually, it's fine. Everyone knows you have a hidden ailment and can't entertain women at night. So you must find other amusements. Wadaoxu comfortingly patted his chest. You're quite solid. Those abs are simply tantalizing. As she pondered, she took another bite of her bun, wishing she could feast on that chest instead. It had been ages since she had savored meat. Stealing food in the middle of the night your idea of fun? June Lintian frowned at the cold, hard buns in her hands as she continued to enjoy them with gusto. Wadaoxu puffed out her chest defiantly. Who says I'm stealing? I'm merely acting with dignity as the princess of the Yuwangfu. Is it considered theft for me to take a couple of buns? If this gets out, it would be quite the embarrassment for you, Prince Yu. She tore the buns apart, offering them to June Lintian. And look at your buns. They don't even have any meat filling. Hardly palatable, and yet you expect me not to complain. As she spoke, she stuffed the bun into her mouth, casting a sidelong glance at June Lintian. You continue scaring people. I'll be off to find my own food. No need to concern ourselves with each other. Farewell. Having finished her declaration, Wadaoxu turned to leave, only to be yanked back by June Lintian's grip on her collar. What did this love-starved man want from her? She opened her mouth to protest, but June Lintian suddenly pulled her into his embrace. It's no fun scaring people alone. I seek a companion. Companion, my foot? Your Highness, I am as beautiful as a flower. Capable of seducing others, yet I lack the prowess to instill fear. You may seek another. That guard of yours, what was his name? Gongqing. I find him quite suitable. He wears an expression as if someone owes him 8 million. Surely, he could frighten even the earth god himself with an unabashed smile. Hua Daoxue raised her chin and declared. Although these servants possess a dog's eye for judgment, they have never wronged her. While nibbling on a bun, she pondered whether to rescue someone, only to abruptly collide with a wall of flesh that blocked her path without a moment's thought. She turned and continued forward, her mind occupied solely with the bun in her hand and the dilemma of whether to intervene. Not rescuing. Absolutely must avoid trouble. Trouble requires thought. The man she collided with, Jun Lintian, coldly glared at Hua Daoxue, who kept her head down, ignoring him as she munched on her 2 buns while moving ahead. He was being disregarded. How could this woman occasionally appear so shrewd, yet at other times, be as foolish as a simpleton? Stop right there, Jun Lintian extended his long arm and forcefully seized her. Hua Daoxue, taken by surprise, instinctively grasped his hand, preparing to throw him over her shoulder. What, still wish to use force against this prince? Jun Lintian's frosty voice rang out, causing Hua Daoxue to halt abruptly. Raising her gaze, she beheld a face marred by sores, her brow furrowing slightly. Prince Yu, are you feeling lonely again tonight, wearing a mask to frighten people? What a pitiful soul you must be. To require a mask for nighttime scares. This prince has stated he is not wearing a mask. Jun Lintian's piercing gaze glinted with cold light. He did not wish to repeat this statement for the 4th time. Oh, it's quite all right. Everyone knows you have a hidden ailment, unable to indulge in women at night. One must find other amusements. Hua Daoxue comfortingly patted his chest, exclaiming, oh my, how solid. Those pectorals are truly tempting. As she thought this, she took another bite of her bun, wishing she could gnaw on that sturdy chest instead. Having not tasted meat in quite some time, sneaking out at midnight to steal food is your idea of fun? Jun Lintian frowned at the cold, hard buns she clutched, yet she savored them as if they were the finest delicacies. Hua Daoxue puffed out her chest defiantly. Who says I'm stealing? I am merely acting with integrity. As the esteemed princess of Prince Yu's household, to be accused of theft for merely enjoying 2 buns is a joke upon you. Prince Yu with determination. She tore the bun apart and thrust it before Jun Lintian. Moreover, take a look at your household's buns. They contain not a shred of meat, quite unpalatable, and yet I am to endure them. As she spoke, she stuffed the bun into her mouth and cast a sidelong glance at Jun Lintian. You continue to frighten your people. I shall seek my own sustenance, mutually exclusive, farewell. Farewell. Hua Daoxue finished in one breath, turned to leave, only to be yanked back by a firm hand gripping her collar, Jun Lintian's cold voice whispering in her ear. Having consumed my food, you must now serve me. Serve you? What could possibly be done at night? Besides, for you to be able to rise to the occasion, your 3rd leg must be functioning. Hua Daoxue turned, shaking off his grasp. Glaring at him, Your Highness, I too desire to serve you diligently. I am actively seeking ways to assist you in standing tall. Be patient, it's not as if it's been soft for just a day or 2 after over a decade. With that, she attempted to leave once more, only to be seized by Jun Lintian again. What on earth did this lovelorn man desire? She was about to voice her thoughts when Jun Lintian suddenly pulled her into his embrace, stating ominously, this prince finds it dull to scare alone. I seek a companion. Companion indeed, Your Highness. I am as beautiful as a flower, capable of seducing others, yet I lack the prowess to instill fear. Seek someone else. That guard of yours, what was his name? Gongqing. I find him quite suitable. He wears an expression as if someone owes him 8 million. Surely, he could frighten even the earth god himself. Hua Daoxue raised her chin and unabashedly laughed. Chapter 17. Excessive bullying. With her delicate fingers straining to pry open Jun Lintian's grasp, she noted that his long fingers were soft and smooth, hardly the hands of a man. What a waste. Yet Jun Lintian turned her face towards him, looming over her with his grotesquely pockmarked visage, casting a chilling gaze. I only want you. Hua Daoxue shivered involuntarily. Big brother, someone like you who cannot stand tall, should refrain from speaking in such ambiguous tones. What a poor source of imagination that is. Didn't the princess say it was not a terminal illness? It can be treated, is it not your responsibility? Jun Lintian's eyes bore into her, his captivating phoenix eyes starkly contrasting the grotesque blemishes on his face. Hua Daoxue frowned, reaching to touch his face, pulling back in surprise to find no mask. Her brow furrowed deeper. How could this be? Grasping Jun Lintian's wrist, she raised her eyes to meet his. You've been poisoned. Jun Lintian's expression darkened. Do you possess medical knowledge? Her words led him to overlook her transgression of touching his face. Not really. Hua Daoxue shook her head. Even if she understood, she wouldn't disclose such knowledge to him, as she wouldn't seek trouble. However, her understanding of poisons was considerable, as her profession demanded it. She had devoted more time to studying poisons than human psychology. June Lintian's condition was undoubtedly due to poison, and it appeared quite severe. Not a matter of 1 or 2 days, nor merely a year or two. Not understanding. June Lintian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of malice seeping into his gaze. Hua Daoshua inwardly lamented, realizing that this poison was likely a secret. And she had foolishly exposed it. Was she not courting her own demise? June Lintian let out a cold chuckle, forcefully pinning her against the corridor railing, an air of menace surrounding him. Speak. Who are you? The second daughter of the Prime Minister's household, rumored to be a fool, least favored in the family, yet the Empress had bestowed such a woman upon him, leading him to suspect a plot. How could a fool possess such skills? Her occasional display of courage and aloofness was surely not due to foolishness. This woman was not merely the second daughter of the Prime Minister. Hua Daoshua, my dear prince, are you now doubting my identity? Hua Daoshua pouted. Though her soul had shifted, her identity as Hua Daoshua remained irrefutably intact. Was he truly so sensitive? Tell this prince which part of you resembles Hua Daoshua? June Lintian scrutinized her face. Indeed, it bore resemblance to Hua Daoshua. Yet aside from her visage, nothing else aligned with her identity. Hua Daoshua rolled her eyes, from head to toe, even down to the smallest cell. I am Hua Daoshua, your highness. What brings you here at this late hour? She attempted to push aside June Lintian, only to realize she was bound tightly. His iron arms were nearly crushing her waist. Without hesitation, she elbowed him sharply in the chest, exclaiming, "Damn it, there's no escape now." June Lintian let out a muffled grunt of pain but did not release her. Instead, he pressed down upon her, forcing Hua Daoshua to lean backward against the railing. Her body curving like a bow. Fortunately, her flexibility was commendable. Had it been someone else, they would have succumbed to a broken back by now. June Lintian, do not overstep your bounds. Hua Daoshua's eyes flashed with determination. Her patience had limits and his insolence had pushed her to the brink of collapse. What on earth do you want? She shouted. June Lintian leaned closer, his lips brushing against hers as he softly uttered 3 words. I am bored. Then he abruptly sealed her lips with his, a chilling sensation coursing through her. Hua Daoshua froze in shock. Damn it, this scoundrel is taking advantage of me with that hideous face. Could he not don the visage of a handsome man instead? No, even a handsome face should not dare to treat me in such a manner. The overwhelming masculine aura enveloped her, and as she struggled to push him away, her hands met his searing chest. The heat of his skin sent a jolt through her, and she found herself gasping for breath, her face flushed red, feeling as though it might bleed, caught in a struggle where every attempt to push him away was futile. As if she were suffocating with lingering desire, June Lintian lightly brushed her lips before finally stepping back, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he taunted, Your Highness, with such meager skills. How could you ever cure my hidden affliction? Curse you! Hua Daoshua raised her hand and slapped him, the sound echoing painfully in her palm. How many pimples does this face have? It's like shards of glass. She quickly blew on her stinging hand. June Lintian's expression turned icy, transforming his already grotesque visage into something even more sinister. He seized Hua Daoshua's wrist and coldly warned, The last person who dared to approach me now lies beneath the soil. Hua Daoshua felt cold sweat trickle down her spine, the sound of her bones nearly cracking under his grip, yet she glared defiantly at him. The last person who tried to take advantage of me met a gruesome fate. June Lintian suddenly smiled wickedly. Then let us see who meets their end first. Will it be you beneath the earth or I decaying? He felt an unusual thrill at encountering an equal. Insane, Hua Daoshua thought. Sensing his mental instability, she pushed him away with all her might, and this time, he did not resist, allowing her to escape with ease. Shooting him a glare, she picked up the half-eaten bun that had fallen to the ground, blowing on it before preparing to take a bite, only to have it swatted from her hand by his large palm. June Lintian, even a cornered rabbit will bite, she retorted, asserting that she was no rabbit. She was merely hungry. Had she not been famished, her earlier elbow strike would not have missed its mark. Indeed, as a human, one cannot neglect either food or sleep. Someone prepare dinner. June Lintian cast a glance at Hua Daoshua and walked away. In an instant, several palace maids and guards appeared in the corridor, responding, Yes, Your Highness. After receiving his orders, they dispersed like startled birds. Hua Daoshua's lips twitched. She had always thought it was just the two of them here. Had their kiss just now been witnessed? Heaven help me, let me vanish into the earth. She had always believed it foolish to engage in such indecent acts in public, yet today she had done just that. And with someone who could barely stand. She vowed to kill June Lintian. But first, she would have a meal, so she reluctantly followed him. Chapter 19. Dining. As June Lintian entered the dining hall, she followed without hesitation. What are you doing here? He coldly glanced at her. Hua Daoshua placed her hands on the table and sat down decisively, eating. You made me lose my bun. It's only right you compensate me. Jun Lintian turned his face away in disdain, seemingly lost in thought as he gazed at a landscape painting in the dining hall. The room fell silent. Even the distant cries from the courtyard ceased. Hua Daoshua unconsciously yawned. If food didn't arrive soon, she would surely fall asleep. Shaking her head, she thought, no, I must eat before sleeping or I might starve in my dreams, and who would I blame? Even the king of hell would chastise me for dying foolishly. She leaned over the table, observing Jun Lintian. Despite his face being marred with blemishes, his features were still exquisitely defined in the light. His long curled eyelashes resembled two delicate fans, and the slight upwards tilt of his narrow eyes exuded an enchanting allure. His high nose and thin, red lips were alluring and seductive. Hua Daoshua slapped her forehead. Realizing her folly, how could she see beauty in someone whose face was riddled with sores? Another yawn escaped her, her eyelids heavy with sleepiness, slowly closing suddenly. A loud crash jolted her awake. A maid beside her had accidentally knocked over a bowl. Rubbing her eyes and sniffing, she found the table now laden with dishes. Your Highness, I am to blame. The maid, pale and trembling, was about to kneel and plead for forgiveness, but Hua Daoshua kicked her lightly with her foot. Go, don't be a nuisance here. As she spoke, she stood and picked up her chopsticks, hastily grabbing food. The dishes were not particularly appetizing, mostly vegetarian, but her hunger overshadowed any qualms. She wolfed down her meal without noticing the cold glimmer in Jun Lintian's eyes or the shocked and disgusted expressions of the attendants behind him. Is this truly how you have been taught to dine? Gong Qing could no longer contain her voice, glancing at her master, who was dining with a leisurely grace and remarkable elegance. It was a stark contrast that felt entirely harmonious. Hua Daoshua cast a sidelong glance at him, then turned her gaze to Jun Lintian, clicking her tongue in admiration, acknowledging the regal demeanor even in something as simple as a meal. Did she truly think that way? Nonsense, when one is on the brink of encountering the king of hell, who could eat with elegance? Jun Lintian, it seemed, had never known hunger and was blissfully ignorant of the struggles of the mortal realm. Hua Daoshua swiftly polished off 2 bowls of rice and set down her chopsticks. I am full now, Your Highness. Please take your time. It looks like you'll be dining for another 2 or 3 hours. So I shall excuse myself. Hua Daoshua was also well bred. She was not incapable of elegance, merely felt it unnecessary. Only after finishing her meal did she realize that the maid she had just kicked was still kneeling on the ground nearby. Too afraid to rise. How infuriatingly loyal. What was she still kneeling for? Get up and clean this up, Hua Daoshua scolded lightly. While the maid cautiously glanced at Jun Lintian, he set down his chopsticks and stood up, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached Hua Daoshua. Hua Daoshua patted her backside. All right, if you love kneeling, then kneel as you please. She couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. Having eaten her fill, she intended to cultivate her relationship with the Duke of Zhou. Stopped. A cold voice came from behind her. Hua Daoshua merely shrugged her shoulders in disregard. Down suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness, just as Jun Lintian stepped forward to catch her. Chapter 20. Beyond the limits of laziness, Hua Daoshua felt a rush of darkness before losing all awareness, and as Jun Lintian caught her in his arms, he shot an icy glance at the maid. Such useless hands, perhaps they should be severed with that. He carried Hua Daoshua out the door. Gong Qing stood by, his lips twitching in disbelief. What in the world was the master doing? He cast a rare sympathetic glance at the maid on the floor. Do you understand where you went wrong? The maid was frightened to tears, shaking her head vigorously. She had merely dropped a bowl. And the worst consequence should have been a few strikes. How had it escalated to the point of losing a hand? The master had never been overly harsh with his servants, but this time, you nearly harmed the princess, and for that, you are ill-fated. Gong Qing waved his hand, and immediately someone entered to take the maid away. Shaking his head, he looked at the crescent moon outside. At this late hour, what could the master be thinking as he carried the princess away? The master's thoughts were truly inscrutable. As the moon waxed and waned, Hua Daoshua awoke again, no longer aware of how many days had passed. She was astonished to find herself in an unfamiliar room and quickly sat up, feeling the aches throughout her body. Remembering how she had suddenly collapsed, anger flared in her eyes. How dare that despicable Jun Lintian poison her? After years of studying poison, to have been poisoned without realizing it was infuriating. She got out of bed, examining herself for any signs of mistreatment, but found none. Looking around the room, she noticed a precious pot of crown jade on the window sill. And the decor was either black or gray, exuding an understated opulence that was not easily achievable. Just then, her stomach growled, and she suddenly missed Jiqiu terribly. Jiqiu, oh Jiqiu, where are you? Without Jiqiu, there's no food. Princess, the prince has been ordered to the west to quell bandits. A maid of around 17 or 18 stood outside the door. I am called Hongmei, and the prince has instructed that I serve you from now on. And Jiqiu? Has she gone to quell bandits as well? Does he do nothing but quell bandits? One must eat well to fight. What a fine lady Yufu. I am too lazy to argue with you. Yet you challenge me time and again. There are limits to my laziness. Hua Daoshua insisted on eating her fill before Hongmei led her to the residence of Lady Yufu in the Furong courtyard. As she passed through the garden, she spotted Jun Qixia and a dapper young man in fine attire seated in a pavilion, sipping tea, accompanied by beautiful maidens playing the qin. For a moment, she thought she had wandered into the residence of the third prince. With a disdainful glance, she chose to ignore the scene and continued on her way. Lady Yu, why do you not greet me upon seeing me? You are being quite distant. Jun Qixia's voice floated toward her, his narrow eyes glinting with inscrutable light. Hua Daoshua, having satisfied her hunger, was led by her maidservant to the Fuyun garden where Yufu resided. As she passed through the garden, she caught sight of Jun Qixia and a dapper young gentleman clad in fine garments seated in a pavilion, sipping tea, while a stunning beauty nearby plucked the strings of a guqin. For a fleeting moment, Hua Daoshua thought she had mistakenly wandered into the residence of the third prince. She cast a disdainful glance, dismissing the scene as trifling, and continued on her way. The princess of the Yu kingdom. How could she see them and not extend a greeting? Such disregard was too ostentatious. Jun Qixia's voice drifted towards her, his slanted eyes glimmering with inscrutable light as they turned in her direction. Chapter 21. A lesson for the impertinent. In the Fuyun garden, flowers bloomed in vibrant clusters, trees flourished, and pavilions and towers adorned the landscape. It was evident that this place, indeed, garnered the favor of Jun Lintian. Yet, what good was such favor if it only resulted in solitary confinement, with the specter of infidelity lurking around the corner? A sharp-eyed maidservant hurried off to deliver the news. Hua Daoshua, upon entering the courtyard, bent down to pick up a stone and hurled it into the room. A resounding crash echoed, followed by startled screams from within as Zhang Yufu, who had just been about to step outside, nearly fell victim to the hefty projectile, her face paling in shock. You fool! How dare you harm our mistress? A maid beside her pointed at Hua Daoshua, cursing vehemently. Knowing I am a fool, how could you not realize that a fool has nothing to fear? Hua Daoshua boldly retorted as she strode into the room, her gaze fixed on the still frightened Zhang Yufu. Indeed a beauty, she observed, noting the exquisite garments and adornments that seemed to be of the finest quality. Perhaps even tributes. Without hesitation, Hua Daoshua plopped herself down. I have no time to indulge in your games. Return Jiqiu to me, or I cannot guarantee that today will end without bloodshed. Zhang Yufu's face flushed with rage. This lunatic dares to hurl such a large stone. Hua Daoshua, this is the residence of the Yu kingdom. How many lives do you have to throw away? Zhang Yufu scoffed, leisurely fanning herself with a small folding fan. That insolent girl dares to run wild here without knowing her place. I think you need to teach her a lesson, and I shall keep her for a few more days. You a bandit. Dare to claim any nobility? Hua Daoshua shot back, brandishing a decree in her hand and slamming it down before Zhang Yufu. Read it carefully. I have grown accustomed to Jiqiu. Without her, I cannot bear children for Jun Lintian. If she suffers any misfortune, we shall meet before the Empress Dowager. Fuming, Zhang Yufu sprang to her feet. Hua Daoshua, how dare you utter the prince's name so casually? Do not think you can intimidate me with the Empress Dowager. I speak of my husband. What concern is it of yours? You are but a nameless concubine. Hua Daoshua mocked, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the prince. You presumptuous, thinking yourself a princess, you worthless wretch. Zhang Yufu's face turned ashen with fury as she lunged forward, raising her hand to slap Hua Daoshua. With deft agility, Hua Daoshua dodged and seized Zhang Yufu's wrist, forcing it against the table, causing Zhang Yufu to break into a sweat from the pain. Hand over Jiqiu, Hua Daoshua demanded coldly, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. Zhang Yufu, taken aback, wondered if this truly was the Hua Daoshua she had heard about, a feeble and useless woman. Seeing her lack of response, Hua Daoshua tightened her grip, a sharp crack echoed, and Zhang Yufu screamed, "Quick, bring someone!" Hua Daoshua grasped her chin. Had you done this sooner, you would not be in such pain. Jiqiu was soon brought forth, but she was unconscious, dragged in by the servants, her body a ghastly sight, bloodied and battered, her clothes in tatters, with blood seeping from her forehead where a scab had been disturbed. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Hua Daoshua's eyes as she slapped Zhang Yufu onto the table. You deserve to die. Hua Daoshua, you dare strike me? Zhang Yufu shrieked, calling for help to her cry. Several maidservants rushed in and footsteps could be heard approaching, the ever-watchful guards of the estate. Hua Daoshua paid them no mind, advancing toward Zhang Yufu, lifting her and slamming her against the wall. A loud thud resounded as Zhang Yufu crumpled to the ground, losing consciousness. What is the meaning of this? A cold voice reprimanded, echoing through the garden filled with vibrant blooms and flourishing trees, where pavilions and towers stood in abundance. Chapter 22. The dowry returned princess of the Yu Kingdom. Are you attempting to stir a fatal incident? The voice continued. Hua Daoshua felt a force approaching and swiftly kicked backward, catching the intruder off guard with a grunt, though he did not fall. Maintaining her stance, she splashed tea across Zhang Yufu's face and turning, swung the teacup at the newcomer. These actions flowed seamlessly, surprising the newcomer, who barely dodged the attack. Mind your own business, Hua Daoshua snapped, smashing the teacup onto the ground where Zhang Yufu lay. Shards scattering and splashing the freshly awakened Zhang Yufu, who cried out in distress. Hongmei, take the others and leave. Today, let us see who dares to stand in my way. Hua Daoshua's gaze turned icy upon the newcomer, a striking man with hair tied into a jade crown, wisps falling gracefully across his forehead, exuding elegance in his fine attire, a moon-white jade belt cinching his waist, and his shoes glimmering like gold, certainly of notable status. Emperor Ye observed the woman before him with incredulity. Having passed through the garden earlier, he had deemed her a simpleton, giving her little thought, only to discover her ferocity now was warfare among women truly so bloody and fierce. He had assumed it was merely a game of wits. Little did he know, Hua Daoshua despised scheming. She never wasted mental effort on matters she could resolve with brute force. Princess of the Yu Kingdom, it is wise to leave a thread of mercy. If you kill Madame Yufu, how will you explain it to the prince? Emperor Ye approached, assisting the trembling Zhang Yufu, a flicker of something unusual in his gaze. Hua Daoshua curled her lips in derision. If Zhiqiu suffers any harm, I desire not just her life. Zhang Yufu, remember this well. She spoke as she picked up the imperial edict lying on the table and walked out the door. Outside, Jun Qixia stood there with a contemplative expression, and upon seeing her, he approached and inquired, is it about yesterday's incident of gluttony? What Oxu shot him a glare. If I were to say yes, would you turn yourself in? I did not indulge. What Oxu ignored him further, moving to check on Zhiqiu's breath beside Hongmei. Thankfully, Zhiqiu's life was not in danger, though she must have endured significant physical suffering. What Oxu knew that keeping Zhiqiu around was a source of concern for her, yet this concern was indeed inescapable. She took Zhiqiu from Hongmei, who hastily protested, Your Highness, allow me to handle this without a word. What Oxu carried Zhiqiu towards her courtyard, tossing the edict to Hongmei as she walked. Take this and summon a doctor. Anyone who dares refuse shall be dealt with severely. Then she drew a dagger from her waist and tossed it to Hongmei as well. As a maid, Hongmei was understandably flustered by the sight of both the edict and the dagger. Was Jun Linqian's maid sent to monitor me really so timid? What Oxu shot a scornful glance at Hongmei and quickened her pace. Hongmei's expression was one of despair. Clearly, this was something What Oxu had already known. Your Highness, you're far from foolish. You're sharper than a monkey. Fortunately, Zhiqiu's injuries were merely superficial. Had they been internal, What Oxu would undoubtedly have lost her temper and dealt with Zhang Yufu. After the doctor had examined Zhiqiu, What Oxu finally had a moment to rest. Already feeling a bit sore, after exerting herself, she wished for a doctor to attend to her as well. How she longed for someone to give her a massage. Lying in bed, she drifted into slumber with this dream in mind. The next day, Zhang Yufu sent someone to deliver What Oxu's dowry, which consisted of a staggering 8 large boxes, none of which had been opened. Princess Yu, are you trying to cause a ruckus? The voice remarked again, and What Oxu felt a force approaching. She lifted her leg and kicked backward, catching the person off guard, who let out a muffled grunt but did not fall. Maintaining her kicking stance, What Oxu poured the tea in her hand over Zhang Yufu's face, then turned to sweep the teacup at the approaching figure. These swift movements took the newcomer by surprise, and he quickly dodged her attack. Mind your own business, What Oxu retorted, smashing the teacup against the ground, sending shards flying, which splattered onto the just awoken Zhang Yufu, causing her to cry out in distress, Hongmei, take them away. Today, I wish to see who dares to stop us. What Oxu cast a cold glare at the newcomer, a handsome man with his hair fashioned into a jade bun, a few strands cascading down his forehead. Exuding elegance and charm, dressed in fine garments, with a crescent white jade belt at his waist and golden shoes that sparkled, he was clearly not of insignificant status. Any man residing in the Yu family would not be of lowly rank. Zhang Dia regarded the woman before him with incredulity. Having merely glanced at her in the garden earlier, he had thought her a simpleton and paid little attention. but now he was taken aback by her fierce demeanor. Was the war between women truly this bloody and tumultuous? Was it not merely a matter of scheming and intrigue? Little did he know Wataoxu despised overthinking. She would never waste her intellect on matters solvable by force. Princess Yu, one must leave some leeway in all things. That if you were to kill Madame Yufu, how would you explain it to Prince Yu? Zhang Dia approached to help the trembling Zhang Yufu to her feet. A hint of unusual emotion flashing in his eyes, Wataoxu curled her lip in derision. If anything happens to Jiqiu, I will demand more than just her life. Zhang Yufu, remember this well, she spoke as she picked up the imperial edict lying on the table and walked out the door. Outside, Jun Qixia stood there with a contemplative expression, and upon seeing her, he approached and inquired, "Is it about yesterday's incident of gluttony?" Wataoxu shot him a glare. "If I were to say yes, would you turn yourself in?" "I did not indulge." Wataoxu ignored him further, moving to check on Jiqiu's breath beside Hongmei. Thankfully, Jiqiu's life was not in danger, though she must have endured significant physical suffering. Wataoxu knew that keeping Jiqiu around was a source of concern for her, yet this concern was indeed inescapable. She took Jiqiu from Hongmei, who hastily protested, "Your Highness, allow me to handle this," without a word. Wataoxu carried Jiqiu towards her courtyard, tossing the edict to Hongmei as she walked. "Take this and summon a doctor. Anyone who dares refuse shall be dealt with severely." Then she drew a dagger from her waist and tossed it to Hongmei as well. As a maid, Hongmei was understandably flustered by the sight of both the edict and the dagger. Was Jun Linqian's maid sent to monitor me really so timid? Wataoxu shot a scornful glance at Hongmei and quickened her pace. Hongmei's expression was one of despair. Clearly, this was something Wataoxu had already known. "Your Highness, you're far from foolish. You're sharper than a monkey." Fortunately, Jiqiu's injuries were merely superficial. Had they been internal, Wataoxu would undoubtedly have lost her temper and dealt with Zhang Yufu. After the doctor had examined Jiqiu, Wataoxu finally had a moment to rest. Already feeling a bit sore, after exerting herself, she wished for a doctor to attend to her as well. How she longed for someone to give her a massage. Lying in bed, she drifted into slumber with this dream in mind. The next day, Zhang Yufu sent someone to deliver Wataoxu's dowry, which consisted of a staggering 8 large boxes, none of which had been opened. "Princess Yu, are you trying to cause a ruckus?" the voice remarked again, and Wataoxu felt a force approaching. She lifted her leg and kicked backward, catching the person off guard, who let out a muffled grunt but did not fall. Maintaining her kicking stance, Wataoxu poured the tea in her hand over Zhang Yufu's face, then turned to sweep the teacup at the approaching figure. These swift movements took the newcomer by surprise, and he quickly dodged her attack. "Mind your own business," Wataoxu retorted, smashing the teacup against the ground, sending shards flying, which splattered onto the just awoken Zhang Yufu, causing her to cry out in distress, "Hongmei, take them away. Today, I wish to see who dares to stop us." Wataoxu cast a cold glare at the newcomer, a handsome man with his hair fashioned into a jade bun, a few strands cascading down his forehead. Exuding elegance and charm, dressed in fine garments, with a crescent white jade belt at his waist and golden shoes that sparkled, he was clearly not of insignificant status. Any man residing in the Yu family would not be of lowly rank. Zhang Dia regarded the woman before him with incredulity. Having merely glanced at her in the garden earlier, he had thought her a simpleton and paid little attention, but now he was taken aback by her fierce demeanor. Was the war between women truly this bloody and tumultuous? Was it not merely a matter of scheming and intrigue? Little did he know Wataoxu despised overthinking. She would never waste her intellect on matters solvable by force. "Princess Yu, one must leave some leeway in all things. That if you were to kill Madame Yufu, how would you explain it to Prince Yu?" Zhang Dia approached to help the trembling Zhang Yufu to her feet. A hint of unusual emotion flashing in his eyes, Wataoxu curled her lip in derision. "If anything happens to Jiqiu, I will demand more than just her life. Zhang Yufu, remember this well." Wataoxu rolled her eyes. The tears of that girl flowed like a tap. Whenever she wished to cry, it was as if she could simply turn it on. Her sensitivity to sorrow had indeed reached an unprecedented low. As the carriage departed from the manor, Wataoxu noticed a maid being unceremoniously thrown out, but she paid little heed and boarded the vehicle. Such occurrences were all too frequent in this wretched old society. Hongmei sighed softly, muttering, "Without her hands, how will Xiaoya survive?" Chapter 24. The guard seeking death. Jiqiu lifted the curtain and urged Hongmei to hasten into the carriage. That moment, the maid who had been tossed to the ground managed to raise her head, and Wataoxu recognized her as the one who had shattered a bowl beside her that night. Hongmei climbed into the carriage, her complexion somewhat pale. She recalled that just before she fainted that day, the maid had seemed perfectly fine. How did she suddenly lose her hands? The maid, upon seeing her, exhibited a flicker of fear in her eyes and shifted back slightly, as if Wadaoksu were a fearsome beast. Your Highness, Xiaoye is the one who accidentally broke the bowl that night. Hongmei whispered from the side. Wadaoksu's gaze narrowed sharply as she looked at Xiaoye's severed hands, which were merely wrapped in a simple white cloth at the wrists. Stained with fresh blood. A girl of exquisite beauty had lost her hands over a broken bowl. Wadaoksu clenched her fists tightly. Jun Lintian's reputation was indeed well-deserved. She was not typically a sympathetic person. Yet despite her ruthlessness, she never harmed the innocent. Had she not dined that night, the girl's hands would not have been severed. She approached and squatted down. Who cast you out? Did Jun Lintian not only cut off others' hands but also expel them? Xiaoye lowered her head, desperately trying to retreat, as if she were profoundly afraid of Wadaoksu. I did not harm you. Why are you afraid of me? Wadaoksu extended her hand to pull her up. Xiaoye attempted to struggle free but dared not exert force, fearing she might push her over. Your Highness, what do you want to do? Xiaoye asked tremulously. A glimmer of surprise crossed Hongmei's face as she hurriedly assisted Xiaoye inside. Xiaoye hesitated at the threshold, only cautiously following after a few reassuring words from Hongmei. The guards at the door did not intervene, perhaps due to Hongmei's presence or Wadaoksu's earlier remarks. Wadaoksu did not linger. Boarding the carriage and after a brief rest, they arrived at the Xianghua Manor. Miss, we have arrived, wake up! Jiqiu called loudly as she disembarked. Wadaoksu was not indulging in slumber. She had important matters to attend to. Stretching and yawning, she stepped down from the carriage and made her way toward the manor. She could hardly be bothered with the guards, lacking the time to engage with mere barking dogs. As she continued toward the entrance, the two guards disdainfully blocked her path. Second miss, you are but a foolish girl cast out of the door. The manor is not one you may enter at will. The guards crossed their arms, standing imposingly on the steps, preventing Wadaoksu's passage. They were taken aback. When did this fool become so beautiful? Her smile was truly enchanting. They exchanged glances and conferred briefly, swiftly altering their demeanor. However, the second madam has ordered you not to enter. We cannot allow it nevertheless. There is a door at the back through which we can escort the second miss, one guard suggested, his lewd eyes glimmering with inappropriate intent. Wadaoksu bit her lip. Is that so? Are you not afraid of retribution from the second madam? Not at all. The second madam is not in the manor, the two guards replied, their tongues practically lolling. A flicker of hostility crossed Wadaoksu's watery gaze. Very well, then I shall trouble you, gentlemen. Second miss, this way. The two guards beckoned, their hands rubbing together as they leered at Wadaoksu, deeming her a foolish girl oblivious to danger, and believed that the prince would never touch her. This secret would remain undisclosed. Wadaoksu followed them, her head bowed. Although Jiqiu felt a slight unease regarding the second madam's orders, she dared not voice it. Merely lamenting how the servants' attitudes had changed since her mistress became the prince's consort, they turned into a narrow alley beside the manor, leading to the rear courtyard, a path rarely traversed by anyone save for morning deliveries. Suddenly, the two guards shoved Wadaoksu and Jiqiu against the wall of the alley. Jiqiu gasped and attempted to scream, but her mouth was forcibly covered. Wadaoksu remained calm and collected, gazing at the repugnant guards. What do you intend to do? Second miss, your beauty is wasted on the impotent prince. Why not indulge us instead? One guard leered, leaning in with a grotesque grin, attempting to violate Wadaoksu. A wave of nausea washed over Wadaoksu, and she retched, expelling her breakfast all over the guard's face. The man was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. You wretch, to think you would dare vomit on me. I will show you how to regret this. As he raised his hand to strike her, Wadaoksu's lips curled into a smirk as she prepared to deliver a kick to his leg, wishing to inflict upon him a pain that would leave him incapacitated. However, he suddenly halted mid-sentence, his expression akin to that of someone who had just tasted poison, collapsing sideways, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Wadaoksu glanced up to see a man of remarkable stature standing not far away. His flowing black hair dancing in the wind, the jade ribbon at his waist fluttering gently, as leaves cascaded around him. Despite the stillness of the air, he was animated, indicating his hasty arrival. The other guard, witnessing his companion's sudden demise, turned pale with fear and immediately knelt. Lord Jiang, spare me. Jiang Dea raised a hand lightly, and the guard fell silent, his plea uncompleted. Wadaoksu crossed her arms, a playful smile gracing her lips. I did not expect Lord Jiang to possess such remarkable skills. Jiang Dea approached her, his brows slightly furrowed. I too did not foresee that the fierce princess of you would be bullied by a mere guard. Wadaoksu shrugged. Fools are always victimized. As Jiang Dea reached her, he produced a handkerchief and offered it to her. Wipe your mouth. A lady should not always think of kicking a man in that manner. Hua Daoxu glanced at the elegant white silk handkerchief in his long, clean hands, which complemented its beauty perfectly. Hua Daoxu trailed behind them with her head bowed. Although Jiqiu had some reservations about the second madam's orders, she dared not speak out, only lamenting how the attitude of the servants had changed towards the young lady since she became the princess of the Yu Kingdom, turning into a narrow alley beside the minister's residence, which led to the back courtyard. They found it was almost deserted except for the early morning vegetable deliveries. Suddenly, the two guards pressed Hua Daoxu and Jiqiu against the wall of the alley. Alarmed, Jiqiu wanted to scream, but her mouth was abruptly covered. Hua Daoxu, however, remained calm and composed, gazing at the repugnant guard before her and asking, "What do you intend to do?" "Second miss, your beauty is wasted on a prince who cannot perform. Why not let us have some fun?" the guard said as he leaned in. Attempting to assault Hua Daoxu, a wave of nausea hit her, and she vomited the breakfast she had just eaten all over the guard's face. Stunned, the lecherous man was quick to recover and began to curse. "You wretched thing! It's a privilege for you to be toyed with by me. How dare you spit on me? Just wait and see how I'll make you suffer." As he raised his hand to strike, Hua Daoxu smirked and lifted her foot to kick him. The strike caused him unbearable pain, and he suddenly fell silent, his expression resembling that of someone who had just tasted something vile. His body convulsed, and he collapsed lifeless. Hua Daoxu looked up to see a man, strikingly handsome and regal, standing not far away. His glossy black hair flowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the jade ribbon at his waist danced gently, leaves cascading down around him. The absence of wind, yet his dynamic presence indicated he had arrived just moments ago. In hurried haste, upon seeing his companion lifeless, the other guard turned pale and immediately knelt, begging, "Spare me, Lord Jiang, please." But before he could finish, Jiang Dia raised his hand, and the guard collapsed, silenced forever. Hua Daoxu crossed her arms and smiled playfully. "I did not expect the esteemed Lord Jiang to possess such extraordinary skills." Jiang Dia approached her, his brow slightly furrowed. "I too did not expect that the formidable princess of you could be bullied by a mere guard." Hua Daoxu shrugged. "Fools are always at the mercy of others." As Jiang Dia stood before her, he produced a handkerchief and offered it. "Wipe your mouth. A woman should not always think of kicking a man where it hurts." Hua Daoxu lowered her eyes to glance at the white, cool silk handkerchief in his hand, noting how his long, clean fingers complemented the fabric beautifully. Chapter 26. The Grand Return. Jiang Dia chuckled softly. "It seems I have indeed earned a notorious reputation. Even the princess of you is aware." His self-deprecating smile did not betray any sense of helplessness. In fact, he appeared to relish the attention. "Did you really scale the wall?" He saw through her thoughts that I merely passed by and happened to witness the scene. His casual explanation felt insincere, but Hua Daoxu was indifferent. She was impoverished and knew anyone targeting her would incur a loss. Something Jiang Dia, as a shrewd official, surely understood. The expression on Jun Lintian's face might be even more interesting. "How dare they covet my beauty? Even in death, I would seek vengeance on their corpses. TSK, a young lady like you is even more ruthless than I, not sparing even a corpse." Jiang Dia was utterly astonished. Dying so quickly is a pity. Hua Daoxu used the handkerchief she had just touched to wipe her embroidered shoes and looked up at Jiang Dia. "Are you really coming inside with me?" Jiang Dia nodded. "Since my reputation is already sullied, what does it matter if I add another scandal? Are you that bored?" Hua Daoxu raised an eyebrow. "Well, I suppose I have nothing better to do." She clapped her hands, discarding the soiled handkerchief with a smile. "All right, I need someone to assist me. Since you're already here, you might as well help me through to the end." Jiang Dia gazed at her bright white teeth and the enchanting sparkle in her large, watery eyes, feeling a slight unease. When Hua Daoxu led him to the carriage and opened the back door, his apprehension intensified. "These are my 8 large boxes of dowry, originally meant to be moved by those 2 guards. But since you've dispatched them, the task now falls to you." Jiang Dia smirked, realizing that while he had saved her, he had also unwittingly invited trouble. How could a dignified first-rank official engage in such menial labor? He crossed his arms, regarding Hua Daoxu with a glimmer of light in his elongated eyes, a smirk curling at his lips. Could it be that Lord Jiang's infamous reputation includes being untrustworthy? Hua Daoxu glanced at the 8 boxes, filled with heavy stones. She had no intention of lifting them herself. Just grab some strong men, regardless of who they are. Jiang Dia rubbed his forehead, having thought he had merely agreed to lend a hand, but now found himself in a predicament. Him, even killing or setting fire to something would be easier than this, especially since he hadn't brought any attendants today. Jiang Dia raised his gaze to meet Hua Daoxu's mocking expression. Feeling discontent, how could he let a mere woman look down on him? "Fine, I shall move them." He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong, muscular arms, Only then did Hua Daoshua notice the string of Bodhi beads he wore on his right hand. TSK, so greedy, plundering the wealth of the people. Yet the notorious Lord Zhang still believes in Buddhism. The boxes were large and heavy. A typical man might struggle to lift them, yet Zhang Dia gritted his teeth and managed to hoist one. Adjusting his grip before elegantly inquiring, "Where shall I move them?" Hua Daoshua surveyed the surroundings outside the minister's residence and replied, "Just place them in front of the door." Zhang Dia sighed in relief. That meant he only needed to lower the boxes, avoiding a sweaty ordeal. Chapter 27. The Grand Return Part 2. Miss, may I assist as well? Jiqiu, observing the Grand Minister Zhang doing such laborious work, felt a pang of guilt and spoke up. Hua Daoshua shot her a glance. "You've just healed, and if you tire yourself out, who will take care of me? Look at Lord Zhang, he is strong and robust. With well-defined muscles, he could entertain several women in a night without fatigue, let alone just a few boxes." Zhang Dia halted, resting his hands on the boxes and shooting her a glare. "Hua Daoshua, you being quite the opportunist. You know I never engage in unprofitable ventures." Hua Daoshua flicked her gaze and giggled. "My lord, I am utterly destitute." Zhang Dia unexpectedly extended his hand and pulled her closer. His sharp gaze fixed upon her flushed cheeks as he smirked. "Do you truly believe that I would assist someone who is genuinely destitute?" His long fingers pinched Hua Daoshua's delicate chin as he wickedly remarked, "At the very least, you possess this soft and fragrant body." Hua Daoshua pushed him away, asserting, "This young lady is already a married woman." Zhang Dia, however, burst into laughter, retrieving a cold moon-wrought silk handkerchief to dab at the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before leisurely fanning himself with a peach blossom fan, Hua Daoshua's eyes darkened. That infuriating expression of his made her want to strike him. Was he not clearly mocking her for being a married woman without a husband to claim her? "Just wait until I cure Jun Lintian. I will see if you still dare to ridicule me." "Wait, why should I even help Jun Lintian with his ailment? Am I out of my mind?" Hua Daoshua smacked her forehead, realizing she must have been driven mad with anger. Even if she could indeed cure Jun Lintian's poison, she had no desire to entangle herself in such troubles. Especially considering that, from her observation that day, there seemed to be no antidote for his affliction. Sighing in exasperation, she instructed Jiqiu, "Open all the boxes." Following her command, Jiqiu began to open each box one by one, while Zhang Dia's amusement deepened as he beheld the piles of stones. The pearwood boxes, painted a vivid red and adorned with double happiness characters, were unmistakably intended for dowry, yet contained nothing of value, merely worthless stones. Zhang Dia's gaze darkened slightly, now laden with a deeper meaning as he regarded Hua Daoshua. Hua Daoshua scanned the row of stones, closed one box and climbed atop it, clapping her hands and calling out, "Come, come everyone! Esteemed villagers and wealthy gentry, do not miss this opportunity. This humble girl is in dire need of money and is holding a tearful clearance sale of her dowry, priced at an astonishing 50% below market value. Come take a look, for once this village is passed, there will be no shop left. Even if you do not wish to buy, you are welcome to come and witness this chance, for those who see it gain opportunity, and those who purchase reap rewards." Just the other day, Xiao Lu from the East City regretted not buying, only for it to be snatched up by Xiao Chan from the West City, leaving him distraught and weeping in the restroom. "Seize the moment, for it may not come again. Even the ghost-faced demon from the Yuwang Manor has made a purchase. What are you waiting for?" Hua Daoshua shouted at the top of her lungs, clapping rhythmically, her voice booming in the otherwise tranquil West City, where only nobles and wealthy merchants resided. Her cries echoed, drawing the attention of numerous servants who rushed from the back to see who dared to create such a ruckus and conduct business in this area. Zhang Dia observed Hua Daoshua's shameless antics with a furrowed brow, hastily using his peach blossom fan to shield his face. This woman truly dared to do anything. Even the yuwang was invoked in her sales pitch. Where on earth had she learned such disgraceful selling tactics? He wished to distance himself from her. "Miss, may I assist as well?" Jiqiu inquired, feeling uneasy about the sight of Zhang Dia, a high-ranking official, engaging in such menial labor. Hua Daoshua shot her a glance. "You've just recovered. If you overexert yourself, who will take care of me? Look at our esteemed official. He is robust and powerful with well-defined muscles. He could entertain several women in one night without complaint, let alone manage a few boxes." Zhang Dia paused, resting his hands on the boxes, casting her a disdainful look. "Hua Daoshua, you are taking advantage of my kindness while pretending to be innocent. You know I, as a noble, never engage in losing ventures." Hua Daoshua's eyes sparkled mischievously as she chuckled, "Your Excellency, I am utterly broke." Zhang Dia abruptly seized her again, his sharp gaze piercing her reddened cheeks as he smirked. Do you truly believe that I would assist someone who is genuinely destitute? His long fingers pinched her delicate chin as he wickedly remarked, at the very least, you possess this soft and fragrant body. Hua Daoshua pushed him away, asserting, this young lady is already a married woman. Zhang Dia, however, burst into laughter, retrieving a cold moon-wrought silk handkerchief to dab at the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before leisurely fanning himself with a peach blossom fan, Hua Daoshua's eyes darkened. That infuriating expression of his made her want to strike him. Was he not clearly mocking her for being a married woman without a husband to claim her? Just wait until I cure Jun Lintian. I will see if you still dare to ridicule me. Wait, why should I even help Jun Lintian with his ailment? Am I out of my mind? Hua Daoshua smacked her forehead, realizing she must have been driven mad with anger. Even if she could indeed cure Jun Lintian's poison, she had no desire to entangle herself in such troubles. Especially considering that, from her observation that day, there seemed to be no antidote for his affliction. Sighing in exasperation, she instructed Jiqiu, open all the boxes. Following her command, Jiqiu began to open each box one by one. While Zhang Dia's amusement deepened as he beheld the piles of stones, the pearwood boxes, painted a vivid red and adorned with double happiness characters, were unmistakably intended for dowry, yet contained nothing of value, merely worthless stones. Zhang Dia's gaze darkened slightly, now laden with a deeper meaning as he regarded Hua Daoshua. Hua Daoshua scanned the row of stones, closed one box and climbed atop it, clapping her hands and calling out, come, come everyone! Esteemed villagers and wealthy gentry, do not miss this opportunity. This humble girl is in dire need of money and is holding a tearful clearance sale of her dowry, priced at an astonishing 50% below market value. Come take a look, for once this village is passed, there will be no shop left. Even if you do not wish to buy, you are welcome to come and witness this chance, for those who see it gain opportunity, and those who purchase reap rewards. Just the other day, Xiao Lu from the East City regretted not buying, only for it to be snatched up by Xiao Chan from the West City. Leaving him distraught and weeping in the restroom, seize the moment, for it may not come again. Even the ghost-faced demon from the Yuwang Manor has made a purchase. What are you waiting for? Hua Daoshua shouted at the top of her lungs, clapping rhythmically, her voice booming in the otherwise tranquil West City, where only nobles and wealthy merchants resided. Her cries echoed, drawing the attention of numerous servants who rushed from the back to see who dared to create such a ruckus and conduct business in this area. Zhang Dia observed Hua Daoshua's shameless antics with a furrowed brow, hastily using his peach blossom fan to shield his face. This woman truly dared to do anything. Even the yuwang was invoked in her sales pitch. Where on earth had she learned such disgraceful selling tactics? He wished to distance himself from her. Miss, may I assist as well? Jiqiu inquired, feeling uneasy about the sight of Zhang Dia, a high-ranking official, engaging in such menial labor. Hua Daoshua shot her a glance. You've just recovered. If you overexert yourself, who will take care of me? Look at our esteemed official. He is robust and powerful with well-defined muscles. He could entertain several women in one night without complaint, let alone manage a few boxes. Zhang Dia paused, resting his hands on the boxes, casting her a disdainful look. Hua Daoshua, you are taking advantage of my kindness while pretending to be innocent. You know I, as a noble, never engage in losing ventures. Hua Daoshua's eyes sparkled mischievously as she chuckled. Your Excellency, I am utterly broke. A crowd gathered around, their faces darkening as they realized what Hua Daoshua was selling, each feeling as though they had been played for fools. The second daughter of the Prime Minister, and this is your dowry? Are you jesting? One sharp-eyed individual recognized her and scoffed. You are the fool. These stones are my dowry, each one a top-tier gem. My father declared them as tribute. Hua Daoshua retorted, her cheeks unflushed and her heart steady, defiantly shouting back at the scorner. Tell I, why are you arguing with a simpleton? She truly believes these worthless stones to be treasures. It's nothing short of delusion. You are the simpleton. This is indeed my dowry, and I am not lying. Look at the exquisite pearwood boxes and the seals of happiness. Are your eyes blind? Hua Daoshua protested, raising her defiant little face to argue with those who mocked her. It was only then that the crowd took notice of the boxes she mentioned. Realizing she was not entirely mistaken, they were indeed dowry boxes. Confused glances passed among them. How could such precious boxes contain nothing but stones? Some curious nobles, guided by their servants, emerged from their estates, and soon the area around the Prime Minister's residence was bustling with onlookers. The servants, upon discovering Hua Daoshua's presence, hurried away to report the situation. Unfortunately, both the Prime Minister and the Second Lady were absent that day. And the third Miss had also left. Only the fifth Miss remained at home. Yet, she was currently occupied with the third prince. Should they report this to her or not? It posed a dilemma for the servants. Could it be that this simpleton's dowry consisted solely of these stones? Someone in the crowd speculated, and the murmurs of disbelief rippled through the onlookers. How could the prime minister be so heartless? Surely, he wouldn't go to such extremes. The second daughter truly is foolish, mistaking these stones for gems. Having grown up without parental affection, she does not deserve such a fate, worse than us mere servants. Is the prime minister not worried that the Yuang will find out? It is said he did not even attend the wedding, nor did he pay her any mind. Rumors circulated that the Yuang's household was particularly harsh towards the women within. The second daughter's public sale of her dowry suggested she could no longer remain in the Yuang manor. Hua Daoxue, hands on her hips, glared at the crowd below, her pink feathered gown fluttering in the breeze. Accentuating her radiant beauty, Zhang Dia, concealing his face with a fan, could not tear his gaze away from her indignant and wronged expression, his interest deepening further. Hey, after all this deliberation, are you going to buy or not? I assure you this is indeed my dowry. The Yuang has not provided me with food. I am on the verge of starvation and am selling these at the lowest price. Hua Daoxue, feeling deflated, pouted and plopped down onto the ground, her head hanging low as though she were about to cry. Oh dear, the second daughter does seem rather pitiable. Indeed, such a grand prime minister's residence, yet they cannot spare even a trifle of dowry. Merely filling it with worthless stones. Let us not speak of this, which noble household does not have its share of injustices. If overheard, we would be in trouble ourselves. A throng of people gathered around, their expressions darkening upon realizing the items being hawked by Hua Daoxue. Each one felt as if they had been made a fool of. Second miss of the Xiang residence, these stones are your dowry? Are you jesting? Someone with keen eyes recognized her as Hua Daoxue and exclaimed indignantly, "You are the fool. Are your eyes blind? These are all the dowry given to me by my father. Each a top-grade gem. He said they are tributes." Hua Daoxue, unperturbed and with head held high, retorted vehemently at the accuser. Tell I, why are you bickering with a fool? She naively believes these worthless stones are gems. It is simply the ramblings of a madwoman. You are the fool. These are my dowry given by my father. I am not deceiving anyone. Look at these exquisite pearwood boxes, sealed with auspicious characters. Are your eyes deceiving you? Hua Daoxue argued defiantly, her stubborn little face turned towards those who mocked her. It was only then that the crowd noticed the boxes she mentioned and realized she was indeed correct. They were boxes for dowries. The onlookers exchanged confused glances, baffled as to why the boxes meant for dowries contained only stones. Curious onlookers, guided by their servants, began to emerge from the Xiang residence, quickly filling the area. The servants from the residence also came out, and upon seeing Hua Daoxue, hastily ran off to report the situation. However, today, both the master and the second mistress were absent, and the third miss had also gone out, leaving only the fifth miss at home. Yet, the fifth miss was currently entertaining the third prince. The dilemma arose. Should they report this to the fifth miss or not? Could it be that when this fool gets married, the master only gave her these stones as a dowry? Someone in the crowd voiced what everyone had been suppressing, causing an uproar. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. After all, she is a legitimate daughter. Even if the master dislikes her, he wouldn't go so far as to be so cruel. The second miss is truly foolish, believing these stones to be gems, growing up without a father's love or a mother's affection, and not lacking in looks. How did she end up in such a predicament, worse than us servants? Is the master not afraid that Prince Yu might find out? I heard he didn't even show up on his wedding day, not even to pay respects, so he certainly wouldn't care about this fool. It is said that the princess household is particularly harsh on the women there. The second miss selling her dowry must mean she cannot stay in the prince's residence any longer. Hua Daoxue, fuming and with hands on her hips, glared at the crowd. Today, she wore a delicate pink qianhua dress, and as the breeze blew, the lace on the dress fluttered, accentuating her radiant and beautiful face. Zhang Dia, using a fan to partially cover her face, revealed a pair of deep, narrow eyes as dark as ink, fixated on Hua Daoxue's agitated and wronged expression, unable to look away, her calculations deepening. Hey, after discussing for so long, are you going to buy or not? This is truly all my dowry from my father. Prince Yu is not providing me with food, and I am starving. I'm selling it to you at the lowest price. Hua Daoxue, exhaling in despair, pouted and sat down, her head drooping as if she were about to cry. Alas, the second miss truly looks pitiful indeed. How could such a large Xiang residence be so stingy with a dowry? Filling it with worthless items? Enough of this talk. Which family in these grand estates does not have some unfair treatment? If we are overheard, we'll be in trouble. Chapter 29. A grand show upon the return among the onlookers. There were those who felt sympathy for Hua Daoxue, yet sympathy alone could not provide aid. They did not even dare to speak up for her. The crowd did not disperse but rather grew larger, with many young masters and ladies from noble families coming out to witness the spectacle. So, it is this fool, without money, power, or protection from her family. The master finds her an eyesore. How could he possibly give her a proper dowry? A few stones are quite generous. A young master from a noble family laughed derisively. You speak nonsense. These are not stones. They are my dowry given by my father. If you keep spreading lies, I'll tear your mouth apart. Hua Daoxue jumped down from the box, ready to lunge at the man. What is going on here? Who dares to cause a ruckus outside my Xiang residence? Just then, a carriage stopped in front of the gate. Upon seeing who disembarked from the carriage, Hua Daoxue recognized her despicable father, Hua Mingho, and his wicked second wife, Bai Lang Duo. After such a long performance, the main characters had finally arrived. She hurried over, grabbing Hua Mingho and diving into the crowd. Father, they are all bad people. They say the dowry you gave to Schwer is stones. Tell them it is not stones but gems. His eyes darkened as he immediately looked to the second wife behind him. The second wife quickly laughed. Schwer, you must be joking. Your father did not give you gems, but rather gold and silver treasures. How could it possibly be stones? Where did you get so many stones? Where is your dowry? She feigned surprise and added, could it be that someone took the dowry inside? I told you Schwer is Navi. If we give her the dowry, it will surely be snatched away by others. The second wife's expression immediately changed. Schwer, I never said it was Prince Yu who took yours. He is wealthy and wouldn't care about your meager dowry. She lacked the courage to shift the blame to Prince Yu. That would be courting disaster. Then who took my dowry? Hua Daoxue stamped her foot innocently. Whoever is closest to your dowry is the most likely culprit. That girl Jiqiu follows you every day. Who knows if she secretly sold your dowry? After all, you are a fool. You wouldn't even know if it was sold. The second wife said loudly with a sly glint in her eyes. Hua Mingho cast a disdainful glance at her, gripping his hand, and nodded. Of course, that would happen in front of so many people. Hua Mingho could not afford to lose face if this matter reached the emperor's ears. His official career would be over. It's all the fault of my wife's small-mindedness, insisting on packing a few stones and some worthless jewelry instead of avoiding this trouble. After saying this, he intended to leave, feeling utterly humiliated under the gazes of so many. However, at that moment, Hua Daoxue clutched him tightly, and Hua Mingho shot her an angry glance, only to find the sharp light in her eyes. A cold smile curled at the corner of her mouth. This is what you said, Hua Mingho. Why don't we analyze in front of all these people where the dowry has gone? Chapter 30. The arrival of Jun Lintian. You. What did you call me? Hua Mingho's face turned ashen, glaring at Hua Daoxue. Had this wretched girl grown so bold? My name is of little consequence. What truly matters is the whereabouts of my dowry. On the day of the wedding, from the Xianghua residence to the Yuwang mansion, the journey was uninterrupted, and no one could have possibly substituted my dowry en route. Upon arrival at the Yuwang mansion, the dowry was placed within its storeroom, which is notoriously well guarded. It is inconceivable that any unauthorized individual could gain entry, let alone exchange my dowry for mere stones. Not even a fly could escape the confines of the Yuwang mansion. Moreover, when I conducted an inventory of the dowry, the seals on the boxes remained intact, indicating that they had not been tampered with. If the staff of the Yuwang mansion did not simply swap the entire box, then it must be that the boxes originally contained stones. Father, do you not agree with my reasoning? Just as Hua Mingho was about to speak, Hua Daoxue interjected. I know that father would never bestow stones as my dowry. Such a grand household as the Xianghua residence would not engage in such disgraceful acts, even in financial straits. There remains the dowry my mother left for me before her passing. Hua Mingho and the second madam turned pale with fear. Accusing the Yuwang of pilfering the dowry would undoubtedly escalate the matter to the palace, a situation that could not be concealed. The Yuwang, known for his lavish spending, would never deign to accept such a paltry dowry. Zhang Dia, having observed the unfolding drama, put away his peach blossom fan. It would be remiss of him not to take advantage of the situation against his rival. Hua Mingho cast a disdainful glance his way, his expression dark enough to stain ink. Yes, the Yuwang would certainly not take it. The second madam quickly concurred, insisting that this matter must not reach the Yuwang, for that would spell disaster. What am I admitting to? The second madam's expression shifted once more. Realizing that Hua Daoxue appeared particularly formidable today, to say it was not the Yuwang who stole it implies admitting that the dowry was indeed stones. Hua Daoxue replied coldly, her piercing gaze fixed on the second madam and Hua Mingho. Do you think you can hide this? Attempting to shift the blame onto Jiqiu is a gross overestimation of her intelligence. The onlookers erupted in a frenzy. Such matters are deemed exceedingly disgraceful among the aristocracy. Regardless of financial difficulties, one cannot present stones as a dowry, especially when Lord Hua is not short of wealth. Nonsense. How could father possibly offer stones as a dowry? Hua Mingho immediately forced a pained smile. Grasping Hua Daoshua's hand, swear do not entertain such thoughts. Father will dispatch someone to investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation. Hua Daoshua laughed mockingly. Hua Mingho, do you take me for a fool easily deceived? This is a matter plainly evident to the discerning eye. Is an investigation truly necessary? I have but one question. Will you replenish my dowry today or not? Hua Mingho discreetly glanced at the second madam. Feeling trapped in a precarious situation, he had not anticipated this transformation in Hua Daoshua. She seemed no longer the Na'vi girl, but rather a relentless specter demanding retribution. Schwer, what I provided you with is genuine and certainly not these worthless stones. Hua Mingho understood that he could not concede this matter openly. To do so would be his complete downfall, a humiliation he could not endure. Chapter 31. Severing ties. The fierce blood steed before the carriage glistened with intent, its eyes fixed on this direction, while the wind chimes atop the carriage rang out a clear melody in the gentle breeze. The golden token of the yuwang hanging at the front of the carriage signified the presence of the formidable and fearsome yuwang. No one noticed when the carriage arrived, nor how long it had been there. What astounded everyone even further was the appearance of the yuwang, the elusive figure rumored to be as rare as a dragon's tail. All eyes widened in anticipation of his descent from the carriage, eager to glimpse his true visage. The chilling voice indeed matched the tales of his cold-blooded nature, yet the occupant of the carriage might not emerge. No. I would never dare to claim that it was you Yuwang who has stolen it. There must be some misunderstanding. Hua Mingho immediately knelt, trembling with fear. He had faced many adversities and could weave lies seamlessly before the emperor. But he was acutely aware of the lethal authority wielded by the merciless Yuwang, who held the very fate of the dynasty in his grasp. He was heartless. Those he deemed undesirable could vanish without a trace, making it imperative to avoid his ire. Misunderstanding? Jun Lintian merely replied with an icy inquiry, and beads of sweat began to form on Hua Mingho's brow, his disbelief evident. Hua Daoshua, whom do you trust more? Him or me? Jun Lintian gazed through the sheer curtain at Hua Daoshua, then glanced at Zhang Dia, a flicker of displeasure crossing his ink-dark eyes. Trust you, but what of it? Hua Daoshua cast a sidelong glance at the resplendent carriage, infuriated by the Yuwang's stinginess despite his vast wealth. The Hua family is doomed. Jun Lintian's words, though spoken lightly, concealed a venomous undertone that sent chills down everyone's spine. The legendary Yuwang, feared by all, indeed lived up to his fearsome reputation. A smirk graced Hua Daoshua's lips, while she was unaware of the full extent of Jun Lintian's power. Seeing the terror etched on Hua Mingho and the second madam's faces filled her with satisfaction. Drawing a dagger from her waist, she climbed atop the dowry boxes once more, contemptuously glancing at Hua Mingho. Today I, Hua Daoshua, am severing ties and renouncing my relationship with you, Hua Mingho. From this moment forth, the fortunes and misfortunes of the Hua family shall have no bearing on me whatsoever. As she spoke, Hua Daoshua sliced through part of her sleeve with the dagger, revealing her fair, delicate arm. Both Zhang Dia and Jun Lintian's expressions shifted slightly. Just then Hua Xian, accompanied by Jun Qixia, appeared at the entrance, her countenance paling as she hurriedly admonished, "Second sister, what are you doing? How can you utter such treasonous words?" Apologizing to Jun Qixia with a hurried glance, she rushed down the steps to plead with Hua Daoshua. "Second sister, please come down. You might fall from such a height." Hua Xian, the biological daughter of the second madam, was cherished by Hua Mingho, who had raised her with utmost care. Though she never directly bullied Hua Daoshua, she would often employ underhanded tactics to have others do so. Hua Daoshua, aware of her true intentions, harbored no trust in her supposed benevolence, knowing full well that the original host's demise was orchestrated by Hua Xian's machinations. Though the original was Na'vi, she was not foolish enough to set off a lantern that would burn her alive. It was all part of Hua Xian's ploy to incite chaos. Since she now feigned good intentions, Hua Daoshua decided to reciprocate with no pretense of courtesy. Hua Daoshua cried out, losing her balance and tumbling down, landing squarely on Hua Xian, who felt no pain. Chapter 32. Severing emotion. To be frank, Hua Xian's physique was rather impressive, her softness yielding beneath Hua Daoshua's weight. Caught off guard, Hua Xian's frustration boiled as she gritted her teeth. Her watery gaze seething with indignation, sweat beaded on her forehead from the discomfort, yet she dared not cry out, lest she lose her dignity, especially with the third prince observing. "Sister, please get up. You're sitting on me. Hua Xian's beauty faded like a flower, her demeanor restrained in pain, evoking a poignant sense of sympathy. Hua Daoxue. You rebellious daughter. Today I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson in place of your deceased mother. I have been far too indulgent with you, Hua Mingho bellowed, his face a stormy shade of fury upon witnessing Hua Daoxue seated upon Hua Suyan, refusing to rise, her earlier boldness igniting his ire. Hua Xian was his cherished protégé, destined to marry the third prince and become the imperial consort. Once the third prince ascended the throne, Hua Xian would be crowned as the Phoenix Empress. And even if the king of Yu sought to undermine him, he would have to consider the third prince's standing. Seeing Hua Xian in such a compromised position incensed him. He sprang to his feet and raised his hand to strike Hua Daoxue. Hua Daoxue's eyes narrowed, her gaze sharp as a blade directed at Hua Mingho, her delicate visage as frigid as ice, defiantly awaiting the descent of his hand. Yet, Hua Mingho's hand halted mid-air, obstructed by a peach blossom fan. Lord Hua, everyone heard what the princess of Yu just stated. She is no longer a member of the Hua family. You are about to strike the princess of Yu. Have you borrowed courage from the heavens to dare assault a royal relative? Zhang Dia remarked with a sly smile like a cunning fox. Seeing that Hua Mingho was unable to dislodge Hua Daoxue, Jun Qixie hastily approached, casting a disapproving glance at Hua Daoxue. Fool, get up quickly. Yu re-hurting Xian though he admonished her, he did not dare to physically intervene, as the presence of so many onlookers made him wary of crossing boundaries between genders. Hua Daoxue shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, the third prince is concerned. Then I shall rise to show you some courtesy. As she spoke, a peculiar smile curled at her lips, but as she stood, her foot unexpectedly slipped, causing her to plummet back down. This time Hua Xian, caught off guard, could not suppress a loud scream. Why apologies, I slipped. Hua Daoxue offered a disingenuous apology. Nearby, the young ladies and gentlemen spectating stifled their laughter, and even the servants found the scene amusing. What a so-called noble lady, yet she cried out louder than anyone when faced with a situation. Jun Qixie's expression darkened instantly. Hua Daoxue, you did that on purpose. Hua Daoxue, finally satisfied, stood up, dusting off her clothes and smiling sweetly. That smile revealed her dimples as serene as distant mountains, like a flickering flame in a wintry landscape. Jun Qixie was momentarily entranced by the radiance of her exquisite face, wondering how she appeared so different from the last time he saw her. Her cheeks seemed fuller, her features exquisitely alluring, and her skin had taken on a translucent rosy glow. Meanwhile, Hua Mingho and Zhang Dia were locked in a fierce stare down. Zhang Dia, this is a matter of my family. You have no right to interfere. Hua Mingho's ire flared even more upon seeing Zhang Dia. Chapter 33. The threat of Jun Lintian. The princess of Yu has already severed ties. What, did you intend to offer stones as her dowry? Now that she no longer wants you, you are reluctant to let go. Zhang Dia taunted with a smile. You. Who dares to speak so? Hua Mingho's composure faltered. How could the esteemed prime minister of the realm be so brazenly rejected by his own daughter? Then Lord Hua has consented to this severance. Come, swear. Express your gratitude to Lord Hua for granting you a path to freedom. Zhang Dia coaxed Hua Daoxue with a mischievous grin. Hua Daoxue was bewildered by Zhang Dia's delight at her estrangement from Hua Mingho but obediently replied. Thank you, Lord Hua, for granting this humble girl a chance at freedom. Should your family commit any heinous crimes that warrant annihilation, it shall have no bearing on me. Hua Daoxue, you ungrateful wretch, marrying the prince of Yu means you abandon your maternal family. You will come to regret this decision. Bai Lang Duo interjected, unable to contain her disdain. However, before she could finish her retort, a sudden gust of wind swept through, knocking the second madam back several meters, causing her to fall painfully to the ground, while Hua Daoxue had already vanished from sight. A cold, chilling voice emanated from the carriage beneath the banyan tree. My royal consort requires no concern from the second madam of the Hua family. The incident transpired in the blink of an eye. None could comprehend how the Prince of Yu had emerged, only to see a white shadow flash before disappearing into the opulent carriage. What remarkable agility! Hua Daoxue glared at Jun Lintian, almost startled. What kind of mask are you wearing in broad daylight? You scared me half to death. Hua Daoxue smacked her forehead. It was not her fault for expecting to see a face of unparalleled beauty, only to be confronted with a masked Jun Lintian. Jun Lintian's piercing gaze fixed upon her. Are you enjoying yourself? Pigeon King. No wonder the rumors claim he is hideous. It turns out he dons this ghastly mask upon leaving the palace. What a peculiar taste. Jun Lintian sat there, arms crossed, surveying the crowd outside the residence, casually inquiring, what is Zhang Dia doing here? Who knows? Perhaps she simply enjoys the commotion, Hua Daoxue replied as she rose to express her gratitude to Zhang Dia. unsure of her intentions but still appreciative of her assistance that day. Where do you think you are going? Jun Lintian's tone turned imperious. You need not concern yourself. Hua Daoshua dismissed him, turning to leave, only to be pulled back by Jun Lintian's long arm. Drawing her close, Jun Lintian grasped her chin coldly. Hua Daoshua, you would do well to remain compliant. From now on, you are not to leave the residence without my command. Why should I? Hua Daoshua retorted without a second thought. If you disobey, I possess countless methods to torment your maidservants. Jun Lintian tightened his grip, causing Hua Daoshua's brow to furrow in discomfort. To go ahead and torment them. I fear it will not be my maidservants who suffer. Hua Daoshua struggled to free herself from his grasp, raising her elbow to strike his face. Caught off guard, Jun Lintian was hit, causing his mask to fall. Chapter 34. Currency exchange. This was the second time Hua Daoshua had glimpsed Jun Lintian's visage, and he was undeniably handsome, his features perfectly sculpted, skin as smooth as jade, eyes sparkling like stars, brows sharp as swords, a nose like a suspended beam, and lips both seductive and enchanting. Jiang Dia was beautiful, but lacked his wild allure. Jun Qixia was also handsome, yet he lacked the same captivating charm. Jun Lintian shot her a frosty glare. Hua Daoshua, wipe that drool away. Hua Daoshua genuinely touched the corner of her mouth, murmuring, fortunately, I haven't let it flow. Jun Lintian regarded her as though she were a fool, his gaze growing even colder. You haven't let it flow? I have. Flowed what? Hua Daoshua began to inquire, but was suddenly met with a metallic scent, noticing a vivid crimson stain blooming on Jun Lintian's chest. You are injured? Hua Daoshua swiftly tore open his clothing. His robust chest was wrapped in bandages, now soaked with blood. She gazed up at him, her eyes narrowed. Injured like this and still trying to appear strong. How many lives do you think you have? Guards, your master has sustained a serious wound. Fetch a physician. After issuing her command, Hua Daoshua began to undo Jun Lintian's outer robe. He seized her wrist warily. What are you doing? Saving lives, she declared, shaking off his grip and stripping him bare to the waist. Skillfully, she unwrapped the bandages, her brow furrowing at the sight of the wound inflicted by a blunt object. Was it someone familiar? A flicker of discomfort crossed Jun Lintian's handsome face, a momentary glimmer of helplessness that Hua Daoshua caught, prompting her to smirk playfully. A woman? Hua Daoshua shrugged. Do you have any medicine? A voice called out from ahead. Princess, the healing ointment is in the yellow wooden box on the right. You tend to the prince while I hurried. As he spoke, he cracked the whip, and Hua Daoshua searched for the small yellow box, opening it to reveal dozens of small white porcelain vials, indeed a complete set. She quickly located the healing ointment, applying it to Jun Lintian's wound and then ripping a strip of untainted bandage to cover it. That will suffice for now. Though Jun Lintian's injury was not life-threatening, the assailant had struck with great force, and had the wound been 2 inches deeper, it would have pierced his heart. Jun Lintian remained silent, his handsome face set in stoic indifference. Hua Daoshua truly believed that this world was indeed superficial. Regardless of how sour his expression, he remained visually appealing. What a waste of beauty, to be so stunning yet utterly unresponsive. Neither man nor woman. It was rather tragic. Hua Daoshua reclined on a nearby soft couch, yawning, feeling rather drowsy. The swaying of the carriage only made her sleepier, and ultimately, she succumbed to slumber before the injured party did. When Hua Daoshua awakened once more, she found herself still within the carriage, but both Jun Lintian and the guards had vanished. She lifted the curtain to peer outside. It appeared to be a secluded courtyard. The carriage stationed beneath a banyan tree, with sunlight filtering through. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. She disembarked from the carriage, scanning the area but finding no one. The courtyard held no discernible valuables, and it was unclear where Jun Lintian and his companions had wandered off to. She couldn't simply wait around idly. She glanced back at the opulent carriage, which, despite its grandeur, was too cumbersome to sell easily. Having never driven a carriage before, she had to settle for a more modest option. Choosing the most striking and gentle horse, she led it out of the courtyard. A premium warhorse like this would fetch a pretty penny. Mounting the magnificent steed, Hua Daoshua rode off into the distance. Chapter 35. Dining and dashing. Upon emerging from the narrow alley, Hua Daoshua found herself on a bustling street. After inquiring for directions, she arrived at South Street, where a specific area was dedicated to the trading of horses. As she surveyed the rows of unevenly matched steeds, each attended by their respective young handlers who were either feeding them hay or haggling with customers, she halted her horse in front of a particularly upscale establishment. Addressing a vendor within, she inquired, "What is the price of this horse?" The vendor, who was currently feeding a horse, turned to see the magnificent stallion that Hua Daoshua was leading, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Miss, this is a Han blood horse. Truly discerning, I see. Are you willing to sell? As Hua Daoshua led the horse closer, the young man, brimming with excitement, reached out to stroke the horse's head. However, the stallion snorted coldly, raising its front hooves in a menacing display. No hostility, behave, Hua Daoshua admonished, giving the horse a gentle pat on the head. The stallion then lowered its head submissively, adopting a demeanor akin to a dutiful wife. This is a modest business, yet such an exceptional steed is beyond our means, the young man stammered, his fingers brushing against the horse's sleek coat, his eyes glistening with desire. How much is this horse worth? Hua Daoshua surveyed the surrounding horse traders, noticing that none appeared particularly affluent. Priceless, my lady. You may name your price, provided there is a buyer, the vendor replied candidly. This posed a genuine dilemma. After a moment's contemplation, Hua Daoshua proposed, I shall leave this horse with you. If it sells, I will give you a 10% commission. How does that sound? The young man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. No wonder his left eye had twitched this morning. Fortune was at hand. Very well, miss, you can trust me. I shall not deceive you. Hua Daoshua patted her pockets, realizing she was utterly broke, raising an eyebrow. She asked, could you possibly lend me some silver? Just a few taels will suffice. I am quite famished. The young man hesitated, looking conflicted. Well. Never mind, she interjected, since this wretched horse is unsellable anyway, I might as well slaughter it for a meal. With that, Hua Daoshua began to lead the horse away. The young man stood in shock, unable to process her intent to roast such a magnificent steed. He quickly rushed after her, grasping her arm. Miss, silver is negotiable, but you absolutely must not slaughter that horse. He dashed into a nearby courtyard, returning shortly with a pouch of silver. Here are 50 taels. My employer insisted on gifting this to you for your trust in our humble establishment. Hua Daoshua accepted the silver and inquired, is this enough for a lavish meal at the finest tavern? Indeed, miss, it is sufficient for a splendid feast at Wei Xianzhai, the young man affirmed, secretly calculating how much this petite lady could consume. Thus, Hua Daoshua leisurely ordered an extravagant spread at Wei Xianzhai. However, when it came time to settle the bill, she discovered that the total was a staggering 100 taels short. What nonsense is this? Are you trying to cheat me? This banquet barely costs 50 taels, she exclaimed, rising in outrage, for in ancient times, just a few taels could sustain a common family for an entire month. Just then a group of burly thugs appeared, ready to pounce without a word. Rolling her eyes, Hua Daoshua thought, what is this absurdity? I've just finished my meal, now is hardly the time for a scuffle. Chapter 36. The chase. She evaded their grasp, silently praying for a savior, recalling how in every story of temporal displacement, the heroine is always rescued by a gallant hero during perilous times. Yet, where was her knight in shining armor? She contemplated rewriting her narrative, but not in this fashion. Curse you, heaven! This is truly unjust. With fury, she raised a chair to strike and executed a swift kick, sending one brute flying across the room. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed towards the window, her life having devolved into a series of daring escapes. It was not cowardice. She knew she could fight, yet one's fists could scarcely withstand the relentless onslaught of multiple assailants. As she sprinted down the street, chaos erupted around her. Vegetables toppled, fruit stalls were overturned, and her pursuers multiplied, wielding knives and brooms as they chased this lone woman. The once vibrant street became a frenzy. Suddenly, Hua Daoshua halted, not out of reluctance or fatigue, but because a row of cloaked assassins had emerged, blocking her path, each donned in a dark veil, brandishing gleaming blades with a palpable aura of menace. Hua Daoshua felt a shiver run down her spine. She inhaled deeply, assessing the situation, and discreetly grasped a dagger hidden within her sleeve. This group was clearly targeting her. The pursuers behind her, witnessing the ominous scene, instinctively retreated several paces, wary of being caught in the fray. A smirk played on Hua Daoshua's lips. While she preferred to avoid unnecessary fights, she had never feared those that threatened her life. As the assassins advanced, she adeptly dodged one strike, swept another off his feet, and with precise skill, dispatched one with her dagger, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, for every foe she felled, multiple others closed in from behind. Despite her graceful maneuvers, she sustained several wounds, blood seeping from her torso and back, yet she pressed on relentlessly, until with one final thrust, she severed the throat of the last assassin. Blood cascaded down her arms, painting the ground crimson. The scent of iron filled the air, prompting the crowd that had once pursued her to recoil in horror. No one had anticipated that a single woman could so swiftly vanquish a cadre of assassins. Hua Daoshua felt a piercing pain throughout her body, her wounds rendering her unsteady. Grasping a dagger to support herself, She cast her eyes skyward, lamenting, "Why has no hero descended to rescue me? I am not unworthy of salvation." Chapter 37. The arrival of a handsome hero. In her final moments before losing consciousness, she beheld a visage of divine beauty, though she lacked the time to appreciate it fully before darkness enveloped her. The once tumultuous street fell eerily silent, a chilling wind sweeping through, freezing the hearts of onlookers. This frigid aura emanated from a man clad in a purple phoenix robe, his long hair cascading freely without restraint. He approached the injured woman and caught her just as she was about to collapse. However, upon seeing her grievous wounds, his demeanor shifted, casting a shadow over the sun itself, silencing the street to the point where even the rustling leaves were audible. A child's wail pierced the air, escalating in intensity. The man cradling the wounded woman turned to face the commotion, his striking countenance rendered the entire street breathless, with a mere glance at the crying child. He raised a hand, and the child's sobs abruptly ceased, leaving only silent tears streaming down its cheeks. Finally, Hua Daoshua had found her hero, albeit a tad late. The ethereal sound of a flute filled the air. Stirring her from her unconsciousness, she opened her eyes, only to find herself surrounded by a delicate silk mosquito net, the faint fragrance of wisteria wafting through the air. Attempting to move, she winced at the pain of her injuries. Realizing she was tightly bound in bandages, resembling a mummy, the flute's melody drifted from the window, compelling her to glance over. There sat a mesmerizingly handsome man, playing a jade flute, his purple robe cascading elegantly around him. Partially open to reveal a hint of his toned physique, the moonlight illuminated his flawless profile, and as the evening breeze tousled his long hair, delicate wisteria petals danced about him, creating a dreamlike scene. Hua Daoshua closed her eyes briefly, reopening them to find the enchanting figure still there, as mesmerizingly unreal as before. "Are you human or divine?" she inquired. Yet, the beautiful man continued to play, seemingly oblivious to her question. However, Hua Daoshua knew he had hurt her. He simply chose to ignore her. Such an ethereal being would undoubtedly possess formidable martial skills. He would sense even the slightest disturbance, the moment she regained consciousness. He had been aware of her presence. The haunting melody of the jade flute echoed, distinct from others, yet its tune was dismal, suffocating in its oppressive weight. "Are you playing a tune or orchestrating a murder with this cacophony?" Hua Daoshua grumbled, her hunger outweighing her desire to endure his melancholic tune any longer. The sound of the flute came to an abrupt halt. The handsome man tilted his head to glance out at the serene moonlight and remarked softly, "The soul-devouring melody, what purpose does it serve if not for taking lives?" Hua Daoshua shuddered. Indeed, this wretched tune was truly intended for murder. "Who are you? Where am I? I am famished, is there anything to eat?" Hua Daoshua refrained from engaging in idle chatter, realizing she needed to ascertain whether she had been rescued or had fallen into yet another den of danger. Chapter 38. Better to be with me than with him. Only then did the handsome man leisurely rise from the jade couch, the wide purple phoenix robe draped over him askew, revealing his strong shoulders and a significant portion of his upper body. Causing Hua Daoshua's cheeks to flush slightly, "Could you please put on your clothes?" She chided. "No matter how beautiful you are, such exposure is inappropriate." "No," he replied, moving to sit at the edge of the bed, extending a bowl of medicine towards her. "If you wish to eat, you must first drink this." A strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air, and Hua Daoshua furrowed her brow. The bitter aroma was overwhelming. "To be good, drink it quickly." The handsome man gently blew on the concoction before handing her the golden spoon. Hua Daoshua watched as his red lips parted and closed. Alluring as cherries, making her mouth water, she pondered, is this the legendary scenario of a handsome man feeding medicine, each spoonful sweeter than honey? Tempted by those cherry-red lips, she opened her mouth for a taste. Alas, the bitterness was nauseating. How dare the editors of those dramas deceive innocent maidens? As he fed her the bitter concoction, Hua Daoshua persevered, swallowing despite the wretched taste. When he offered her another spoonful, she immediately protested. "My lord, I can drink the medicine myself." Struggling to sit up, she managed to take the bowl, downing its contents in one go. Afterward, she felt as if she might vomit, her furrowed brow refusing to relax. "Is it terribly bitter?" The handsome man's elongated eyes sparkled with an enigmatic glint. Was this even a question? Clenching her teeth, Hua Daoshua lamented the malice of the old society, which mandated the consumption of such vile medicine. The corners of the handsome man's mouth lifted into an enchanting smile. "I shall assist you." As he spoke, his red lips descended upon hers, leaving Hua Daoshua momentarily bewildered, as if struck by lightning. His warm, soft lips, scented faintly with floral notes, pressed against her, and something cold slipped into her mouth. Only then did she realize she needed to push this scoundrel away. A sweet taste filled her mouth. Yet the revulsion compelled her to spit it out. It was a piece of rock candy. How desperately she needed this delicacy. But the thought of its passage made her shudder. She glared up at the handsome man, who frowned in displeasure. There was only one piece. If you spit it out, it is gone. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she thought it was absurd. Had she not been injured, she would have struck him down. Do you even understand the concept of propriety between men and women? I am a chaste maiden, not someone you can kiss at will, you lecherous rogue. Hua Daoshua vented all the insults she could muster. Feeling somewhat relieved. A flower thief? The handsome man's dark eyes brightened slightly at her words. You appear quite unwell. It would be challenging to court you. He feigned regret. That I must inform you, I am a married woman. If you dare to touch me, my husband will surely take his knife to you. Hua Daoshua lay down, covering herself with the quilt, resolutely deciding not to entertain this unhinged individual. Once her injuries healed, she would ensure he paid dearly for his insolence. Your husband? What good is that impotent prince you? Rather than be with him, you should choose me. The handsome man leaned closer, his slender fingers entwining a lock of her hair as he earnestly stated. Everything he can offer you I can provide too. And those things he cannot, I can still give you. What do you say? Chapter 39 The Midnight Intruder. June Lintian. Hua Daoshua pursed her lips, staring at him. Are you serious? She was not swept away by the handsome man's charms but was contemplating whether it was time for a change of scenery. The Prince Yu's residence was no longer the tranquil place she had once imagined. This man seemed formidable. Perhaps he truly could be her salvation in this world. No one doubted the words of Di Shongyun. The handsome man frowned slightly, his displeasure evident, as if he felt her skepticism was a grave offense. I will listen for now, but please leave. Allow me to rest as a patient. There are no free lunches in this world, she thought, not naive enough to strike a deal with someone whose motives remained unclear. This is my room, my bed. Where would I go? Di Shongyun smirked, lying beside her. I shall sleep here. He turned his head, casting a wicked glance at Hua Daoshua, his peach blossom eyes sparkling mischievously. Get lost. Do you intend to take advantage of me while I am vulnerable? Hua Daoshua was bewildered. How could such an exquisite man be so fond of teasing women? Moreover, he was a wounded man, wrapped like a mummy, and yet he found her appealing. Others beg me for a chance, yet I am indifferent. You, however, are truly oblivious to your fortune. Di Shongyun rolled over and pressed his lips against Hua Daoshua's. Without hesitation, she bit down. He chuckled, unfazed, as she clamped his finger in her mouth, though his eyes glinted with a hint of frost. At that moment, the door was flung open, and the evening breeze rushed in, creating a ruckus. In a brief spell, the weather outside changed dramatically. A powerful wave of cold air swept into the room, and the figure at the doorway glared with piercing eyes, their icy demeanor prompting an instinctual desire to retreat. Hua Daoshua. What are you doing? June Lintian's chilling voice rang out, causing Hua Daoshua to stiffen. June Lintian has arrived. She attempted to look, but Di Shongyun blocked her view. Di Shongyun feigned indifference, smiling at June Lintian. Prince Yu, are you out searching for your wife at this late hour? June Lintian cast a cold glance at him. Di Shongyun. Have you grown weary of idleness in Luogu? Di Shongyun rose, leisurely draping his robe as he approached June Lintian, languidly stating, it is indeed rather dull. I ventured out for a look and unexpectedly found a nearly dying beauty. Surely, Prince Yu knows I never do good deeds. If you wish to take her away, what will you offer in return? No one dares to demand anything from this king, June Lintian replied, striding toward Hua Daoshua, a flicker of unusual interest crossing his narrowed eyes as he bent down to lift her. Turning to leave. Do you think you have the ability to stop me? June Lintian scoffed. Shongyun smirked. It seems you've lost a fine steed. Its name is Scarlet. June Lintian's expression shifted. Is it in your possession? I happened to take a stroll yesterday and acquired it, Di Shongyun nonchalantly replied, settling into a pear blossom chair, resting his chin on one hand. Do you want the person or the horse? June Lintian cast a glance at Hua Daoshua, who felt her heart race. Could it truly be that the horse they spoke of was the very one she had let out to sell yesterday? Oh, and I must inform you that fine steed of yours was sold by your wife, Di Shongyun remarked with a mocking smile, finding June Lintian's marriage quite amusing. Hua Daoshua longed to shatter his smirking lips. Chapter 40. A person is worth less than a horse. June Lintian did not spare her a glance, turning instead to Di Shongyun. Where is the horse? 300,000. Deliver the money to my bank tomorrow, and the horse will be sent to Prince Yu's residence. Di Shongyun stood and gestured as if ushering him out. It seems you are indeed quite bored, June Lintian replied coldly before departing. Hua Daoshua yelled after him. June Lintian, stop right there. You impotent fool, you sold me for a horse. I will not let this go. Cease your shouting. Why waste your breath? Di Xiangyun approached her with a cheerful demeanor. Hua Daoxue curled up in pain, her petite shoulders trembling slightly. Di Xiangyun's expression shifted. You aren't crying over this, are you? Hua Daoxue raised her head and shouted, crying? No way. My wound has reopened and I am starving. Di Xiangyun's gloomy expression vanished instantly as he donned his robe and stepped outside, returning shortly with a large plate of light fare as the pain subsided. Hua Daoxue asked with some irritation. Is it not possible to have a bit of meat? Eating vegetarian every day is turning me into a nun. Di Xiangyun raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat troubled. You are injured all over. You can only eat lightly. However, if you truly desire meat, I can catch a couple of fish to steam for you. As he spoke, he vanished like a gust of wind outside. The moonlight had faded, and distant thunder rumbled ominously as lightning flashed, indicating an impending storm. Was he truly going to fish for her at such a time? Would he be struck by lightning? Moreover, judging by his tone, it seemed he would personally prepare the meal. How could such a magnificent and seemingly noble man lack servants? If he had no servants or maids, then who had administered the medicine for her injuries? As this thought crossed her mind, Hua Daoxue felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Was she not completely exposed to this rogue? Reflecting on Jun Lintian, she couldn't believe he had cast her aside for a horse. Had he never considered what might happen when his pure and beautiful wife was left alone with a man as stunning as Di Xiangyun? Her safety was clearly worth less than a mere horse. Jun Lintian, oh Jun Lintian, how cruel you are. I vow not to spare that horse, not for any other reason, but to reclaim my dignity as a human being. A quarter of an hour later, the handsome man finally entered with a bowl of clear soup. Although it appeared to be merely clear broth, it was surprisingly rich in flavor, and he was quite the culinary talent. Hua Daoxue's fondness for him instantly soared several degrees. Aside from his penchant for teasing women, he seemed quite commendable in other respects. Puzzled, Hua Daoxue inquired, why are you treating me so well? Di Xiangyun, with his slender fingers resting thoughtfully on his forehead, replied, you know, you look incredibly imposing, covered in blood and casting disdainful glances at the heavens, that I find it utterly captivating. I'm off to sleep now. Hua Daoxue's lips twitched. As expected, this fellow could only muster one serious remark amidst his banter. Hey, I'm being serious. Why do you act so dismissively? Whose bed are you sleeping in now? Di Xiangyun's beautiful eyes flashed with indignation. How could one treat their savior with such a demeanor? Chapter 41. Morning duck. Outside, the thunder gradually receded, giving way to a torrential downpour that sent raindrops cascading down the window sill. Dislodging the mallow flowers. Di Xiangyun moved the flowers indoors, secured the doors and windows, and obediently settled down on the soft couch for a nap. Hua Daoxue slept for an extended period, awakening 3 days later to find her injuries miraculously healed and her attire changed. A maid entered, her face alight with surprise. Miss, you're awake. The maid was truly enchanting, leaving Hua Daoxue feeling somewhat inadequate. After stretching and enjoying a hearty meal, Hua Daoxue stepped outside, discovering she was in a modest courtyard, consisting of merely 2 or 3 rooms, filled with a profusion of flowers and plants. The sound of flowing water reached her ears, and upon opening the courtyard gate, she was astonished to find the house situated in the middle of a river. Its crystal-clear waters revealing the riverbed. The water was shallow, with lush green grass and a variety of wildflowers blooming along the bank. This river wound through a tranquil valley, where birds outnumbered humans. Beneath a banyan tree in the courtyard lay a striking figure, fishing. A peach blossom fan shielded his exquisite visage from the sunlight, and with arms crossed, he appeared to be asleep, unperturbed by the fish tugging at his line. Hua Daoxue couldn't help but smirk. He truly is extravagant, spending 300,000 silver on a horse. You are mistaken. It is 300,000 gold. Di Xiangyun laughed, his mirth as radiant as blooming mountain flowers. As he reached out and pulled Hua Daoxue close, leaping into the river, his feet touched down, seemingly using the water's surface as a springboard. Walking upon the waves, Hua Daoxue, a woman of considerable experience, was nonetheless taken aback by this remarkable skill. On the riverbank stood a rosy horse, its coat a dazzling crimson, glistening as if dusted with rouge, captivating to the eye. This magnificent steed could hardly be less expensive than Jun Lintian's scarlet horse. Her name is Morning Duck. Do you like her? Di Xiangyun gently caressed the horse's coat, his resplendent scarlet robe harmonizing beautifully with the vibrant horse, dazzling to the eye. I do. The name is far more elegant than that commonplace scarlet. Hua Daoxue replied earnestly. Di Xiangyun burst into laughter. I adore your candidness. I hereby gift her to you. Hua Daoxue frowned slightly. That seems inappropriate. I have always believed that undue favors lead to ulterior motives. Which are you? While she was utterly taken with the rosy horse, she would never compromise her integrity for it. Unlike June Lintian, that I am a fool, dedicated to robbing the rich to aid the poor. Di Xiangyun quipped as he swept Hua Daoxue onto the horse. Experience her for yourself. I assure you, you will want more. Hua Daoxue felt an urge to curse. His words seemed laced with innuendo. Nevertheless, she decided to overlook it for the sake of the horse. Di Xiangyun called out, "Morning duck, fly." Hua Daoxue sensed that his mind was slightly unhinged, but in truth it was her own limited experience. The horse named Morning Duck unfurled two fleshy wings from its rear, galloping forth like an arrow released from a bow celestial steed. Hua Daoxue was dumbfounded. It would be strange if such a horse were not expensive. In mere moments they had exited the valley and entered the city, traversing the distance in a quarter of an hour, the rosy horse soaring through the air as if it truly flew. Barely touching the ground. Chapter 42. The Empress Dowager awaits. Upon arriving in the city, Di Xiangyun did not slow the horse's pace, heading directly to a money house where he came to a halt. The rosy horse reared beautifully, capturing the attention of everyone on the street. Wow, the legendary rosy horse. Isn't that the steed of Luo Di? How did it end up here? The onlookers remarked on the stunning man atop the horse. Who is that woman in white? Ignoring the murmurs, Di Xiangyun led Hua Daoxue into the money house, where a gold-adorned manager greeted them. Luo Di, the 300,000 gold is ready. Hua Daoxue, sipping tea, nearly choked. An uncomfortable sensation lodged in her throat. Was this fellow a prodigal, bestowing both a magnificent steed and gold upon her? What did he find appealing about her? Have you lost your mind? Hua Daoxue regarded Di Xiangyun incredulously, devoid of any thrill at the prospect of riches. The following day, rumors began to circulate that the Princess of Yu had been rescued by Luo Di, leading to a series of nights spent alone together, with Luo Di gifting a steed and gold. This string of ambiguous insinuations ignited much gossip, with June Lintian absent from the residence, reportedly off suppressing bandits. He showed no concern for her well-being, which delighted Hua Daoxue. The uncontained whispers spread like wildfire, growing increasingly scandalous. Out of course, Hua Daoxue remained oblivious, spending her days languishing in the garden until June Qixie arrived to deliver a summons. The Empress Dowager requests your presence. Hua Daoxue longed to strike June Qixie. Didn't we agree I wouldn't have to serve the in-laws? Why is that old crone summoning me? Is she going to teach me some palace seduction techniques to ensnare June Lintian? I won't go. That I was nearly killed by assassins recently, gravely injured, and I won't be able to move for half a year. Hua Daoxue adjusted her position, remaining nestled in the soft couch. June Qixie stared at her as if she were a curiosity. You've grown quite bold. Do you think your connection with Di Xiangyun can protect you? This is the Empress Dowager. Refusing to go is an act of defiance. Hua Daoxue smiled wryly. Yes, I am defying her. Let her execute my entire clan if she wishes. Humph, if she were to execute her clan, she would take June Qixie along with her. Along with that heartless June Lintian, peace would reign across the land. Stop making a fuss and prepare to meet the Empress Dowager. June Qixie's handsome face tightened. He found this fool sometimes surprisingly astute, though he was unsure if she was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. He had not realized how accommodating he was when speaking with Hua Daoxue. He would not have shown such patience with anyone else. That if you don't want to see her, then don't. Hua Daoxue was resolute in protecting her freedom. The palace was a den of needles, and it would be a miracle if she weren't pricked. Tell the Empress Dowager that if I am not pregnant within a year, she can come and execute me. There's no need for such haste. With a lazy yawn, Hua Daoxue noted that her fatigue was increasing. Chapter 43. The return of Princess Sea. Autumn had arrived, bringing with it a chill, and the languor of the season made one drowsy. Why do you look perpetually unable to awaken? June Qixie sat down, enjoying a piece of cake, in no hurry to urge her to the palace. Engaging in casual conversation, spring drowsiness, autumn fatigue, summer naps, but winter slumbers for 3 months. When, pray tell, is one ever truly awake? Hua Daoxue rolled her eyes at June Qixie. I am your aunt, and here you sit so brazenly, affecting my reputation. Do you not realize? Rumors had already spread outside that he had been involved with Di Xiangyun. What reputation could he possibly have left? At this, June Qixie's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he leaned in. Is Di Xiangyun truly interested in you? Why not? I am your aunt, beautiful as a flower, innocent and charming, gentle and kind. Why should he not be drawn to me? Hua Daoxue straightened her posture, her chest rising enticingly, causing June Qixie's face to redden slightly. Is it not inappropriate for you to speak so? He exclaimed, regarding her as if she were an impure woman. You are married to my royal uncle. Even if he is impotent, you cannot stray. Do you think you are a 9-tailed fox with 9 lives? Hua Daoxue chuckled. Luo Di saved me. It is only natural I repay him. Surely your royal uncle would understand. If he did not, then why had he abandoned her to Di Shongyun that night? Laugh while you can. Let us hurry to the palace. The Empress Dowager awaits you with bated breath. Jun Qixia was clearly entertained by the unfolding drama. Hey, I heard you've lost quite a bit of money gambling lately. How about I give you 100,000 gold to help me deal with the Empress Dowager? Hua Daoshua reclined lazily on the soft couch, watching him with a glimmer of amusement. Money can move mountains, especially for a mere third prince. Jun Qixia's face registered disbelief. How did you know? Why does it matter? Is it a deal or not? This was common knowledge throughout the city. She had overheard the gossip while dining at Weixian restaurant. Jun Qixia's handsome face reflected a moment of struggle before he finally relented. Fine. I will send someone to collect the gold shortly. Good nephew. Hua Daoshua smiled and waved him off. Now be gone. Jun Qixia cast a lingering glance at Hua Daoshua. Departing with a swish of his sleeve. It was not every day that a woman dispatched a proud and noble prince with a mere 100,000 gold. Without the royal palace to contend with, Hua Daoshua finally enjoyed some peace, especially as Jun Lintian remained absent from the residence. Indulging in nearly a month of languid repose, she found her body somewhat stiff from too much sleep. One day, she decided to ride her rosy horse out of the manor. In order to compliment her steed, she donned a splendid crimson gown, leisurely riding through the streets, exuding an air of carefree elegance. One might think she was strutting for a grand display, but in truth, she was merely vigilant for any assassins who might seek to trouble her. Regrettably, as the sun dipped below the horizon, no assassins emerged. Hua Daoshua ventured to the apothecary to procure several toxic concoctions, subsequently finding a tavern to indulge in music. The singer's soft melodies lulled her into a drowsy stupor. How dreadfully tedious the old society was, leaving her feeling as lethargic as a zombie each day. Perhaps she should seek out Di Shongyun for some amusement. Truth be told, she remained oblivious to the true nature of Di Shongyun, only aware that people referred to him as Luadi, and that he dared to oppose Jun Lintian. Possessing a visage that captivated many. One certainty she held was the enmity between Jun Lintian and Di Shongyun, a feud of considerable magnitude. Hua Daoshua lazily mounted her steed, Chunfu, declaring, whoever wishes to approach, let them do so. I am unfamiliar with this so-called Princess Faisai. This name, rather pedestrian like the horse itself. Wait a moment. Faisai, could it be that the horse belongs to this inconsequential princess? A princess? Since when did Jun Lintian have a daughter? Knowing he was incapable of bearing children, had he adopted someone? No, given the affection he lavished on that horse. This woman must be of utmost significance to him. How surprising it was that a man who could not perform had already captured someone's heart. Yet, such matters were hardly of her concern. She had indulged in rest enough over the past few days and sought to find some revelry today. With thoughts of seeking out Jun Qixia for a gambling spree, she urged her horse forward. Hua Daoshua leaned forward and chuckled softly. Let Princess Faisai stew in her vexation. May the royal prince you suffer dearly with that. She kicked her legs, swiftly changing direction and departing. A sigh escaped her lips. It appeared she must leave the Prince Yu's residence sooner rather than later. Upon arriving at the third prince's estate, the servants informed her that Jun Qixia was on Suelu Street, and she soon made her way there. Expecting Suelu Street to be a place of revelry and romance, she was taken aback to discover it was a bustling thoroughfare for the sale of jade. On this jade street stood the most opulent establishment, aptly named Gamble the World, boasting 3 floors, each teeming with patrons. Hua Daoshua entered and observed a crowd in the grand hall, where individuals were feverishly cutting stones, some perspiring profusely, others glowing with excitement, while others clutched stones, weeping inconsolably. Gambling serves you right to weep. Instead of earning a living, you come here hoping for a windfall. Announcing her association with Jun Qixia, she was escorted to a private room on the 3rd floor, where a considerable number of guests had gathered. In a spacious chamber, a large table was laden with jade stones encased in their rocky shells, with several finely dressed gentlemen engrossed in selection. Jun Qixia, if you continue to gamble, you may well lose your princely status. Hua Daoshua leaned against the doorframe, speaking lazily. Jun Qixia lifted his gaze, a look of surprise lighting his features as he rushed over. Hua Daoshua, what brings you here? Just my luck today has been dismal. Lend me some silver, for I must uncover a fine jade today. Are you out of your mind? You live in luxury yet resort to gambling for profit? Hua Daoshua cast a glance at the gentlemen within, noting they were either wealthy or noble, all seeking thrills in gambling. Gambling with stones is quite simple. When jade is mined, it is encased in a layer of rock, making it appear as mere stone, concealing the quality of the jade within. As the name suggests, gambling stones involves purchasing these encased raw stones to cut open, if good jade is found within. One profits while the poor quality is rendered useless. She had dabbled in it before, and truth be told, it is indeed addictive, satisfying one's curiosity. However, the risks are considerable. Fortunes can be made overnight, or one might lose everything just as swiftly. I'm simply unwilling to accept that I've yet to uncover a quality jade, Jun Qixia grumbled, frustration evident. If I assist you in finding a good jade, will you aid me in a task? Hua Daoshua surveyed the raw stones on the table. We've been at it for 3 days and nights without a good find. Do you truly believe you can succeed? Jun Qixia expressed disbelief, while the gentleman glanced at Hua Daoshua with disdainful looks. Then do not concern yourself. Even if I were to exhaust the 200,000 gold given to me by Di Shangyun, I would still manage to procure a fine jade for you. Jun Qixia eyed her with suspicion. What do you wish for this prince to do? There's a woman named Faisai close to Jun Lintian. Find a way to keep her from bothering me. Hua Daoshua shot him a glance. Does my concern matter? Perhaps you should simply eliminate her. Jun Qixia shook his head. You must be mad. Even my father dares not touch Faisai. It would be best to abandon such thoughts. You cannot compete for favor. Hua Daoshua burst into laughter. Third prince, you must be experiencing temporary amnesia. How can Jun Lintian, who cannot even stand, bestow affection upon anyone? Ha ha ha. The gentlemen in the room turned to her in unison, incredulous that she would speak so bluntly about such matters. Hua Daoshua stepped forward, glancing at the table, seizing a football-sized raw stone to inspect it against the light before tossing it to Jun Qixia. Remember to fulfill your end of the bargain with that. She exited the room, disregarding the gentleman beside her, leaving the 4 young masters of the royal city in splendid disregard. Jun Qixia hastily cut the raw stone open, only to be left dumbfounded. Within lay an entire piece of verdant jade, glimmering with a translucent sheen, an exquisite gem. Hua Daoshua, how did you manage this? Upon leaving Gamble the World, Hua Daoshua mounted her horse, only to spot Zhang Dia emerging from a nearby jade shop, holding a piece of translucent sheep fat jade that appeared quite valuable. Lord Jiang, purchasing a jade pendant for which flower maiden? She teased from her steed, having recently come into wealth. A little gambling is harmless, Hua Daoshua hinted. A glint of mockery passed through Zhang Dia's deep-set eyes as he replied, the princess you has indeed caught the eye of a wealthy patron. Wealth is merely a transient matter. Where do you intend to amuse yourself? Bring me along, for I find myself rather bored at Jinxiang Tower. Shall we go? Zhang Dia grinned, his smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, embodying the very essence of a sly minister. The accommodations there are both fragrant and soft, ensuring a most comfortable slumber. Zhang Dia glanced at her steed, furrowing his brow. A young lady should not ride a horse ostentatiously through the streets. Hua Daoshua laughed heartily. Lord Jiang, do not envy my steed Chenfu. Come join me. Zhang Dia instructed his attendant and swiftly mounted the horse, as Hua Daoshua urged her horse forward, galloping away when Jun Qixia rushed out. All he caught was their retreating figures, unable to suppress a curse. This woman flits about like a butterfly, unbothered by scandal. After a moment's thought, he summoned a carriage and headed to the Prince Yu's residence. Within the Prince Yu's mansion, a grand banquet was laid out, and seated at the table were Jun Lintian and a delicate young girl clad in pink. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14. Adorned in an exquisitely luxurious gown of cold moon silk, her tender face flushed with a rosy hue, her brow furrowed, and her eyes flashing with a hint of IRS for what transpired next. Jun Lintian coldly regarded Hongmei. You were tasked to accompany Hua Daoshua. How did you manage it? Hongmei quickly knelt. I just informed the princess, but she insisted on seeking out the third prince. That Yanji horse runs too swiftly for me to follow. And Hua Daoshua? Did she not seek you out? Jun Lintian furrowed his brow, exasperated by her waywardness. That I came to inform you. She left with Zhang Dia, rumored to be headed to Jinxiang Tower. Jun Lintian's gaze turned icy as he commanded. Gongqing, take men and burn Jinxiang Tower to the ground. Gongqing hesitated. My lord, are you truly serious? Jun Lintian shot him a glance, and Gongqing promptly scurried away like a dog, ready to carry out the order. How had his once loyal attendant become embroiled in such violent deeds? Faisai, the Prince Yu's residence is your home. No one dares to disrespect you. Henceforth, do not utter such words. Jun Lintian pulled her close, playfully pinching her delicate nose. Why do you seem to grow ever more childish? She is but a woman of no consequence. Why waste your energy on her? He then rose. I shall accompany you to burn Jinxiang Tower. Jun Qixia could not contain his outburst. Royal uncle, how could you do this? I am your royal nephew, Jun Qixia scoffed. Hua Daoshua is even thinner. He too was incensed and swept out of the room. Jun Lintian watched his retreating figure, a cold glint in his eyes. How audacious he had become, daring to defend Hua Daoshua. Meanwhile, Zhang Dia led Hua Daoshua to Jinxiang Tower, where they sought out 2 musicians to accompany them into a private room. Hua Daoshua lounged half-reclined on a soft couch, clutching a bottle of wine as she listened to the melodies, while Zhang Dia embraced a beauty, whispering sweet nothings, though his gaze never strayed far from Hua Daoshua. Lord Jiang, you cannot indulge in such behavior, clinging to one while coveting another. Hua Daoshua sat up, taking a swig of wine and shaking her head. This wine is utterly tasteless. With that, she hurled the bottle aside and, swaying slightly, retired to bed for some much-needed rest. Zhang Dia dismissed the woman and approached the bedside, gently stroking her forehead as he inquired with concern, "You are not intoxicated, are you?" "I wouldn't know how to write drunk, but I'm tired." "You may go play in the next room. I do not fancy the sounds of such activities," Hua Daoshua replied, her eyes barely open as she pouted. Zhang Dia chuckled softly and ushered everyone out of the room. "Why do you not leave? It is inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to remain together in one chamber. What if a fire were to ignite? Where would we seek justice? If you are here, how can I leave?" Zhang Dia tucked her in, saying, "Rest well. With me around, you need not worry. No one dares to send assassins after you again." Hua Daoshua suddenly sat up, her eyes wide. "Do you know who wishes to kill me?" Zhang Dia smiled lightly. "Do you think the Empress issued that decree for whom? Whoever desires the Yuwang to have heirs is the one behind it. That old witch of an empress wishes to send me into the flames?" A chill flickered in Hua Daoshua's eyes. Was marrying Jun Lintian not a simple matter after all? She lay back down, murmuring, "I truly cannot stay in the Yuwang mansion. The Xiang residents will always welcome you." Zhang Dia replied shamelessly. Hua Daoshua shot him a glare. "Di Shongyun has already given me the token of affection, Chan Fu, with a dowry of 300,000 taels of gold, once I rid myself of Jun Lintian. And after I part ways with Di Shongyun, I will undoubtedly go to your Xiang residence as a genius of the 21st century. Hua Daoshua understood without needing to think that Zhang Dia and Di Shongyun were not genuinely interested in her. She was indifferent to their ulterior motives. Once she began to ponder, she would realize the complexity of the situation, akin to a chess game, and she did not wish to be a pawn. So she chose to disregard it. Zhang Dia laughed heartily. "You have certainly prepared several escape routes. I do not require an escape route. I only need a place where I can sleep soundly." Hua Daoshua replied. Just as she intended to lie down and rest, she caught a whiff of smoke, hastily getting out of bed and rushing to the window below. Flames flickered and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Hua Daoshua slapped her forehead. "Damn, it really is on fire." Zhang Dia, realizing the gravity of the situation, noted the chaos below as people shouted and attempted to extinguish the flames, which were growing fiercer instead. "Who dares to put out the fire will face execution without mercy," the familiar voice rang out, causing Hua Daoshua's body to tremble. Zhang Dia smiled. Is the Yuwang planning to burn his adulterous lover and concubine? Hua Daoshua hooked her arm around his, teasing. "Adulterous lover, why not take the concubine along to escape? Do you truly wish to be burned to death?" Zhang Dia swept her up and carried her to the rooftop as the crescent moon climbed higher in the sky. The city below was a blaze of lights and festivities, and the evening breeze blew gently. Hua Daoshua yawned. "I am so sleepy." Suddenly, she turned to Zhang Dia and asked, "Do you wish to hear a song?" "I shall listen if you sing." Zhang Dia reached out, tucking the strands of hair blown by the evening wind behind her ear, his voice akin to the soft murmur of insects at night, bringing a sense of delight. Chapter 48. A performance by 3 men. Hua Daoshua glanced at the raging fire below, where a crowd had gathered outside the Jinxiang pavilion. Her interest piqued. "Very well. I shall sing a song for you. The moonlight is sparse. Who stirs the cold clothes, gazing into the distance? I think of you in my hometown. A night of snow has not yet filled the north wind's rush. Thousands of miles apart, our hearts remain entwined. Dreams of glory, the Chong flute plays in the wind. Knowing your heart, I send cold clothes across 1,000 miles. If I succeed, I shall return home with my crown. This night there is no snow, no clear sky, no sorrow or joy." Hua Daoshua, clad in red, stood atop the roof, one hand on her chest and the other behind her back, her posture straight as she completed the entire song Cold Clothes tune. During the performance she remained almost motionless, with only the moonlight swirling around her. Zhang Dia gazed at her intently, his thoughts shifting, yet he ultimately did not extend his arms to embrace her. The fire below blazed fiercely, reaching the 3rd floor as the captivated onlookers turned their gazes upward to Hua Daoshua's song. Just as she finished singing, the pillar on the 2nd floor collapsed, and in an instant the 3rd floor and the entire rooftop crumbled into the inferno. Zhang Dia swiftly grasped Hua Daoshua, pulling her away. Meanwhile, 2 figures soared into the air, blocking Zhang Dia mid-flight. Under the faint moonlight, the 3 parties stood poised against one another, rendering the surrounding clamor into a profound silence. Ultimately, they landed simultaneously on the opposite rooftop. On this early autumn night, the evening breeze carried a hint of chill, brushing against the three most sinister men in the world, cold enough to seep into one's skin. Hua Daoshua rolled her eyes. You three fight first. I shall take my leave. She stepped aside, exclaiming, damn, it's so high. Just as she prepared to leap to the opposite side, a strong hand pulled her back. Hua Daoshua, where do you think you are going at this hour? Jun Lintian's ghostly face appeared even more chilling. Are you too tired of living? Jun Lintian said coldly. Di Xiangyun cast a glance at Hua Daoshua. A fleeting look of concern flashing in his eyes. Let me remind you, do not harm her. Jun Lintian curled his lips in disdain. My woman is not someone you need to worry about. Zhang Dia interjected. Di Xiangyun has at least given you 300,000 taels of gold and a token of affection. He has the right to be concerned. Hua Daoshua yawned lazily. You three can discuss among yourselves who will take me away. I am going to take a nap. She said this as she shrugged off Jun Lintian's hand and lay down on the rooftop, falling asleep within 3 seconds. It was not that she loved sleeping. It was simply too high up, and jumping down could result in a fatal fall. From now on, if anyone dares to approach Hua Daoshua, do not blame this king for being ruthless, Jun Lintian declared as he attempted to pick Hua Daoshua up once again. Tragically, the peach blossom fan and the cold jade flute obstructed him. Are you all truly rebelling? Jun Lintian waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of energy that pushed the peach blossom fan and cold jade flute back. Di Xiangyun scoffed, I have yet to experience the Yuwang's skills. It appears I shall have the chance today. Zhang Dia, eyeing Di Xiangyun like a cunning fox, remarked, though you are the leader of the martial world. Our Yuwang has triumphed in countless battles. Do be cautious. Di Xiangyun shot him a sidelong glance. I always start with the weaker opponent. With that, he struck out at Zhang Dia, and in an instant, the three were engaged in a fierce brawl. Hua Daoshua was utterly bewildered. What is going on here? I am utterly penniless. There is no need to use me as a pawn in your quarrels. Chapter 49. A horse's death. To vent frustration just as the three were locked in a fierce struggle, a figure leaped onto the opposite rooftop and swiftly dashed over to scoop up Hua Daoshua. Speeding away into the distance before the three could react, they vanished in a flurry of movements. Hua Daoshua blinked at Jun Qixia. Nephew, your move of the mantis catching the cicada while the yellow bird lies in wait is quite exquisite. Jun Qixia pouted, I simply do not want them to fight. If they truly begin, the Qin nation would descend into chaos. The guards were puzzled why the Wangfei was out in the middle of the night asking about Fai's. But they obediently informed her. Hua Daoshua snorted coldly and headed for the stables. Jun Qixia followed closely behind, calling out, what are you going to do? What about horse meat? Aren't you tired at this late hour? Jun Qixia, accustomed to Hua Daoshua's languid demeanor, found her suddenly energetic to be quite a rarity in the stable, for fierce blood horses were kept within luxurious stalls. Hua Daoshua abruptly halted, cursing under her breath. There were 2 guards still awake, tending to the horses at this late hour. She grabbed Jun Qixia. Deal with those 2 guards in no way. If the emperor uncle finds out, my days will not be pleasant. Jun Qixia protested. Coward. Hua Daoshua scoffed, raising her middle finger in disdain. She then picked up a stone and tossed it over. The guards were startled and hurried to investigate. Hua Daoshua stealthily approached from behind and delivered a sweeping kick. Knocking both of them unconscious, she seized the keys from their waists and unlocked the door to the luxurious stall. The horses, hearing the door open, whinnied in agitation, their alertness heightened. Fai's, the horse named after the color red, was kept in a separate stall. Hua Daoshua approached and patted its head. Hey there, horse worth 300,000 taels of gold. Your meat must be delectable. Quit whinnying. Do you still want to eat horse meat? With a swift kick, she sent it flying away and drew a dagger, aiming for the horse's neck. Fai's let out a painful scream, and alas, the blow was not precise enough to end its life in one strike. We must leave quickly. If this horse cries out, someone will come running, and you will be doomed, Jun Qixia urged, tugging at her to escape. I refuse to believe that I will face punishment for killing a horse alone. Hua Daoshua recalled the night when Jun Qixia had abandoned her for a horse, igniting her anger. Killing the horse would allow her to flee and sever all ties with him. As she prepared to strike again at the horse's neck, the other horses sensed danger and began to neigh loudly. Is something happening in the stables? Not far away, a patrol of guards halted upon hearing the commotion. Quickly, go check it out. Those horses are more precious than our lives. We cannot let anything happen. The captain of the patrol hurriedly led a team of guards toward the stables. Jun Qixia grew anxious. The approaching footsteps indicated that guards were already on their way. The Yu Wang mansion was heavily guarded, and if they were caught in this uproar, they would certainly be apprehended. Seeing that he could not budge Hua Daoshua, he swiftly immobilized her by pressing on her acupoint. You dare to seal my acupoint? Hua Daoshua exclaimed, frozen in place. Chapter 50. The midnight summons of the princess. This prince is saving you. You foolish one. Jun Qixia seized her and fled into the darkness. Just as they found cover, the patrolling guards arrived. Captain, the stable boy has been knocked unconscious, one guard reported. The captain rushed into the stable like a gust of wind, only to find the bleeding Fies sprawled on the ground. His face paling in fright. Call for the doctor. Fies is injured. Hua Daoshua observed from a distance as the torchlight illuminated Fies, who lay convulsing on the ground. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for choosing the wrong master. Jun Lintian torments Jiqiu, and she mistreats his horse. It seems Jun Lintian has the upper hand. Hua Daoshua squinted and smiled. Isn't it just a horse? Look at how frightened you are. Surely you haven't killed anyone before? You're an accomplice. I have my own matters to attend to, and you cannot escape. Jun Qixia felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Help me take my maid away. With Jiqiu here, she won't be able to do her duties. A petty man like Jun Lintian will threaten her time and again. Hua Daoshua entered the courtyard and kicked open Jiqiu's door. Jiqiu groggily awakened and, upon seeing her mistress, hastily got out of bed to check her over. Mistress, did the prince do anything to you? I'm fine, but you are in trouble. Hurry and pack your things. We must hide for a few days. Hua Daoshua halted her probing hands. Where can I hide? I don't want to. I want to stay with you. The woman was truly troublesome. Jun Qixia approached and knocked Jiqiu unconscious with a swift strike. Carrying her over the back wall. Princess, the Miss Feisty requests your presence in the main hall. A voice from outside called, belonging to an unknown matron. Hua Daoshua turned over and covered her ears. Princess, if you do not respond, we shall come in. The matron's voice grew sharp upon receiving no reply. With a wave of her hand, the guards outside prepared to force their way in. Hua Daoshua sat up, shedding her outer robe, clad only in her undergarment, yawning as she watched the intruders burst into the room. Where did this wild cat come from, crying for spring in the dead of night? Hua Daoshua lazily glanced at the matron, who appeared to be in her 50s and was impeccably dressed, clearly a favored servant. The guards, upon witnessing such a captivating beauty, quickly turned away, their faces pale with embarrassment. Princess, the Miss Feisty requests your presence, the matron repeated, casting a disdainful glance at her. Oh, what did you say? I couldn't hear you. Come closer and speak. Hua Daoshua beckoned with a smile. The matron stepped forward and shouted, the Miss Feisty commands you to go to the main hall immediately. Before she could finish, a slap landed on her face, causing her jowls to quiver. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Hua Daoshua rose, delivering a fierce kick that sent the matron crashing against the wall with a crack of breaking bones. What is Feisty to me? I am the princess. Today I shall teach you a lesson for your ignorance of rank. Grabbing a teacup from the table, she hurled it at the matron's head, but the guard swiftly intervened. Princess, you cannot strike Aunt Song. Hua Daoshua lazily eyed them. Do you wish to lose your eyes? The guards turned pale, stepping back in fear, while a clever one hastily fled the room to report. The remaining guards were bewildered. How could the princess dare to attack Aunt Song? Hua Daoshua drew a dagger, gliding it across Aunt Song's face. What do you think will happen if I plunge this into you? Will you live or die? Aunt Song's eyes flickered with fear, yet she maintained her haughty demeanor. If you dare to harm me, the princess will not spare you. Fear not. A single strike will not be your end. I possess a unique skill that can inflict thousands of cuts without killing. Known as 1,000 cuts and 10,000 scrapes, Hua Daoshua grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth. You wouldn't dare. Aunt Song's face drained of color, yet she retained the arrogance of a favored servant. Hua Daoshua delivered a kick that sent Aunt Song's face crashing against the wall. The sound of bones snapping echoing in the air. Isn't that daring? Hua Daoshua murmured. Capture someone for me. If the prince lays blame, I shall take responsibility. Outside, an angry shout rang out. Hua Daoshua turned to see a young girl in pink accompanied by several armed guards. Oh, reinforcements have arrived. Hua Daoshua released Aunt Song and lazily approached the door. When did my Yu Wangfu welcome such a troublesome little fox? Capture her. If the prince lays blame, I shall take responsibility. Hua Daoshua propped her foot against the doorframe, smiling as she watched the girl. Want to come in? Then you'll have to squeeze through. Have you lost your mind? I've already told you. Why ask if I dare? Hua Daoshua pouted. Hurry and come in. Your aging servant is on the verge of death. Chapter 52. The demoness mischief continues. Impudent. I am the princess, far more esteemed than you. A mere county princess. You rely on Jun Lintian's favor to act tyrannically. Yet I am not a princess to be trifled with. Hua Daoshua leaned against the door, her tone languid. Duan Feisty was stunned. Rooted in place, never having been struck before. The four guards nodded, Drawing their swords and charging toward Hua Daoxue with lethal intent, she narrowly dodged one strike, only to find another aimed at her. These fools were faster than she expected. She refused to believe she couldn't outmaneuver them with unwavering focus. Her phoenix eyes narrowed as she deftly evaded, trying to avoid exposing herself further that if her undergarment were to be severed, it would lead to utter humiliation. Had she known better than to reveal herself, she wouldn't have underestimated their disregard for the Princess Consort. Goodness, what is happening? This could lead to a fatality. Princess! A sharp voice echoed as Zhang Yufu approached slowly. Hua Daoxue remained oblivious to the chaos, skillfully maneuvering against the guards. Though she suffered minor wounds, they were inconsequential. Her undergarment remained intact, and her movements were still sharp. Moreover, the guards had sustained injuries from her concealed dagger. Princess, the consort is a gift from the Empress that if anything were to happen, it wouldn't bode well for the Yuwang. Zhang Yufu cautioned. The guards, now lacking composure, became even more aggressive. After all, one woman against 4 top-tier fighters was a tough battle, and her stamina was dwindling. A moment of carelessness led to the strap of her undergarment being caught by a sword's edge. Chapter 53. The demon's mischief continues. Heavens, how could June Lintian arrive at such an inopportune moment? She stood with her fair arms bare, crossing them over her chest, her phoenix eyes glinting with frost. In the midst of chaos, he chose to protect others instead of his own consort. This man was unworthy. Someone who does not regard you as a person cannot provide you with safety or comfort. Hua Daoxue, have you lost your mind? June Lintian's gaze blazed with fury, especially upon seeing her shameless demeanor. His face contorted in anger. Then the door slammed shut. The 4 guards were about to pursue when June Lintian coldly commanded. There's no need to chase. Take Aunt Song to tend to her injuries. Duan Feisi shook her head violently, tears streaming down her face. I don't want her. I want Faiz. She has been with me since childhood, and I cannot bear to part with her. June Lintian held her tightly, stroking her head in comfort. All right, we will fetch Faiz. Somebody, summon all the imperial doctors from the palace. The summoned personnel hurried off. While the rest felt a mix of shame and incredulity to call all imperial doctors for a horse. Alas, the princess was indeed favored, and the prince had elevated her to the skies. They cast furtive glances at Hua Daoxue, who had hidden in her room. Tomorrow, the Wangfu would no longer have a princess. She had only been married for a little over a month. Such a pity. Hua Daoxue, dress properly and come to the main hall. June Lintian commanded coldly, cradling Faiz and moving forward. It was not that she was cowardly, but this matter required resolution tonight, or she would not find rest. Thankfully, she had sent Jiqiu away earlier. Hua Daoxue glanced at herself in the mirror. Although she had arrived in this frail body with a pale complexion, after a month of recovery, she was now quite satisfied with her features. She applied the healing ointment gifted by Yun on her 2 wounds and proceeded to the main hall. Before the hall, all the servants knelt outside, numbering in the hundreds. How should one put it? Her beauty could surely sustain an entire brothel. This thought crossed her mind. Hua Daoxue chuckled, lazily raising her eyes to ask, why is everyone kneeling? Is there a funeral? Who has died? Such formality, with all this kneeling and weeping. Chapter 54. The demon's mischief continues. June Lintian's expression darkened, as if he could dye cloth with his fury. His gaze sharp as he glared at her. Duan Feisi burst into tears once more. Prince, she harmed Faiz and is now cursing it to death. What a vicious woman. Hua Daoxue feigned enlightenment. Oh, so the horse worth 300,000 taels of gold is dead? That is indeed quite sorrowful. 300,000 taels of gold, worth more than my life. Hongmei raised her head and shook it directly at her, urging her to refrain from further speech. That jade cup must be worth at least several hundred taels. And now it lies shattered, irreparable. Hua Daoxue wore a face of regret. June Lintian remained silent, his gaze growing increasingly cold, and his expression more fearsome, instilling trepidation in those who beheld him. Gongqing could not help but feel a pang of concern for Hua Daoxue. Realizing there was indeed a reason to call her foolish, she completely failed to grasp the concept of imperial authority, and continued to provoke. He found himself somewhat impressed by her audacity. The first person to dare consume cow dung is always worthy of respect. Can we not adhere to reason? With so many eyes upon us, it was you who hurled the teacup. At least consider the surroundings before playing the victim. Hua Daoxue rubbed her forehead, pondering whether this woman was truly lacking in intellect or simply overconfident. Did it not feel as though she were teasing a prized poodle? June Lintian swiftly pulled her close again, swearing earnestly, this Yuwangfu will forever be your home. Whoever dares to bully you shall face my wrath. June Lintian's sharp gaze darted back to Hua Daoxue, who was lazily lounging in her chair. Her collar slipping down due to her movements, revealing half of her delicate shoulder, which only served to deepen the coldness in his eyes. Did you injure Fei Sei? Wadaoxu shot her a sidelong glance. I say, Princess Heifizi, they say that those with ample bosoms lack brains. How is it that you possess neither? Just because I inquired about the location of the horse stable does not imply that I harmed the horse. According to your twisted logic, if someone dies in a shop, then all diners therein become murderers still too young. When I reached my coming of age, I could already hang a water bottle from my chest. Wadaoxu puffed out her chest, her ample bosom swaying before Jun Lintian's narrowed, deep-set eyes, which flickered with a complex emotion, but his countenance remained ominously dark. Chapter 55. Mischief and mayhem. Her lowered gaze concealed a glimmer of malice. This Wangfu belonged to her, and she would not permit the prince to have a princess. Jun Lintian helped her rise, cradling her delicate hand in his large palm, tenderly saying, Silly girl, I have promised that this Wangfu will always be your home. The sight of her brought a pang to Jun Lintian's heart, and he hurriedly wiped away her tears, insisting, When have I ever allowed you to suffer? Wadaoxu sighed and stood up. You have been parading long enough. Here's the deal. Since Princess Heifizi insists that I harmed Fei Sei and refuses to remain in the palace, I shall leave the Wangfu, thus sparing you the sight of me. As she spoke, she turned to walk away, only to halt abruptly and add, Your Highness, do prepare the divorce papers. I shall collect my belongings later. Jun Lintian's expression darkened, his cold gaze fixed on Wadaoxu's departing figure. When she reached the door, he ominously declared, In my creed, there is no divorce, only widowhood. Guards seize Wadaoxu and confine her to the water prison. No one is to visit her. Wadaoxu turned around, curling her lips in cold derision. Wangya, why must we part on such bitter terms? Wadaoxu, do you believe you possess the leverage to speak to me thus? Jun Lintian regarded her with a chilling stare, as if to convey that no matter how strained the relationship, she could do nothing to alter it. That I have no leverage. I am parentless and impoverished, with nothing but a head full of foolishness. Her cold gaze sharpened as she faced the guards approaching to seize her. If you have the gall, come and end my life today. She brandished a dagger hidden within her sleeve, prepared with both hands this time. Jun Lintian scoffed disdainfully, Step back, summon the shadows. At his command, the guards retreated, and a group of imposing assassins clad in black entered, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Wadaoxu's fists clenched and unclenched as she finally sighed heavily. Enough of this. Let us negotiate a deal. Chapter 56. Jun's agitation. Very well, since you refuse to withdraw your subordinates, their ears are of no concern to me. However, the shadows remained motionless, all eyes turned toward Jun Lintian, who nodded and like lightning. He lunged at Wadaoxu. The corners of Wadaoxu's lips curled into a radiant smile, a pair of delightful dimples appearing on her face, her eyes glistening with an alluring sheen. Jun Lintian's gaze darkened, his elongated, ink-black eyes flashing with an unusual light. It was the first time he had seen Wadaoxu smile so enchantingly, yet it sent a shiver down his spine, as though she might simply vanish into the wind. Wadaoxu was escorted out of the water prison, but she suddenly halted, raising her eyes to the sky, which was beginning to lighten with dawn, and coldly stated, Including you, Jun Lintian. Ultimately, she was taken to the water prison, which was cold and damp, the water inside dark and foul-smelling, littered with the corpses of insects and mice. Wadaoxu was unceremoniously thrown in, a wave of nausea washing over her, nearly prompting her to vomit. Yet this was nothing. During her modern missions, she had spent months in sewers, so steadying her emotions, she yawned and leaned against the wall of the prison, soon drifting into slumber with the combined efforts of all imperial physicians. Fei Sei ultimately clung to life, saving the lives of several doctors in the process. Duan Feisi finally found peace in Jun Lintian's embrace, as he laid her gently on the bed, covering her with a thin blanket. His long fingers brushing her forehead before he stood and exited, softly closing the door behind him. Gongqing had long been waiting outside, and upon seeing him, hastily remarked, Wangya, the time is not yet right. The Wangfei must not perish. Jun Lintian narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly responding, Feisi does not comprehend. Miss Feisi is merely envious that someone occupies the position of Wangfei, Gongqing replied before entering the room. He paused to inquire, What of Wadaoxu? Jun Lintian felt exhausted and weary, yet he could not find rest, his mind plagued by the image of the guards gazing at Wadaoxu with greedy, covetous eyes. Wadaoxu had been exposed to the gaze of men. He should have divorced her immediately, yet he could not. What was he to do? Chapter 57. Imprisoned in the water prison outside, dawn broke, a sliver of light piercing through the clouds. Jun Lintian opened the door and summoned Gongqing. Blind the eyes of all the guards who were present in the Wangfei's courtyard yesterday. Gongqing was taken aback. Wangya, what of the 4 chief guards at Miss Feisi's side? Jun Lintian clenched his fists. his eyes narrowing into slits. Them? Kill them outright, and send fresh replacements. Gongqing's eyes widened in disbelief at the prince's sudden bloodlust, yet upon observing Jun Lintian's frigid expression, he did not dare question further. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Wadaoxu had no idea how long she had slept. The water prison was quiet and spacious. Despite the foul stench, it was in fact a rather pleasant place, as no one disturbed her peace. Her stomach grumbled, and outside the bars lay a bowl of white rice. She wiped her hands dry with a handkerchief, then formed the rice into dumpling-sized morsels and savored them with delight. Just as she finished eating, footsteps echoed in the prison. Wadaoxu delicately wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and when Ti Xiangyun entered, he was greeted by the sight of Wadaoxu standing in the filthy, foul-smelling water, composed as she tucked her handkerchief into her garments. The water reached her knees, her white attire now soiled from her movements, the ends of her lustrous hair soaked in the stinking water, adorned with an unknown green substance. Yet, she bore no semblance of dishevelment or despair. Instead, an aura of purity enveloped her, reminiscent of a lotus flower untouched by the mud. Ti Xiangyun cleaved through the prison's bars, disregarding the filth surrounding Wadaoxu, and reached out to embrace her, his stunningly handsome face shadowed with an ominous expression. Why the long face? It does not suit you. Wadaoxu extended her hands and playfully tugged at his cheeks. The life I have saved is not to be so sullied. Ti Xiangyun carried her out of the water prison, leaping onto the rooftop and effortlessly bounding over the walls of the Wangfu. Unimpeded and without pursuit. Have you struck a deal with Jun Lintian? Wadaoxu inquired, puzzled. Logically, such ease seemed implausible, for even if Ti Xiangyun were formidable, Jun Lintian was not easily trifled with and would have anticipated his rescue attempt. I shall threaten the old matriarch to annul this marriage arrangement. Seeing as you have yet to wed, Ti Xiangyun spoke arrogantly. Threaten the old matriarch? You must mean the Empress Dowager. Do not be foolish. What good will it do? Without Jun Lintian's consent for divorce, all is in vain. Wadaoxu caressed her braid, ultimately deciding to undo it. Chapter 58. Ti Xiangyun's intentions. Ti Xiangyun's expression shifted slightly. Do not concern yourself. He pouted. Fine, I shan't pry. Let us go enjoy some delicacies. Wadaoxu nodded. His reluctance to share was inconsequential, as she had nothing to lose. What tune were you singing that day? He suddenly asked, curiosity piqued as they rode in the carriage. Just a little ditty, Wadaoxu replied, unable to disclose that it was a melody composed millennia later. He sounded rather sorrowful. It is indeed melodious but ill-suited for you. Ti Xiangyun brushed his fingers through Wadaoxu's hair. You should be carefree and unburdened. Wadaoxu rolled her eyes. I wish I could. But misfortune has led me to Jun Lintian. I was initially under the impression that life would be a leisurely affair, filled with comfort and indulgence, only to find myself in this rather unfortunate predicament. It would have been better had I escaped from the marriage in the first place. Rest assured, said Ti Xiangyun nonchalantly. It won't be long before Jun Lintian will divorce you. Really? Are you certain? Hua Daoshua's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. If he doesn't divorce you, I shall kill him, and you can remarry as a widow. Ti Xiangyun replied with a devilish smile, half joking, half serious. In that case, I might as well poison him and make my escape. Hua Daoshua thought with clenched teeth. A flicker of light passed through Ti Xiangyun's obsidian-like eyes. Yet he merely smiled and chose not to elaborate further. In a quaint alley on West Street, Ti Xiangyun treated Hua Daoshua to a splendid meal. Although the establishment was unassuming, the food was genuinely exquisite, with fresh ingredients that made it the best meal she had enjoyed in Qin country. After they had their fill, they strolled through the alley, the setting sun casting elongated shadows behind them. Suddenly, Hua Daoshua halted, turned to Ti Xiangyun, and earnestly asked, Ti Xiangyun, do you still stand by what you said last time? Ti Xiangyun raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. I have never been insincere. I seek nothing but stability. I desire a place where I can sleep whenever I wish, where food is brought to me without disturbance. If you can help me achieve this, I would offer you everything I can. Except my body. Hua Daoshua's gaze lingered on Ti Xiangyun's handsome face. Realizing she had never made such a sincere promise to anyone before, Ti Xiangyun frowned slightly, his tone teasing yet serious. Why not your body? Hua Daoshua kicked him in irritation. Because I do not sell myself. Ti Xiangyun, nursing his sore leg, hopped over and stated seriously, I would sell mine. Hua Daoshua rolled her eyes. I can't afford it. It's free of charge. No, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I assure you it is firm, elastic, gentle, and enduring. Ti Xiangyun retorted with a mischievous grin. If you don't believe me, you may inspect it first. Hua Daoshua pointed at his collar with a wicked smile. Very well, then take it off. I shall examine it thoroughly. This might not be appropriate, Ti Xiangyun stammered, realizing he had been turned into the subject of jest. Disappointed, Hua Daoshua shook her head and walked away. If we must inspect, it cannot be done here. I in public. I am a respectable gentleman. Di Xiangyan followed her with a smile, attempting to explain chapter 59. The Empress Dowager summons again. Enough of this nonsense. Do not speak of things you cannot accomplish. Either remove it for inspection immediately or leave at once. Hua Daoshua shot him a glance before stepping into the carriage. Hey, this is my carriage. You cannot evict me and take it for yourself, Di Xiangyan insisted. Following her, however, Hua Daoshua swiftly exited from the other side, standing by the street and waving her hand at him. Go away, forget it. If he is unwilling, she has her own alternatives. Did something happen to Ji Qiu? Hua Daoshua's first thought was of her maid. You still have the time to concern yourself with that maid? Come with me to see the Empress Dowager, Jun Qixie admonished, looking at her with exasperation. Hua Daoshua frowned in dissatisfaction. I have given you 100,000 taels of gold to resolve matters with the Empress Dowager. Why is Hai Feisi still harping on? I have already been imprisoned in the water prison, and Feisi is not dead. What more does she want? If she desires the title of princess, I would grant it to her. I am not particularly interested. Let us not discuss this further, just go, Jun Qixie urged, pushing her into the carriage, while Hua Daoshua simmered with frustration. What is this? Why must there always be a new twist? I have not had a decent night's sleep in days. On the way to the palace, Hua Daoshua fell into a restless slumber, plagued by unsettling dreams, waking with a start to find herself before the Empress Dowager's Xinang Palace. Entering the palace for the first time, she observed the imposing architecture with a calm demeanor, devoid of joy or sentimentality. Accompanying Jun Qixie into the hall, they encountered an elegantly aged woman adorned in a resplendent phoenix robe. Her makeup impeccable, features full and dignified. Despite her age, she was well-preserved and exuded vitality. Hua Daoshua scrutinized her but remained motionless. Jun Qixie discreetly nudged her. Quickly pay your respects. Only then did Hua Daoshua slowly bow. And before the Empress Dowager could speak, she interjected, Empress Dowager, what business do you have with me? How audacious to speak so disrespectfully. It is not your place to speak before the Empress Dowager has addressed you. Longu reprimanded Hua Daoshua. Oh, my apologies. I am not well versed in etiquette, Hua Daoshua replied nonchalantly. The Empress Dowager's discerning gaze studied her closely, and upon hearing her words she smiled and interrupted Longu's rebuke, kindly saying, it is only natural for the princess to be a bit careless on her first visit to the palace. No need to hold it against her. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Hua Daoshua's eyes. She had prepared herself for a daunting encounter, yet it turned out to be so mundane. It was odd. She huffed silently. The Empress Dowager's words were clear. They implied that Hua Daoshua was inconsequential, daring to harm her precious Feisi, whom she had yet to touch. Chapter 60. Inspection of the body. Jun Qixie sat in a nearby chair, his gaze flickering as he observed her. This girl, when she lied, was utterly unrepentant, showing no signs of guilt. Hua Daoshua felt a surge of resentment towards Di Xiangyan. Had she known, she would have preferred to remain in the water prison rather than be bullied here. I heard you were rescued from the water prison by Luo Di? The Empress Dowager's eyes narrowed, glinting with inscrutable meaning. It seemed the relationship between the princess and Luo Di was indeed quite close. I have heard rumors circulating in the capital. Several ministers have submitted memorials to me, including Hua Xianghua. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Hua Daoshua with a serious expression. There is no affection to speak of. Luo Di merely saved me. I have heard that during the days he rescued you, you did not return home at night. She wished for a home, yet her son had abandoned her on another's bed, somehow making it her fault. The Empress Dowager raised her gaze slightly, speaking lightly. You are correct, but the royal family has its own rules. The rumors are rampant, damaging to royal dignity, and an explanation is necessary. What explanation does the Empress Dowager desire from me? Hua Daoshua felt an ominous premonition. An inspection of your body, the Empress Dowager declared sharply, her eyes narrowing, her tone brooking no refusal. Chapter 61. Administering medicine. Hua Daoshua replied without hesitation. Let it be. After all, it was not as though she were being violated. She was not some lofty saint. If a mere inspection could secure her peace, she would not mind. What sense of humiliation could there be? Such feelings were reserved for those with inflated egos. What woman entering the royal palace was not subjected to inspection? If everyone felt humiliated, the feudal system would have collapsed long ago. Hua Daoshua was led into a private chamber, where an emotionless matron conducted a swift examination. It was over before she had time to feel discomfort. All done, princess, Hua Daoshua pouted. Truth be told, the manner of inspection felt somewhat humiliating. Damn it, had she truly turned into a lofty saint type? The Empress Dowager nodded. In that case, the rumors circulating can now cease. Anyone spreading further rumor shall be arrested without exception. The Empress Dowager beckoned Hua Daoshua over, taking her hand. You have been wronged amidst this storm of gossip. Take good care of the prince, for I look forward to holding my royal grandson. Unable to contain herself, Hua Daoshua retorted, Empress Dowager, you already have enough grandsons, I only desire the 8th prince's grandson. I promise to provide him with the best. The Empress Dowager asserted confidently. Hua Daoshua frowned. Empress Dowager, I fear I cannot accomplish that. You can, I believe in you. The Empress Dowager smiled, patting her head with a kind expression. Yet, Hua Daoshua felt an unsettling chill. Empress Dowager, my ability matters not. It is your 8th prince who must deliver. Hua Daoshua found it absurd that this old witch had such confidence in her abilities. That is why I want you to serve him well. The 8th prince is not born with it. With proper care there is still hope, the Empress Dowager whispered in her ear. Empress Dowager, I am but a foolish girl, unworthy of such a heavy responsibility, though not worry. The 8th prince consulted a fortune-teller who said that only a simpleton like you could solve his problems, the Empress Dowager confided in a hushed tone. While Jun Qixia remained oblivious, Hua Daoshua's expression darkened. Which scoundrel dared to make such a prophecy? Show yourself, and I promise not to kill you. Enough. I am a bit tired. Your visit to the palace has not been easy. Feel free to explore while you are here. She then instructed a nearby eunuch, have the imperial physician prepare a tonic for the princess. She must drink it before leaving the palace as you command. Your Majesty. Jun Qixia cast a glance at Hua Daoshua and subtly shook his head before following inside in the grand hall. Hua Daoshua found herself alone, sulking in a chair. What good could come from a prince who was impotent? She had no intention of wandering through the palace. She propped her feet up on a nearby chair and lay down, promptly falling asleep, until the medicine arrived. The palace maid roused her from slumber. Wadaoxu took the traditional Chinese medicine, inhaled its scent, and her brows furrowed deeply, as if the very act might twist them to the point of squeezing out water. With a playful pout, she asked, Sister Beauty, this medicine is terribly bitter. May I refrain from drinking it? The palace maid, taken aback yet amused, chuckled softly, but remained resolute, stating, Your Highness, the princess of you must consume it. The Empress has instructed me to ensure you finish it. Chapter 62. Your entire family is fortunate. Wadaoxu grimaced as she swallowed the medicine, while the palace maid stood vigil, subtly observing whether she truly ingested it. So bitter, Wadaoxu exclaimed, tossing the bowl at the maid and leaping up. I must find sugar. She darted out of the palace and into the carriage. Once clear of the royal grounds, Wadaoxu found an excuse to disembark. As the carriage rolled away, she hastily retched by the roadside. Expelling the medicine she had just downed, although she lacked medical knowledge, she was familiar with toxins, and recognized the presence of musk in the concoction. This substance was not meant for health. Wadaoxu pulled out the grass tainted with the medicine and concealed it within her sleeve before entering a nearby pharmacy with a resident physician. Miss, what can I assist you with? The shop assistant greeted warmly. I wish to consult. Please step inside. Dr. Wang, a patient awaits, the assistant called out before returning to his tasks. Wadaoxu entered the beaded curtain enclosure and seated herself at the table. The man referred to as Dr. Wang stroked his graying beard and inquired, What ails you, miss? Wadaoxu handed him a handful of green grass and asked, Doctor, could you identify what medicine clings to this grass? I find myself increasingly restless at night. Dr. Wang sniffed the grass curiously, then scrutinized Wadaoxu with a bewildered expression. Is there a gentleman to whom you are betrothed? He asked quietly. Doctor, I am already married. Wadaoxu replied, more perplexed than ever, questioning the relevance of her marital status to the medicine. Have you perhaps offended someone? Dr. Wang pondered, further clouding Wadaoxu's understanding. Extend your hand, I shall take your pulse. He declared with utmost seriousness, as if confronting a profound mystery. Wadaoxu obliged, and he furrowed his brows in concentration as he examined her pulse, raising his eyebrows in contemplation. And no wonder, he finally muttered. Doctor, pray tell, what exactly is this medicine? Is it possible someone has poisoned me? Wadaoxu pressed urgently. Dr. Wang returned the grass to her with a sigh, stating, If my recognition serves me right, the substance on this grass is an abortifacient. With those words, Wadaoxu's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? An abortifacient? How could this be? Has the Empress lost her wits administering such a potion to me? What madness is this? Dr. Wang nodded gravely. I believe I am not mistaken. However, fear not. Your unborn child's pulse is stable and poses no immediate threat. To this revelation, Wadaoxu was utterly bewildered, losing her balance and collapsing onto the floor. In a panic, she scrambled to her feet, gripping Dr. Wang's garment and shouting, What did you just say? "Madam, please temper your anger. I meant your child is unharmed," he reassured her. "Are you jesting? How could a maiden like me possibly be with child?" She retorted, her tone blunt. Hearing Wadaoksu's bold words, Dr. Wang's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "Madam, you indeed show signs of pregnancy. Given your marriage, such tidings are quite reasonable." Wadaoksu clenched her eyes shut, slamming her fist onto the table. "You are the one with reason to celebrate. Your whole family must be celebrating." Chapter 63. Gripped by an unseen force, Wadaoksu covered her face with a handkerchief and after a few minutes, switched to another pharmacy. However, upon finding it crowded, she opted to retreat to the end of the street. She selected a quieter establishment, tossing the grass and 10 taels of gold to the physician in a hushed tone. "Examine what adheres to this grass." Upon glimpsing the gold, the physician's eyes narrowed with delight, and he eagerly examined the grass, declaring, "Miss, this is indeed an abortifacient. It should not be taken lightly." Staggered by the revelation, Wadaoksu stumbled back, her mind reeling in confusion. How could the Empress have given her such a potion? Hadn't her recent examination proven her innocence? She stood there, dazed, gazing at the physician's grinning face, feeling as though her entire world had unraveled. The physician, noticing her stupor, asked with concern, "Miss, have you perhaps ingested this medicine?" He quickly grasped her wrist to check her pulse, and after a moment of contemplation, he cheerfully remarked, "Rest assured, the fetus is secure. However, should you have taken this abortifacient, it would be wise to consume a stabilizing tonic." Wadaoksu clenched her fists tightly, releasing them in silence as she departed, leaving the physician to call after her. "Miss, you must take the tonic." Hurriedly exiting the shop, she barely walked a few steps before colliding with a solid figure. Looking up, ready to scold, she found herself staring into the deep, enigmatic eyes of Zhang Dia. "What ill fortune brings you here?" "Miss, are you unwell?" Zhang Dia inquired gently. Wadaoksu lowered her gaze, shook her head, and skirted past him, hastily departing. Cursed be her fate. It felt as if she were engaged in something unspeakable. He smacked his forehead with a peach blossom fan, worrying that Wadaoksu's anxiety might lead her to misinterpret his intentions. Wadaoksu shook her head in disbelief, casting a glance at the darkening sky. Traversing time, becoming a fool, marrying a husband who cannot perform, being bullied by a mistress, my life worth less than a horse to them, imprisoned in a foul water dungeon. What madness is this? A maiden with child. This is the most disgraceful marvel of the world. Though she had sought solitude, she no longer felt inclined to ponder the peculiarities surrounding her. Instead, she felt trapped in a snare, destined to be pierced by 1,000 swords, reduced to nothing. "Jiqiu, take the food to the pavilion," she instructed as she made her way toward the gazebo. Chapter 64. The furious prince of you outside. Twilight had quietly descended, and weary birds returned to their nests. She climbed atop the gazebo's roof. Standing against the evening breeze, gazing at the heavens and clapping her hands to her head. "Am I losing my mind? Let me, a genius of the 21st century, unravel these ancient schemes and reveal the true nature of these demons." When Jiqiu and Hongmei approached with food, they found Wadaoksu standing atop the pavilion, gesticulating and murmuring incantations. Demons revealed? Hongmei exchanged glances with Jiqiu, bewildered by the spectacle. Jiqiu hastily set down the hot soup and called out, "Miss, come down from there. You might fall, Your Highness. You must not stand so high. It is dangerous." "Come down for some peace," Hongmei urged as well. "Why bother reporting? He wouldn't care anyway. Let us wait until the mist descends." Jiqiu grumbled, irritation brewing at the mention of the Prince of You. Turning on her heel, she stormed into the house, while Hongmei looked up to see the imposing figure of Jun Lintian, her face paling as she hastily bowed. "I have seen the prince." Jun Lintian regarded her coldly. "Speak, Your Highness. The princess is resting indoors. She has caught a chill from her time in the water dungeon and wishes not to be disturbed." Hongmei began, but Jiqiu burst forth to interrupt her. "She speaks well. The door is indeed tightly shut." "Knock," Jun Lintian commanded, striding towards the door, demanding Hongmei and the others to open it with sudden force. He grasped the door, yanking it open, revealing an empty space. Just as he prepared to strike again, a powerful kick soared from behind, striking Jun Lintian's nape. He winced in pain, releasing Jiqiu, who was promptly caught by someone behind her. Jiqiu, on the brink of consciousness, had blood staining her white garments, her once rosy complexion now as pale as wax. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Wadaoksu's delicate features as she retrieved the life-saving pill from her waist, shoving it into Jiqiu's mouth. "Wadaoksu, you dare to ambush me?" Jun Lintian's expression turned icy upon seeing her, the audacity of this reckless woman infuriating him. Wadaoksu lifted Jiqiu into her arms, nonchalantly kicking the door open and instructing Hongmei, "Bring Xiaoye inside and summon the physician immediately." Jun Lintian stood there, causing both flowers and grass as well as buildings to be rendered utterly speechless. However, he failed to intimidate the very person he most desired to frighten. I shall see which doctor dares to approach, he declared, his anger reaching a boiling point, his chest rising and falling with intensity to Fu Wang Ji Qiu and Xiao, you are free. I will find a way to assist you in eliminating the poison within you. A calm voice, that of Hua Daoxue, echoed through the room, devoid of sorrow, joy, or anger. When Gongqing arrived, he was met with the sight of Jun Linqian's dark expression and palpable aura of menace, prompting him to instinctively take 2 steps back and softly say, "My lord, we have received a letter from the palace." Jun Linqian's eyes flickered with interest at Hua Daoxue's words. "If you deceive me, you must be aware of the consequences," he warned before sweeping away with Gongqing. "Jun Lintian, I shall make you regret this. You will undoubtedly pay a price for your actions." Upon seeing Jun Lintian, he quickly bowed and greeted Yu Wang. "What news?" Jun Lintian inquired as he entered and took a seat, his gaze fixed upon him. "What did Hua Daoxue say?" He placed one hand on the table, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically, a glint of intelligence flashing in his ink-black eyes. "The princess said Luo Di saved her, and the Empress Dowager questioned her about her absence from home. She appeared somewhat incensed and retorted, asking how she could return when she was injured all over." Jun Linqian's lips curled into a satisfied smirk as he asked again, "Was her body examined?" "Indeed," came the response. What was Hua Daoxue's reaction? The response was measured. The princess remained quite composed, perhaps intimidated by the Empress Dowager's presence. When told to undergo an examination, she readily agreed, seemingly intent on proving her innocence through it. And the outcome? The result showed her to be innocent, yet the Empress Dowager administered a dose of medicine to the princess. The young eunuch reported faithfully. "Did Hua Daoxue consume it?" Jun Lintian inquired, his gaze lowering pensively. "She only left the palace after finishing the medicine." "Very well, Gongqing. Take him out." Jun Lintian sank into a wide chair, his sharp phoenix eyes glinting coldly, the corners of his perfectly sculpted lips curling into a sardonic line. Empress Dowager, you will ultimately reveal your true colors." Hong Mei was exceedingly busy, attending to 3 injured individuals when Jun Lintian arrived. He saw her drenched in sweat, preparing to summon a physician once more. "Why the rush?" Jun Lintian's eyes darkened, the pain in the back of his head still throbbing. Hua Daoxue's kick had been nothing short of lethal. Chapter 66. A doctor must not be seen. Why the rush? Jun Linqian's gaze hardened, the pain in the back of his head persisted, a stark reminder of Hua Daoxue's lethal kick. Contemplating this, his eyes grew even colder. Ignoring her, he quickened his pace into the room. Gongqing's mouth formed a perfect, "My lord, how urgent could it be?" The one fainting inside is not even Princess C. Suddenly, he stifled a laugh, bewildered by his own amusement, muttering an internal rebuke for losing his composure, and hurried after him. Jun Lintian seated himself beside the bed, observing Hua Daoxue's sullen complexion, her gaunt face furrowed with worry. "Does the Wangfu not provide her with sustenance?" Jun Lintian grasped her wrist, channeling some of his vital energy into her, prompting Hua Daoxue to slowly open her eyes. What met her gaze was the strikingly handsome Jun Lintian, causing her eyes to darken as she sat up alertly, scrutinizing him. "What does Yu Wang intend to do this time?" "This is my Wangfu, and you are my Wangfei. What must I do to warrant your presence?" Jun Linqian's expression soured further at her demeanor. Hua Daoxue chuckled derisively. "Indeed, even Yu Wang can accomplish nothing here." Her words dripped with scorn towards Jun Linqian's impotence. "Ill fortune?" Jun Lintian shot her a cold glare. "Who are you deeming unfortunate? Whoever answers is the one." Hua Daoxue lazily settled back on the couch, unwilling to be too close to Jun Lintian. Why did you run so far to lie down? Did she truly detest him so? She had recognized Jun Linqian's poisoning at first glance, and he had long harbored suspicions. Even if he did not believe she could cure him, he was compelled to test her capabilities. Gongqing nervously glanced at his master's expression, which was so frigid it could freeze a person solid. He hastily interjected, "Wang Fei, you should say less. The Wangye came specifically to see you after your fainting spell." Hua Daoxue ignored him, feeling utterly drained, both weary and exhausted, and lacked the energy to engage in further conflict with Jun Lintian. She closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Jun Lintian approached her with an icy demeanor. "Hua Daoxue, today I shall show you what true treachery looks like." Before he could finish, he realized she had fallen asleep. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed his typically expressionless face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Gongqing could barely suppress a laugh, though the sight of Jun Linqian's dark visage kept him in check. "My lord, the doctor has arrived." Hong Mei hurried in, followed by an elderly physician. Hua Daoxue remained in Jun Linqian's grasp, having been deeply asleep moments before but suddenly jolted awake. What doctor? I am not ill. June Lintian's eyes narrowed into slits. Had she truly been asleep or was it an act? How could she awaken so quickly? Gong Qing's jaw nearly dropped while Hong Mei urged, Wang Fei, you just fainted. You should let the doctor examine you. Hua Daoshua forcefully pushed June Lintian away and glared at Hong Mei. I fainted from exhaustion. The Wang Fu serves vegetarian meals daily. How could I have the strength to work? I'm so tired, so very tired. Expel all the idle people, for I wish to sleep. Chapter 67. She is nothing. Hua Daoshua forcefully pushed June Lintian away and glared at Hong Mei. I fainted from exhaustion. The Wang Fu serves vegetarian meals daily. How could I have the strength to work? I'm so tired, so very tired. Expel all the idle people, for I wish to sleep. The elderly physician chuckled lightly. The Wang Fei can shout so loudly. Surely, there's nothing seriously wrong. I shall take my leave. June Lintian nodded. Gong Qing, see the doctor out and provide him with 50 taels as a consultation fee. Upon hearing this, the old physician grew even more cheerful and followed Gong Qing out. Hong Mei also exited, leaving June Lintian to gaze intently at the small figure on the bed, her delicate form motionless, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. Hua Daoshua was truly exhausted, having fallen into a deep sleep. Entirely unaware of the heated gaze fixated upon her, June Lintian approached the bed, reaching out to touch Hua Daoshua's forehead, which felt somewhat warm. This foolish girl thought her weariness was merely fatigue. Refusing to see a doctor? Her reaction to the prospect of medical attention was excessive. He mused. Contemplating, he instructed Gong Qing, fetch the doctor once more. The Wang Fei's forehead feels warmed as Gong Qing departed. Hua Daoshua turned, wrapping her arms around June Lintian's waist, resting her head on his lap, murmuring sleepily, if you make too much noise, I will kick you away. Kick me away. You? June Lintian placed his hand back on her forehead. It felt warm, possibly due to the stuffiness of the room. Without a second thought, he lifted Hua Daoshua into his arms. Hua Daoshua sensed someone moving her but was far too fatigued to open her eyes. She nestled closer into June Lintian's embrace, seeking the most comfortable position to continue sleeping. June Lintian carried Hua Daoshua out, and Hong Mei, witnessing this, inquired, My lord, will you still summon the doctor? Hong Mei, somewhat apprehensive, followed closely. My lord, where are you taking the Wang Fei? To find Madame Yufu and gather 10 maidservants for the back courtyard, June Lintian commanded, departing, leaving Hong Mei standing there, her eyes wide in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping. This was an unprecedented act of kindness from the lord. How could his attitude change so drastically? Had he finally begun to care for the Wang Fei? If Gong Qing were by her side, he would undoubtedly advise her. Never attempt to guess the lord's intentions. Duan Faisi bounced over to June Lintian, her expression darkening upon seeing Hua Daoshua in his arms. My lord, what are you doing? Duan Faisi chased after him, pulling at his arm in indignation. But you said she was nothing. Chapter 68. The Empress Dowager, the witch Faisi, stop making a fuss. June Lintian gently shook her off and entered the room. Duan Faisi glared at June Lintian's retreating figure with resentment, while Songgu nudged her. Princess, this is not the time to quarrel with the Wangya. Do not delay our important matters. Duan Faisi's eyes flickered as she suppressed her anger, smiling at the man in the blue robe who had accompanied her. Dr. Lan, I apologize for the commotion. Please follow me that as long as the Wangya's ailment is cured, he will undoubtedly dismiss this woman and marry me instead. With that thought, she joyfully led Lan Ruosi into the room, skipping over to June Lintian's side. My lord, guess who I have brought for you? Have you remembered to thank the Empress Dowager on my behalf? June Lintian's lips curled in a half-smile, neither fully amused nor displeased. June Lintian raised his gaze to the blue-robed man, inquiring coolly, Are you Lan Ruosi? Yes, I am Lan Ruosi, and I have the honor of meeting you, Wang. He replied, bowing respectfully, his demeanor balanced between deference and self-assurance, though a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes upon realizing that the rumored hideous Yu Wang was, in fact, remarkably handsome. You should have heard of my condition. Do you have confidence in your abilities? June Lintian approached Lan Ruosi, his sharp gaze piercing into him. That I dare not speak presumptuously at this moment. I must conduct an examination to ascertain the truth. Lan Ruosi replied. June Lintian's lips curled into a smile that was both enigmatic and chilling, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his lowered eyes. As soon as they departed, Hua Daoshua opened her eyes. Her sleep had always been light, and after their prolonged conversation, even a pig would have been roused. A divine physician. How absurd that the Empress Dowager would summon a divine physician for June Lintian. Hua Daoshua reflected on her situation. Now that she was with child, her purity was undoubtedly in question. The old woman who examined her must have lied to preserve the royal reputation as the princess of Yu. Having lost her virtue, it was highly likely that she carried Jun Lintian's offspring. Yet, upon learning this, the Empress Dowager did not summon Jun Lintian for clarification but instead callously administered an abortion potion. There were two possibilities. First, the Empress Dowager was certain that Jun Lintian was impotent, thus concluding that she must have been unfaithful. To safeguard the purity of the royal lineage, she resorted to the potion. The second possibility was that she harbored suspicions regarding Jun Lintian's impotence and wished to prevent him from having an heir, disregarding who had defiled Hua Daoxue. Before the divine physician's arrival, Hua Daoxue leaned towards the first possibility, for what mother would not desire her son to have an heir? Yet, a lingering doubt gnawed at her. If the Empress Dowager believed she had been involved with Di Shongyun, she should have been furious, seeking vengeance for her son, rather than reacting so irrationally. It was only when this so-called divine physician arrived that Hua Daoxue comprehended the depths of the Empress Dowager's cruelty. Her doubts about Jun Lintian's impotence had prompted her to send someone to investigate him directly. Chapter 69. Is she brainless or just gracefully generous? The Empress Dowager believed her actions were flawless. Unaware that Hua Daoxue had not consumed the potion, if the Empress Dowager truly wished to prevent Jun Lintian from having heirs, then no child, regardless of parentage, would be permitted to exist, for they would fear that Jun Lintian could ascend to the pinnacle of power. In the Qin Kingdom, Jun Lintian was the true ruler, wielding military might and prestige that surpassed that of his elder brother, who ascended the throne at 40. His inability to claim the throne stemmed solely from his impotence. But could Jun Lintian truly endure being subordinate to another? Perhaps he too desired Hua Daoxue to bear him a child, yet felt powerless, leading him to abandon her to Di Shongyun that fateful night. The thought sent a chill down Hua Daoxue's spine. The machinations of these royals were truly terrifying. Rising from her bed, she resolved to discover the truth behind Jun Lintian's impotence, especially since the Empress Dowager had dispatched someone to probe into the matter. Pressing her ear against the wall, she faintly overheard the conversation within. The blue-robed physician was outlining the examination procedure, to which Jun Lintian responded with a sip of tea, his voice cool and measured. With a slight arch of his brow, he inquired, "What is required of me?" This Lan Ruosi hesitated to speak. "Do you not hesitate to speak plainly?" she replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "I need to directly observe His Highness's interactions with a woman to gauge her reactions." Jun Lintian's expression darkened, his long fingers tracing the rim of his teacup, falling into silence. Duan Faisi interjected, "No. His Highness despises it when other women touch him." Lan Ruosi, flustered, said, "If I do not do this, I cannot ascertain the ailment, nor can I provide treatment. Princess Haifasai, if you are so averse to another woman touching Jun Lintian, why not offer yourself? After all, you share mutual feelings, and this would yield a more accurate diagnosis. Wouldn't you agree, divine physician?" Hua Daoxue suddenly appeared at the door, a playful smile gracing her lips. Jun Lintian cast her a sidelong glance, his brow furrowing slightly. "That if you are tired, you should rest properly. Your Highness Princess Haifasai is calling so loudly. I cannot allow another woman to touch you, with such a thunderous voice. How can I possibly rest?" Hua Daoxue mimicked dramatically. Duan Faisi, her face flushed, glared at Hua Daoxue. "What brings you here?" "Haifasai, your Highness treasures you dearly. Surely, you wouldn't shy away from making a small sacrifice for him." Hua Daoxue teased, amused by her shyness, realizing that Jun Lintian had indeed not touched her. How intriguing, embracing and cuddling in front of others, yet never crossing the line. "If Haifasai was unwilling, I could volunteer. After all, we are husband and wife." Leaning on her hand, Hua Daoxue gazed flirtatiously at Jun Lintian. His gaze remained fixed on her. Was she beginning to doubt him? Otherwise, why was she so proactive? Did this woman have a brain filled with garlic, suggesting her husband engage in such activities with another woman? Was this lack of sense or simply a display of grace? Chapter 70. The Prince of Yu's affection for a pig. Jun Lintian's eyes grew increasingly cold, and he admonished Faisi, "How could this even be suggested? I do not wish to hear such words again." Duan Faisi's delicate features contorted in a mix of shyness, displeasure, and indignation as she sulkily took a seat. "His Highness does not want me here. He wishes for you to come instead." Hua Daoxue's smile was wicked, her features radiating charm. Lan Ruosi could not help but marvel at her. When she decided to be alluring, it was truly disarming, even for someone as composed as him. Yet, this only proved that one's resolve was too weak. It was only in the presence of Jun Lintian that one understood the essence of true composure. Hua Daoxue grasped his hand playfully. "Your Highness, are you shy? You have kissed her before. What is there to be bashful about?" June Lintian felt an impulse to strike her. How could she interpret his demeanor as shyness? I do not know. Perhaps your prince just has an affinity for pigs. Hua Daoshua laughed, utterly shameless and seemingly harmless. In the aftermath, Hua Daoshua would come to regret those words. June Lintian glared at her with cold disdain. You fool, what do you understand? Any woman from Jinxiang Tower would surpass you. But wasn't Jinxiang Tower burned to the ground by you? Hua Daoshua's smile deepened, finding amusement in provoking June Lintian. The building may have burned, but the people remain. June Lintian pushed her away, his voice sharp. Someone take the princess down. She is forbidden from leaving her chambers tonight. Upon hearing this, Hua Daoshua was taken aback. She could not bear to miss witnessing the examination. Wait. Let us be reasonable. I was merely jesting. I have other matters to attend to tonight. I have no time to indulge in such things. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With that, Hua Daoshua hurriedly retreated. Yet, how did she end up in June Lintian's front courtyard? After pondering, Hua Daoshua wondered if June Lintian had carried her here. What a lunatic! She had been perfectly content in the back courtyard. Who needed his cold, desolate front courtyard? Upon returning to her own quarters, she noted a lively commotion. The noise of footsteps was overwhelming, leading to her growing irritation. Hua Daoshua grimaced. What madness is this? One person to monitor me is not enough. He sends 10 more? Hongmei's eyes twitched. Princess, I am here to serve you, not to monitor your every move. Hua Daoshua turned her nose up, disinterested in the conversation. Since you are all here, make sure to care for Jiqiu and Xiaoya properly. Just as Hongmei was about to depart, she added, ensure they tread lightly. I prefer tranquility. June Lintian was resolute in denying her any peace. The next time Hua Daoshua awoke, it was to the sounds of celebration outside. The noise grating on her nerves. Chapter 71. What are you hiding? Di Shongyun, what brings you here? I heard that the prince of you requires women, so I thought I'd come see what's new and bring a few women along. Di Shongyun chuckled. Hua Daoshua frowned. Word travels fast. This is not like June Lintian. The emperor initiated this. A decree accompanied the gifts. How could it not be common knowledge? If June Lintian's impotence could be remedied, he would act decisively before any remedy could be found. Di Shongyun, come down. I have questions for you. Hua Daoshua tilted her head to glance at him. Di Shongyun leaped down, a playful smile gracing his lips. What is it? I am with child. Hua Daoshua gazed intently at him, observing the widening pupils in his dark eyes before he exclaimed in astonishment, with child? Hua Daoshua glanced around, relieved that no one was nearby. Why shout so loudly? What does this concern you? Di Shongyun blinked, pursing his attractive lips, then patted Hua Daoshua's shoulder, lamenting, alas, I am too late. Answer my question directly. Do not evade. Hua Daoshua swatted his hand away. I can only say that I have not been with you. Regardless of how much of a scoundrel I am, I would never take advantage of a vulnerable moment, but I hope you do not keep this child. Di Shongyun regarded her coolly, his expression unreadable. Hua Daoshua's heart sank. It seemed he was truly serious. Yet Di Shongyun suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her close, his narrow eyes narrowing as he sternly admonished. You are either foolish or feigning ignorance. Such matters are not to be trifled with. A young lady's reputation cannot be gambled with. Hua Daoshua blinked at him. You, as the revered emperor of the martial realm, should embody the carefree spirit of a hero. Why are you being so pedantic? Di Shongyun's gaze flickered, studying Hua Daoshua's delicate features as he softly replied. With others I may be unrestrained, but with you, it is different. Hua Daoshua was momentarily taken aback. Di Shongyun's expression caused her thoughts to jumble. His words were laden with ambiguity, prompting her to push him away and shake her head. Luo Di. Do not take this too seriously. Your earnestness is rather unsettling. My goodness, I was almost ensnared by this fellow. Just now, the tender gaze of Di Shongyun nearly electrified my heart. Di Shongyun kicked the door open and entered with a mischievous smile, inquiring, Hua Daoshua, what are you hiding from? Hiding from you, of course. Luo Di, let me clarify. This is not your playground of Luo Valley. This is the residence of the king of you. If you dare to approach me within 10 steps, I shall inform the king of you that you are harassing me. Hua Daoshua lay on the couch, biting into an apple to soothe her tumultuous emotions, after decades across past and present lives. I have never encountered such blatant flirtation, and I am, after all, a married woman. Chapter 72. Unreasonably adorable. Di Shongyun leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, one foot casually resting on the door, exuding an air of wicked charm. Hua Daoshua, you are blushing. Hua Daoshua nearly retched at his audacity. Knowing was enough, why did he have to state it outright? And who was truly blushing? The last time he spoke of examining me in public, He certainly didn't seem shy about undressing in the streets. Hua Daoshua bit into the apple with fervor, envisioning it as Di Xiangyun himself. Public decency be damned, perhaps I should just strip for you right now. As she spoke, Di Xiangyun dramatically pulled open his garment. Hua Daoshua sat up straight, her eyes widening despite Di Xiangyun's strikingly handsome and fair features. His physique was sculpted like a model, with distinctly defined pectorals and a hint of a sun-kissed tan. Di Xiangyun shook his head in resignation. You truly are looking. Why shouldn't I? You showed it to me after all, Hua Daoshua replied unabashedly. Your physique is commendable. It could rival Jun Lintian's. Rival him? That's merely the upper body. Di Xiangyun retorted, a slight frown crossing his handsome visage. Can he compare with me below the waist? Hua Daoshua nearly spat out the apple she had just taken a bite of, glaring at Di Xiangyun. Could you be any more shameless? I am still an untouched maiden. Oh, but just moments ago, someone claimed to have feelings for me, Di Xiangyun persisted, clearly displeased, as he playfully grabbed her shoulder. Quickly say that I surpassed Jun Lintian. Hua Daoshua kicked him away and stood up from the couch, straightening her clothes with a leisurely demeanor. How would I know who is better if I haven't tried? Di Xiangyun extended an arm, encircling her waist, leaning closer to her ear with a sultry whisper. Then why not try now? Recalling that night when he had fed her sugar with his own lips, Hua Daoshua's face flushed with heat. Her ears turning crimson, this scoundrel, she felt compelled to give him a proper beating. Just as she prepared to retaliate, a voice called from the doorway, What are you two doing? Duan Faisi stood at the entrance. Clad in shimmering green, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at the pair. How curious. Was that a hint of jealousy she perceived on her face? Hua Daoshua glanced at Di Xiangyun, who looked equally astonished, his eyes flickering with the guilt of a thief caught in the act. These two had something amiss. You think you can do as you please? Hua Daoshua deliberately wrapped her arms around Di Xiangyun's waist. Feigning innocence, Luo Di Gij, there's a fly bothering me. Duan Faisi flicked her sleeve. The king summons you both to the front hall. With that, she departed. Hua Daoshua immediately sprang away, raising her hand to slap Di Xiangyun with a huff. Daring to take advantage of me. Di Xiangyun, feeling helpless, thought to himself how terrifying women could be. They could be utterly unreasonable yet charmingly so. Chapter 73. The best test one. The front hall was truly lively, filled with ministers and enchanting dancers. As Hua Daoshua entered, she successfully captured everyone's attention, sauntering to the front and taking a seat when she spotted an empty spot. Your Highness, there are delightful delicacies and amusements. It is too stingy to call me subject now. Di Xiangyun decisively sat beside her, and the ministers rose in unison. Greeting, we have the honor of meeting Luo Di, Princess Yu. Hua Daoshua knew that had it not been for Di Xiangyun's presence, these ministers would not have paid her any respect, placing her, the royal consort, behind him. Di Xiangyun was but a figure of Luo Valley, yet he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperor in the realm of Jianghu. The enigmatic and powerful Luo Valley housed nearly all the figures of Jianghu, who only heeded Di Xiangyun's command. This reminded Hua Daoshua of her former life as team leader, a young man for whom they all pledged unwavering loyalty. Drawn by an inexplicable force that compelled them to follow, however, after her untimely demise, she came to despise such blind loyalty. Regardless of how admirable another may be, one must ultimately prioritize oneself. The princess has arrived. Please assist this king in selecting a few beauties. Jun Lintian, holding a jade cup, reclined slightly in his chair. His gaze fixed intently on Hua Daoshua. He clapped his hands, signaling the dancers to exit. And in their place entered a procession of alluring men, a veritable feast for the eyes, numbering at least 40 to 50. Hua Daoshua stood, turning to Di Xiangyun. Which of these did you send? As she approached to observe more closely, she shook her head. They are indeed handsome, but alas, your Luo Valley does not nurture talent. They all possess that rough Jianghu air. How could they captivate the serene heart of the king of Yu? I shall reluctantly keep one for you. Pointing to one, she scrutinized the others, ultimately selecting Tanara. In matters of this sort, she was well versed, capable of discerning those born with seductive charms at a glance. For someone like Jun Lintian, reputed for his lack of interest, it would be challenging to elicit any response. Jun Lintian said nothing, setting down his jade cup. He stood, take them to Lianqi, blue physician, please, with an impassive expression. He departed with Lan Ruosi. The ministers resumed their drinking, whispering among themselves, speculating whether any of the maidens might provoke a reaction from the king. Hua Daoshua, however, was indifferent to the two's ulterior motives. She merely wished to ascertain Jun Lintian's true state of affairs. Hua Daoshua evaded the guards and leaned against the windowsill, straining to catch the sounds within. She heard Lan Ruosi's calm voice. Please assist the king in undressing. Then came the rustling sounds, and soon enough the atmosphere turned suggestive. With soft murmurs reminiscent of scenes from risque films, Hua Daoxue couldn't help but shiver. This was even more stimulating than watching such films. Unable to resist, she discreetly peeked in, only to find Lan Ruosi blushing furiously, yet diligently shaking her head. No, the pressure is too light. Deepen it. Chapter 74. The best test. 2. Hua Daoxue nearly choked on her own breath. Blue physician, are you a skilled healer or merely a madam training courtesans? The term deepen is used quite effectively. The issue was how to deepen it. That fellow June Lintian was incapable of rising to the occasion. So how could anything fit? Realizing this, Hua Daoxue felt utterly shameless for having allowed her pure examinations to be sullied by such thoughts. The courtesans were working tirelessly, the room suffused with an intoxicating aroma that nearly entranced Hua Daoxue. Surely, some enchanting oil was infused within that fragrance. She found it peculiar. No matter how fervently the courtesans exerted themselves, June Lintian remained seated in the pool, unperturbed, like a king, impervious to their charms. Lan Ruosi, too, shook her head in exasperation, her brows furrowed. This was perhaps the most obstinate patient she had ever encountered. After half an hour, June Lintian spoke coolly. Blue physician, is the examination sufficient? Lan Ruosi nodded. Everyone may leave now. The courtesans, faces flushed with indignation, exited without a word, exchanging glances filled with silent resentment. The king of you was truly a stone-hearted man. Their allure had been thoroughly thwarted by his indifference. The ministers observed Lan Ruosi and June Lintian's expressions closely. June Lintian remained his usual stoic self, while Lan Ruosi bore a look of distress. No one dared to break the silence, and the atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense. Blue physician, what is the state of my lord's health? Hua Daoxue stood, asking first. Duan Faisi watched June Lintian and Lan Ruosi anxiously. Fearing the worst, Lan Ruosi shook her head. The maidens just now were unsuccessful. The king's condition is quite severe, but there might still be a way. Duan Faisi dropped the teacup she had been holding, tears brimming in her eyes as she approached June Lintian. Embracing him and quietly sobbing, June Lintian gently patted her head, his expression calm, even displaying a hint of mockery in his gaze. Wait, Blue physician, I can't help but feel you may be exaggerating. Is that all the examination you've conducted? Hua Daoxue interjected, displeased. Hua Daoxue, what are you causing a ruckus for? June Lintian shot her a sharp look. Indeed, the Blue physician has just assessed the women, but this world holds more than just women. You haven't tested men at all. How can you make such a sweeping conclusion? Hua Daoxue declared boldly. June Lintian's face darkened instantly as though he were a storm cloud. Hua Daoxue, get out. My lord, do not take offense. We are here to resolve your health issues, are we not, Blue physician? Hua Daoxue smirked. Glancing at Lan Ruosi blinked her eyes repeatedly, gazing at June Lintian's somber expression, feeling somewhat troubled as she remarked, it is indeed said so, yet using to what? It is already common knowledge that he is incapable. What else is there to hide? Hua Daoxue waved her hand, summoning Disha Yun over. How about this one? Luo Di is strikingly handsome, possessing an extraordinary demeanor and a well-toned physique. Disha Yun, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, was suddenly yanked over by Hua Daoxue, nearly spitting blood in indignation. Chapter 75. The optimal test. 3. Hua Daoxue, have you lost your mind? Disha Yun seethed, wishing to strangle her. Lan Ruosi recalled the Empress Dowager's words of caution and, biting her lip, sighed, Your Highness, perhaps it is worth a try. As long as there is a reaction, whether from a man or a woman, it is far easier to remedy than having no response at all. Duan Faisi was the first to exclaim, Are you seeking death? How dare you suggest this to the Princess Haifasai? Do you not find it strange? Hua Daoxue interjected. The prince is so fond of you, embracing you daily, yet he exhibits no masculine reactions towards you. Do you not wish to discover if he only has feelings for men? Hua Daoxue's voice remained unabashed, causing all the ministers to shudder. Their heads bowed in prayer for a safe exit from the Wangfu, regretting their attendance at this ruckus. Does he truly care for you? Then why does he not marry you? Why does he not touch you? Can mere embraces be deemed affection? I share embraces with Jiqiu. Does that imply love? Even a father embraces his daughter. Without any physical response, it cannot be love. June Lintian narrowed his eyes at Hua Daoxue, coldly stating, Hua Daoxue, you cannot bear the wrath of this prince. Hua Daoxue shrugged. I will uphold my words, but your highness, you must cooperate. It is not a simple matter to cure her poison. June Lintian's gaze turned even colder, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes as he fixed an intense stare upon Hua Daoxue. She, unperturbed, looked up at him boldly. While he indeed held no interest in women, what of men? Everyone only knew of his impotence and disinterest in women, yet no one had ever dared to propose a trial with a man. Hua Daoshua felt a thrill at this realization. Jun Lintian clenched and unclenched his fist before finally dismissively waving his sleeve. Bring in the male courtesan. He then strode towards the Lianqi with an air of chilling fury. Lan Ruosi widened her eyes. She had merely suggested this in boldness, never expecting Jun Lintian to genuinely acquiesce. Hua Daoshua, oblivious to the impending danger, shouted after him, Your Highness, the male courtesan cannot possibly compare to Luo Di. Just look at his physique. He is undoubtedly to your taste. And no sooner had she shouted than a powerful force struck her, knocking over the furniture nearby and soaking her with tea. Hua Daoshua staggered back several steps, clutching her chest in shock, muttering, This is a case of anger mixed with shame. Disha Yun approached, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the tea from her face. You brought this upon yourself. Hurry and change your clothes. Hua Daoshua smirked. You should seize the opportunity to test Jun Lintian, yet you fail to cherish it. Disha Yun's expression darkened. I have no interest in such matters. Realizing that the jest could only go so far before Disha Yun would retaliate, Hua Daoshua made a hasty retreat, changing her attire, providing an opportune excuse to exit. Jun Lintian, oh Jun Lintian. Today we shall see if you truly have a hidden foxtail. Chapter 76. The optimal test for only Lan Ruosi and Jun Lintian remained at the Lianqi. Lan Ruosi's words echoed in Hua Daoshua's ears, and she pondered where she had heard them before. What did you mean by there might not be a way? Well, that I can only draw conclusions once the prince's poison is thoroughly assessed. As they conversed, an announcement from the palace herald broke through. Your Highness, the male courtesan has arrived. Jun Lintian's expression darkened as he ordered them to remove their garments, completely shedding the calm demeanor he had displayed while being attended by women. Whether it was due to never having been served by a man or some inner turmoil, he could not discern. Subsequently, as he entered the water, lured and served, Jun Lintian wore an expression of unyielding anger. He had been attended to in such a manner before, by the palace eunuchs prior to his departure from the imperial palace. However, the thought that these individuals were summoned by Hua Daoshua filled him with rage. This foolish woman was not only pushing him into the company of women but now thrusting him into the presence of men. He longed to strangle Hua Daoshua. Meanwhile, Lan Ruosi blushed profusely at the sight. While Hua Daoshua marveled, this world indeed values beauty. These handsome men together create such a harmonious and pleasing sight. How long must we endure this? Jun Lintian wished to resolve this swiftly and settle accounts with Hua Daoshua. He resolutely closed his eyes, leaning against the edge of the pool, droplets of water glistening on his taut chest, shining alluringly in the light. His perfectly chiseled jaw was positioned towards the spot where Hua Daoshua was covertly gazing, and she could not help but lament the squandered beauty. Such an exquisite man, ensnared by such a peculiar poison. Truly, the heavens are envious of beauty. Hua Daoshua found her breath quickening. The presence of the handsome man, though impotent, stirred something within her. Yet, just as Jun Lintian was lost in contemplation, he suddenly opened his piercing eyes and barked. Who? As the command echoed, he waved his hand. Hua Daoshua, preparing to flee, was suddenly caught by an overwhelming force, propelling her backward and shattering through a window, sending her crashing into the Lianqi. Gulping down water, Hua Daoshua struggled to rise, cursing the slippery substance at the bottom of the pool that caused her to slip, splashing water all over Jun Lintian and the male courtesans. Chapter 77. Ruined beyond repair. Time and again, she struggled to her feet, only to fall back down in frustration. Finally, in a fit of anger, she punched the water, deciding to sit within the pool. When she raised her eyes, she locked gazes with a pair of eternally icy eyes. Upon seeing her face, a flicker of surprise passed through those eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. Damn it! Jun Lintian cursed, his flawless visage contorted with rage. How did this woman manage to intrude at such a moment? A flicker of unease coursed through Jun Lintian's heart. Hua Daoshua sat there, panting, with the water only reaching her waist. Her night attire, soaked, clinging to her skin, had now completely unraveled from her earlier tumbles. As she gasped for breath, the outline of her form became vaguely visible, with droplets of water cascading down her face and merging into the fabric. Jun Lintian's eyes narrowed, the heat within them intensifying as he coldly commanded the startled male courtesans, What are you staring at? Who ordered you to stop? The male courtesans hurriedly resumed their duties, encircling him once more, while Jun Lintian's gaze burned with a desire to see through Hua Daoshua completely. Regaining her breath, Hua Daoshua cautiously stood, only to inadvertently scrape against a protruding stone at the pool's edge with a tearing sound. Her night attire was ripped from behind, falling away entirely and revealing her bare chest. Jun Lintian's gaze faltered for an instant before he swiftly struck out, releasing a powerful gust of energy towards Hua Daoshua, sending her crashing back into the water once more. The male courtesans exclaimed, Divine physician, the prince has reacted. Indeed, he has reacted. Another male courtesan echoed. Jun Lintian's countenance darkened as a winter storm brewed in his eyes. A chilling glare that could freeze the very essence of life. The celebrating male courtesans quickly fell silent. Get the hell out of my sight. Jun Lintian's voice emerged through clenched teeth. Lan Ruosi and the male courtesans dared not linger. Retreating hastily, for few could endure the wrath of Wang Yu, Hua Daoxue, having plunged heavily back into the water, felt a sharp pain in her waist. Gritting her teeth, Jun Lintian, are you attempting to silence me permanently? Must you be so heavy-handed? It was merely a glance. Is such severity necessary? She splashed water from her hair, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation, glaring at Jun Lintian. Meanwhile, he fixed his cold gaze upon her chest. Hua Daoxue quickly looked down, gasping, what are you staring at? Jun Lintian pressed his lips into a thin line, veins throbbing at his temples, muscles taut, and with a sudden reach, he pulled Hua Daoxue towards him, pinning her down, forcefully claiming her lips with a cold kiss. His kiss was domineering and rough, leaving Hua Daoxue breathless, momentarily forgetting to resist. Stunned, she suddenly felt a sharp bite on her lip, blood flooding her throat. Prompting her to push him away with all her strength, Jun Lintian, blood at the corner of his mouth, glared at her with ferocity. Hua Daoxue, I give you 3 seconds to leave. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. In the water, Hua Daoxue scrambled to cover her chest with her night attire, hastily climbing out of the pool. You are nothing but a petty coward, yet you resort to kissing. Do you think no one knows your true nature? A body built for women yet you prefer men. What a waste of such a physique? Chapter 78. Never a moment's peace. With a disdainful expression, she continued to complain as she climbed out of the window. After she departed, Jun Lintian tightly shut his eyes and collapsed by the poolside. A stunningly beautiful visage flushed with a deep crimson. Unable to restrain himself, he cursed inwardly. Damn it! He actually faltered just now. A lifetime of impotence ruined in an instant. Hua Daoxue, having bathed and changed into fresh attire, began to feel despondent. After taking quite a few tumbles, she was uncertain if the child had been lost. Now that it was confirmed Jun Lintian was a proud little aggressor, it was not as though he had sullied her innocence, but who on earth was the father? Could it be that she could truly conceive on her own? Lost in thought, Hua Daoxue eventually fell asleep, slumbering until the afternoon of the third day, entirely unaware that her moment of indiscretion had altered the entire gossip landscape of the Qin kingdom. The undefeated and ruthless prince Yu had transformed from an impotent man into one with a broken arm. Jun Lintian's handsome face was perpetually shrouded in a wintry chill. Duan Feisi had wept for 3 days and nights upon hearing the diagnosis from Lan Ruosi. Her sobs tearing at her insides. Jun Lintian had little interest in comforting her, and thus the entire royal residence felt as though it had been engulfed by a frost-laden winter, more lifeless than upon the Empress Dowager's passing. Hua Daoxue, however, had no time to attend to this oppressive atmosphere. Clad in light garments and donning a veil, she made her way to the apothecary. The child had not been lost. It was still lively and kicking. A truly resilient little creature. Nevertheless, Hua Daoxue insisted the doctor prescribe 2 doses of cooling medicine to prevent miscarriage. The identity of the seed in her womb had become a mystery. It was neither from Dixiangian nor Jun Lintian. Rendering its existence unnecessary, she had intended to keep it until she could gather evidence for revenge against the 2 men, for enduring 10 months of pregnancy was a burden she would not bear. As the carriage entered the palace, a dim yellow moon had risen from the east, the palace alive with joy and bustling activity. The palace maids were busy, and Hua Daoxue found a quiet spot in a high pavilion. Resting against the railing and gazing at the majestic night view of the palace. How could she persuade Jun Lintian to release her, to grant her freedom? Xiang, what brings you here? As Hua Daoxue pondered. A melodious voice rang out in the pavilion. She rolled her eyes heavenward, wondering why finding a quiet place was so difficult. Xia, what fruits have you prepared for the moon worship ceremony today? Upon hearing the voice, Hua Daoxue realized it belonged to Hua Xiang. What was she doing here? Oh, I'm preparing hazelnuts. What about you? The girl addressed as Xia replied without hesitation. Oh no, I just overheard from a eunuch by the Empress that she is also preparing hazelnuts. Hua Xiang exclaimed, I suspected you might also be preparing hazelnuts, which is why I called you up. What should we do now? Jiang Xia became anxious. It's about to start, and I won't have time to prepare anything else. Really? That's splendid, thank you so much. Xiang. It was impolite to say such things. They were all sisters of the Shuiqing pavilion. Come on, we mustn't be late for the moon worship ceremony. Alright, but it's rather strange. In previous years, the Empress and consorts never cared for hazelnuts. Why this year did it said that the Empress finds preparing royal yellow dates and silver thread dates too monotonous every year? This year. She wanted to try something new, and she personally picked the hazelnuts from the royal back mountain. Alas, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would have been in a terrible situation this year. I've told you not to mention it. It was merely a small effort. Their voices gradually faded, and Hua Daoshua jumped down from the railing, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Hua Xiang, others may be oblivious to your true nature. But I am well aware. Chapter 79. Unmasking the little vixen. One upon landing, Hua Daoshua noticed her once pure hands were now stained with a crimson hue. A closer inspection revealed that the railing seemed freshly painted. Looking down at her skirt, she saw a large red blotch on her backside, but fortunately, she was wearing pink, making it less noticeable in the evening light. When she arrived at the moon worship altar, the bright moon hung high, appearing so close that one could almost reach out and grasp Chang'e from it. Those in the palace truly knew how to revel, even establishing an altar for moon appreciation. The central altar was already laden with offerings of fruits and mooncakes, all prepared by the noblewomen in the Qin kingdom. During the Mid-Autumn festival, women worship the moon, preparing their fruits while the palace provides the mooncakes. The act of worship carries the connotation of seeking offspring, as offering fruits is a plea for the moon goddess to bestow children. After the women finish their worship, the men select their preferred fruits. With the emperor being the only one allowed to choose from the offerings prepared by the concubines, the one whose fruits are shared the most during the moon worship gains immense prestige and can earn the favor of the royal family, thereby marrying into it. Thus, every household's noblewomen prepare meticulously, while avoiding clashes with the concubines' offerings, for such a mistake would obliterate their chances of entering the royal family. Hua Daoshua had prepared nothing, so she did not approach the altar. Instead, sitting beside Jun Lintian, "What fruits did you prepare?" Jun Lintian cast her a cold sidelong glance, noticing her nonchalant demeanor, evidently unaware of the time until now. Hua Daoshua shook her head. "This is my first time attending such an event in the palace. How would I know what to prepare?" As she spoke, she leaned closer, gritting her teeth in mockery. "Besides, offering fruits for the moon is futile. The moon goddess wouldn't bless me with children unless, of course, you want me to betray you and steal a seed." An icy glimmer shot from Jun Lintian's elongated phoenix eyes, instantly chilling the air. Hua Daoshua stuck out her tongue at him, completely disregarding his frosty demeanor, and leisurely picked up the chopsticks from the table to eat. This little pig is cooked perfectly, tender and fragrant." As she savored her meal, Jun Lintian suppressed the urge to strangle her and took a sip of wine. Suddenly, Hua Daoshua leaned in closer. "My lord, I've noticed the poison on your face seems lessened tonight." Compared to the first time Hua Daoshua had seen him, the swelling on Jun Lintian's face had diminished by at least a third, though it remained exceedingly unappealing. Hua Daoshua frowned. "Jun Lintian, what on earth is wrong with you? If you dare to bring male courtesans into the manor, I will have them all attend to you." Jun Lintian's long fingers tightened around her chin, his words almost squeezing through his teeth. "Oh really?" Hua Daoshua's eyes brightened, a hint of mirth in her expression. "I've never played with male courtesans before. If it's a gift from you, I must make the most of it." Jun Lintian's phoenix eyes glimmered ominously. "How about I find 50 of them for you to play with non-stop for 10 days or half a month?" "Ha ha, my lord, I was merely joking. Why would I need to concern myself with your male courtesans? The Empress Dowager and the Emperor would certainly be more concerned about you." Jun Lintian released her, a trace of chilling malice flickering in his eyes as he poured himself another glass of wine, his movements elegant and imbued with a sense of heroism. Hua Daoshua shook her head. This man was so cruel. Where was the heroism? "Princess Yu, why are you still sitting there? Come and worship the moon." The Empress Dowager finally noticed someone missing, her brow furrowed slightly as she waved her hand. Saying nothing more, "Open all the fruits," the Empress Dowager commanded, and the noblewomen standing before the altar knelt down, gazing up at the bright moon in reverence, the silver thread dates prepared by the Empress. A eunuch's sharp voice rang out. Jiang Xia's complexion paled. "Wasn't it said the Empress was preparing hazelnuts?" She glanced at Hua Xiang beside her, confusion evident in her watery eyes. Hua Daoshua smiled even more joyfully. Clearly enjoying the unfolding drama, Jun Lintian shook his head at her demeanor, his expression filled with helplessness. She refused to worship the moon and instead pushed the matter onto him. It was truly audacious. As she wiped her mouth, grease smeared onto her face. Jun Lintian produced a handkerchief and offered it to her, his deep-set eyes glinting with an unusual light. Hua Daoshua took it and wiped her mouth. Smiling, "My lord, I can't wait to see the spectacle that unfolds. Don't cause trouble. Just stay put." Jun Lintian shot her another cold glance. Hua Daoshua pouted, returning to her meal, after the eunuch's voice rang out numerous times. "Jiang Xia, silver thread." The eunuch's words suddenly halted, casting a worried glance at the Empress. Unwilling to say more, Jiang Xia's face turned ashen, glaring furiously at Hua Xiang. She felt trapped, for this situation was too coincidental. The moon worship altar fell silent, all eyes turning to the Empress, then to Jiang Xia, everyone expressing sympathy. Clashing with the Empress's fruits was akin to self-sabotage. Hua Xiang wore a barely perceptible cold smile. The Empress remained silent, her expression darkening. She had not anticipated anyone would be so audacious that in previous years. She had always used royal yellow dates and silver thread dates, and the attendees had always been discreet enough to avoid such clashes. Yet Jiang Xia had proven herself utterly reckless. Just then Jiang Xia suddenly stood up. To the Empress Dowager, the Emperor and the Empress, I declare that what I prepared was not silver thread dates. This box has been switched. Hua Daoshua chuckled even more, clearly delighted, for Jiang Xia was not one to suffer in silence. She was just as formidable as her brother Zhang Diyu. Hua Daoshua winked at Zhang Diyu, who remained composed, raising his cup in her direction. Hua Daoshua also lifted her cup, intending to share a toast, but suddenly a large hand swooped in, snatching her cup away. Eat your dishes and drink tea. These simple 4 words stripped Hua Daoshua of her right to drink. She glared at Jun Lintian in indignation, while he returned a nonchalant yet authoritative glance. Fine. She conceded the battle of wills and resigned herself to tea. What do you mean by that? The Empress finally spoke. She furrowed her brow. Oh, is that so? Miss Su, the 5th daughter of the Su family? Chapter 80. Unmasking the little vixen. The Empress turned her gaze towards Jiang Xia and inquired. What evidence do you possess? The 5th Miss of the Su family exchanged the fruit box of a commoner, which was initially prepared with hazelnuts. Your Majesty, please examine her fruit box and you shall know. Bring it forth and let us open the one from the Su Prime Minister's residence, the Empress commanded. The eunuchs, not daring to delay, hurriedly opened the box labeled with Su Xian's name. Inside, a delicate arrangement of pine nuts lay, filling the air with a pleasant fragrance, certainly not hazelnuts. Jiang Xia's complexion turned ashen. At this point, even jumping into the Yellow River would not absolve her, for Su Xian must have swapped the box as well. Miss Jiang, it would be prudent to acknowledge your mistake, that I am magnanimous and shall not hold it against you. However, your attempt to conceal your error by slandering others speaks to a grave lapse in character. Your Majesty, what I have stated is undeniably true. I can swear before the moon goddess, Jiang Xia replied resolutely, unwilling to accept the unjust burden of defeat. Hua Xian lifted her head defiantly to face the Empress, declaring, Your Majesty, I too can swear before the moon goddess that I harbor no animosity towards Miss Jiang. Why would I conspire against her? Jiang Xia glared at her. This is precisely what I wish to know. Why would you act so treacherously, when I have treated you as a sister? Enough of this bickering, Miss Jiang. Without evidence, your attempts at refutation are futile. You are to be expelled from the palace. That I may forgive your impetuousness, but I cannot overlook your moral failings. With a wave of her hand, the Empress sealed Jiang Xia's fate. Hua Xian shot a cold glance at Jiang Xia, a mocking smile gracing her lips. You think you can vie for the position of the 3rd imperial consort? Dream on. Wait, Hua Daoshua interjected, setting down her chopsticks and raising her hand calmly. Your Majesty, what if there are witnesses? What do you mean, Princess you? The Empress responded, her eyes narrowing with evident disinterest in prolonging the matter, which had soured the evening's festivities. Hua Daoshua stood and strolled leisurely to their side. Regrettably, I overheard the conversation between these 2 young ladies while seeking solitude in the attic. Are you implying you will testify for Miss Jiang? The Empress asked incredulously. But Hua Xian is your sister, is she not? Hua Daoshua smiled lightly. I stand by justice, not kinship. As what Miss Jiang asserted true. Indeed, it is true that if the Empress desires, I can repeat everything they discussed. Hua Daoshua said with a charming smile. Hua Xian's expression shifted rapidly. How could Hua Daoshua be present? This was truly a twist of fate, but she was mistaken if she thought Hua Daoshua would hasten her downfall. Your Majesty, my elder sister has been simple-minded since childhood. Her words cannot serve as evidence. That I implore your Majesty to discern wisely, Hua Xian insisted, her face awash with grievance. Moreover, for reasons unknown, my second sister has harbored a profound hatred for the Hua household since her marriage, even causing a ruckus at our home some time ago, ultimately severing ties with our father. Hua Xian's words transformed the expressions of the Empress, the Dowager Empress, and the Emperor. The audacity of Princess Yu was too blatant. Was she not clearly fabricating evidence to slander another? Even Jun Qixie grew displeased. Princess Yu, after the harm you inflicted upon Xian, she did not seek retribution, yet now you wish to harm her again? Hua Daoshua sighed, casting a cold glance at Jun Qixie. 3rd Prince, you seem to have been blessed with sight in vain. Jun Qixie began to retort, but upon witnessing Hua Daoshua's fearless demeanor, he tempered his tone. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims? The lower-ranking officials began to murmur amongst themselves, all expressing disbelief at Hua Daoshua's cunning, as she had seemingly turned against her own sister at such a crucial moment. A group of dimwits indeed. Hua Daoshua had no interest in engaging with their trivialities as a moral witness. Her testimony was sufficient. How dare you? What is your attitude? Did the Empress permit you to leave? A nearby eunuch reprimanded sharply. Hua Daoshua frowned in annoyance. Was her testimony causing trouble? Eunuch Chang, are you chastising my princess? Jun Lintian asked coolly, raising his cup in a casual manner, his expression unflinching. Eunuch Chang's countenance shifted as he hastily knelt. Slapping himself, I do not dare. Jun Lintian picked up his chopsticks and offered Hua Daoshua a piece of Jiangnan roast goose, casually stating, eat. Why involve yourself in such trivial disputes? You are the esteemed princess you. Must you dirty your hands? Jun Lintian spoke in a leisurely tone, as if discussing family matters, yet the atmosphere shifted dramatically. His words subtly conveyed that his princess need not engage in such schemes. Hua Xian pressed her lips tightly together, her hands clenched, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She was unwilling to accept this outcome. How could Hua Daoshua, the fool, emerge at such a critical moment? Even more surprising was Jun Lintian's fierce protection of her. The Empress shot a glare at the kneeling eunuch Chang, scolding, why are you not departing immediately? Since Princess Yu has testified, the character of the fifth miss of the Hua family is now open to scrutiny. The Emperor finally spoke, having remained silent until now. This matter was originally between women, and he had no desire to intervene. However, since the prince had spoken, he too must assert his authority as emperor. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I truly did not commit any wrongdoing. To harm another must require motive. I have always been on good terms with the second miss of the Zhang family as sisters from the Water Spirit Pavilion. We share no enmity. How could I possibly do such a thing? I beseech your Majesty for justice. Hua Xian lamented, tears streaming down her face, portraying an image of innocence and grievance. Are you implying that Princess Yu is lying and attempting to frame you? The Emperor inquired, his tone elevated with authority. Hua Daoshua, having taken a bite of goose, found it unpalatable, discarding it and rising. Since my fifth sister is so perplexed, allow me to clarify. Her testimony, whether believed by the adjudicator or not, had transformed her into the principal suspect, and that she could not tolerate. With a smile that held an unsettling edge, she approached Hua Xian. Fifth sister, you claim we shared a harmonious bond in the household. Why not recount how we truly coexisted? Was it you who struck me, or was it your mother who withheld my monthly allowance, treating me as less than human? However, you, dear fifth sister, are far too genteel to take matters into your own hands. Perhaps we could summon Hua Huaxin to testify about our harmonious relationship. Chapter 81. Unmasking the little vixen 3 with a trembling lip and an innocent expression, Hua Xian replied, elder sister, I understand that mother favored me more in the household, which may have caused you some discontent. However, I have never harmed you. I never realized that in your eyes, Xian is such a wretched being that you would harbor such hatred for me. Lowering her head, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her heart breaking in despair. The more she spoke, the greater the disdain Hua Daoshua felt for her, further convincing observers that Hua Daoshua sought to harm her. The barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corner of Hua Xian's mouth. Jun Qixia, witnessing Hua Xian's tearful state, stood up. Princess Yu, cease your unfounded accusations. Xian is well-mannered, gentle and kind. I know this best. In the past, when others insulted you, she always defended you, he added. Hua Daoshua waved her hand dismissively, shooting him an exasperated glance. You blind fool, go find somewhere cooler to sulk. Hua Daoshua. Jun Qixia's chest heaved with indignation. He had not anticipated such disrespect from her. His face turned a shade of iron. Bolstered by the presence of his uncle, yet acutely aware that the Dowager Empress and the Emperor were also present. What? Hua Daoshua retorted, lifting her chin defiantly, hands on her hips, mimicking his posture. I have lived with her for 20 years. I know her better than you do. How about this? Since you are so aggrieved, let us make a wager. Very well, let us wager. Jun Qixia's handsome face betrayed a fleeting hesitation. Hua Daoshua had surprised him on several occasions. However, with so many onlookers, he could not appear cowardly, for Hua Daoshua would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to call him a coward in front of all present. Hua Daoshua produced a pink sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. This object is a lie detector. Whoever holds it will be subjected to its truth-sensing capabilities. Jun Qixia burst into laughter. Princess Yu, are you jesting? Such things do not exist in this world, except for him. The others in attendance regarded her as if she were a fool, initially believing the rumors of her idiocy were exaggerated. But now they saw the truth behind the saying, since the third prince does not believe, why not test him? Hua Daoshua suggested playfully, I will ask many sensitive questions, and the third prince must not lie, for the moment he does it will be revealed. With a smile, she approached him. Come, grasp it in your palm. Jun Qixie scrutinized her, then glanced at the sphere, which appeared to be merely cloth wrapped around something. He remained skeptical but took the sphere and held it in his palm nonchalantly. Ask away. Have the third prince and Hua Xian engaged in any inappropriate conduct? Hua Daoshua inquired, raising an eyebrow. Jun Qixie frowned, replying, No. Are you certain? No. Have you held hands? No. Did you ever promise to make her the third imperial consort? No. Did she ever say I am foolish? No. Does she have a mole on her right waist? No. All right, I have finished my questions. Third prince, please return the lie detector to me. Hua Daoshua snatched the lie detector ball from his hands and remarked, The third prince has lied in several of his earlier questions, but he spoke the truth in the last one. Indeed, the fifth miss of the Hua family does not have a mole on her right waist. The second madam of the Xianghua mansion knows this best. A smile curled at the corners of Hua Daoshua's lips, relishing the moment. How could he know that Hua Xian had no mole on her right waist? It was only then that Jun Qixie realized he had inadvertently fallen into Hua Daoshua's trap. His expression darkened, his face as grim as an ancient judge, and with a flick of his sleeve, he seated himself, declaring, You merely devised this scheme to entrap me. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Miss Hua was indeed shameless, having entangled herself with a prince before even being married. Since you do not believe me, perhaps we should let Zhang Xiangye have a go at it, Hua Daoshua suggested, approaching Zhang Dia with the lie detector ball. She subtly winked at him and whispered, Raise an eyebrow for a lie and pout for the truth. Zhang Dia flashed a charming smile and replied loudly, Very well. He enveloped the ball in his hand and asked, You Wangfei, may I pose a question? Do you have foot odor? No. Zhang Dia's expression darkened, yet he still pursed his lips. What color are the undergarments you are wearing today? Blue. Zhang Dia raised an eyebrow, glaring at Hua Daoshua, bewildered by the nature of her inquiry. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could he endure such a sacrifice for this game? Ultimately, it was confirmed that Zhang Dia was indeed not wearing blue undergarments today, and even after removing his shoes, no foot odor was detected. Does anyone else wish to try this lie detector? Hua Daoshua inquired with a smile, raising her hand to address the assembly. Everyone lowered their heads, no longer daring to question. Anyone who dared to attempt this would be a fool. Who knew how many secrets of their clandestine escapades would be revealed? With no one daring to cast suspicions, it was time for Hua Xian to take her turn. Hua Daoshua squatted beside the kneeling Hua Xian, saying, Fifth sister, hold it well. It is connected to your heart. To be sure to handle it properly. Any inappropriate movements will be revealed. Hua Xian glared at her fiercely, wishing to consume her whole, yet when she raised her face, it bore an expression of pitiful grievance. Since the Wangfei wishes to test it, let us proceed. Xian has nothing to hide. Though she spoke thus, her hand trembled incessantly around the ball, a fact that only Hua Daoshua could perceive. With a mocking smile, Hua Daoshua posed, Fifth sister, did you visit the pavilion beside the moon worship altar? No, I was in the imperial garden admiring flowers with my maid, Lanju. She can testify to my whereabouts. Then how is it that I heard you telling Zhang Xia that the empress does not intend to prepare silver thread dates this year, and that you personally went to the royal back mountain to pick them? Hua Xian looked at her in disbelief. Had Hua Daoshua truly been present? She thought Hua Daoshua was merely trying to knock her down a peg. Panic flickered in her eyes, yet she maintained her facade of calm. Responding, Wangfei might have mistaken me for someone else. Hua Daoshua opened her palm to reveal the ball. Everyone, look at this ball. What changes do you notice? The cloth-wrapped ball had transformed into an irregularly flattened shape. Inside was actually a mooncake, wrapped in silk. The reason the third prince and Zhang Xiangye had not altered its form while holding it was that they were not tense. However, Hua Xian's fear caused her to unconsciously crush the mooncake. A common manifestation of anxiety when one fears their lies might be exposed. Revealing her guilty conscience that as Hua Daoshua spoke, she peeled back the cloth, unveiling the indeed crushed mooncake. Ancient mooncakes were quite hard. To be crushed required considerable force, indicating the extent of her anxiety. Chapter 82. Pleading for Duan Faisai. The crowd erupted in chaos. Hua Xian's face turned pale. Her teeth clenched as she wished to tear Hua Daoshua apart for outsmarting her. No, this could not stand. She must not allow Hua Daoshua's ruse to be unveiled. No. It's not like that, Hua Xian sobbed, her voice trembling. I was indeed very nervous, but not out of guilt. Rather, it is because the Wang has spoken words of protection. You are bound to ruin me. I fear the Wang's fierce protection will cost me my life. Hua Daoshua sighed. You dare to argue still. Your every word insinuates that I am framing you. Where is the fear in your voice? I doubt I was merely feigning, Hua Xian stammered. Your Majesty, Empress and Dowager Empress, please believe me. I am genuinely terrified. Yuang. She knelt, tears streaming down her face, her delicate shoulders trembling like a fawn bullied by a lion, utterly pitiful. And this lion was Hua Daoxue, a fierce beast using the Wang's authority to torment her own sister. How bold! Are you implying that the Wang Fei has gone to such lengths just to wrong you? Throw her out of the palace. The Empress slammed the table, her words dripping with nuance. It was precisely because the Wang Fei had exerted herself so that you were convicted, therefore, you may blame her. Hua Xian cried out in distress. I am wronged as she was dragged away, her frail body trembling as if burdened by immense injustice. Hua Mingho, unable to restrain himself, rushed forward, having invested all his efforts in nurturing Hua Xian. If she could not marry into the royal family, the Hua family would face ruin. He knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, Xian has always been gentle and kind. She would never commit such an act. Please see the truth. Does the Wang Fei's personal testimony hold no weight? The Empress's words shifted all blame back onto Hua Daoxue. Some present cast glances of resentment towards Hua Daoxue, deeming her a venomous woman deliberately ensnaring her own sister. Hua Daoxue sighed helplessly. Hua Xian, you are truly relentless, unwilling to accept the truth until the bitter end. You refuse to shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well, I shall make your demise more palatable. Hua Daoxue approached Hua Xian, a peculiar smile gracing her lips, sending a chill down Hua Xian's spine. Leaning down, she abruptly lifted the hem of Hua Xian's skirt and inquired, Fifth sister, do you know what this red substance on your skirt is? Hua Xian froze, momentarily forgetting her tears and cries of innocence, anxiously asking, What do you mean? You may not know, but the pavilion next door was just repainted a few days ago, and it has yet to dry completely. I sat on the railing and got some on me too. The stairs of the pavilion are narrow, and your skirt must have brushed against it as you passed. Hua Xian's face turned ashen, her eyes glaring at Hua Daoxue with fury. Yet, Hua Daoxue paid no heed to her animosity, cheerfully stating, Oh dear fifth sister, why do you glare at me? Have you ceased your cries of injustice, Jiang Xia? Hearing this, quickly checked her own skirt, discovering a faint trace of red paint on the hem of her light green skirt. Though subtle, it was still evident. She promptly declared, Your Majesties, I too have some. The Empress's expression shifted dramatically, rising in anger. How dare you deceive the Dowager Empress, the Emperor and myself? Drag her out and punish her with 50 lashes, Your Majesty. Does her crime not warrant the execution of her entire family? Jun Lintian interjected casually, catching Hua Mingho off guard, causing him to roll on the ground before him. Yu Wang, I have served the court for decades. Please show mercy. The Dowager Empress, who had remained silent, sighed, Old 8, Hua Xiangua has served the country well. It is unnecessary to escalate matters so severely. Hua Xian has not succeeded in her schemes. Mother, she may not have succeeded, but what if she had? My wife would bear the stain of false accusations, openly unassailable yet secretly reviled. If Hua Xian has the audacity to strike back like this, it reflects poorly on Hua Xiangua's leniency. I have just heard that the second madam of the Xiangua mansion has always favored Hua Xian. It seems my wife has suffered greatly in the Xiangua mansion. Jun Lintian stood, his face casting an eerie shadow in the moonlight, exuding a chilling menace. Even if I were to torment her 1,000 times, I shall not allow anyone else to slight her in the slightest. But does that not include the execution of her entire family? The Empress remarked softly. Schwer, you cannot be so heartless. The Xiangua mansion has raised you for over 20 years. How can you forget your roots upon marrying into a noble family? The second madam knelt and began to weep. Xian is my flesh and blood. Naturally, I am biased towards her, but I have not treated you poorly either. Hua Daoxue feigned ignorance, sitting down to sip her tea. Jun Qixie glared at Hua Xian, resentful that her supposed kindness and gentleness were mere facades, causing him significant embarrassment. However, regardless of the situation, he had just acknowledged that he had favored her, making it inappropriate for him to remain silent. Your Highness, although Hua Xian has erred, her crime does not warrant the execution of her entire family. Jun Qixie stated flatly. Jun Lintian merely smirked. Hua Xiangua indeed has good connections. So many plead for leniency. Upon hearing this, Hua Mingho quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing us. That I have not said that this is sufficient. The Emperor may show mercy and not pursue your treason. But for me, only shedding blood can appease my wrath for the slander against my wife, Jun Lintian asserted firmly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, embodying a fierce protective spirit. Hua Daoxue, however, does not share this sentiment. If this man truly seeks to avenge her, it is unnecessary for him to go to such extremes. It appears more as though he wishes to use her situation to completely eradicate Hua Mingho. Does he harbor such a deep-seated grudge against Hua Mingho? She cast a glance at the tear-streaked face of the second madam and sighed, pleading, Your Highness, Faisi is her only kin by blood. I implore you to show her mercy. Chapter 83. Bestowed upon a minister. Hua Daoshua scoffed derisively, lowering her head to indulge in her meal. Hua Mingho and the second madam's family were overwhelmed with gratitude, hoping this matter could simply end here. Very well, very well. This evening, with the bright moon overhead and a splendid view, let us all gather to admire the moon and share some pastries, proclaimed the Empress Dowager. Effectively sweeping the issue under the rug, Jiang Xia rose, her smile radiant, and declared, Tonight's events were instigated by me, disrupting everyone's enjoyment. Please allow me to perform a dance to enliven the atmosphere. Excellent, excellent, cheered the esteemed guests. Jiang Xia, delicate and graceful, danced as though weightless, her sleeves fluttering like blossoms in the wind, instantly dispelling the oppressive tension at the moon-worshipping altar. Having satisfied her hunger, Hua Daoshua patted her slightly swollen belly, yawned, and pondered how long this moon-gazing would last. Princess you too have a part in this matter. Shouldn't you perform a dance to entertain us? Just as Hua Daoshua began to drift into slumber, she heard Zhang Dea teasingly call out, How about that charming tune you sang last time at Jinxiang Building? You sang it splendidly, didn't you, Prince you? Zhang Dea aimed to drag Jun Lintian into this as well. Jun Lintian shot him a cold glance but remained silent. Hua Daoshua, feeling a surge of anger, slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Zhang Dea, I graciously sang for you last time. Do not overestimate your worth. She was not a singer for hire. Her performance was a courtesy, and how dare he bring it up? Zhang Dea was momentarily taken aback but swiftly smiled brightly. Princess you, I just solved a case for you, even revealing my undergarments. Surely it is not too much to ask for a song to soothe my wounded spirit. Hua Daoshua scoffed, Then since I just saved your sister, should you not devote yourself to me? Devote myself? I would give my life if needed. Jun Lintian raised his head to look at Zhang Dea, his expression darkening, his eyes concealing a murderous intent as he remarked, It seems that Minister Zhang is rather fond of my princess. To speak candidly, Princess Yu is pure and lovely, and I indeed hold a fondness for her, Zhang Dea replied without hesitation. This should not conflict. Princess Yu is still Princess Yu, and my affection is my own. Hua Daoshua's lips twitched. Was this man intent on tarnishing her reputation even further? He himself was notorious enough. And now he sought to drag her down with him. How unbearable. I have always believed in fostering goodwill. Since you admire her, I shall bestow Hua Daoshua upon you, Jun Lintian declared calmly, his dark eyes revealing inscrutable intentions. In that moment everyone fell silent, the lively atmosphere abruptly freezing, a wave of coldness washing over the scene, the moonlight suddenly feeling starkly frigid. Just moments ago, Jun Lintian had been defending Princess Yu, and now, out of the blue, he was offering her to a minister, truly the tyrannical Prince Yu. Hua Daoshua slammed her hand on the table, rising in outrage. Jun Lintian, what do you mean by this? Very well. If you wish to gift me to another, please be so kind as to provide me with a divorce letter as well. Hua Daoshua was seething with anger. She was not his possession, and he had no right to treat her as such. Jun Lintian's lips curled into a mocking smile. I have stated before in my presence, there are no divorces, only widowhood. That if you wish to perish, feel free. Hua Daoshua, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, So it seems that the Prince Yu is considerate of his ministers. Whatever they desire, he bestows upon them. As she spoke, she approached Zhang Dea, resting a hand on his broad shoulder, smiling seductively. Minister Zhang, should you not express your gratitude? Zhang Dea raised an eyebrow. Then I shall thank Prince Yu. How could she say such things? Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for Jun Lintian and the other ministers to overhear. Jun Lintian's fingers tightened around the wine cup, shattering it in his grasp. Hua Daoshua had defied him time and again, yet she remained lively and vibrant, something that would have been impossible before. At that moment Hua Daoshua stood up and knelt before the Empress Dowager, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I am being wronged. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor furrowed their brows, their expression somewhat unnatural. This was, after all, an unfortunate matter. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager pondered, looking at Jun Lintian with gravity, you may bestow Princess Yu upon Minister Zhang at your discretion, but this does not align with propriety. If you truly do not wish her, you may divorce her. I will make other arrangements for you. The Empress Dowager sighed softly, lifting her teacup for a sip. Chapter 84. Encounter with danger. Your Majesty, I have just stated there are no divorces. Only widowhood. You once compelled me to marry, and now you wish to force me to divorce? Jun Lintian retorted, rising with a cold expression, brushing off his sleeves as he left in displeasure. To treat her as a plaything to be given away without providing a divorce letter was truly outrageous. Hua Daoxue, infuriated, stood up and chased after him, seizing a wine bottle from the table and hurling it at Jun Lintian with all her might. Her aim was true. The bottle shattered against his back. Glass scattering everywhere, Jun Lintian halted coldly. The moon-worshipping altar fell into a deep silence, the air thick with fear. When had anyone dared to show such disrespect to Prince Yu? Even the Empress Dowager and Emperor lacked the courage to do so. The crowd shared a singular thought. Hua Daoxue was finished. Zhang Dea, seated nearby, glanced at the Empress Dowager and the Emperor with concern. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, sighing, "Let it be, the royal family's dignity has already been tarnished. I have lost my interest." With that, she stood with Lan Gu's support and departed in despondence. Hua Daoxue kicked at Jun Lintian. "Are your ears blocked? Did you not hear that Prince Yu has bestowed me upon you? Are you no longer a man? Must you be so cowardly? Can we not remain friends?" She pressed him against the carriage. "Enough," Hua Daoxue murmured, resting her hands by her ears, comfortably drifting off to sleep. Zhang Dea observed her indignant slumbering visage, a smile creeping across his face. The streets at night were ethereal and quiet, the moonlight cold, with only the sound of the carriage wheels echoing. Suddenly, a wailing emerged from the silent alleyway. The carriage's curtain was stained red with blood, and the sound of the wheels came to an abrupt halt. Hua Daoxue swiftly opened her sharp eyes, a strong sense of danger awakening her instinctively. She turned to Zhang Dea, frowning, and asked, "What has happened?" Hua Daoxue shot him a glance, then, seeing the bloodstain on the curtain ahead, decisively lifted it to look outside. An overwhelming and intimidating aura of killing intent surged forth. The carriage was surrounded by a group of over 100 ruthless assassins, and the coachman lay dead on the ground. Of course, they are after you. That may not be the case. You have amassed so many enemies through your greed. More than there are stars in the sky. Hey, I say, little Schwer, this does not seem like the time to discuss whether these assassins are after you or me, does it? Zhang Dea remarked, exasperated. Why not? If they are after you, then I would be unjustly implicated when I reach the underworld. How am I to settle accounts with Yan Wang? I ought to make a better investment in my next life. Hua Daoxue replied, teasing him with a smile. That is precisely what I was about to say. Zhang Dea declared as he leapt from the carriage, shouting, Hey, who are you trying to kill? If it's that woman, step aside and let me through. I'll leave her to you. A tense silence enveloped the air, thick with the oppressive killing intent. Hua Daoxue leaned against the window, chuckling, See, it is evident they are here to kill you. Hurry and go die, and don't drag me down with you. You all shall perish. A cold voice rang out as the assassins surged toward them. Both Zhang Dea and Hua Daoxue's expressions shifted. This was no trivial matter. With over 100 assassins targeting them, even with their skills, they would be overwhelmed. Hua Daoxue dodged deftly, evading the swords and knives that sliced into the carriage, while she managed to maintain her position within the carriage. Zhang Dea was not as fortunate. Facing off against 50 opponents, he was soon left in tatters. Hua Daoxue recognized the gravity of the situation. These assassins were intent on killing them without leaving any survivors. And their martial arts far surpassed those of the assassins she had encountered last time, at least tenfold stronger. Despite her earlier jests, Hua Daoxue understood that the assassins were indeed targeting her. She leapt from the carriage, concealing her hands within her sleeves, her gaze icy as she glared at the approaching assassins, a wicked smile blooming on her lips. Zhang Dea, I can make them lose all their internal power in a single night. Do you believe me? Zhang Dea, pressed against the carriage, defended himself desperately with his sword, realizing he could only focus on defense. Hua Daoxue, if you truly possess such power, I will gladly serve you for a lifetime. Zhang Dea evidently did not wish to die. Remember what you said. Hua Daoxue delivered a swift kick to a nearby assassin, leveraging the force to propel herself into the air, with a graceful flourish of her long sleeves. A cloud of white powder erupted from within, scattering in every direction. The assassins, sensing something amiss, instinctively held their breaths, only to realize too late that they had been ensnared. In an instant their bodies stiffened. Rendered immobile, Hua Daoxue erupted into laughter, seizing a fallen longsword from the ground. With the finesse of a Western sword master, she commenced a relentless assault, the assassins standing like wooden dummies as she dispatched them with ease. Soon a multitude lay sprawled in disarray. The chilling stillness of the midnight alley was permeated by the pungent scent of blood as Hua Daoxue reveled in her carnage, swinging her sword with abandon. Savoring the thrill of the kill, the leader of the assassins, observing this scene from a distance, was incredulous. No, this cannot be. How is this possible? Although Zhang Dea shared a similar confusion, He was acutely aware that this was not the time for curiosity. He deftly eliminated the assassin nearest to him. Hua Daoshue, still smiling, turned her gaze towards the leader. Reveal to me who sent you, and I shall disclose how your formidable subordinates met their demise. What do you say? The leader stared at Hua Daoshue, questioning whether she was human or demon. Zhang Dia approached, casting her a glance and inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Fortunately, merely a surface wound," Hua Daoshue replied with a playful grin. "But you, my friend, are in dire straits. If you do not staunch the bleeding soon, you shall bleed to death." Just as Zhang Dia prepared to roll his eyes at her, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent approaching and shouted, "Watch out!" Hua Daoshue reacted swiftly, but it was already too late. An arrow, glistening with silver light, struck true into her back. Her body stiffened, pain contorting her brow, and she collapsed into Zhang Dia's arms, cursing under her breath. "Damn it, I've let my guard down, having been lax for too long." Her vigilance had waned considerably, and no sooner had she finished speaking than a torrent of blood flowed from her lips, gritting her teeth. She uttered, "Zhang Dia, I am dying, that do not seek revenge for me. Marry Qinghua and live a good life." Zhang Dia's face paled in horror as he scolded. "What nonsense are you spouting? You've survived countless assassins. How could a mere arrow bring you down?" Hua Daoshue managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. It's often the most unassuming that leads one to their demise. Remember to go to the Yu Wangfu and request a divorce from Jun Lintian. Do not let my name be inscribed as Yu Wangfei on my tombstone. As she uttered her final words, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Hua Daoshue, Zhang Dia shouted, cradling her in his arms, intent on finding a doctor. But was halted by the leader of the assassins. "Stand aside." Zhang Dia glared at the leader, unwilling to engage in battle at that moment. Hua Daoshue required immediate medical attention. The assassin leader snorted derisively. "You cannot even save yourself. Do you think you have the capacity to rescue her? Who hired you?" "I will pay you tenfold," Zhang Dia urged, anxiety etching his features, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, he maintained his composure. "This lot must be your elite assassins, now all dead. What will you do for a living?" "I will pay you tenfold to ensure your peace of mind, and to provide for the families of your slain subordinates." The leader paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. "Do you not wish to know how your assassins met their end?" Zhang Dia pressed, sensing the leader's wavering resolve as the leader continued to hesitate. Zhang Dia's patience waned. "You may not be able to defeat me." Zhang Dia raised his sword, preparing to strike. "Wait," the leader interjected. "Tenfold is insufficient. I demand 100,000 taels of gold without a word." Zhang Dia tore the insignia from his waist and tossed it to him. "Go and collect it yourself." He then took off with Hua Daoshue, utilizing his lightness skill to flee swiftly, while the leader, clutching the insignia, cast a glance at the fallen bodies of his comrades before vanishing into the night. Once he departed, two figures in dark attire emerged from the now silent street. One inquired, "Shall we pursue the master?" "Not necessary, she has been struck by the Mou flower. It is a certain death." The one addressed as master turned away, murmuring, "What a pity, to lose such a clever and spirited girl." The second dark-clad figure stared in disbelief. When had their master ever shown mercy towards those who had crossed him? In the Yu Wangfu, Jun Lintian sat by the window, poring over ancient scrolls. "My lord, a messenger from Zhangxiang has arrived." Gongqing introduced a young man of about 20. Jun Lintian glanced up, his interest piqued. "What news?" His grip on the book tightened as he exclaimed, "What did you say? How could Hua Daoshue have been poisoned?" A fleeting look of shock and coldness crossed his elongated eyes. Rising abruptly, he made to leave, but the messenger hastily called after him. "My lord. My lord. One more thing. Zhang Xiang instructed me to convey that Yu Wangfei has left a final message, requesting you to bring a divorce decree." "Forgive me, my lord, it was Zhang Xiang who insisted I relay this." The messenger stammered, trembling as he knelt. Jun Lintian's face darkened, his eyes glinting like blades. Before the messenger could finish, he was struck with fear, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Jun Lintian bolted from the room, his pace markedly quicker than usual. Gongqing, furious, kicked the trembling messenger, growling, "Have you lost your mind, daring to claim that the Wangfei has left a message? The Wangfei will not die. If anything happens to her, your entire family will pay the price." With a sharp reprimand, Gongqing hurried after him. "The Wangfei could not die, especially not now. Doctor, is there truly nothing else we can do?" Zhang Dia implored, his pallor betraying the excessive blood loss. "My lord, Yu Wangfei has been afflicted by a rare poison. I am utterly powerless." The elder physician shook his head, sorrowfully sighing. "You should tend to your own wounds first." Zhang Dia staggered back, closing his eyes in despair. Collapsing onto the soft couch, This physician was the best in the royal city, no less skilled than the imperial doctors. If he claimed to be powerless, then Hua Daoshua was indeed beyond saving. What will I say to Wang? Just as he contemplated, Jun Lintian burst in, rushing to the bedside. His obsidian-like eyes instantly turned frosty upon seeing Hua Daoshua, whose complexion had turned ashen, lips darkening to a purplish hue. Her breath faint as if she could expire at any moment. Jun Lintian grasped her delicate hand, coldly demanding, "What is her condition?" A flicker of unwillingness crossed Jun Lintian's eyes as he pressed. "How long does she have?" "At most 12 hours, the physician replied, lowering his head. Gong Qing, sensing the change in the physician's demeanor, barked, "This is Yu Wang. If you dare conceal anything, you will pay with your life." The physician bowed his head, unable to speak. No matter how magnanimous Yu Wang was, he could not tolerate any harm befalling Yu Wangfei. Human life is at stake. "Do not hedge," Gong Qing reprimanded, his tone growing urgent. "If someone were to share a bed with the Wangfei, it might prolong her life. But I have only heard this, never verified it." The physician rushed out his words, not daring to breathe. Jun Lintian's gaze fell upon the lifeless Hua Daoshua. His obsidian eyes clouded with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dia shut his eyes and fainted. The physician, kneeling on the ground, also succumbed to exhaustion. Thankfully, he had not mentioned that Yu Wangfei was with child. Otherwise, his life would surely be forfeited if Yu Wang discovered that his Wangfei had strayed. He would be the first to silence him. Gong Qing glanced at Zhang Dia, instructing the physician, "Hurry and tend to Zhang Xiang." Only then did the physician scramble to his feet. Regaining his composure now that Jun Lintian's icy aura had lifted, he promptly began to treat Zhang Dia's wounds, which were numerous but, fortunately, all superficial. Once Gong Qing confirmed that Zhang Dia would be all right, he swiftly pursued Jun Lintian. Hua Daoshua found herself in a realm unclear, unsure if she was dreaming or had entered the underworld, where she encountered her mother. Clad in a gown of snow-white gauze, her mother sat at the bedside, a serene smile gracing her face. "Schwer, come here. Mother has something to show you." Hua Daoshua approached, a small, square box the size of a red matchbox appearing in her tiny palm. How had her hands become so small, resembling those of a 3-year-old? "This is Yanluo Lingji, which can counteract all poisons and cure every ailment. In critical moments, it can save your life." Curiosity piqued, Hua Daoshua reached for the box's lid, but a greedy hand snatched it from her grasp. She looked up to see Hua Mingho, a sinister smile on his face. "You little wretch, you've hidden this well, give it back. This was left for Schwer by me," her mother cried out, attempting to reach for the box, only to be intercepted by the venomous second madam. With a forceful shove, she sent her mother crashing onto the stone bed, blood gushing from her forehead. Hua Daoshua screamed in terror, "You're awake." A familiar voice resonated in her ears. Hua Daoshua's bright, clear eyes fluttered open, confusion flooding her gaze. How could she hear Jun Lintian's voice? She glanced around, bewildered by her surroundings. Jagged stones loomed menacingly, barren volcanic rock devoid of any vegetation, creating a desolate and eerie landscape. A gust of wind swept through, chilling her to the bone. Where was her mother? What stone bed? Had she just been dreaming? Yet everything felt so achingly real. Beneath me lies a living embodiment of exquisite beauty, a man of striking allure. Entirely unclad, his muscular form sculpted and defined. His long flowing dark hair cascades over the marble edge like a silken waterfall, framing a visage so breathtakingly stunning that it resembles a fallen celestial being. Yet, his expression is tumultuous, and within his deep-set eyes glimmers an elusive light. To my astonishment, I find myself sprawled atop the pristine and robust body of Jun Lintian, and the most shocking revelation is that I too am devoid of clothing. Our skin intimately entwined, we are submerged in a frigid pool, the cold seeping into our very bones. Hua Daoshua blinks in disbelief for a few moments before asking vacantly, "What are you doing?" "What do you think?" Jun Lintian replies coolly, a smirk dancing at the corners of his lips. "Are you taking liberties with me?" Hua Daoshua struggles to comprehend how she transitioned from being with her mother to this intimate entanglement with Jun Lintian, who is known for his haughty demeanor. "How did it turn into me taking liberties with you?" Jun Lintian, with his powerful arms resting on the edge, gazes at her with an air of nonchalance. Realizing the absurdity of her predicament, Hua Daoshua hastily attempts to extricate herself from his embrace, only to discover that her body is devoid of strength, rendered fragile and powerless. A sharp pain lances through her back, and she grits her teeth in agony. Suddenly, she recalls being struck by an arrow, and her knowledge of toxins tells her that the moment the arrow pierced her skin, she recognized the potency of its poison, prompting her to leave a message for Zhang Dia. Yet, against all odds, she survives and now finds herself entangled with this beastly June Lintian. What a turn of events! Do not move. If you do, the poison that has just begun to dissipate will gather once more. June Lintian's voice resonates. Weakly, Hua Daoshua lies against his chest, feeling the chill enveloping her upper body while her lower half remains numb, as if submerged in icy waters. Give me clothes, I am freezing. She protests weakly. Clothing will lead to death. Remaining unclothed offers a chance at survival. Are you certain you want clothes? June Lintian's gaze is piercing as he scrutinizes her. When one is fighting for survival, why not move a little to the side? I have no desire to take advantage of you, Hua Daoshua replies, a blush creeping across her cheeks, for despite June Lintian's arrogance, he is undeniably a strikingly handsome man. Are you sure you want me to move? June Lintian inquires with a teasing smile, lifting her slightly away from himself. Instantly, Hua Daoshua shivers from the cold, her once fair skin now tinged with blue. And without June Lintian's warmth, she cannot endure the biting cold of the pool. No, don't go. She stammers through chattering teeth. The realization dawns on her that the poison within her body is being kept at bay solely due to the frigid waters. And it is June Lintian's body heat that prevents her from succumbing to the freezing temperatures. A flicker of intrigue passes through June Lintian's narrowed eyes as he states simply. Unknown, what of Jiang Dea? She inquires. He will not perish. That if you die, I shall find a way to annul our bond. Until you choke on your last breath, do not even think about it, he asserts. His long arm encircling her waist, pulling her closer, a hint of agitation flashing in his eyes. The movement causes Hua Daoshua to inadvertently bite her lip, grateful for the chilling waters that stave off any improper thoughts. For such intimate proximity with this arrogant man would surely ignite her passions. June Lintian, I harbor no deep-seated grudge against you. Are you truly unwilling to spare me even in death? A chill spreads through her body. Deeper than the cold water, the once bright dreams of entering the Yu Kingdom have devolved into this dire predicament, all due to her own naivety. The moment she discovered June Lintian was poisoned, she should have realized the gravity of the situation. She had been thrust into a royal conflict when she was pursued. She should have been acutely aware of the danger surrounding her, prioritizing her survival over any hopes for a letter of divorce. They say one reaps what one sows, and indeed, she finds herself in a predicament where she is unaware of who has claimed her body. Thoughts of a child surface, and she muses that June Lintian must have sought a physician. Aware of her condition with our skin so intimately entwined, what does the king expect? How could I be released from this? June Lintian lifts her chin with a long pale finger, his starry eyes coldly assessing her. Do you truly wish to leave me? How can you speak of intimacy when you are incapable of standing? Hua Daoshua grits her teeth, the icy waters threatening to extinguish the life within her. And she fears the child may be lost, especially given the poison coursing through her veins. You must be jesting. June Lintian leans closer, his voice a low whisper beside her ear. You might want to move a bit and see for yourself. What do you mean? Hua Daoshua stares in confusion. The physician stated that without physical intimacy, you would only have 12 hours to live. You have already survived 48. He continues, amusement flickering in his gaze as he observes her bewilderment. Impossible. Hua Daoshua retorts, I am a genuine woman. Indeed, June Lintian replies, brushing a hand through her hair, I can attest to that. You are spouting nonsense. Are you not the one who has lost your prowess? Hua Daoshua's head spins, struggling to discern whether June Lintian is being serious or jesting with her. Indeed, he affirms, fingers grazing her delicate lips, if that is the case, then how did you and I become entwined? Hua Daoshua attempts to bite him, but he deftly inserts his finger into her mouth, eliciting a wave of revulsion that makes her turn her head away. A playful smile graces June Lintian's lips, his features radiating charm, resembling a snow lotus blooming amidst the harshness of winter. How can you compare me to a snow lotus when you are merely a charlatan? Hua Daoshua mutters, her voice dwindling as weariness overtakes her, and she slowly closes her eyes. June Lintian studies her pale face, tinged with an unnatural flush. Hua Daoshua, you must not perish, he implores, his long fingers entwining in her hair as he leans down to press his lips against hers. Their icy contact igniting warmth. Suddenly, a vibrant figure descends from the rocky outcrop, a girl of around 14 or 15, her hair loosely tied back, tousled by the biting wind. She wears an orange gown with a layer of white gauze draped over it, cinched at the waist with a matching sash, and carries an embroidered pouch at her side. Her delicate features are adorned with a pair of arched brows, a pert nose and full, rosy lips resembling a ripe peach. In her hands she cradles a white jade bowl filled with steaming black medicinal liquid, its rim impeccably clean, betraying no signs of spillage. June Lintian withdraws his lips, raising his gaze to her with an untroubled expression. Is the medicine ready? This is the 10th dose. If there is no improvement soon, I fear you may have to prepare for her afterlife, Song Yi remarks while crouching at the pool's edge. Offering the bowl to him, a smirk playing at her lips as she glances at Hua Daoshua resting against Jun Lintian's chest. Given her condition, it's a wonder you are not repulsed after handing over the medicine. Song Yi makes no move to leave, settling beside the pool and glancing at the darkening sky. It seems snow is imminent on the plateau. Jun Lintian ignores her, drinking the potion before transferring it to Hua Daoshua's lips with utmost care. Song Yi rolls her eyes. If she's so precious, why send her away instead of keeping her close? Now look where it has led you. Jun Lintian continues to administer the medicine without acknowledging her. Unperturbed, Song Yi stands, patting her skirts. If she does not awaken after this dose, you might as well prepare for her departure. She just awoke, Jun Lintian finally responds coolly. Song Yi pauses, leaning closer as if sharing a secret. Have you asked her? Jun Lintian's eyes darken slightly. I suspect she may not even know where it is. Why Yu Wang? Have you lost your mind? You do not even inquire. Song Yi gapes at him. Incredulous. Forget it. Her life is not mine to save. If she has awakened, her life should be secured. It will snow tonight. No need to rush her into the cold waters. You wouldn't want her to freeze to death. She remarks dismissively, popping a treat into her mouth. After finishing the medicine, Jun Lintian hands the bowl to her, then lifts Hua Daoshua in his arms, wrapping her in a thick cloak as he rises from the pool. What is that you are eating? He inquires, eyeing her. A little snack, a blend of 1,000-year-old Ganoderma with licorice and honey, delicious and nourishing. You should get some for your wife. She has quite the features. A bit of this will ensure she is breathtaking. Song Yi pitches eagerly. Jun Lintian glances at Song Yi's radiant complexion, pristine and supple, while Hua Daoshua appears malnourished in comparison. 1 year's supply. He orders flatly, securing Hua Daoshua closer as he leaps onto the rocky outcrop, vanishing into the distance with a few graceful bounds. Song Yi's voice trails behind him. You truly want a year's worth? That will cost a fortune. Easily millions. Song Yi, when has my lord ever shortchanged you? Only after Jun Lintian departs does Gongqing dare to reveal herself. Hua Daoshua lay utterly bare, and his wife would never allow him even a glance. What a miserly man he is. Your words suffice, and regarding Hua Daoshua's recent medications, let us tally them together, Song Yi remarked as she retrieved a small abacus from a pouch at her side. Swiftly calculating, a total of 13 million taels, Gongqing produced a stack of banknotes from his sleeve and handed them to her. Here it all is. Any excess is yours and any deficit is also yours. Physician Song, you truly ought not to pursue medicine. As a merchant, you would undoubtedly become a billionaire. In this realm, it seems only the prince of his house would regard her as a worthy healer, with fees that easily surpass 10 million taels, akin to robbery. Yet what can be done? Her medical skills are unparalleled, allowing her to operate with impunity. Song Yi accepted the banknotes and counted them with diligence. Then chuckled, that simply won't do. I pursue medicine to alleviate suffering while earning silver. What profession could be more noble than that of a physician? How many can afford to summon you for healing? Gongqing lamented over the prince's finances, unable to refrain from grumbling. Song Yi was renowned as a money-grubbing healer. This was a favor owed to her long-standing friendship with the prince. For others, the cost of a life would be calculated in tens of millions of taels, yet none would purchase it. Even the emperor, standing above all, might struggle to produce such sums at once. Those I can save are often beyond the reach of others. My merit far exceeds that of ordinary physicians. Song Yi contentedly stowed the banknotes into her pouch and added with seriousness, by the way, I've noticed that the toxins afflicting the prince seem to be diminishing. It appears the treatment is indeed effective. He must continue to persevere. Chapter 88. The antidote for a release letter. As Song Yi spoke, she patted her backside and departed. Hua Daoshua then entered a lengthy dream filled with myriad people and events. Miss, you are awake. Hua Daoshua opened her eyes to find Jiqiu, her face brimming with joy, nearly in tears. The room was adorned with familiar furnishings. This was her courtyard. Her first reaction was that she had escaped the clutches of the king of hell. However, upon seeing Jiqiu's small face, she could not help but frown slightly. This girl truly had tears that flowed far too easily. Those who understood would recognize your overwhelming joy, but those unaware might think your life had vanished. Hua Daoshua felt her eyelids still heavy, and not fully awake. She began to tease Jiqiu, think she had believed herself doomed. Yet here she was, alive and able to see Jiqiu. This sensation of life was truly delightful. Don't follow me, for I share a private acquaintance with the king of hell. I can descend and return, but should you go down, you shall remain there forever. Hua Daoshua, now aware of her continued existence, felt remarkably lighthearted, teasing Jiqiu as soon as she awoke. Hongmei nearby burst into laughter. Your Highness, you seem quite spirited upon waking. It seems that physician song is indeed remarkable. What physician song? Hua Daoshua queried. Perplexed. Wasn't there a renowned physician named Lan Ruosi? Why was there another song? I do not know, only that the palace guards refer to her as physician song, and she was the one who cured your poison. Just as Hongmei finished speaking, Jun Lintian entered with Gong Qing, the powerful aura surrounding him making it unnecessary to look up or turn to know who had arrived. Hua Daoshua stole a glance at him. He was extraordinarily handsome, a sight to behold, yet alas, a scoundrel. She recalled having awakened during her poisoning, catching a glimpse of a different Jun Lintian, and shook her head, convincing herself it must have been a dream. Much like the dreams of her mother. Your Highness, the princess has awakened. I was just about to report to you. Hongmei's face was also alight with joy. Jun Lintian cast a detached glance at Hua Daoshua, noting her scrutinizing gaze, and ordered the others. Everyone leave. Jiqiu cast a worried glance at Hua Daoshua, harboring a deep disdain for Jun Lintian. The princess had just awakened, and he was sure to stir up trouble. Hongmei, seeing her reluctance to depart, pulled her away, and even Gong Qing exited the room with the others gone. Only Jun Lintian and Hua Daoshua remained, exchanging silent glances. Jun Lintian's expression was inscrutable, his gaze as tranquil as a clouded sky. Yet it bore an intensity that felt akin to a torrent of soldiers passing through, or a chilling wind sweeping past. Hua Daoshua smiled. Your Highness, I recall you gifted me to Zhang Dea. Why do you hesitate to part with me now that I am near death? A flicker of surprise crossed Jun Lintian's eyes. Hua Daoshua mused that he likely had never encountered such a shameless woman. It must take a considerable level of narcissism to utter such words. Naturally, a royal spouse could not perish in obscurity. Jun Lintian stood by the bed, his hands clasped behind him, his starry eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. His words a blend of truth and deception. Hua Daoshua sat up, a twinge of pain in her back causing her to frown, and she met Jun Lintian's cold gaze with a questioning tone. If I assist you in detoxification, will you grant me my freedom? You first must rid yourself of your own poison before addressing mine, Jun Lintian replied, his eyes shrouded in obscurity. Hua Daoshua gazed at him in confusion. My poison is not yet resolved? If you possess the skill to detoxify, how can you be unaware of your own condition? Hua Daoshua's expression hardened. She could concoct poisons but had never learned the art of detoxification. The individuals she intended to deal with were all deserving of their fate, and she had never contemplated the need for an antidote after administering poison. Jun Lintian, however, suddenly leaned closer. If you cannot cure yourself, how can you hope to cure me? His dark eyes were filled with skepticism. I may not be able to resolve every poison in existence, but yours is an exception. Hua Daoshua met his gaze with confidence. He truly was extraordinarily beautiful, and as his beguiling face drew nearer, she felt her very soul being ensnared. Who would believe such a claim? Jun Lintian's lips curled into a faint, frosty smile. Could you perhaps step back a bit while speaking? Hua Daoshua found herself retreating, her back already injured, and the pressure was becoming increasingly painful. Jun Lintian's breath, warm upon her face, sent shivers down her spine. Despite being such a cold individual, his breath was unexpectedly warm. Only at such a proximity can I discern whether you are indeed lying. Jun Lintian pressed closer, suddenly gripping her chin with his long, delicate fingers, his voice icy. Do you wish to leave me so desperately? Hua Daoshua swatted his hand away. That question is rather unnecessary. She lifted her chin, meeting Jun Lintian's gaze head-on. The sole method of detoxifying Jiuhong is to ingest another Jiuhong, using poison to counteract poison. Jun Lintian's gaze scrutinized her intently, as if seeking the truth within her eyes. Why do you not mention that you possess the Yanluo spirit fruit? Jun Lintian's lips curled slightly, infused with a coldness. Hua Daoshua's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that Jun Lintian was aware of the Yanluo fruit and suspected she held it. She chuckled softly, though it was no surprise. His marriage to her was but a trap. Had she not possessed any utilitarian value, why would he wed a foolish woman whom no one cared to pursue? He must have thoroughly investigated her background and discovered she was the granddaughter of Miao Qianqi. I can honestly tell you that I do not have the Yanluo spirit fruit, but I can find a way to obtain Jiuhong. Hua Daoshua gazed at Jun Lintian with sincere, innocent eyes. So you are indeed Miao Qianqi's granddaughter. Jun Lintian's voice deepened slightly as he spoke. What of it? Whether I am or not, I care not for your royal family's power struggles. I seek only my freedom in exchange for your detoxification. Resolve your own poison first, Jun Lintian retorted, casting her one last glance before departing. Hua Daoshua clenched her fists tightly. This cunning fox, a fool, would agree to resolve matters first. Hua Daoshua herself had not anticipated that this bout of poisoning would unearth the memories that Miao Qianqi had sealed away. It turned out her mother, Lan Suiqing, was the daughter of the poison sage, Miao Qianqi, who had become obsessed with poison, often testing it on his only daughter. Unable to bear it, Lan Suiqing left him, taking with her the Yanluo spirit fruit capable of counteracting 100 poisons, concealing her identity as she married Hua Mingho. Little did she know that Hua Mingho was no virtuous man. After achieving the top scholar title, he began to climb the ranks, committing numerous heinous acts as Lan Suiqing's relationship with him dwindled day by day. Hua Mingho and the second lady, Bai Lang Duo, discovered the existence of the Yanluo spirit fruit. Chapter 89. Under house arrest. In their quest for the Yanluo spirit fruit, the two conspired to murder Lan Suiqing, nearly killing Hua Daoshua in the process. It was the faint flicker of conscience in Hua Mingho that spared her life. However, from that moment on, she was gripped by terror, suffering from a phobia that rendered her timid as a mouse, sweating profusely at the slightest noise. Miao Qianqi, unaware of her trauma, despite harboring resentment towards his daughter, abducted Hua Daoshua, raising her by his side. Yet, he was a master of poison, not medicine. Her condition did not improve but worsened. Thus, he concocted a poison to seal away Hua Daoshua's memories, rendering her foolish. While accompanying Miao Qianqi, Hua Daoshua learned quite a bit, particularly during the period when Miao Qianqi was developing Zhou. She happened to possess knowledge of the poisons he utilized. She could never have anticipated that this vial of poison, which Miao Qianqi took great pride in, would be used on Jun Lintian. And now, as the princess of Yu, the world indeed felt small. Those with grievances were bound to cross paths once more. Yet, whether this reunion was fate or orchestrated by another remained uncertain. Having suffered twice from near-fatal events, Hua Daoshua understood without doubt that this was connected to Jun Lintian. Zhang Dea had previously remarked that anyone who wished for Jun Lintian to have offspring was also someone who sought to kill her. In other words, the emperor or the empress dowager had long harbored suspicions regarding Jun Lintian's impotence, thus wishing to eliminate her, the potential bearer of his child, given the depth of poison she had endured. It was unlikely her child had survived. Did Jun Lintian know of her pregnancy? It seems that there has been a complete lack of performance, never mind whether he is aware or not. Regardless, once the poison is refined into the deadly Zhou, she will have no further ties to him, nor will he have any control over her. Days later, the wounds on Hua Daoshua's back had nearly healed. Allowing her to rise from her bed and move about after a few days of medication, the poison had been almost completely neutralized. She instructed Jiqiu to fetch pen and paper, drafting a contract. Stepping outside the courtyard, autumn had arrived, and the golden sunlight bathed the earth like a soft, delicate satin ribbon. Hua Daoshua stretched, her body feeling rather rusty after half a month of inactivity. Jiqiu had already brought her the morning steed, and as she prepared to ride out through the back gate, she was halted by the guards. What does this mean? Hua Daoshua inquired in confusion. Gritting her teeth, she dismounted and made her way toward the front courtyard. The main hall in the front courtyard was bustling, seemingly filled with palace eunuchs delivering edicts. As Hua Daoshua entered the hall, one eunuch had just finished proclaiming an edict and cleverly remarked, "Prince Yu, please receive the decree. The Empress Dowager truly cares for you." Having placed you at the forefront of her thoughts, behind him stood a row of exquisite beauties, all possessing prominent Adam's apples. A veritable line of stunning young men. Hua Daoshua approached, smiling as she surveyed them. Tsk. The Empress Dowager's taste is indeed commendable. Each one of them possesses a slender waist like a serpent, strong and captivating. Jun Lintian motioned for the palace attendant to escort the eunuch out, sitting down expressionlessly as he regarded Hua Daoshua, not even casting a glance at the line of exquisite young men. "What are you doing out of bed?" Jun Lintian asked, directing his question towards Hua Daoshua. "Though I do enjoy my slumber, after sleeping for half a month, it is only reasonable to engage in some activity," she replied, plopping down on a seat, her gaze fixed on the line of stunning young men, feeling quite amused. "Honestly, your mother possesses quite the discerning eye. These few look like they are well endowed in their skills. Prince, you must be enjoying some bliss." Jun Lintian's expression darkened. "Take them all away." The steward hurriedly led the beauties away, fearing that a mere moment of Jun Lintian's ire could result in their demise. He had not fared well, and that was her silver lining. "Hua Daoshua, silence your tongue." Jun Lintian's expression grew colder, his eyes reflecting a murderous intent that seemed to say he would gladly strangle her if he could. "I am bored after being confined in the royal residence for 6 months. I simply cannot keep my mouth shut. Otherwise, where would I find my amusement?" Hua Daoshua pouted, disregarding his warning. Do you think you possess multiple lives? Jun Lintian's eyes glinted with understanding, recognizing that she was here regarding her confinement. I am not so unfortunate as to encounter assassins the moment I step outside. Besides, whose misfortune is this? Hua Daoshua's frustration flared at the mention. Once you enter the Yu Wangfu, you ought to possess this level of awareness, Jun Lintian said with indifference, picking up his tea and sipping without feeling any connection between her being targeted by assassins and himself. Rest assured, Prince Yu, I can swear 1,000 times that I am indeed fully aware of this, but it matters not. I, Hua Daoshua, possess 9 lives. That I am unafraid. Please cease your overly zealous protection and allow me to leave the estate. Hua Daoshua felt the urge to thank his ancestors for his misguided notion of protecting her, as her being stabbed twice was hardly indicative of care. Oh, not even think about it. Stay here and create Zhou Hong. Jun Lintian's expression softened slightly upon witnessing Hua Daoshua's displeasure. Creating that requires purchasing materials, does it not? Hua Daoshua grumbled, her teeth clenched in frustration. She was determined to concoct the poison quickly. Otherwise, spending a lifetime with this man would surely lead her to accompany the king of hell. What materials are needed? Have the servants procure them. Hua Daoshua scoffed, the recipe is a closely guarded secret. You expect me to divulge the ingredients? Jun Lintian, do you dare to be any more shameless? Jun Lintian raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased with her words, yet recognizing the validity of her point. Such rare and potent poison could not be disclosed. Palace attendant, accompany the princess to procure the materials. You are forbidden from going anywhere else. Jun Lintian set his teacup down and stood up. That he regarded her with suspicion, seemingly weighing the truth of her claims. After a moment he replied, first, procure what can be obtained from the apothecary, and we shall address the rest later. Upon reaching the door, he paused, hearing her words, and turned back with a cold demeanor. Are you so eager to leave? Hua Daoshua shot him an incredulous glance. You ask knowingly. Jun Lintian, however, chuckled coldly. You are in a hurry, hence I shall take my time. Jun Lintian, did I steal your bun in a past life, or perhaps your woman, that you would go to such lengths to torment me? Hua Daoshua shouted in exasperation, wishing to deliver a punch that would render him unable to see the sun the next day. It was evident that he was doing this on purpose, intending to keep her as a shield against the arrows of the Emperor and Empress Dowager, testing how far he could go as Prince Yu. It was not I who compelled you to marry. If you were unwilling, you should have fled the wedding. Jun Lintian remarked with a sardonic smile, seemingly pleased with her frustration before turning to leave. The warm autumn sunlight spilled over his tall figure, almost dreamlike, like a scene from a poem. Hua Daoshua gritted her teeth, urging herself to endure. Otherwise she would undoubtedly grab a cup from the table and hurl it at his back. She glared at him. Useless man. That Aunt Song and Jiang Yufu have both been thrown at, and now they are just fine. You, on the other hand, will surely bear bruises for days. After saying this, she appeared to have thought of something else, turning to the palace attendant with a grin. But he truly is not a man. Ha ha ha. She laughed heartily as she exited. The palace attendant's face darkened like a pot's bottom. How dare she claim that the master was not a man? This woman was simply asking for a reprimand, yet the master endured it, and he truly did not dare to act. With a helpless sigh, the palace attendant followed her. Zhou Hong possesses no antidote. The only method is to concoct another vial, using poison to counteract poison. Hua Daoshua suspected that Miao Qianqi either failed to produce Zhou Hong or that some of the poison within Jun Lintian's body had been neutralized. The true terror of the Zhou Yi poison was 100 times more potent by night, leading to complete decay of the body, rendering one incapable of even rising from bed, resembling a rotting corpse. Yet Jun Lintian appeared only to have facial issues. Zhou Hong requires 81 ingredients, and only half of the toxic herbs could be obtained from the apothecary to prevent Jun Lintian from noting what she purchased. She only bought 2 or 3 varieties from each store. The imperial city boasted numerous apothecaries. By acquiring small amounts from each, she would likely have to visit 20. She ambled about, taking her time, even purchasing various snacks and trinkets. The palace attendant followed closely behind. Should she attempt to slip away, she would find no opportunity, so she simply brought him along for the stroll. Hua Daoshua felt a pang of frustration, realizing she had entered without looking at the sign. How foolish! She did not hide this from him, recalling the day she had shouted at him, declaring herself a young maiden, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Having acquired several medicinal herbs, Hua Daoshua hastily prepared to flee, only to be called back by the doctor. Madam, it has only been half a month since your last visit. If you were to suffer a miscarriage, you should be resting in bed now. Why are you still out and about? These herbs you requested are not for nourishment, the doctor admonished her, fully expressing his medical ethics. Hua Daoshua pouted, feeling wronged. Alas, I too wish to care for my health, yet my husband is greedy, lecherous, and loves to gamble. If I were to lie down any longer, our entire household would be unable to make ends meet. I must work to support my family. With her eyes cast down in resignation, she sighed deeply, exuding a sense of melancholy. The palace attendant stood nearby, his entire face twitching in disbelief. Where on earth was it that his master was greedy and lecherous? Where was the poverty? He was wealthy beyond measure. The money spent on her illness could rival the national treasury, and yet she defamed him so. The doctor's serious demeanor warmed Hua Daoshua's heart. Aside from Jiqiu, she had never received such genuine concern since arriving here. His brow furrowed slightly as he lifted his gaze to Hua Daoshua. Who informed you that you had a miscarriage? Doctor, what do you mean? Hua Daoshua was momentarily taken aback. No one had told her she had lost the child. Yet, given her condition, nearly succumbing to death from the poison, it was improbable that the child could still be alive. The fetus is quite healthy, madam. How could you be so foolish? The doctor reprimanded her, puffing out his beard. Even amidst the rush to earn a living, one should not be so reckless with the fetus. Hua Daoshua stood there in shock. What is going on? The child is still there. Which demon has been reincarnated in my womb, possessing such tenacity for life? Faced with the doctor's barrage of warnings, admonishments and heartfelt reassurances, Hua Daoshua could only nod in agreement. Grabbing her medicine and fleeing, she truly wished to stab herself in the belly, to see if this demon would perish. How pitiful! Upon awakening, she had assumed the child was lost and had discarded the nourishing soup she had bought last time. With this thought, Hua Daoshua cast a dubious glance at the palace attendant. Do you have something to say? Hua Daoshua huffed coldly and walked ahead. He had clearly heard about her pregnancy yet remained so composed. Which meant June Lintian must also know and be entirely unperturbed by the child's existence. She understood his intentions. As long as it was an heir, as long as it was the child of Hua Daoshua, the princess consort of Prince Yu, he would not despise it, regardless of the heavy green hat perched atop his head. It seemed that June Lintian was indeed ambitious. Therefore, he was even less likely to allow her to leave. Unless his ambitions had been fulfilled. With this thought, Hua Daoshua felt a surge of frustration. As a foolish individual who was not favored by the residents, what was it that he saw in her that led him to capture her as a target? This child she would absolutely not keep. Gongqing stood there in a daze, gazing at the upright figure of Hua Daoshua, suddenly overwhelmed by a premonition that she would soon be living in dire straits. Hua Daoshua had run to a dozen pharmacies, purchasing every possible remedy available, even acquiring a number of unnecessary concoctions mixed in. Thus, even if Gongqing meticulously noted the medicines and toxic herbs she had just bought, he would be unable to replicate them. Once her shopping was complete, the sun was already setting, and dusk began to descend. Hua Daoshua cast a glance at Gongqing and said, "Hey, you must not have had anything good to eat while being beside June Lintian. He is so stingy. How about I treat you to a meal at Wei Xianzhai?" Gongqing was momentarily taken aback. This woman was inviting him to dine? The last remark left him utterly stunned. She clearly knew that the child had arrived under mysterious circumstances. How could she so generously use the child as a topic of discussion, fully believing that his temperament was so lenient? Hua Daoshua, well versed in the route, headed towards Wei Xianzhai. Although the dishes here were pricey, they were undeniably delicious, particularly the large plate of chicken, which came with thick, chewy cold noodles that made one salivate at the mere thought. "Princess Yu, is that really you?" A green-clad figure rushed towards her, the excitement in her voice unmistakable. "Jiang Xia? What brings a young lady of your stature to stand at someone else's shop entrance?" Hua Daoshua recognized the newcomer. Her impression of Jiang Xia was quite favorable. She was certainly not a pushover, unlike typical young ladies of high birth. "Today is the annual beauty contest at Linglong Pavilion. I was practically forced to come here by my father," Jiang Xia replied with a smile, her already beautiful face becoming even more radiant. Hua Daoshua glanced behind her to see a sign hanging over the shop adorned with gold lettering on a black background, Linglong Pavilion. This was indeed a renowned place for cultivating talented women. Hua Daoshua had heard of Linglong Pavilion because Hua Xian had been there since childhood, and even Hua Huaxin had studied there for a few years. It was said to have been established by the Empress Dowager, with instructors drawn from the royal palace's seasoned educators. Families of high-ranking officials would send their daughters to Linglong Pavilion. Speaking of which, Jiang Xia sighed, "Xian and I were close friends at Linglong Pavilion. Although her father and my brother are rivals in court, I have never harbored any ill will towards her. Who would have thought she would betray me like this?" Hua Daoshua shrugged indifferently. She truly couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on Hua Xian. Playing the part of a gentle and kind person, she possessed a few wits, yet all were used for nefarious purposes. The beatings and scoldings suffered by her original self over the years had all been instigated by Hua Xian. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. Why not hurry off to your beauty contest? Be careful your father doesn't get angry with you that I'm off to enjoy a grand meal at Wei Xianzhai. Farewell. Hua Daoshua waved goodbye, eager to indulge in the large plate of chicken. Completely uninterested in Linglong Pavilion. Princess Yu, since you're here, why not join us? Linglong Pavilion is quite lively today. The princess is also here, Zhang Xia insisted, pulling her back. Hua Daoshua shot her a glance of disdain. You want me, an illiterate individual, to enter Linglong Pavilion? Are you trying to make a fool of me? The offerings at Linglong Pavilion are far superior to those at Yixianzhai, and they're free. Zhang Xia whispered into her ear. Hua Daoshua's eyes lit up. She knew Zhang Xia would not lie. However, she detested crowds, especially among a bunch of pretentious people. Yet, thinking of the delicious food and the need for money after leaving Junlitian, she realized it was best to save where she could. Hua Daoshua touched her nose and with a determined bite of her lip said, fine, I'll eat a bit more and take some back for Zhiqiu and the others. Gong Qing frowned slightly, wanting to speak, but saw that Hua Daoshua's figure had already entered Linglong Pavilion. This place should not be a cause for concern, he thought, and quickly followed her inside. Inside Linglong Pavilion, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with whispers and laughter echoing amidst the opulent decor. Crimson drapery elegantly suspended, and prominently displayed were the words penned by the emperor himself, well-read and well-mannered. Virtuous and kind. This was the emperor's expectation of these young ladies, who stood at the pinnacle of society, yet he had overlooked the essential quality of kindness. A magnificently adorned stage stood in the grand hall, surrounded by the sons and daughters of noble families, with the second floor filled to capacity. Zhang Xia led Hua Daoshua to a table at the southern entrance and gestured for her to sit. Some onlookers turned their gazes towards them, and upon recognizing Hua Daoshua, they revealed disdainful expressions. Through the eyes of the aristocracy, a princess consigned to another was no different from a discarded woman. Perhaps even lower in status, Hua Daoshua paid them no mind. She had resolved to enter solely for the purpose of enjoying a feast. As she sat down, Gong Qing stood beside her, hesitating to take a seat. Even when Zhang Xia invited him repeatedly, Hua Daoshua found it peculiar that Zhang Xia was being so courteous to a mere attendant of Junlitian. She shot a blank stare at the expressionless Gong Qing and smirked. You stop attending to him. There are plenty of noble ladies here, and he might as well take the opportunity to gaze at them. Gong Qing felt his face heat slightly at her words and muttered, what is there to see? They are all just frivolous and superficial. Though his voice was low, Hua Daoshua caught it, looking at him in surprise. You're not saying you're envious of them, are you? That is what my lord said, Gong Qing replied, regaining his cold demeanor. His gaze fixated on the table before him, genuinely not looking around. Junlitian said that. No wonder, even if celestial maidens descended before him, he would remain unmoved, for he was born devoid of the ability to love women. Hua Daoshua chuckled, feeling amused as she lifted the soup bowl to take a couple of sips. This soup is exquisite. Indeed, it is far superior to what is served at Wei Xianzhai. As she spoke, she pulled out a silk handkerchief from her sleeve. Zhang Xia chuckled. You've only had a couple of sips. And you're already not eating? She assumed Hua Daoshua was reaching for the handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Little did she expect that Hua Daoshua would spread the silk cloth across the table, picking up 2 chicken legs and placing them on the handkerchief, cheerfully wrapping it up and tying it into a pretty bow. Zhang Xia was visibly taken aback and awkwardly asked, what are you doing? Goodness, this is the Princess Yu taking more food to go. How utterly embarrassing. At that moment, a sharp voice of ridicule pierced through the air. Hua Daoshua glanced over, not recognizing the speaker, so she continued sipping her soup. As she drank, she sensed something was amiss. She shouldn't drink the soup first, as it would fill her up and leave no room for the other dishes. She pushed the soup aside and picked up chopsticks to grab 2 pieces of braised pork knuckle. Placing them in her bowl, although she seemed unrestrained in her eating, she maintained an air of elegance, her hands and mouth never ceasing their activity. She resembled a starving spirit in a past life. And with such a frugal appearance, no wonder the Prince Yu intended to offer her as a gift to Zhang Xiang's family. The woman who had come over, noticing Hua Daoshua's indifference, raised her voice again. Libz, your table is not here. Zhang Xia's expression turned sour, glaring furiously at the newcomer. This was the third miss from the Li family, known for her discord with Zhang Xia at Linglong Pavilion. And she was clearly here to stir trouble. Zhang Xia, it seems you have become quite close with this suddenly appearing sister-in-law. Huh? Libz laughed mockingly, disregarding Zhang Xia's displeasure. Behind her, several onlooking young ladies giggled, their laughter a cacophony of mockery. Yu Zhangxia was no pushover. Standing up in anger, she was ready to confront them, but Hua Daoxue reached out to hold her back, smiling as she comforted. Why bother stooping to the level of ignorant women? Those who live poorly wish to drag others down with them. If you allow them to anger you, you'll be no better than they are. Zhangxia's fiery spirit was refreshing to Hua Daoxue, who gave her a thumbs up. This girl had a good head on her shoulders, however. While they maintained their calm demeanor, Li Bizi and her companions interpreted it as weakness. Look, these two truly believe they are sisters-in-law. They don't fear losing face, Li Bizi shouted. Hua Daoxue is merely a discarded pawn of Prince Yu, while Zhangxia clings to her, hoping for some benefit. Hua Daoxue cast a sidelong glance at the green-clad girl beside Li Bizi, noting that her attire did not reflect that of a young lady, but rather seemed to belong to a maid. This was truly intolerable. Rising to her feet, Hua Daoxue poured an entire bowl of chicken soup over the girl's head, pressing the bowl down firmly before returning to her seat to continue her meal. Her movements were swift and fluid, finishing in one breath, and by the time she sat down, those standing nearby had yet to react. Suddenly, a shriek erupted within Linglong Pavilion as the girl drenched in chicken soup wailed loudly, the greasy yellow broth sliding down her face and soaking her green attire, creating a large stain. The sight of her with a large porcelain bowl atop her head was so absurd that it drew laughter from the onlookers. Hua Daoxue, you worthless wretch, how dare you harm my companion? Li Bizi, a fiery character, leapt up and charged at Hua Daoxue. Hua Daoxue gracefully lifted a plate of almonds and shifted it slightly aside, causing Li Biluo to miss her aim as Hua Daoxue raised her foot. She inadvertently tripped Li Biluo, who was still reeling from her earlier misstep, resulting in a painful fall that left her sprawled on the ground. Hua Daoxue casually tossed a handful of almonds into her mouth and nonchalantly remarked, "No need for such formalities, truly." Li Biluo, lying on the ground, cried out in pain, and the other ladies who had accompanied her hurried to help her up, glaring at Hua Daoxue with disdain. How rude and uncouth. She is truly a disgrace among women. Let us inform the princess and ensure this shameless Dvorki is properly punished. As Li Biluo was aided to her feet, her face bruised and her hand bleeding. It was evident that her delicate skin had not withstood the fall. Having gained no advantage, the group departed with Li Biluo, while a maid in green hurried after them, fearful of receiving a similar treatment. Zhangxia, realizing what it truly meant to be a drenched chicken, had her concerns. Hua Daoxue shrugged, saying, "Let them report if they wished. I have never set foot in Linglong Pavilion, nor have I been taught by my parents. If they can concoct a charge against me for being undignified and unvirtuous, I would consider it a blessing." Hua Daoxue then took a bite of boiled meat, casting a curious glance at Zhangxia. However, Linglong Pavilion is indeed profound. It even teaches vulgarities like shameless trash and divorced woman. Truly impressive. Zhangxia offered an awkward smile. It's merely an isolated phenomenon, just an isolated phenomenon. At that moment, Linglong Pavilion fell silent as the flower competition officially commenced. The host took the stage, carrying a plate covered with yellow silk, and the princess herself unveiled it, declaring, "This is the golden medal prepared by the Empress Dowager, meant to overshadow all others. Let us see your talents." A murmur of astonishment spread through Linglong Pavilion. It was unexpected that the Empress Dowager would create a gold medal this year, as in previous years it had merely been a title. It appeared that the Empress Dowager intended to select a consort for the now-adult princes. The young ladies understood the implications, their eyes betraying a determination to succeed. Yet Zhangxia merely snorted, revealing her lack of interest. "You should have a bit of ambition. Based on your performance at the palace, you are undoubtedly better than them," Hua Daoxue encouraged. Presuming her friend felt disheartened, Zhangxia shook her head. "Today is merely a superficial contest. The real battle will result in rivers of blood." Hua Daoxue laughed lightly. "Are you truly going to give up?" "Of course not. While I may not wish to compete, I still need my father and brother's approval. Moreover, to surpass Hua Xian, I cannot afford to relent. She is terrified I might seize her position as the third royal consort, and thus I shall strive to do just that." A flicker of hurt crossed Zhangxia's eyes. Was Hua Xian's behavior that day truly motivated by fear of you usurping her position as the third royal consort? She is quite foolish. With Jun Qixia cherishing her so, why would she be afraid? How intriguing that the Empress Dowager would betroth you to Jun Qixia, Hua Daoxue mused, recalling his debonair, yet frivolous demeanor for Zhangxia. He was certainly not a worthy match, handsome yet dim-witted, lacking any promising future. Chapter 93 Linglong Pavilion 2 There is no greater anguish than the betrayal of someone you believed would be by your side for a lifetime. She too had tasted the bitter fruits of her own folly. Gaining nothing and losing the coveted position of third royal consort, Hua Daoxue chuckled. The more miserable Hua Xian became, the more delighted she felt. I doubt I am why brother mentioned that the flower ambassador has been frequently visiting the Empress Dowager's palace lately. It seems the third royal consort will still be Hua Xian. Hua Daoxue paused. Does that fool Jun Qixia still want her? Has his brain been caught in a door? Such are the ways of royalty. Marrying a gentle and virtuous woman is often less advantageous than marrying one with cunning. Each mistress in the harem harbors her own schemes, and the time to establish a crown prince is approaching. A consort with guile is far more useful than one who is merely gentle and docile. Jiang Xia had come to see through these matters, having listened to Jiang Dia's many observations. Hua Daoxue refrained from arguing. The reason why women in imperial harems throughout history are often adept at scheming is that they are cultivated by the men around them. If a household lacks individuals skilled in cunning, they risk becoming mere pawns for others. Thus, it is entirely plausible that the Empress Dowager has taken a liking to Hua Xian. As they quietly discussed below, the princess concluded her lengthy and superficial speech, and the host began calling names for performances. The princess ascended to the second floor's prime viewing spot, where she, upon arriving, offered a salute to someone before taking her seat. Could there be someone of even higher status present? This princess is the apple of the current emperor's eye, a cherished daughter born after many sons. It is not hard to imagine that her temperament is spoiled and willful. Few can command her respect. Hua Daoxue scoffed, thinking it irrelevant. She was there simply to enjoy the spectacle of young ladies performing while being served food and drink. Attending a brothel would have cost her, yet here she was, receiving hospitality. Linglong Pavilion is indeed a delightful haven for indulgence. Despite their appearances as delicate flower pillows, the young ladies cultivated by Linglong Pavilion possess a range of talents: musical arts, chess, literature and poetry, each excelling in their own right. As entertainment, it serves as a pleasant diversion. After several performances, it was Jiang Xia's turn. She adjusted her attire and calmly ascended, delivering a captivating dance that garnered enthusiastic applause. Hua Xian had not attended that day. It seemed the previous punishment had left her bedridden. According to Jiang Xia, this had elicited considerable sympathy from Jun Qixia, who initially ignored her but had recently visited several times. Hua Daoxue dismissed Jun Qixia with disdain, declaring him a fool. As Jiang Xia descended, her expression remained tranquil, showing no sign of pride despite the accolades she had received. How is the judging conducted? Hua Daoxue inquired, genuinely hoping Jiang Xia would win the coveted medal, as her performance deserved recognition. Glancing upward toward the second floor, Hua Daoxue speculated that all the princes and nobles were likely seated above. The Qin kingdom was indeed fascinating. The number of princes and lords was considerable. Thanks to the late emperor's prolific legacy, after reigning for 50 years and siring many sons, the current emperor had waited 20 years to ascend the throne, recalling her last encounter with the emperor. She noted the silver strands in his hair, likely a result of his anxieties over succession. The late emperor was remarkably vigorous, continuing to father children, including the Empress Dowager, who bore sons 20 years apart. The current emperor was old enough to be the father of his younger brother, Prince Yu. In the midst of this, many princes were born to various concubines. The eldest son had held the title of crown prince for 2 decades. Hinting at the bloody power struggles of the past. In his twilight years, the emperor favored Jun Lintian greatly, had it not been for Jun Lintian's unfortunate encounter with a mysterious poison during a battle. The throne would surely have been his. Of course, the truth of those events was known only to the royal family. As Hua Daoxue reflected on the shamelessness of the royal power struggles, a thunderous applause erupted in the hall. She looked up to see none other than Hai Feisi, the favored one of Jun Lintian, stepping onto the stage. What was she doing here? Hua Daoxue rolled her eyes, losing her appetite at the sight of her. It was not as if she had interceded on behalf of Hua Mingho and his companions. They had no chance of redemption as a county princess. She naturally belonged to Linglong Pavilion, having claimed the title of the previous year's beauty. Jiang Xia sighed. Beauty? What a distasteful name, akin to something from a brothel. Hua Daoxue shuddered at the thought, unrestrained in her remarks. Jiang Xia chuckled softly. You can say that here, but do ensure others do not overhear. It was the Empress Dowager who named it. Hua Daoxue rolled her eyes, realizing the Empress Dowager intended to elevate the daughters of the capital into high-class courtesans. No matter, it's merely a gold medal. I have 200,000 taels of gold. I shall craft one even grander for you to wear proudly, dazzling all who behold it, she declared with bravado. Jiang Xia nearly choked on her tea, calming her breath as she remarked, wearing that would be an open invitation for thieves. She mused inwardly that the Princess Yu was truly audacious, speaking without restraint in front of her. Perhaps considering her a genuine friend, which warmed her heart somewhat. Chapter 94. The flower competition won Princess Yu, You just claimed to possess 200,000 taels of gold. Why do you now seem impoverished? Jiang Xia's maid, candid in her inquiry, asked. Hua Daoshua scoffed. In others' eyes, am I not impoverished? I am merely a discarded woman, treated as a plaything and cast aside. What a miserable fate! What sins have I committed to deserve this? Hua Daoshua's grievances spilled forth, her pent-up bitterness pouring out as she glanced at Jiang Xia. The maid beside them watched with concern, casting furtive glances upstairs before lowering her head. Jiang Xia regarded Hua Daoshua with sympathy and then, with a spark of insight, leaned in to whisper, my brother actually thinks quite highly of you. It's just that Prince Yu refuses to issue the divorce papers, rendering his feelings moot. Duan Feisi was the last to make her entrance, prompting the host to hastily announce the conclusion of the talent showcase. As everyone awaited the esteemed guests to cast their votes, a procession of maidens ascended to the second floor, each carrying a gilded platter adorned with nameplates of the performers. Ready for the princes to mark their choices, the one with the most strokes would be crowned this year's belle. However, the talent competition was far from over. As this princess was aware, Princess Yu was also in attendance. At that moment, the Princess Jun Qilin rose from her seat, casting a disdainful glance at the yawning Hua Daoshua below. Hua Daoshua, having indulged herself, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Mid-yawn, she froze upon hearing her name mentioned. Maintaining her stretch after a moment, she turned to glare at the princess above, inquiring, which ear of yours heard that I was here to participate in the talent competition? Every woman who comes to Linglong Pavilion must join in the contest. Surely Princess Yu is not unaware of this rule? Jun Qilin scoffed, looking down at Hua Daoshua's unrefined demeanor with contempt. How could such a coarse woman be worthy of her eighth uncle? Once the esteemed physician Lan resolves the poison afflicting him, he will become the envy of all, and only Sister Feisi would be deserving of him. Hua Daoshua chuckled lightly. Oh, is that the rule? Then why do these maidens not take the stage? And where is your highness's own performance? She continued, is it possible that you are not a woman? What nonsense was this? She had merely come for a complimentary meal, yet they were trying to force her onto the stage to humiliate herself. These women truly had a perverse sense of amusement. Did they think watching her disgrace would somehow grant them transcendence? Had she wronged them in a past life? Such insolence! A princess of noble birth has no need to compete for beauty, shouted a maidservant beside Jun Qilin. So one need not compete to abstain from participation. Then as a discarded woman, cast aside by Prince Yu, I need not strive for beauty either. You may continue. Hua Daoshua calmly sipped her tea, suppressing her anger. How audacious of them to treat her with such disdain. Her good temper and accommodating nature would not see her stoop to their level. What shamelessness! How could she speak of herself in such a manner, utterly devoid of shame? Various murmurs of discontent arose around her. What she said is indeed true. She is nothing but an unwanted trinket of Prince Yu, lacking any qualifications to compete with us, some remarked, acknowledging her self-awareness. Otherwise she would have surely made a fool of herself. Hua Daoshua tightened her grip on her cup, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. This was truly a case of stepping one foot back only to be pressed further. Could it be that Princess Yu feared humiliation, lacking the courage to take the stage herself? Yet Jun Qilin had no intention of letting her off easily. Hua Daoshua sneered, take the stage, for what purpose? To perform for these lords for free. You, princess, understand your own nobility and refuse to perform, yet expect these foolish young ladies to entertain like courtesans, who at least earn silver for their efforts. While they do it for nothing truly, such noble ladies of the royal city possess a spirit of self-sacrifice that even the courtesans cannot match. Giving without recompense. I truly lack the courage to demean myself so. Her words caused the countenances of the young ladies present to darken, each glaring furiously at Hua Daoshua. Why glare at me? In terms of talent, the best remains the princess herself. Look, she does not even step forward to showcase her skills. It is you all like fools who entertain these lords, thinking you gain some honor from it. How utterly hopeless! Hua Daoshua's remarks continued to incite a storm of ire among the gathered women. Rising from her seat, she declared, my talents are only for those I willingly wish to showcase them to. Performing for anyone is not talent, it is merely selling oneself. With a disdainful huff, Hua Daoshua quickened her pace, sensing it was time to flee. Offending so many, a single spit could drown her. Stop her! Jun Qilin cried out, do not think you can leave without clarifying your words. Who were you insulting just now? Before Hua Daoshua could reach the exit, she was intercepted. Bring her up here, Jun Qilin commanded, turning to the man on her left and teasingly saying, eighth uncle, look at the woman you married. Why have you not given her a divorce? Keeping such a crude and disrespectful woman by your side is a disgrace to you. Duan Feisi smiled, winking at Jun Qilan, while discreetly observing Jun Linqian's expression. Since the talent competition commenced, he had maintained a calm demeanor, only frowning slightly upon seeing Hua Daoshua's entrance, as if displeased. Yet, despite Hua Daoshua's numerous breaches of decorum, he remained silent, leaving her to ponder his thoughts. She had loved him for a decade. Even when he fell victim to poisoning, she would willingly stand by him for a lifetime, regardless of his preferences for men, for she knew he was the one who cherished her most in this world. Jun Qilan pouted playfully. So Linner dares not take the stage. With eighth uncle protecting Feisi like this, Linner would surely be overshadowed. A barely perceptible smile graced Jun Linqian's lips. Linner is of unparalleled nobility, in other words. Her status as a princess rendered her beyond comparison. Hearing this, Jun Qilan's smile brightened. Well, at least eighth uncle possesses a semblance of conscience. She then rose, scanning the room. Why has that uncouth woman not yet been brought up? A glint of coldness flickered in Jun Linqian's eyes, yet he remained silent. Chapter 95. The talent competition. Hua Daoshua found herself obstructed, confronted by numerous royal guards, and considering the many princes and lords above, she realized that should a confrontation arise, she would be the one to suffer. Princess, I merely spoke a few honest words. Must we escalate this matter? Hua Daoshua laughed lightly. Since you so wish to witness my embarrassment, allow me to indulge your perverse amusement with that. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as the cool evening breeze swept through the hall, her hair cascading elegantly in the wind, and her radiant smile was enchanting. Leaving the onlookers entranced, Jun Linqian's slender eyes darkened, while the man beside him smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Jun Linqian, as if anticipating a spectacle amidst the gathering of nobles, young ladies, and princely sons. She decided to compose a poem on a whim. With a flourish of her sleeve, she recited with rhythmic flair, "Those who do not strive in youth, hang themselves upon the branches of the southeast. In noble families daughters grow, waiting in their chambers to be redeemed. I cannot bear to witness. I urge you to heed my words. To dream of entering the imperial gates is less than hanging oneself upon the branches of the southeast. To unwittingly marry a golden tortoise husband, then to hang oneself upon the branches of the southeast. With a husband surrounded by beauties, one should indeed hang oneself upon the branches of the southeast. To bleed and suffer for a trace of affection, better to hang oneself upon the branches of the southeast. The world mocks without knowing. Hurry and hang yourself upon the branches of the southeast." Hua Daoshua's tone was rapid, having slightly altered the verses of hanging oneself on the branches of the southeast, reciting in a melodic manner, before clapping for herself, "Good poem, good poem." Her swift recitation left many momentarily stunned. Yet those quick-witted enough soon recognized the biting satire within her verses, their faces turning ashen as they glared at Hua Daoshua. Silence fell over the hall. "How dare you, you discarded woman, curse so many noble ladies to take their own lives?" Someone shouted, igniting an uproar among the attendees. Some were eager to hurl their food and drink at Hua Daoshua, yet deterred by the presence of the princes and lords, the princess did not disappoint. Sneering with disdain, "Is this all the talent, princess, you possesses?" Resorting to the crude poetry of the common folk to mask her own insignificance. "What the princess deems is what it shall be. I have respected your command and performed. May I now take my leave?" Hua Daoshua stood on the stage, smiling at Jun Qilan. The platform was elevated, but the distance of 4 or 5 meters made their gazes nearly direct, and Hua Daoshua could clearly see the disdain and contempt on Jun Qilan's face. "Leave?" Jun Qilan scoffed. "To openly insult others at the talent competition is a breach of virtue. This princess believes you should be taken to the palace for proper instruction. Although my uncle has cast you aside, you still bear the title of Princess Yu, and I do not wish to bring disgrace upon my royal family." The assembly, having seen her arrive with Jiang Xia at Linglong Pavilion, believed her to have been discarded to Jiangdia since the Mid-Autumn Festival. "Princess, do not be so domineering. I am not here to quarrel. Let us reason together. Your Highness, being so learned and accomplished, must know the meaning of insult. I admit I have spoken harshly, but where lies the insult?" Hua Daoshua feigned innocence, adopting a demeanor of reasonableness, causing Jun Qilan's companion Jun Qixia to chuckle audibly. To scold someone and still maintain such an air of innocence, as if others are the ones being discourteous. How thick-skinned one must be to behave in such a manner. Were it not for the fact that the royal uncle declared he would not divorce her, he might have truly considered bringing her into his household as a concubine, which would surely incite considerable ire. Jun Qilan gripped the railing of the second floor tightly, astonished to encounter a woman as shameless as Wadaoxu. No matter how she was insulted, Wadaoxu could still laugh, demonstrating a complete lack of shame. "With such shamelessness, what right do you have to be my aunt? You are not even worthy to carry my royal uncle's shoes." June Qilin, accustomed to being pampered, would not easily let such defiance go unchallenged. She paid no heed to whether Wadaoksu was her aunt or to the expression on June Linqian's face nearby. She began to berate Wadaoksu from across the space. Wadaoksu chuckled lightly. If you have the capability, go ask your royal uncle for a divorce letter and have me dismissed. I would certainly thank your ancestors for 18 generations, treating you like a Buddha, prostrating before you every day. You, June Qilin's face darkened, more so than the bottom of a pot, her delicate finger pointing at Wadaoksu, her slender waist trembling with rage. Wadaoksu was not seeking to be revered but to have a tablet erected in her honor. Yet, her words were delivered without a single flaw to exploit. June Qilin had never encountered someone so audacious. She flicked her sleeves and glared at June Lintian beside her. Uncle, is this truly your princess? She is cursing Linner to death. Wadaoksu dusted off her skirt. It would have been better had you told me to leave earlier, forcing me to speak my mind and offend others. Truly a sign of someone who has nothing to do with their time. She murmured as she leapt off the stage, waving her hand. Farewell, everyone. Though Linglong Pavilion may have its shortcomings, the cuisine is rather delightful. I hope I did not spoil your appetites just now. June Linqian's large palm. Uncle, she dares to insult Linner and Sister Feisy, and you simply let her go. Think about it. I will not agree. Even my father and mother have never given me such a countenance. June Qilin declared as she descended the stairs. Duan Feisy scoffed coldly at June Lintian. I shall go after her. June Lintian rose leisurely, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. This woman truly dared to wreak havoc anywhere. June Qixia was quicker than him, directly leaping down from the second floor. With him gone, it would seem inappropriate for June Lintian to remain absent. June Lintian cast a glance at the man beside him and said calmly, Please excuse me for a moment. The man beside him, clad in a dark robe adorned with gold embroidery, had deep, inscrutable eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth that was both mocking and somewhat teasing. My lord. This woman has not perished, the guard standing behind the man spoke up, as if having held it in for a long time. The man stroked his resolute jaw with his elegant fingers. Thankfully. She has not died. The guard was taken aback, observing the enigmatic expression on his lord's face, unable to decipher his thoughts. Logically, one would expect the lord to be exceedingly displeased that a target remained alive. If she were dead, there would be no such delightful spectacle to behold. The man rested his hand on the table, tapping lightly as his keen eyes scrutinized the scene below. Wadaoksu, petite and frail, was encircled by a throng of people, reminiscent of his own past when he was forsaken by all. Wadaoksu widened her eyes. Oh, what are you all intending to do? If you cannot win an argument, must you resort to violence? Yet June Qilin charged forward, raising her hand to slap Wadaoksu. What's wrong with using force against someone as shameless as you? Wadaoksu had never anticipated that the most favored princess of the realm would initiate a physical confrontation without uttering a word. It said that only animals would charge without a word, while humans would typically exchange a few pleasantries first. She truly did not expect June Qilin to be so fierce. Stinging from the slap, wanting to retaliate, she was held back by Jiang Xia, who desperately signaled her to refrain from escalating the situation. Regardless of her indignation, it was clear that striking June Qilin would lead to dire consequences for her. June Qilin's slap did little to quell her fury. Had there not been esteemed guests present today, she would have undoubtedly dealt Wadaoksu a far more severe punishment for daring to vie for her uncle's affection. In her eyes, Wadaoksu, a vulgar woman feigning madness, was utterly unworthy of June Lintian. Wadaoksu, however, soon grasped the reason behind June Qilin's hostility. Half of her face burned from the slap, a testament to June Qilin's unrestrained strength. I insult her status? Let me tell you, as long as June Lintian does not divorce me, I remain the princess of you. June Qilin, though you stand as a royal princess, you show utter disrespect to your elders and act beneath your station. You truly bring shame to the royal family of Qin. Wadaoksu retorted coldly, Humph, the prince has already bestowed you upon Zhang Xiang. What sort of princess of you do you consider yourself? A nearby onlooker, eager for drama and holding a grudge against Wadaoksu's previous insults, chimed in. Indeed, you are nothing but a discarded trinket, and poor Zhang Xiang must endure this burden. Libizi, witnessing the scene, was elated and began her caustic tirade. You can only recite a few crude verses lacking any refinement, yet you dare demand respect from the princess. Your audacity is thicker than the city walls. Upon hearing these remarks, Wadaoksu did not grow angry but instead began to laugh. So it turns out the princess is of the same ilk as these people. No wonder June Qilin, despite being a princess, found herself somewhat embarrassed by the coarse language of the surrounding ladies. Realizing it was rather vulgar, she shot a glare at those nearby, and the sycophants quickly lowered their heads and fell silent. Although their words were crude, they spoke the truth. Today, I shall take you to the Empress Dowager for a proper lesson, and we shall see if you dare continue your insolence, Jun Qilin declared. Her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Little did she know, as her words fell, a shadow flickered before her, and a powerful slap struck her face. The resounding crack echoed through the hall, startling even the young masters on the second floor, causing Jun Qilin's delicate features to bear the unmistakable mark of a red handprint. Wadaxu gently blew on her palm and remarked, "Truly thick-skinned. You've even made my hand ache." Jun Qilin was momentarily stunned, and the surrounding crowd was equally shocked until Jun Qilin in disbelief shrieked, "You dare strike me?" Only then did the audience realize this was no illusion. Wadaxu had indeed slapped the princess, even when the emperor was furious. He would never strike Jun Qilin. Wadaxu was truly courting disaster. Talibizi, feeling wronged, protested, "Princess, how could you hit me?" Duan Faisi scoffed. She dodged. "It's your own misfortune. Step aside, you are merely an eyesore here." "Wadaxu, do you wish to invite death upon yourself?" Jun Linqian's face, concealed behind an ugly mask, was cold and terrifying, radiating a bloodthirsty ferocity. "My dear, you said yourself that you could torment me 1,000 times. But no one else may harm me in the slightest. Their bullying of me is a slap to your face. I am acting for my dear husband's sake." Wadaxu feared that Jun Lintian would not be angered, and the more furious he became, the more delighted she felt. "Wadaxu, you must understand that there are certain individuals you cannot provoke," Jun Lintian stated as he thrust his palm towards Wadaxu, his inner strength surging like a powerful wave aimed at her. She wished to flee, but could not outpace the force of his strike. Chapter 97. No one can heal. Having taken a blow to her back, she was flung through the air, landing several meters away like a fallen leaf. A single tear rolling down her cheek, a tear of pain, but also of humiliation. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from her, and Wadaxu struggled to rise from the ground, her blood staining her collar. A shocking sight. She forced a painful smile as she looked at Jun Lintian. If you have the ability, kill me. Let us see who can antidote your poison." Jun Lintian stared at her, his fists clenched within his flowing sleeves. This woman, even at such a juncture, refused to submit. The young man in dark clothing leaned against the second-floor railing, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Wadaxu. He admired a courageous woman, yet lamented her untamable wildness. The once quiet hall erupted into chaos, as Jun Qilin, forgetting her own pain, began to wail loudly, prompting several princes to rush to console her. In an instant, everyone was bustling about, yet no one paid any heed to the severely injured Wadaxu. "Princess of Yu." Zhang Xia rushed out to support her. "How are you?" "I will take you to see a doctor immediately." Wadaxu offered a smile that was more pain than crying. "Thank you, I am not dead yet. Could you help me deliver a letter to Emperor Luo?" The carriage from the Zhang residence stopped not far away, and Zhang Xia assisted her into the vehicle. Wadaxu, unable to bear the pain, ultimately fainted within the carriage. Zhang Xia took out her handkerchief, wiping Wadaxu's brow, tears spilling uncontrollably. Such a wonderful woman. Yet the Prince of Yu fails to cherish her. How I wish she could truly become my sister-in-law. "Miss, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Be cautious not to bring trouble upon yourself," her personal maid urged her anxiously. Zhang Xia dared not inform her parents that the Princess of Yu was in the residence. They already believed she was enticing her brother, and if they were to discover she was there, they would likely drive her away. Wadaxu regained consciousness just in time to hear the servant speaking, weakly calling out, "Miss Zhang." Zhang Xia's face turned pale with anger, and upon hearing her call, she hurried to the bedside to comfort her. "Princess of Yu, it's all right. I will send someone out of the city to fetch a doctor immediately. I am not afraid." Zhang Xia gritted her teeth. "I will seek the divine physician." Lan Ruosi. If he could be summoned so easily, he would not be called a divine physician. Hua Daoshua resolutely descended from the bed, declaring, "If you feel guilt, please send a message to Lord Luo, urging him to come and take me away. I shall agree to any conditions." She was determined to leave, insisting that her presence would burden them. Zhang Xia sighed while gazing at her brother. "The Princess Yu has asked me to convey a message to Luo Di. It seems she intends to leave with him. Lord Yu has truly wounded her heart." Zhang Dia's heart tightened, and she mounted her horse, exclaiming, "I will pursue her." "Brother. Are you certain you wish to go? This will surely sever ties with Lord Yu." Zhang Xia looked at Zhang Dia with uncertainty. She wished her brother could win over the Princess Yu, yet she understood that a rift between him and Lord Yu would spell disaster for the Zhang family. Zhang Dia scoffed coldly. "How could we sever ties? After all, she is a woman bestowed upon me by him." The horse galloped away as Zhang Xia watched her brother's retreating figure, sighing in hopes that no trouble would arise. Zhang Dia caught up with the carriage not far from the Yu mansion. Forcefully crossing the obstruction in the road, the coachman hurriedly pulled on the reins, ready to scold, only to realize it was Zhang Dia. What is it? Hua Daoshua lay languidly on the soft seat of the carriage. Weakly inquiring, rest assured, my lady, it is our esteemed master, the coachman replied, causing Hua Daoshua to furrow her brow. What was Zhang Dia up to? She had thought him a wise man, and at this juncture, he ought to refrain from meddling in such murky waters. Zhang Dia, I considered you a friend, she murmured, a pang of pain coursing through her back, prompting a low groan to escape her lips. How embarrassing, you always witness me at my most wretched. She leaned against him, gritting her teeth in self-mockery. She truly regarded Zhang Dia as a friend. Despite his notorious reputation, he was forthright and had never hesitated to offer her assistance. So you would rather seek Luo Di than turn to me? Zhang Dia extended his hand to seal her acupoint, alleviating her suffering. Hua Daoshua pushed him away, teeth clenched. Zhang Dia, I am not foolish. I know you are a pawn of Jun Lintian. Your reckless actions over the years have all been supported by him. If you were to fall out with him, you must understand the consequences. Zhang Dia chuckled helplessly. They say that overly clever women are not a blessing, and it seems that is indeed the case. Observing the various grievances against Junda in the comments section, I cannot help but feel compelled to defend him. Firstly, this is not a tale where the protagonists possess overwhelming power or golden fingers. I have consistently emphasized that Hua Hua is currently besieged on all sides. In such circumstances, Junda's primary responsibility is to safeguard her life. Whether it be abandoning Hua Hua for a horse or bestowing her upon Zhang Dia, all actions are taken with her protection in mind. The reasons will be elaborated upon later in the narrative, so no spoilers here. Dear readers, do not judge solely by appearances. Junda indeed possesses the capability to act recklessly within Qin country. Yet this continent is not limited to just Qin. Other nations are watching covetously that if he were to disregard everything to protect Hua Daoshua and confront the imperial power, how could the Empress Dowager and Emperor remain tolerant? Should chaos erupt within Qin, other nations would seize the opportunity to invade. And summary, Junda bears two heavy responsibilities throughout his life. First, to care for Hua Daoshua. Second, to protect the realm of Qin. Chapter 98. The old den burns. Those within the palace wish for my demise. With Jun Qilan's disturbance, I may meet my end sooner. Jun Lintian would not allow my death, but he would ensure my life is far from pleasant. Hua Daoshua realized she had made the wrong move from the very beginning. She should have heeded Jiqiu's advice to flee from the marriage. So you believe that Luo Shongyun can save you? Zhang Dia expressed his astonishment at Hua Daoshua's intelligence, observing her seemingly indifferent demeanor, only to discover a heart so crystal clear. If anyone could persuade the palace's lords to relent and make Lord Yu release her, it would undoubtedly be Luo Di. He, however, was truly powerless. Even if he wished to fight to the last drop of blood, it would merely be a futile struggle. Is there truly no other method available to me? Hua Daoshua glanced at the somewhat frustrated Zhang Dia and replied coolly, I am with child. The only one capable of ensuring my safety now is Luo Shongyun. What? Zhang Dia stared at her in disbelief. How is that possible? It is indeed quite mysterious. I do not even know how this happened. Even when poisoned last time, the child did not perish. This child must not be known to the palace. Does Lord Yu know? He should be aware. Zhang Dia refrained from pressing further, for if Hua Daoshua had been poisoned, Lord Yu would certainly summon a divine physician. Thus, the child could not remain hidden from him. What could Lord Yu be thinking? Hua Daoshua bearing offspring was undoubtedly his greatest boon. Why would he harm her? Is he not afraid of causing you to miscarry? Zhang Dia's voice held a hint of anger. He could not accept it, gazing at the frail Hua Daoshua and lamenting, at the mid-autumn banquet, you truly should not have stood up for Xia. She is your sister. Hua Daoshua merely replied with 5 words. Her tone detached. She knew that day she had revealed her brilliance, committing a grave error. Yet, Zhang Dia had once saved her, so she could not stand by while his sister faced hardship. For those who treat her well, she would unhesitatingly risk her life. For those who conspire against her, she would one day repay with double the vengeance. You, Zhang Dia stated earnestly. Initially, he assisted her solely because of Jun Lintian. But as he grew closer to her, he found her unique charm irresistible. In times of crisis, he relied on her for protection, yet when she was poisoned, he found himself helpless, even now as she faced peril. He could not muster the courage to assure her, do not fear, I am here. He felt too weak, unworthy of harboring any hopes regarding her. Zhang Zhan, halt. Zhang Dia dismounted the carriage, lifting Hua Daoshua into his arms. The bustling street was of no concern to him as he held her tightly. Leaping onto a nearby rooftop and dashing towards the royal mansion from afar, dense smoke billowed from the location of the Yu mansion. Zhang Dia skillfully evaded the guards, yet upon reaching the back courtyard, he was met with a scene of chaos. Flames raged uncontrollably, and nearby servants were dousing the fire with buckets of water. However, even if they extinguished the flames, the once vibrant courtyard would remain a desolate ruin, uninhabitable. Hua Daoshua's gaze turned cold and piercing. They had even denied her a place to rest. Enraged, she felt a surge of emotion, and blood spewed from her mouth, startling Zhang Dia into a pale panic as he hurriedly retrieved a small porcelain vial from his waist, forcing several pills into her mouth. My lady, amidst the chaos, Ziqiu spotted her and rushed over, tears streaming down her face. My lady, the house was set ablaze by Princess Feisei's orders. I risked my life to salvage these items. Ziqiu's hair was disheveled, her face blackened with soot. Clutching a bundle containing her jewelry and a bright yellow imperial edict, her hands were burned bright red, evidence of her attempts to salvage belongings from the flames, and the tips of her hair were singed. Hua Daoshua's heart ached and tears streamed down her face. You foolish girl, what use are these material possessions? You ought to value your life above all else. My lady, it is all my fault. Ziqiu wept, her tears cascading like a broken dam. Hua Daoshua buried her face in Zhang Dia's embrace, quietly wiping her tears. To weep was a sign of weakness, since others refused to grant her peace. Then none should enjoy tranquility. Zhang Dia offered her his silk handkerchief, but Hua Daoshua shook her head. Do not soil it. Take me to the palace. Both Ziqiu and Zhang Dia were taken aback. My lady, why must you go to the palace now? The princess resides there and is the most favored by the emperor and empress. Would you not be courting death? With no one to tend to my wounds and no place to dwell, I cannot expect to be carried by Zhang Xiang, not forever, at least within the palace. There are imperial physicians. Hua Daoshua replied with a frigid smile. Zhang Dia hesitated, suddenly realizing something, and reluctantly said, let us first go to my residence and wait for Luo Di. No, I have changed my mind. Relying on other strength is ultimately not a long-term solution. Hua Daoshua cast him a glance. If you regard me as a friend, then take me to the palace at once. I wish to see the Empress Dowager without needing to look. Hua Daoshua already knew who was approaching, a fierce flame igniting within her. Duan Feisei appeared in pure white, draped in a woolen cloak. Her delicate face devoid of any trace of the slap she had received at first glance. She resembled a seductive fox. What if I am a discarded wife? I still bear the title of Princess Yu. Wherever I go, I shall be addressed as such, and you? Merely a worthless wretch who, even by clinging to Jun Lintian, fails to garner his interest, having spent years in vain trying to attract him. What use is it to feign pain? If he cannot feel for you at night, he would rather be drawn to men than respond to you. You think he truly cares for you? After keeping a pet for over a decade, even a dog would defend itself when bullied. Chapter 99. The heart of Jun Lintian. Zhang Dia could not bear to hear her words. Furrowing his brow in discomfort, where did this woman learn such bizarre rhetoric? Remembering her sales pitch while hawking stones, he felt that few could emerge victorious in an argument with her. She loved Jun Lintian so fiercely that she would forsake everything. Yet in the end, the prince preferred to marry Hua Daoshua rather than her. Thus she harbored resentment towards Hua Daoshua. Had it not been for her, the title of princess would surely have been hers, as she was the rightful woman of Lord Yu. Even if I am but a dog, I am still the legally wedded wife of Lord Yu. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Jun Lintian himself is impotent, thus sending me to Zhang Xiang is a sign of his favor. Hua Daoxu coughed lightly twice, tasting the metallic tang of blood in her throat. She quickly exchanged a glance with Zhang Dia. Signaling, my lord, let us not stoop to the level of a mere pet dog. Hua Daoxu was astonished to learn that Zhang Dia had a betrothal with that headstrong princess. Duan Feisei's expression darkened entirely. She was taken aback that even Zhang Dia dared to humiliate her publicly. However, Hua Daoxu keenly noticed that these shadow guards were not the same ones as before. Had the previous ones been replaced? Zhang Dia furrowed his brow. With Hua Daoxu and 4 elite fighters engaged in battle, defeat was inevitable. Yet Hua Daoxu grasped his hand and whispered urgently, scatter it and flee quickly, handing him a pouch of powder. In the distance, Jun Lintian's elongated eyes churned with turbulent emotions. His thin lips pressed tightly together as he observed the overly intimate gestures between Hua Daoxu and Zhang Dia. A surge of fury ignited within him. It seemed this woman truly did not understand the meaning of loyalty. Your Highness, Hua Daoxu has been getting along splendidly with Zhang Xiang. Look at their closeness. It is quite infuriating, Jun Qixie remarked enviously. Your Highness is biased. The reward given to Zhang should have been mine as well. That if it were given to you, would you have the life to receive it? Jun Lintian's gaze, sharp as a knife, pierced Jun Qixia. Causing him to break into a cold sweat, Jun Lintian strode out of the corridor towards the central courtyard. At that moment, as tensions escalated between the opposing sides, ready to clash, a cold voice rang out. What is happening here? Upon seeing Jun Lintian arrive, Duan Feisi rushed toward him, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness, Zhang Xiang is bullying me alongside Wadaoxu. He even attempted to strike me. Jun Lintian tenderly wiped her tears away, angrily directing his gaze at Wadaoxu. It seems a little injury has not taught you a lesson. Wadaoxu scoffed coldly. Jun Lintian, I have warned you. If you have the ability, then kill me. However, I advise you. If I die, no one in this world can cure your poison. Kneel and plead for me, and I may consider whether to grant you the antidote. Duan Feisi ceased her sobbing, lifting her chin to inquire of Jun Lintian. Your Highness, is what she says true? She had initially intended to concoct the antidote for Jun Lintian and leave peacefully, burying the hatchet, but someone was adamantly trying to push her to her demise. Jun Lintian ruffled her hair. Silly girl, it cannot be that simple. Even divine doctors cannot accomplish such feats. Oh, not speak, Zhang Dia said, patting her back with concern. Duan Feisi's face turned pale with anger. Seeing Wadaoxu on the verge of death yet still so arrogant made her wish to tear her apart. Wadaoxu, what is wrong? I will take you to see a doctor right away. Zhang Dia's expression turned icy as he turned to leave. However, he suddenly felt a wave of force strike his back. There was no time to evade, and he was struck solidly, collapsing to the ground, causing Wadaoxu to be thrown from his embrace, overwhelmed by the immense force. Wadaoxu's vision darkened, yet she felt someone catch her, though she could not open her eyes and soon fell unconscious. Zhang Dia, if your hands dare to touch Wadaoxu again, I will ensure your head is forfeit. Jun Lintian carried Wadaoxu as he exited the back courtyard. Jun Qixia squinted at Jun Lintian's retreating figure, sensing a chilling, violent aura emanating from him. Zhang Dia fell to the ground, spitting blood. Was the king of you enraged? He slowly began to laugh, his hair billowing in the wind, exuding an eerie beauty. Jun Qixia looked at him as though he were a fool. You can still laugh? Zhang Dia struggled to stand. His gaze filled with bitter amusement as he looked at Jun Qixia. If you knew what I was laughing about, you would find it amusing as well, but alas, I do not intend to share. Today there will be an additional update around 6 in the afternoon. Thanks to Jesse John and Wangsanen for their generous support. Moi. Chapter 100. Extraordinary Medicine. Zhang Dia wore a smile as he followed the direction Jun Lintian had departed. Meanwhile, Gong Qing furrowed her brows. Could Zhang Xiang have sensed something? As Zhang Dia approached the front courtyard, he was met by 2 expressionless guards who blocked his path. Sir, the king has ordered that no one is to enter the front courtyard. Zhang Dia's brow furrowed in response as he looked towards the arriving Jun Qixia. It seems there is no show to watch. Jun Qixia scoffed. Inform the royal uncle that Feisi has fainted. Third Prince, the king has said no disturbances are to be made. The guards remained impassive, unhesitatingly denying Jun Qixia. Gong Qing's curiosity deepened. She felt that Zhang Dia was hinting at something. Could he truly have uncovered something? Zhang Dia departed, leaving Jun Qixia bored and following suit. In the guest room of Lintian courtyard, Jun Lintian stood beside the bed, gazing anxiously at the pallid figure lying there, urgently inquiring of Song Yi. Who was examining her? What is the situation? Song Yi lifted her gaze to glance at him. I previously warned you that her health is delicate. She cannot endure any stimulation, after barely recovering from her poisoning. She has now been beaten like this. It's a miracle she hasn't died. Jun Lintian's eyes darkened, and he replied coolly, I was gentle. Song Yi stood up, glaring at Jun Lintian. Prepare yourself for the worst. A fleeting glimmer of determination crossed Jun Lintian's otherwise stoic gaze. What did it mean to have a restless night? Jun Lintian sat at the bedside, gently placing Wadaoxu's arm, which was draped outside the blanket. Back under the covers, worry etched on his face as he questioned her. The literal meaning, just like you, insomnia. Insomnia. Jun Lintian's expression froze as he turned coldly toward Song Yi. She cannot suffer from insomnia. Wadaoxu loved to sleep. If she were unable to do so, it could very well cost her life. Song Yi approached the table and wrote out a prescription, handing it to him. She must take these daily. After speaking, she pulled out a Lingji lollipop from her small bag and popped it into her mouth. I have completed my task. The total for the pills and the prescription is 30,000 taels. Gong Qing entered just in time to hear Song Yi settling her payment, nearly tripping over the threshold point. 30,000 taels. Gong Qing exclaimed incredulously, Dr. Song, are you not charging too much? Song Yi touched her nose and tossed a white porcelain bottle onto the table. This is the medicine I just gave the princess. There is still 1 pill inside as a complimentary gift. You may inquire at the pharmacy whether this is worth 30,000 taels. As Song Yi exited the guest room, Gong Qing cautiously closed the door behind her, casting a furtive glance at her master, who had kicked off her shoes and climbed into bed, sighing helplessly. She took out a stack of banknotes and handed them to Song Yi. Dr. Song, what will you do with so much money? A hermit has his own clever uses. Song Yi counted the banknotes, smiling contentedly, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, and leaned in close to Gong Qing's ear, whispering, I have recently developed a more potent medicine, more effective than the one the king gave the princess last time. It allows her to remain conscious and cooperative, but afterward, she will remember nothing. Gong Qing's expression shifted. What is the price? 2,000 taels per bottle. The dosage can be adjusted according to the situation. It was tested last time in the cold pool, and from the princess's condition, she completely forgot what happened during those days. The effect was quite remarkable. Song Yi produced another bottle of medicine from her sleeve, shaking it in front of Gong Qing. The last medicine given to the king should have been used up. Surely, she did not wish to see the king suffer in silence. Song Yi smiled mischievously. I will take all of it. Gong Qing was quick to respond, not wanting to waste time. She shot her a glance. The king knows his boundaries. He would naturally not allow others to speak ill of Jun Lintian. Song Yi shrugged, leaping onto the roof and disappearing in a few agile movements. In the room, Jun Lintian climbed into bed, pulling Wadaoksu close. Noticing her clothing was cumbersome, he quickly sat up and removed all of Wadaoksu's garments. Sensing her body was somewhat cold, he infused her with some of his internal energy, then held her tightly in his embrace, lowering his head to capture her pallid lips and her slumber. Wadaoksu sensed something amiss and instinctively murmured softly. Jun Lintian stiffened, hastily pushing her away and jumping out of bed, his devilishly handsome face flushed with heat. After regaining his composure, he approached again and tucked the blanket securely around Wadaoksu. Wadaoksu furrowed her brow slightly, her lips moving as she returned to her peaceful slumber. Only then did Jun Lintian call out, Gong Qing. Startled, Gong Qing rushed in. Your Highness, how may I assist you? Take care of those people properly. A flicker of malice ignited in Jun Lintian's eyes. Isn't this a bit too much, Your Highness? Gong Qing calculated quickly. At least 20 individuals had insulted the princess in Linglong Pavilion, all of whom were daughters of noble families. If this escalated, it would certainly attract attention in the palace, and so what? Jun Lintian lazily seated himself on the soft couch. Gong Qing's heart tightened. The king was genuinely furious this time. She glanced at the person on the bed and took her leave. Suddenly recalling the medicine Song Yi had sold, she looked at Jun Lintian and carefully presented the medicine to him. Your Highness, should you find it hard to restrain yourself, Dr. Song said this is quite effective. Jun Lintian narrowed his eyes, silently staring at Gong Qing, causing her heart to race with uncertainty. After a long pause, Jun Lintian finally spoke, put it down and leave, unless it is an urgent matter. Do not come to report. Understood. Gong Qing sighed in relief and exited, firmly closing the door behind her. Jun Lintian picked up a book and began to read, disregarding the medicine on the small table. Wadaoksu remained in a deep slumber, restless and tossing about until the midnight hour. Noticing her agitation, Jun Lintian set down the book and approached her, cradling her in his arms and channeling some of his inner strength into her. Only then did she settle into a tranquil sleep. Observing her complexion, which had regained a healthy hue, he glanced at the medicine bottle on the table, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He poured the medicinal powder into warm water, drank it, and then sealed her lips with his, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. Stripping off his loose robe and casting it aside, his bare skin showcased a sculpted physique. He swiftly joined her beneath the covers, wrapping her in his embrace, and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. When Wadaoksu awoke the following day, the first light of dawn filtering through, she felt a weight pressing on her chest. Irritated, she opened her eyes to discover a hand, long and pale resembling jade, resting upon her. Whose hand could this be? In her dazed state, the only thought that crossed her mind was this. The owner of the hand was strikingly handsome, with features that could captivate the most discerning of hearts, a countenance akin to the harvest moon, and lips so perfectly shaped that one could not resist the urge to kiss them. But wait, was this not Jun Lintian's face? How did he end up here? Wadaoksu pouted and shrugged the hand off her, only to suddenly realize her own nudity. Instantly alert, she attempted to rise, but was once again enveloped in a firm embrace. The owner of the strong arms remained blissfully unaware, his eyes still shut tight. Wadaoksu, in a moment of instinct, reached out toward Jun Lintian, panic rising within her. Oh no. She was truly without clothes. Wait, don't panic. Jun Lintian had been poisoned and could not possibly react. Even if he did, it would only be in response to a man. Yet, the sensation beneath her hand caused her to let out a shriek. Jun Lintian, you. Only then did he slowly open his deep starry eyes, a hint of amusement dancing within them. Why are you making such a ruckus instead of sleeping soundly? How could you be here? Wadaoxu shouted, her delicate cheeks flushed a deep crimson. June Lintian extended his long fingers to gently caress her earlobe. Are you feeling hot? Why do you seem so feverish? I ask you, what are we doing? Wadaoxu struggled to sit up, but her body felt weak and pain radiated from her back. She remembered being struck by June Lintian yesterday, sustaining a grievous injury. What do you think? June Lintian replied, rolling over to face her. His gaze lingering on her formed that I prefer you this way. I do not like seeing you unwell. Whatever you think, just get off me. Don't pin me down. Wadaoxu retorted, feeling the heat emanating from his body. An unfamiliar sensation that made her uneasy. Rolling solo is no fun. Let us roll together. June Lintian tightened his hold on her, playfully tossing her back and forth on the bed, reveling in their antics. Wadaoxu, dizzy from the movement, shouted, Stop rolling. You idiot, I'm getting dizzy. Suddenly, her lips were captured by his, a fierce and wild kiss enveloping her senses. Wadaoxu squirmed, but the warmth of his body ignited something within her, causing her heart to race as she recalled the earlier encounter. Gong Qing, hearing the commotion from within, felt her cheeks warm as she realized that he had indeed succumbed to temptation. The two remained entwined until noon. And once Wadaoxu was thoroughly unconscious, June Lintian opened his eyes and instructed Gong Qing to prepare warm water. Draping himself in a robe, he sat beside her, and when Gong Qing announced that the water was ready, he carried the exhausted Wadaoxu into the bath. Placing her gently on his waist, June Lintian began to tenderly wash her back, his gaze growing increasingly intense. Wadaoxu, too fatigued to notice the care with which he attended to her, instinctively nestled closer to his chest, her soft, warm lips resting against him. For a man who typically showed no response to women, June Lintian felt a fire ignite within him, furrowing his brow. He lifted her chin, attempting to have her turn her face to the side, but in a moment of impulse, he captured her lips in a fervent kiss. June Lintian's body stiffened as he pulled her closer. Disregarding the lingering effects of the medicine, this was indeed a vigorous encounter, and despite her exhaustion, Wadaoxu woke with a start, her enchanting wild face hovering just inches from his. June Lintian, what are you doing? June Lintian's eyes, deep and enigmatic, flickered with a hint of exasperation. Her first words upon waking were always the same. What do you think? He felt fortunate that their encounter had reached its conclusion before she awoke. Otherwise, he might have truly faced an embarrassing situation. Wadaoxu, astonished, realized she was straddling him, both of them completely barren in the bath. This scenario felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of a dream she had during her last poisoning incident. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she pondered, could this be another dream? Pinching her thigh, the sharp pain confirmed her reality. This was no dream. You bastard, what have you done to me? Quickly, she rolled off him and retreated to the side of the bath, eyeing the languorous June Lintian warily. The surroundings were familiar. This bath was in June Lintian's residence, within his study no less. She was in his abode, sharing a bath with him. This was beyond belief. What do you think you're hiding from? June Lintian lounged against the edge of the bath, propping his alluring face on one hand, wearing an expression that suggested her actions were unnecessary. How did I end up here? What about Zhang Dia? Wadaoxu questioned, her mind swirling with unanswered inquiries. June Lintian narrowed his eyes slightly. Rather than concern yourself with Zhang Dia, perhaps you should focus on your own situation. His long fingers danced in the air, seemingly suppressing something. What do you want? Bring it on. I've never been afraid. As she spoke, Wadaoxu searched for her clothes but only found a set of men's silken robes draped by the bath. This was June Lintian's robe, indicating that she had been brought here in a state of undress. Who had brought her here? June Lintian or someone else? Is that so? June Lintian retorted nonchalantly, yet in a flash. He was before her, gripping her arm and speaking in a low voice. Now that I'm here, what do you think I'll do to you? Wadaoxu gasped. The sight of his glistening chest and perfectly toned abdomen laid bare before her eyes. Yet he cleverly concealed the lower half beneath the water, stirring memories of their earlier encounter. Fearful and indignant, she struggled against him. What else could you possibly do, you little eel? Is that so? Are you certain I'm merely a little eel? June Lintian leaned closer, his powerful masculine aura enveloping her, momentarily leaving her speechless, unable to utter the words about him being an eel. But of course, Wadaoxu replied, a strange smile creeping onto her face. Though if we're talking about those male pets sent to you by the Empress Dowager, then you're more like a regal fish. Instantly, June Lintian's expression darkened, and Wadaoxu let out a cold huff. You re nothing but a coward, so don't play coy with me. His handsome face turned stormy, eyes sharp as blades. Do you believe I want to rip your mouth apart? Go ahead, it's not the first time you've laid hands on me. Wadaoksu defiantly lifted her chin to meet his gaze. Do you think I'm easily frightened? I've dealt with worse than you on the battlefield. Yet June Lintian seized her chin, lazily declaring, it would be a pity to ruin such a sharp tongue from now on. If you utter something that displeases me, it will go like this. What will happen? Wadaoksu began to ask, but her words were abruptly silenced by his fierce kiss. A voracious embrace that left her breathless, teetering on the edge of suffocation. She clutched tightly to his back, digging her nails in, desperate for him to release her pain. Wadaoksu furrowed her brows in agony. The skin of June Lintian ignited a fervor within her, and cursed be it, she found herself responding. Just as she believed she might suffocate from the impending kiss, June Lintian softened, drawing her tightly into his embrace before abruptly releasing her. Forcefully pushing her aside, Wadaoksu lost her balance, tumbling into the water. Meanwhile, June Lintian stood with his back turned, emerging from the bath, draping himself in a loose robe and fastening a jade belt around his waist. He cast a deep, disdainful glance at Wadaoksu, who was struggling to rise from the water, her face contorted in embarrassment. Enraged, Wadaoksu sprang from the water, hands on her hips, cursing June Lintian, you scoundrel! You're clearly no man. Yet you dare to harm me! Her petite face flushed with indignation, resembling a delicate blossom, droplets of water glistening on her skin, illuminated by the sunlight streaming in through the window, exuding an ethereal beauty untouched by the mundane. June Lintian pressed his lips together, his eyes ablaze with intensity, glaring at her. Were it not for her pregnancy, he would have surely knocked her out and forced her into submission. This was the first time June Lintian loathed himself for playing the part of the impotent. Enduring this torment since this king is impotent, then the princess must treat me well. I shall await your services tonight, June Lintian coldly remarked before striding out. Wadaoksu looked down, shouting in frustration as she hastily submerged herself back into the water. But what were these red and purple marks on her body, around her neck, chest, waist, and even the inner thighs? That beast June Lintian must have tormented her while she was unconscious. Surely, these were inflicted by his hands. That perverted fiend with every grievance compounded. Wadaoksu attempted to rise, but found herself without clothing. Just as she pondered this, Jichio rushed in, carrying garments and accessories. Miss, you're all right. What a relief! Jichio exclaimed, squatting by the edge of the pool with a beaming expression. How did you come here? Wadaoksu stood up from the water, allowing Jichio to assist her in dressing. She was utterly bewildered about what had transpired while she was unconscious, unable to comprehend how she could be in the bath with June Lintian in such a vulnerable state. Upon waking, she found herself seated so intimately upon his waist, and the thought made her cheeks flush. The prince sent me to attend to you, Jichio smiled. Miss, the prince saved you this time. You're completely fine now. Wadaoksu shifted slightly, realizing that aside from some fatigue and soreness, she seemed truly uninjured. Have I been asleep for several days? June Lintian must truly have been unwilling to let her perish. She was grateful to her grandfather, Miao Qianqi, for concocting this unresolvable poison years ago. How fortuitous that this very poison was administered by June Lintian. Life truly is a stage show. Just one day. I'm fully recovered. Could it be that divine Dr. Song? Wadaoksu exclaimed, her curiosity piqued about this miraculous physician with such remarkable skills. I have no knowledge of that. I only know that the prince brought you to Lintian Garden, and he instructed me to come and serve you. Jichio confessed, equally in the dark. Wadaoksu donned her attire and stepped outside, where June Lintian had already changed into a luxurious robe of cold moon satin, his hair elegantly tied with a jade crown. His perfectly sculpted profile radiating beauty that evoked admiration. Alas, he was her adversary, and Wadaoksu stifled a sigh. Your Highness, my courtyard has been set ablaze by your woman. Where do you intend for me to reside? Wadaoksu approached him and nonchalantly inquired. June Lintian raised his gaze, his eyes meeting Jichio's, his expression hardening. Jichio, startled, quickly announced, this servant shall take her leave. Chapter 104. Stagnant liver chi. What does this mean? Dismissing her maid and ignoring her? If you refuse to speak, then I shall have no choice but to seek out your woman directly, Wadaoksu declared, rising from her seat. Just as she made her exit, a powerful force yanked her back into his embrace. June Lintian glared at her, icy as ever. This king's woman is right here. Where do you think you're going? Wadaoksu wriggled free from his grasp. Prince, you have some self-respect. Do not touch me without reason. One might mistake us for something more, and I would find that quite unjust. June Lintian's gaze was devilishly penetrating. Do you not think we indeed have something between us? Wat Oxu felt a wave of irritation. Recalling how their encounters during her 2 bouts of unconsciousness had been so tumultuous, leaving her feeling flushed and dizzy, yet vividly real, but if it were true, why did she possess no clear memories? Moreover, June Lintian was evidently impotent. Of course, there was enmity, an irreconcilable feud. June Lintian, if you strike me once, I shall remember it for a lifetime. That I cannot confront you now, but one day I shall repay this grudge with interest. Wat Oxu narrowed her eyes coldly at him. June Lintian's elongated eyes narrowed dangerously. Are you implying that keeping you by my side would be a liability, and I should dispose of you now? Do you dare? Wat Oxu scoffed. Can you even become a man and shower affection on your beloved, dependent on your grandmother's approval? You are so confident that this king cannot live without you. June Lintian leaned back, lazily regarding her, his fathomless eyes shrouded in mystery. Wat Oxu rolled her eyes. How could this eunuch always speak with such a lewd undertone? I'm talking about the antidote, all right? Otherwise, do test whether there exists another who can provide you with it. Wat Oxu held her head high as she exited the study outside. The air was fresh with a hint of fragrance after the rain. Wat Oxu felt her mood lighten, stifling a yawn as she urged Jiqiu, who was waiting outside. Let us go seek revenge. Lintian Garden and her former residence were worlds apart. The courtyard stone slabs were crafted from the finest marble, likely intermingled with gold, glistening in the daylight after being washed by the rain. With only June Lintian residing there, the house was sparse, just a bedroom and a study, with the rest designated for servants. Yet the courtyard was vast enough to play football. As Wat Oxu reached the courtyard entrance, she was intercepted by 2 guards. Princess, the prince has commanded that without his orders, you are not permitted to leave Lintian Garden. The guards remained expressionless, instilling fear into Wat Oxu, who recalled how those who had emerged from the secret passage with her had met a gruesome fate at June Lintian's hands. What if I insist on going out? Wat Oxu coldly inquired, and a wonder June Lintian had not stopped her. It turned out there were guards stationed outside. The guards were momentarily taken aback. If the princess insisted on leaving, they would have to stop her, but how? At that moment, Gongqing approached from outside the courtyard. Daoshue, she greeted respectfully. Let me go, Wat Oxu shouted, struggling to break free, only to discover that these 2 maids possessed immense strength. Akin to martial arts masters rather than mere servants. Impressive. They even dispatched such formidable maids to confine her. Princess, it's time for your medicine. Dr. Song said your liver qi is stagnant. If you do not take her prescribed remedy, you will suffer from insomnia tonight, Gongqing said calmly, disregarding her agitation. Upon hearing this, Wat Oxu quieted down. As what you say true. With 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare deceive the princess. I would need 1,000 heads to do so. Why is this happening? I've always slept well. Where has this stagnant liver qi come from? Could it be a side effect of that palm strike? Because you are too irritable. Now quietly lie down for this king. June Lintian stood at the corridor, leaning against a pillar, somewhat helpless. This woman was most charming when asleep. I irritable? Wat Oxu exclaimed, furious. Who caused my irritability? I live each day in peace, neither provoking nor being provoked. It's you who comes to stir trouble, along with that pampered woman of yours. If I suffer from insomnia, I will ensure the entire royal residence knows no peace. June Lintian's gaze turned somber as he approached her, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. If you truly cannot sleep, this king will entertain you deeply, ensuring you have no time for disruptions. If you continue to be noisy, I will toss Jiqiu to the dogs. This king speaks with conviction. June Lintian shot her a cold glare. Wat Oxu resolved not to suffer in silence. Where will I stay? This is all your dominion. Where can I sleep? Gongqing, bring in the medicine. June Lintian commanded. Wat Oxu lay in bed, staring at June Lintian, sensing something was off about him today, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Was it Dr. Song who saved me last time and this time as well? Wat Oxu inquired. Indeed, June Lintian replied curtly, draping a quilt over her and ensuring her hand was tucked within the warmth. June Lintian, have you come down with a fever? Wat Oxu frowned, perplexed by his behavior. Was he truly attending to her? June Lintian lowered his gaze, his expression entirely untroubled. Today's updates are once again extended. Thanks to the generous rewards as per tradition, updates will be posted at 6 in the evening. Thanks to Jesse John, Suasunian, Bingxin, Iran, Zulinglong and all the lovely supporters. Enjoy your reading. Chapter 105, Repayment. Gongqing entered with 3 maidservants, carrying a bowl of medicine, followed by the 3 maids with trays of items. June Lintian accepted the medicine, and Wat Oxu instinctively sat up, reaching for the bowl, only to find June Lintian drinking it himself. Hey, isn't that medicine meant for me? Hua Daoshua found herself utterly bewildered, questioning the nature of this situation. June Lintian, testing the waters, furrowed his brow slightly. Why is it so bitter? Hua Daoshua, unable to bear it any longer, rolled her eyes. Jun Lintian, do you not understand that good medicine is often bitter? Is it not better to endure a little bitterness than to trouble a mere maid? Just drink it quickly. At your age, you should not be afraid of a little bitterness. Aware that the medicine was not intended for her, Hua Daoshua retreated under the covers, intending to sleep. Add some cinnamon. Brew it again and bring it to me immediately, Jun Lintian commanded, causing the 3 maidservants to scurry away in fright. Hua Daoshua silently cursed him countless times, finding him incredibly difficult to please after all. It was just a few sips of medicine. Was it truly necessary to create such a fuss? A sip wouldn't kill her. Gongqing discreetly observed her master, sighing inwardly. The once pampered master had now become a test subject for medicine. What is this? Jun Lintian inquired, puzzled by the 3 plates set before him. Upon hearing Gongqing's voice, Hua Daoshua sprang upright. What did you say? I have to eat all 3 plates. What nonsense is this? Can a pregnant woman consume such things? Indeed, your highness, replied Gongqing. Dr. Song specifically instructed that you must finish them, 3 meals a day. There was a hint of schadenfreude in Gongqing's tone. I refuse, Hua Daoshua declared decisively, for the dishes were not only unpalatable but also quite fishy. You are not allowed to refuse. Jun Lintian shot her a cool glance. Eating it is beneficial for you. On what grounds? My mouth is my own. Can you truly force me? Hua Daoshua retorted stubbornly, determined not to eat. Who was Jun Lintian to command her? I have been quite idle lately. Jun Lintian stood and approached the table, personally bringing over a plate of dark, unappealing food, uttering without preamble, whether I am idle or not is irrelevant to you. Hua Daoshua scoffed, idle enough to have time to feed you mouth to mouth. Jun Lintian sat beside her, his deep gaze fixed intently. Hua Daoshua shifted her body, retreating slightly. Do not get any ideas. That food is dreadful. Jun Lintian lowered his gaze to the plate, took a spoonful and grimaced slightly. It was indeed quite fishy. See? I told you it was awful. Hua Daoshua's mood brightened momentarily. Even if it's awful, it must be eaten. Who was it that spoke of the bitterness of good medicine? Yet Jun Lintian maintained a stern expression, leaving no room for negotiation. Realizing she had shot herself in the foot, Hua Daoshua's face contorted in distaste. 1 plate was already difficult to swallow, and there were 3, although the portions were small. Jun Lintian took a taste himself, seeming to find it somewhat tolerable, before offering the medicine to her. Open your mouth. Hua Daoshua felt tears welling up. This medicine was indeed meant for her. However, judging by his demeanor, it should not be too bitter. She opened her mouth and took a small sip, the bitterness causing her entire face to contort. Why is it so bitter? Gongqing could not suppress a chuckle. Your Highness, what did you just say about the prince? Hua Daoshua felt a wave of embarrassment. How could she have been so foolish? Jun Lintian was not ill. Why would he need to drink medicine? She had foolishly thought to mock him, only to embarrass herself instead. That wasn't cinnamon added? Why is it still so bitter? Hua Daoshua lamented, gritting her teeth as she grabbed the bowl and gulped it down, her brows knitting tightly. The medicine was unbearably bitter, devoid of any sweetness. She truly questioned whether cinnamon had been added. Her inadvertent remark frightened the 3 maidservants, who hastily knelt and begged for mercy. Your Highness, forgive us, we truly added cinnamon. Hua Daoshua, her mouth still bitter, replied curtly, I am not blaming you, so why kneel? Will kneeling make the medicine less bitter? In this ancient era, the lack of rights was appalling. She could hardly endure their subservience. Casting a sidelong glance at the sullen Jun Lintian, she rebuked the maidservants. The 3 dared not linger. Fleeing in dismay, Jun Lintian regarded her with mild disdain. Having sent them away, who will attend to you? I have Gong Qiu. That is sufficient, Hua Daoshua replied, preferring familiar company over strangers, especially in such precarious circumstances where she might be poisoned. Jun Lintian said nothing further, instead producing a lollipop from his waist and offering it to Hua Daoshua. Hua Daoshua's eyes widened in astonishment. In her understanding, such modern treats did not exist in the Qin kingdom. Where did this come from? She asked, astonished. Upon receiving it, she unwrapped the thin layer of oiled paper and popped it into her mouth, her small lips forming a gnaw shape as she sucked on the lollipop, her cheeks flushed with delight. Delicious. How much is this worth? If it has Ganoderma, it must be quite expensive. Gongqing attempted to respond but was silenced by Jun Lintian's glance, prompting her to bow her head and retreat. Hey, do not look down on me. No matter how expensive it is, I can afford it. Luo Di gifted me 30,000 gold. Hua Daoshua licked the lollipop, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Oh, I forgot to mention that 30,000 gold was precisely for the horses you purchased. Jun Lintian's handsome face darkened, and Hua Daoshua's gaze deepened, a flicker of caution crossing her expression. Carefully, she continued to savor her lollipop, only for Jun Lintian to suddenly reach out and snatch it from her. Since you are wealthy, you can buy your own. Hua Daoshua stood frozen, incredulous. Are you truly this petty? I am indeed petty since you are so affluent. Let us settle the accounts. Last time you were poisoned by Moyua. The total cost with Dr. Song was 13 million taels of silver. This time, 3 million taels altogether, that makes 13,300,000 taels. Hand it over. Jun Lintian's expression was grim as he popped the lollipop into his mouth. Hey, that was mine. It had my saliva on it. Who permitted you to eat it? Hua Daoshua leapt from the bed, lunging toward him to reclaim it. How dare he consume something she had touched? She would rather give it to a dog than let him have it. Each time a reader expresses their distress over not knowing how to reward, it pains the heart. Join group 661288705 for guidance. Song Yi is here to help you solve various perplexities. Additionally, I seek recommendation votes. They are welcome. Chapter 106. Song Yi's nonsense. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Jun Lintian's face as he quickly discarded the lollipop out the window. Do not attempt to change the subject. When will you repay the 13,300,000 taels? 13 million taels? Why don't you go rob a bank? Hua Daoshua shot him a disdainful glance, utterly unconvinced. Do you not believe me? Call Song Yi to testify. Jun Lintian's expression held no hint of jest. Testify to your sister. Whose fault was it that I got hurt? I have yet to demand compensation for the pain, suffering or trauma. It is already generous of me not to seek damages for nearly losing my life, and you still dare to ask for a consultation fee? Hua Daoshua seethed at the thought of Jun Lintian, wishing to see him suffer endlessly. Just wait, Jun Lintian. Soon I shall make you wish for death without the means to attain it. Hua Daoshua, have you never considered whether the fault lies with you? Jun Lintian's tone was calm, yet a hint of anger flickered within. What fault do I possess? I sleep and eat in the rear courtyard. Have I ever provoked you? The Empress Dowager bestowed this marriage upon me. Were you not quite proud and arrogant? If you were unwilling, you could have resisted the decree that I have taken the place of your woman. Have I ever given you even half a word of compensation? Hua Daoshua's anger flared as she descended from the bed, tilting her head to glare coldly at him. You do not realize where you went wrong? Very well, I shall enlighten you. The Empress Dowager arranged this marriage because you are foolish. Marrying me brings you no advantage. Your arrogance at the banquet led to your downfall. Had you not sought to outshine others at the banquet, would so many skilled assassins have pursued you? Jun Lintian's expression darkened. You insulted so many noble ladies at Linglong Pavilion. Do you think those noble families are easy to provoke? Offending even one of them is perilous, yet you dared to insult a whole group. Do you believe you have many lives to spare? Jun Qilan, who has been doted upon since childhood, could not bear a single word of reproach. You boldly slapped her, and if the emperor seeks to hold someone accountable, no one can save you. Hua Daoshua laughed coldly. So you knew assassins would pursue me, yet you cast me to Zhangdia to avoid being implicated. If I were to be slain at Linglong Pavilion, you would wash your hands of me, fearing a backlash? Jun Lintian, your intellect is indeed sharp, far too sharp. Hua Daoshua trembled with rage, her internal fire rising, tasting blood in her throat, and hurriedly bolted outside. Gongqing, stop her! Jun Lintian's expression was frosty. How could Hua Daoshua think so poorly of him? Just as she reached the door, Gongqing seized her and pulled her back. Your Highness, you are ill. You cannot run about recklessly. Hua Daoshua was thrown beside Jun Lintian like a small chick. He firmly grasped her and tossed her onto the bed. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Hua Daoshua seethed. Jun Lintian, if you have the ability, kill me. If you continue to create a ruckus, the first to die will be your maidservant. Jun Lintian's tone was cold, but then he noticed the blood on her lips and grew alarmed. What is wrong with you? He swiftly sat by the bed, pulling Hua Daoshua closer, wiping the blood from her mouth, his veins visibly tense. Are you seeking death? Gongqing, quickly fetch the pills left by Dr. Song. Hua Daoshua struggled against his grasp. Let go of me. Get away. With a frosty demeanor, Jun Lintian sealed her acupoint, rendering Hua Daoxu immobile in an instant. She glared at him with her watery eyes, wishing she could kill him with just a glance, closing her eyes. Hua Daoxu took a deep breath. No, she couldn't allow herself to be consumed by anger. Dying in such a manner would be utterly humiliating. In her previous life, she had been a paragon of composure. How had she devolved into someone so emotionally inept here? Incapable of controlling her own feelings? Your Highness, the medicine is here, Gongqing remarked, handing a vial to Jun Lintian. her concern evident for Wadaoksu. June Lintian poured the pill into Wadaoksu's mouth, a rare expression of worry flashing across his usually icy gaze. She obediently swallowed the medicine, turning her head away to ignore him, her chest aching painfully. Once again, she averted her gaze. She would not express gratitude for the pain he had inflicted upon her. Rest well, the acupoint will release itself shortly, June Lintian said coldly, casting a lingering look of resentment at Wadaoksu before exiting. As she regained her composure, Wadaoksu understood the importance of her health and that this was not the time for impulsive behavior. Before long, she succumbed to sleep. In the adjacent study, June Lintian retrieved a piece of candy from his sleeve, one that should have been discarded out the window, and popped it into his mouth. Leaning against a jade couch adorned with a blood-red peony, the image of Wadaoksu licking a lollipop flashing through his mind. Gongqing, standing nearby, couldn't fathom the master's thoughts, after a fierce argument with the princess. His mood should have been dismal. Yet, master, even in your foul mood, you shouldn't indulge in such sweets. This is meant for beautifying women, and it's sweet, she remarked. Aren't you the one who despises sweets the most? Lying half reclined and motionless, the silence in the room was broken only by the delicate sounds of him savoring the candy. After a moment, June Lintian finally lifted his gaze to Gongqing. Has the princess fallen asleep? Your subordinate has been by your side. How would I know? Gongqing inwardly grumbled that there's no need. I shall go myself. He rose from the couch and retrieved a small vial from the drawer of his desk. Striding out, Gongqing's expression changed drastically. Master, that won't do, June Lintian huffed, not insisting further. His anger was merely a fleeting sentiment. Tio expressed their gratitude. There would be an additional update at 6 o'clock today. Thanks to the generous contributions from Tu Xiaoqi, Bingxin and Weixiao. Chapter 107, Poison. Gongqing, unable to bear it any longer, suggested, Master, how about I fetch some exquisite beauties for you to try? Useless, June Lintian sighed heavily. After all these years by my side, do you not know? Dr. Song mentioned that the toxins in your system have significantly diminished, so I dared to hope. Nothing else piques my interest. How fares the matter I instructed you about? June Lintian inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. It is all prepared. We shall act tonight, Gongqing replied. Handle it efficiently. Do not allow them to obtain a shred of evidence. After issuing the command, June Lintian picked up a book of calming incantations. I will go remind Gong-san, Gongqing stated before exiting, her lips twitching. The notoriously violent and ruthless master was actually studying calming incantations. Master, do you not realize that wearing a cassock does not make you a monk? Wadaoksu slept until midday the following day, only awakening when Jiqiu came to administer her medicine. Bracing herself against the bitterness, she swallowed the concoction, and Jiqiu presented her with 2 lollipops. Once you finish this, the bitterness will vanish. Where did you get these? Wadaoksu asked, puzzled, for in Gongqing's tone such items were exceedingly precious. They were prepared for you by the master. There's an entire box. Jiqiu replied, moving a small wooden crate closer. Revealing hundreds of lollipops. How trivial, Wadaoksu muttered, shoving the candy into her mouth, the bitterness dissipating instantly. Miss, they are genuinely expensive. Last night, Dr. Song instructed me to ensure you consume more of these for your beauty. He claimed the master spent 1,000,000 taels on them. Despite her fear of June Lintian, Jiqiu's face lit up with satisfaction at the mention of the lollipops, as if she were the one indulging. Wadaoksu chuckled softly. Jiqiu, you're simply naive. How could these candies possibly be worth 1,000,000 taels? 1,000,000 taels could buy the entire imperial city. Even if June Lintian were wealthy, he wouldn't be foolish enough to squander it in such a manner. If such exquisite items truly existed, he would surely reserve them for his beloved Faisi, not think to give them to me. The maidservant does not seem to be fabricating stories. Moreover, Dr. Song visited last night to examine you and charged 30,000 taels for his services. I personally witnessed Gongqing hand over the payment, and she was visibly reluctant, exclaiming that it was exorbitant. Jiqiu had been astounded last night, realizing that such a young girl commanded such a high fee for medical services. She must be exceedingly wealthy. Wadaoksu furrowed her brow, noting that June Lintian seemed quite close with this physician. If he truly charged such exorbitant fees, he must possess extraordinary skills, perhaps even having alleviated some of the poison from June Lintian. However, her encounters with this physician had been fleeting. Though treated several times, she had never met him face to face. June Lintian's grievances against her were well founded, and although she bore the title of the Yu Wangfei, she currently lacked the means to retaliate against him and could only endure for now. With that thought, Wadaoksu rose from her bed. Jiqiu was still asleep on the couch, and she chose not to disturb her. Wrapping herself in a fur coat, she stepped outside. The moon shone brightly in the clear autumn night. A refreshing chill permeating the air. It was the hour of the rat. Yet the Yu Wangfu remained ablaze with light. Cautiously making her way to the courtyard wall, the towering barrier of Lintian garden posed little challenge for her. She leaped nimbly over the wall, but just as she landed, a cold voice pierced the night. Why does the princess sneak out in the middle of the night? Without needing to glance up, Wadaoksu recognized the voice. Damn it, this insufferable man never sleeps at night, does he? Just taking a stroll, she replied, brushing the dust from her hands and raising her gaze to meet Jun Lintian's dark, foreboding expression, which appeared particularly ominous in the shadows. Clad in a sleek night outfit, his shoulder-length hair casually tied back, his tall frame towered over Wadaoksu, instilling a sense of pressure. A stroll that requires you to scale the wall? Jun Lintian advanced toward her, prompting Wadaoksu to take a step back, but the wall was at her back. There was nowhere to retreat. That's none of your business, she shot back defiantly, pressing against the wall. You are my wife. Sneaking out at such an hour raises my suspicions that you are meeting a lover. How could it not concern me? Jun Lintian stepped closer, his tone menacing. Indeed, I was on my way to meet my lover. But alas, I was caught by your highness. What will you do now? Divorce me? Wadaoksu smirked, her beautiful eyes devoid of fear. What can I do? Jun Lintian's expression darkened as he leaned closer, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. All I can do is this. With that, he pressed his icy lips against Wadaoksu's, taking her by force in a brazen assault. Let go of me. Wadaoksu seethed, furious at her own weakness as she struggled against him. She raised her foot to kick him, but he pinned her legs with his, trapping her in his embrace. She would not submit to his violation, fighting desperately, but all she could hear were Jun Lintian's increasingly ragged breaths. Consumed by rage, he sought to punish her, kissing her wildly and without restraint. With her hands and feet bound, her lips sealed, Wadaoksu gradually lost the strength to resist, her body softening against him, tears streaming down her cheeks in frustration. Rationality demanded that he release her immediately, yet when he caught sight of her tear-streaked face illuminated in the moonlight, he found himself unable to comply. Gently, he brushed away the tears from her eyes with his lips. Why do you cry? You are my wife. Am I not allowed to kiss you? His words only served to provoke Wadaoksu further, and she wept even harder, her tears flowing freely. Jun Lintian, at a loss for how to respond, tightened his embrace around her. Are you truly so aggrieved? You who are impotent dare to violate me. How could I not feel wronged? Wadaoksu's tears were not solely born from her humiliation. She was also frustrated by her lack of resistance to his kisses. Every time he kissed her, she found herself responding. Yet, Jun Lintian could not genuinely engage with her in such a manner. The teasing only served to torment her further. It felt like a blatant act of bullying, and it was only natural for her to feel wronged. What was even more infuriating was her own inability to resist this impotent beast. Having never experienced such encounters in the modern world, she found herself at a loss. Had she tasted such pleasures earlier? How could she possibly lack any resistance? It was akin to being under the influence of a drug, fully aware of its toxicity, yet still yearning for it. Tomorrow might come at a later hour. Chapter 108. A great incident in the imperial city. If you refuse to kiss me, will I truly be left impotent for life? You promised to help me recover. Jun Lintian found himself both amused and exasperated. I lack the ability. Seek assistance elsewhere. Wadaoksu sniffled, feeling foolish for crying over such matters. I am your only wife. Only you can assist me. Jun Lintian raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Wadaoksu was taken aback to discover that he had suddenly stopped referring to himself as this king, and instead used I. Could it be that a woman's tears were his Achilles heel? She remained silent, her lips slightly swollen and red from his kisses, appearing even more alluring. Jun Lintian held her tighter, gently brushing his lips against hers. He teasingly asked, would you care to find out if this king has any reaction? To his surprise, Wadaoksu rejected him without a moment's hesitation. No. We are bound as husband and wife. No matter how unwilling, we are tethered together for a lifetime. Do you not wish for my well-being? Once you are well, will you release me? Hua Daoshua gazed up with hope, still willing to disregard the suffering she endured, as long as Jun Lintian promised to let her go. Deep within, she harbored a disdain for the treacherous intrigues that filled her life with hatred. It was truly exhausting. She would trade anything for a day of tranquility. Is it so simple for you to leave? Jun Lintian's demeanor hardened once more. Despite his lower tone, her thoughts were solely on escaping him. Hua Daoshua looked earnestly at him, his eyes as deep as dark pools, radiating a chilling coldness. A flicker of anxiety stirred within her, for he remained silent and frigid. Jun Lintian summoned Jiqiu to awaken her and ordered her to assist Hua Daoshua with her bath before departing. In frustration, Hua Daoshua kicked over a stool in the room. Having already made concessions, It infuriated her that June Lintian still intended to bind her for life. The imperial city was enveloped in an unusual low pressure that day. From the early morning court session, several officials reported illness and could not attend as the sun broke through the clouds, casting light upon the streets. They remained eerily quiet, the once vibrant nobles, young lords, and esteemed ladies seemed to have vanished without a trace. Rarely did gallant steeds and carriages traverse the avenues, and the tea-houses and taverns appeared desolate, frequented only by a handful of commoners speculating whether calamity had befallen the imperial city. Rumors began to circulate. A burly man in his 30s rushed into a tavern, leaning close to a table. My aunt, who works as a wet nurse at the Li household, said that last night the Li young lady was defiled by a flower thief. But I heard it was the Chun family's young lady who was assaulted. Another chimed in. I just overheard that it was the legitimate daughter of the Zhang minister. The rumor spread like wildfire. Although the identities of the violated maidens varied, they all echoed one grim truth. Many noble young ladies had fallen victim to a flower thief in a windowed private chamber on the second floor of the Moonlight Tower. A handsome man reclined languidly on a couch, his enchanting eyes sparkled with mirth, a slight smile gracing his lips as he sipped from a jade cup. Hearing footsteps outside, he quickly descended from the couch and opened the door. Respectfully addressing the man who entered, the newcomer, donning an unsightly ghostly mask, took a seat without ceremony. Did you have fun last night? He inquired. The man responded with a gentle smile. It was a bit too tender. I still prefer the Golden Fragrance Pavilion. In a few days, you will have a harem of beauties at your disposal. Am I allowed to express that I do not desire such a thing? The handsome man sighed, watching the figure depart, lamenting the misstep that had led him to this cold-hearted individual. After a moment of melancholy, he changed his attire, adorned himself anew, and leapt from the window, disappearing from sight. Hua Daoshua slept until Jiqiu called her to take her medicine, a bowl of herbal concoction and 3 plates of nauseating paste that made her gag. When June Lintian arrived, Hua Daoshua was retching violently. He snatched the silk cloth from Jiqiu's hands and wiped her mouth, only relaxing his furrowed brow upon seeing she was unharmed. If it tastes terrible, do not eat it, he remarked without hesitation. Hua Daoshua weakly lifted her gaze, wondering if she had misheard. Throw it away. To her surprise, he was indeed serious. Jiqiu hesitated, stammering, Your Highness, the divine physician instructed that the young lady must consume it. Then ensure she does not vomit before it is brought back to me, June Lintian replied, his expression growing colder. What kind of shoddy physician concocts such unpalatable medicine? Far away on the high plateau, the divine physician was grinding her refined powder when he suddenly sneezed, covering himself in the very concoction he had prepared. Who curses me? He muttered. Hua Daoshua glared at Jiqiu. Did the prince not command you to dispose of it? Why are you still hesitating? Do you wish to be punished? Jiqiu, with an innocent pout, hurriedly exited with the concoction. Outside, Hongmei, who had brought in the items, inquired, Why hasn't the young lady eaten? It was too revolting. She vomited, and then the prince decreed that if it was unpalatable, it should be discarded. Jiqiu lamented. Knowing the worth of the concoction was in the thousands of taels of silver. If you are so reluctant, eat it yourself, do not waste it. Within the room, Hua Daoshua's voice rang out, causing Jiqiu to tremble slightly as she rushed to dispose of it. No matter how reluctant, she dared not consume what the prince had bought for the young lady. Better to have a life than to eat in vain. Hongmei chuckled softly, sneaking a glance into the room, pondering how the divine physician would react upon discovering that his precious elixir was discarded due to its unpleasant taste. Inside, June Lintian warned Hua Daoshua. The medicine may be avoided, but should Song Yi arrive, you must inform her that you have consumed it. Deceiving a physician invites divine retribution. Had it not been for her discomfort, he would not have softened. Yet she had turned his kindness into a weapon against him. Then I would rather face divine retribution, Hua Daoshua retorted, rolling her eyes in defiance, unwilling to relent as she lay back down. I wish to sleep, do not disturb me. Chapter 109. June Lintian's testimony. June Lintian gazed deeply into her eyes. You are taking over my domain. Do you think I wish to reside here? Hua Daoshua flipped over. Tell your guards not to block my way. I shall leave at once. She truly got out of bed, donned her shoes and hastily put on her outer robe, moving toward the exit with urgency. As if fleeing for her life, fearing June Lintian might change his mind, June Lintian narrowed his eyes. This woman seemed to feel no honor in residing in Ling Tianyuan. Just as she secured her outer robe, June Lintian swept her into his embrace with a commanding gesture. Before the heir is born, you shall remain here. There is no escape. His domineering command echoed in her ears. What makes you think I will bear this child? Hua Daoshua's eyes chilled slightly, realizing that June Lintian indeed cared for the child. which explained his expenditure of silver to seek a physician to save her life. Once you give birth to the heir, you can teach him that I am a villain, inciting him to seek my demise, thus relieving you of all your hatred. June Lintian settled her upon his lap, his arms encircling her tightly. His perfect, resolute jaw rested against her shoulder, and the warmth of his breath caressed her sensitive skin as he spoke. That I am not so depraved. Why would I endure 10 months of hardship only to raise a killer? That would be both dull and malicious. Besides, I do not believe I need to rely on others to deal with you. Hua Daoshua straightened, attempting to break free from June Lintian's grasp, but found herself powerless. I can assure you that aside from the heir within you, no one can confront me. You must bear this child regardless of your desires. June Lintian bit gently at her slender neck, the sudden softness causing Hua Daoshua to stiffen in surprise. Do not touch me. Hua Daoshua's voice escaped through clenched teeth. How could this impotent man treat her with such desire so casually? If I do not touch you, how can I transform from a small loach into a mighty fish? June Lintian's voice was low and husky, laced with a seductive charm. Hua Daoshua's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. Dream on. Unless you release me, you shall remain a loach for eternity. She arched her neck to evade the warmth of his lips, the tingling sensation both addictive and maddening. That if I am forever a loach, what becomes of your future happiness? June Lintian spoke while deliberately pressing soft kisses along her delicate neck. Fully aware of where to touch her to provoke a response, as Hua Daoshua felt herself teetering on the edge of control, memories of her recent injuries flooded back. Could it be that he had marked her during her unconsciousness? June Lintian, you pervert! Did you bite me all over the last time I fainted? She exclaimed out. A hint of surprise flickered in June Lintian's eyes, soon replaced by a wicked smile. What do you think? Do not presume that I am powerless against you. Hua Daoshua let out a derisive snort, her mind racing with thoughts of how to settle this score. June Lintian felt the bitterness of his own predicament. Those were precisely the words he wished to convey to My Lord. Minister Su of the Dali Temple requests an audience, came the report from outside the room. June Lintian's expression soured slightly, muttering under his breath. What terrible timing, damned! Hua Daoshua's ears perked up, and for reasons unknown, a wave of heat surged through her entire being upon hearing his words, akin to a man interrupted mid-act. Filled with dissatisfaction, he released her, tucking her into bed, and as he leaned down, he pressed a fierce kiss upon her lips. Tonight you shall bite me, he instructed. Hua Daoshua averted her gaze, frightened by the flames dancing in his eyes. Get lost. This king would prefer to roll with you. June Lintian said this with a joyful smile as he exited the door. Behind him, a jade pillow struck the recently closed door with a loud thud. How could June Lintian, this impotent fellow, utter such shameless words laced with innuendo? It is likely that before he was poisoned, he had already indulged in debauchery. Fortunately, he is impotent now. Otherwise, with his devilishly handsome appearance, he would surely be a stallion. Oh grandpa, your bottle of Johong has undoubtedly saved countless young maidens. June Lintian adjusted his attire and took the lead. How long has Su Gongqing served as the Minister of Justice? It has been 10 years. Gongqing appeared somewhat puzzled, unsure why the prince was inquiring about Su Gongqing. Too long, June Lintian replied coolly. Terribly ill-timed, he remarked casually, leaving Gongqing in a state of confusion. What were you and the princess planning to do in your chambers just now? Poor Su Gongqing was met with a frostbitten visage upon encountering June Lintian, as the temperature in the hall felt almost chilling. My lord, there have been recent incidents of flower thieves in the imperial city. All the victims are young ladies from noble families. All evidence points to the flower thief being the heir of the Ling prince. Yet he claims to have been with you that evening. This matter is of great importance, and I must trouble you, Su Gongqing stated. Known for his integrity in handling cases, Su Gongqing, though fearful of the legendary Demon King, knew he could not delay what needed to be said. This matter should have been reported to June Lintian at the Ministry of Justice, but who would dare summon him? After all, he is the esteemed Yu Wang, someone even the emperor regards with trepidation. Thus, Su Gongqing had to personally seek confirmation. Su Gongqing's inquiry was indeed significant. Which night are you referring to? June Lintian, seated at the head of the table, regarded Su Gongqing coldly, not even offering him a seat. The timing of his arrival had registered in June Lintian's mind, for he was a petty and vengeful individual. Just 2 days ago, on the 7th of this month, Su Gongqing felt an unsettling sense that he had somehow offended the Demon King. Otherwise, why would he not even be afforded a seat? June Lintian lowered his eyes in contemplation for a while before suddenly recalling. Indeed, the heir of the Ling prince was with me that night. How could he possibly be the flower thief? However, June Lintian's testimony only added to Su Gongqing's troubles. On the same night, There had been 8 incidents of flower theft. With all victims belonging to prestigious families, all were too proud to disclose their misfortune, yet inexplicably, the matter became common knowledge throughout the city. In gratitude for our readers' fervent enthusiasm, we shall present a 4,000-word update this afternoon. Special thanks to our Queen's generous red envelope, as well as the bountiful rewards from our esteemed supporters, including Tu Xiaoqi and Lengma, who wisely chose to part ways rather than remain together. Is there not a symbol for creating happiness? The Ancient Demon, the Purple Golden Phoenix, and a few patrons from the book club whose IDs are 16767597884. Another update will be added at 6 this evening to express our gratitude for your support. To those who threaten me with dire consequences for not updating, I find myself utterly bemused. Chapter 110. The news brought by Zhang Xia realizing that the situation could no longer be concealed. Rather than allowing speculation to tarnish the reputations of other young ladies in the manor, these high officials decided to take the matter directly to the Ministry of Justice. Su Gongqing felt an overwhelming pressure. As if a mountain of stress had settled upon him, his official hat teetering precariously. Fortunately, the flower thief had been brazen enough to reveal his identity during the thievery, and all the victims collectively identified the heir of the Ling Prince. At that moment, Su Gongqing felt as though a heavy stone had shattered against his chest. This flower thief had committed his crimes for 2 consecutive nights, violating 8 maidens each night, totaling 16. Yet the heir of the Ling Prince was adamant in his denial, claiming he had been with Yu Wang that night. This nearly caused Su Gongqing to faint. With Yu Wang's testimony, the case became more perplexing than ever. Unable to resolve the matter, the people of the imperial city were left in a state of unrest. Hua Daoshua had not been heard from for several days, causing both Zhang Dia and Zhang Xia to worry. Zhang Dia had attempted to enter the Yu Wang's estate several times, but the guards were too formidable, creating a barrier that made entry impossible. Ultimately, Zhang Xia managed to gain access through Madame Yu Fu. In the main bedroom of Lintian Courtyard, Hua Daoshua lay bored on the bed, sketching. "Miss, what are you drawing?" Jiqiu asked curiously, noticing the representation of a woman. Hua Daoshua smirked. "This is a portrait of the woman that Yu Wang favors most. I plan to create hundreds of copies for all the men in the city to admire." Jiqiu leaned in for a closer look, recognizing the shameless figure of the infamous Princess Feisi. With her fragrant shoulders exposed and her undergarment fallen, presenting an image reminiscent of a courtesan. "Have you seen her like this, miss?" Jiqiu inquired, intrigued. "Many witnessed her that night, but it seems the guards have mysteriously vanished. They were probably eliminated by Jun Lintian," Hua Daoshua replied. "Miss, you should avoid crossing paths with Yu Wang in the future. He is far too dangerous. Fear not, he won't harm me until after I lose the child within me." Hua Daoshua said with a satisfied smile upon completing her artwork. "Are you planning to abandon this child?" "I dare not bear a child conceived under such circumstances. What if it turns out to be an egg?" Hua Daoshua swiftly hung her painting by the window to dry. "What egg?" A clear voice rang out as Zhang Xia appeared at the doorway, her face alight with joy. Hua Daoshua rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh, you remembered." Zhang Xia chuckled wryly. "The defenses of Yu Wang's estate are even more formidable than those of the imperial palace. It was quite a feat for me to gain entry." "Then how did you manage to come in?" Hua Daoshua asked, puzzled, glancing toward the imposing guards outside. Zhang Xia marveled at the peculiar situation. Jun Lintian's mind is rather twisted. Who knows what he thinks day in and day out? "Come, sit with me." Hua Daoshua pulled her to the soft couch and instructed Jiqiu to bring over a box of lollipops, handing some to Zhang Xia. "Here, enjoy, they are excellent for beauty and health." Jiqiu winced, aware that this box was worth a staggering 10 million taels. Zhang Xia laughed. Yu Wang's consort is still a child at heart, indulging in sweets. "Miss Zhang, this is no ordinary candy. It was purchased by our lord for the consort's health, and this box costs 10 million taels." Jiqiu, already pained by the price, could hardly endure Zhang Xia's disdain. Zhang Xia's expression stiffened, a blush creeping to her cheeks. "Jiqiu, what nonsense are you spouting? As if others are unaware of how much your miss is scorned by that twisted individual. Speak again and I'll sew your mouth shut." Zhang Xia hesitated before the array of sweets, intrigued yet hesitant to partake. "Well, my brother and the third prince have visited several times but have yet to see you. I can now rest easy knowing you are unharmed." Had she not insisted on dragging Hua Daoshua to the Linglong pavilion that fateful night, this incident would never have transpired. Zhang Xia's guilt was palpable. "I am fine, but it is a pity to be confined in this Lintian courtyard without any freedom." Hua Daoshua sighed. Zhang Xia discreetly scrutinized her, contemplating whether to reveal the happenings outside. "Spit it out." "I don't bite," Hua Daoshua urged. Zhang Xia shot her a sidelong glance. Realizing that this girl was also incapable of keeping secrets, do not worry. We will face whatever comes our way since the emperor has yet to act. It indicates he still has reservations. Jun Qilin is indeed a princess. A mere slap and she falls ill. This is the epitome of princess syndrome. Whether it is genuine or feigned, only she knows. You echo my brother's sentiments. By the way, do you remember that most arrogantly busy? She was violated by the flower thief a couple of nights ago. Zhang Xia's tone revealed no discernible emotion. Although Li Bizi was her nemesis, this was a matter of a woman's honor, and she could never take pleasure in another's misfortune. She deserves it, however. Hua Daoxue was not one to be easily appeased. Zhang Xia frowned, a hint of concern in her expression. That I have no sympathy for her. Her shameless nature will eventually lead to her downfall. Hua Daoxue misinterpreted this as a hint of empathy for her own cold demeanor. I do not pity her. I am merely worried about the flower thief being captured. The citizens are in a state of panic, and the thief seems to be targeting the daughters of noble families. Surely not, Hua Daoxue exclaimed, her eyes widening. Does this flower thief have the audacity to act so boldly? Every noble family is heavily guarded. How could he dare to become a ghost beneath the peony? Not just bold, he must be utterly deranged. He committed 8 crimes in one night and has continued for 2 nights now, Zhang Xia stated, her frustration mounting. Surely not. 8 incidents in one night. What kind of stamina must he possess? Does he not fear exhausting himself? Hua Daoxue's remark caused Zhang Xia's cheeks to flush. Your words are rather explicit, she retorted. Hua Daoxue chuckled. Apologies, I forgot you are still an unmarried girl of virtue. Perhaps you should stay longer at Yu Wang's estate. The guards are impenetrable. Not even a mosquito could enter, let alone a flower thief. Chapter 111. Beating the pighead. A glimmer of delight flashed in Zhang Xia's eyes before fading. Never mind. It was no easy feat to get in, let alone stay. This is Yu Wang's bedroom, and I should not overstay my welcome. You are correct, however. It is unfortunate that apart from these 2 master bedrooms in Lintian Garden, the rest are merely accommodations for servants. I cannot allow you to endure such indignity. You shall reside in Madame Yufu's quarters. After all, the residence of the Prince of Yu is undoubtedly safer than that of the Prime Minister. Zhang Xia nodded, acknowledging that the security at the Prince of Yu's residence was indeed more reassuring. Hua Daoxue murmured, I wonder if this flower thief has any interest in a married woman. This flower thief must possess considerable skills. If he could reach this place, he might very well whisk her away. Rest assured, my brother claims that even Luadi would find it difficult to enter Lintian Garden. Let alone a flower thief, Zhang Xia comforted, mistakenly believing Hua Daoxue was worried for her safety. Could it be that the flower thief has left no trace? Visiting 8 households in a single night surely cannot be accomplished without leaving some clues. It feels as though this flower thief is rushing from place to place. There are only 10 hours in a night, and he has managed to visit 8 venues. Is he some sort of specter? This is the most peculiar aspect. He is brazen, unmasked, and the sullied maidens claim he resembles the Crown Prince of Ling. Yet, how could the Crown Prince of Ling stoop to such thievery? Moreover, he has been in the company of the Prince of Yu for the past 2 nights, making it impossible for him to be the culprit. Wait a moment, you say the Crown Prince of Ling has been with the Prince of Yu at night? Hua Daoxue inquired, perplexed. Zhang Xia's expression shifted. Well, the Prince of Yu has indeed acknowledged it, leading to some rather peculiar rumors circulating in the imperial city. Nonsense! Hua Daoxue exclaimed, rising from her seat in agitation. You must deliver a letter to the Minister of Justice at Dali Temple. Do not be so agitated. The rumors regarding the Prince of Yu are as varied as they are strange. Do not take them to heart, Zhang Xia urged her. Hua Daoxue, you shameless creature, come forth. She had been troubled by her inability to settle accounts with Hua Daoxue, yet now the opportunity presented itself. Today is undoubtedly an auspicious day. Leaning against the pillar in the corridor, Hua Daoxue lazily remarked, Lady Faisai is indeed a rare visitor. You, discarded and unwanted, what right do you have to speak to Our Lady like that? Hua Daoxue scoffed, her eyes cold, revealing the audacity of a servant emboldened by her mistress's status. Hua Daoxue laughed mockingly. I wonder who has been lingering about, staying at the Prince of Yu's residence for 10 years. Neither providing silver nor serving her master, and after so many years of seduction, still unable to entice her master into BAIT truly raises concerns about her intelligence. She despised Hua Daoxue for striking at her vulnerabilities. If you lack the capability, do not blame it on Jun Linqian's supposed poisoning. I have heard he has been with the Crown Prince of Ling for the past 2 nights. How is it that he does not succumb to poison when he is with the Crown Prince? Zhang Xia felt a twinge of embarrassment at Hua Daoxue's sharp tongue. Was Duan Faisai truly coming to humiliate herself? Oh dear Lady Faisai, you are quite innocent. discussing a bandit extermination plan for an entire night. Or even two, why not do it during the day instead of at night? Hua Daoshua taunted, her lips curling into a mocking smile. The maidservants and guards behind her were already poised to act. And upon hearing her command, they swiftly advanced. Jiang Xia found herself wanting to applaud. She had not anticipated Hua Daoshua's adeptness in combat. Hua Daoshua shot her a glance. Fool, inflicting pain on her is pointless. Do you think I am as foolish as you? Jiqiu, come here and bind her. You truly dare to strike Our Lady? Quickly, go and save her. If anything befalls her, the prince of you will not spare you. Pinger shouted in terror. The guard stood frozen with murderous intent, unable to make a move as they watched Faisai bleed from the corner of her mouth. Princess of the prince of you. Please stop. If you continue, someone might die, Jiang Xia exclaimed, shocked. Though she felt a sense of relief after all, this was someone under the protection of the prince of you and should not be subjected to Hua Daoshua's impulsive actions. Chapter 112. After all, I shall not accept. Hua Daoshua paused, satisfied that Faisai had been thoroughly beaten, and pulled a pill from her waist, forcing it into Faisai's mouth. This poison can only be cured by me. If you wish to live, you must repair my rear courtyard. Hua Daoshua smiled coldly. You must understand, if I die, this princess's poison will remain unbreakable for eternity. Hua Daoshua winked at Jiang Xia. Perplexed, does Linglong Pavilion not teach the adage of capturing the leader first? Jiang Xia burst into laughter. The princess has been spoiled. She did not expect you to dare to take such direct action against her. Her intelligence is truly lacking, bringing a group to fight, yet she charges in first. Does she think herself a great commander? Jiang Xia's laughter faded, replaced by concern. Aren't you afraid the prince of you might? Hua Daoshua waved her hand dismissively. In that situation, had I not retaliated, I would have met the same grim fate. Why not strike first? At least I won't suffer losses, you need not worry. The prince of you would not dare act against me due to this poison. Jiang Xia fell silent, as even her worries would be of no aid. Who are you? The white shadow stood about a meter away from the bed, facing away from her, with long dark hair cascading down to his waist. Clad in loose white robes. In the candlelight, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a spectre. However, Hua Daoshua noticed he cast a shadow. The flower thief. His voice was deep, reminiscent of a dry well. Hua Daoshua's heart raced. This flower thief truly did not shy away from married women. She quietly inhaled, relieved to find no scent of drugs in the air. Are you interested in married women? Hua Daoshua steadied herself, intending to engage him in conversation, secretly grasping the dagger at the bedside should he dare approach. She would strike him down in an instant regardless of whether one is single or married. I have an affinity for all innocent maidens. In that case, I must apologize. You have come to the wrong person tonight. I suggest you hurry to your next target. Hua Daoshua scoffed, relieved that she had unknowingly lost her purity tonight. I have but one engagement. Hua Daoshua's brow furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Someone has sent me to claim your chastity. The flower thief remained turned away from Hua Daoshua, showing no concern that she might attack him from behind. I will pay you 10 times whatever he offers. Hua Daoshua snorted disdainfully, donning her outer robe without a hint of fear as she approached the table to sit down. The thief turned around, revealing a masked face. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the flower thief's beautiful peach blossom eyes. Is that a promise? As long as you have your life. Hua Daoshua's smile was radiant as her slender fingers held a small porcelain vial with an open mouth. The flower thief's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground with a thud. What have you done? The flower thief's voice was tinged with anxiety. Get out immediately. Hua Daoshua splashed water from her teacup onto his face. Instantly, the flower thief regained some strength and scrambled to escape, vanishing without a trace. With the flower thief's commotion, she lost all desire for sleep. Slipping on her outer garments and stepping outside, Hua Daoshua kicked open the study door. Finding the room utterly vacant, devoid of any signs of life, she summoned Hongmei to prepare hot water, and after a while, she settled into a flower petal bath in the study. The bath was heated from below, ensuring the water would not cool, allowing her to soak for as long as she wished. She had never paid particular attention to her unborn child, so she indulged in her desires without restraint. However, this mischievous spirit seemed determined to remain within her. No matter how much she twisted and turned as she luxuriated in the bath, she soon drifted into slumber. Who had carried her from the bath to the bed? To her surprise, her heightened alertness had not awakened her during the move. Hua Daoshua nodded, rising to wash up and have breakfast. Just as she set down her dishes, Jiqiu rushed in. Miss, terrible news. An imperial decree has arrived from the palace. Hua Daoshua rolled her eyes. Yet another decree. Did those people truly believe themselves superior? Ah, delightful. So refreshing and pleasant, such fine tea, she remarked. Jiqiu immediately understood and dashed out, "My lady, could this decree be orchestrated by the princess?" Hongmei expressed her concern, knowing the prince was absent from the residence, should the palace masters conspire against the princess. No one would dare intervene. "Do not fret so much. Whatever the decree may be, I shall not accept it." Hua Daoshua leisurely sipped her tea. With new grievances added to old resentments, the princess and the county lady would surely conspire to bring about her demise. Even if the decree were to threaten her life, she would refuse to accept it. Should they dare to lay a finger on her, she would ensure that the pair of scoundrels faced their own demise. With that thought, a glint of coldness appeared in Hua Daoshua's eyes, sending chills down Hongmei's spine. "A heartfelt thank you to ya. Year after year, we cherished this moment, to Bingxin, my dear treasure, to the enchanting rabbit Xiao Qi, and to the magnificent Jun de Meiren for their generous donations, sending love and kisses to you all. By the way, our group is truly blessed with an abundance of beautiful women, each one more radiant than the last, and to the one who said they would come out and bite me, your spirit of sacrifice is quite commendable." Chapter 113, Your woman is in my hands. Did those 2 ice blocks let him in? Hua Daoshua furrowed her brow. "No, that eunuch is out there making a scene." As Jiqiu's words fell, a shrill voice indeed rang out from outside. "Princess Yu, the imperial edict has arrived. Please come out and receive it promptly." "To hell with your imperial edict," Hua Daoshua scoffed, picking up a book nearby. "To go tell him that I am gravely ill and lying in bed. If he wishes to proclaim the edict, he may enter on his own. Do you expect me, a princess, to run out to receive an edict?" Jiqiu nodded and stepped outside, placing her hands on her hips and shouting, "You disrespectful eunuch, do you expect our princess to personally come out to receive your edict? Hurry and bring it in." Upon hearing this, Eunuch Zhang's face darkened with fury, while the 2 ice block guards at the front were boiling with rage, thinking of how they were the most favored eunuch before the empress, and how few would dare to treat him so. Yet every time they delivered an edict to this foolish girl, it was enough to infuriate them. "Princess Yu, I am here to deliver the edict on behalf of the empress. Why not allowing me to enter? You are defying the decree." "Apologies, Eunuch Zhang, but those 2 guards are not our princesses. They are dogs raised by Prince Yu. That if they bite you, you may take it up with Prince Yu himself." Jiqiu shouted back, unyielding. The 2 guards, however, remained expressionless, showing no reaction to her words. Eunuch Zhang's face darkened further. "In that case, you shall receive the edict on behalf of Princess Yu. Tomorrow is Guanyin Day, and the Empress wishes for Princess Yu to accompany her to Nantianzi to pray for offspring." Jiqiu, being merely a maid, felt a tremor run through her at the eunuch's demand. "Jiqiu, go and receive the edict," came Hua Daoshua's voice from within the room. Quickly, Jiqiu scurried to accept the imperial edict, receiving it through the door from the guards. The 2 guards inspected the decree with cold expressions, ensuring all was in order before handing it over. Eunuch Zhang, infuriated, left in a huff. Once the edict was brought into the room, Hua Daoshua didn't even glance at it. "Praying for offspring? That wretched witch. Do they expect me to help Jun Lintian, that impotent fool, bear children? I would rather he remains childless for eternity, preventing him from usurping my throne." The current emperor, Jun Lintian's elder brother, ascended the throne in his 40s, after a 20-year wait that had long dulled his emperor's nature. Rather than saying the kingdom belonged to him, it was more accurate to say it belonged to the empress. Yet, she had not anticipated that when the previous emperor passed, he would be unable to let go of his beloved youngest son, granting Jun Lintian half of the military power and a pardon for execution. Over the years under Jun Lintian's command, that half of the army had been trained into elite soldiers, far surpassing those under the emperor's command. Initially, Jun Lintian had remained docile, neither marrying nor involving himself in court affairs. Yet suddenly he sought a princess. Even if this princess were a fool, it still filled her with dread, fearing that the kingdom she had controlled for most of her life might be seized by Jun Lintian. Once a person becomes enamored with the power of controlling others, it is a challenge to relinquish it. Moreover, during the last moon worship banquet, she had outshone everyone. How could someone as astute as the empress not recognize that she was not truly a fool? It was no wonder Hua Daoshua wished to outshine others. She did not wish to appear foolish, and above all, she aimed to eliminate Hua Xian. Yet, she had never anticipated that her occasional schemes would bring such significant trouble upon herself. Was she destined to be a laborer in this life? Oh heavens, she yearned for tranquility and idleness. Hua Daoshua consumed her medicine, then fell asleep again, awakening in the dead of night feeling a pang of hunger. She remained in bed, unwilling to move, and called for Hongmei to bring her something to eat. The chefs at Lintian Garden were said to be the finest from the imperial kitchen, bestowed by the empress. Perhaps due to the medicine she had been taking, Hua Daoshua felt that their meals were far from satisfactory, unworthy of the title of best imperial chef, that if she were to cook, it would undoubtedly surpass this by hundreds of times. However, she was too lazy to exert herself and did not wish to dirty her hands. For the past few days, she had been consuming beauty-enhancing candy that was more precious than gold. And she felt her complexion had improved considerably, her skin returning to a state of exquisite softness. Sometimes, when looking in the mirror, she couldn't help but want to poke at her delicate skin. So tender it seemed breakable, she longed to ensure her slender, beautiful hands against any damage, as getting them stained by oil and smoke would be a true waste. Since she was awake, Hua Daoshua decided to take a flower petal bath in the study. Not seeking to seduce the world but to be so stunning that she herself could not bear to part with her reflection. Hongmei, go inquire with the maids of Lintian Garden if there is a way to procure fresh milk. Certainly, my lady, I will ask right away. Hongmei did not find it unusual for the princess to request milk in the middle of the night and promptly exited as Hua Daoshua awaited her milk bath. She drifted off to sleep again with her beautiful bosom partially exposed. The fabric barely covered her legs, revealing her long slender limbs. June Lintian felt a rush of heat surge through his body as he gazed upon her. Why was this woman, who should be sleeping in her chambers at such an hour, dressed so provocatively and wandering into the study? Though he moved gently, the alert Hua Daoshua awoke, her beautifully long eyelashes fluttering open. And her sharp gaze swiftly registered June Lintian's presence before flickering away. Was Prince Yu a night owl, favoring nocturnal escapades? Hua Daoshua felt exasperated, as she could sense June Lintian's large hand embracing her. Their skins intimately intertwined. Does the princess come to my study in such casual attire to entice me? June Lintian mused, lowering himself onto her, and Hua Daoshua displayed a hint of amusement, with a smile more radiant than the blossoms. He couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek. Will you kindly share some pleasant news with me? How could I not? I wish to inform you, my prince, that your woman's fate now rests firmly in my hands. Are you not pleased? In her eagerness to convey her delight, Hua Daoshua wrapped her arms around June Lintian's neck. Leaning in deeply, June Lintian's eyes narrowed, his petite red lips parting and closing, a smile that nearly melted him. Was this audacious woman attempting to seduce him at such a moment? This story will soon be available, dear readers, so prepare yourselves. Once it is released, updates will be swift. Chapter 114, Be a Little Gentle. Would you? Hey! Can you at least show some reaction? Hua Daoshua felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as the anticipated fury did not materialize. Reaction? June Lintian pondered the word, then leaned closer, his voice low. Where would you like me to react? Here? His large hand grasped one of hers and pressed it downwards. Hua Daoshua momentarily froze, but still reached down to feel, discovering it was soft, much like a banana. Indeed, he was impotent, even in the presence of such a stunning beauty with skin as delicate as cream. He showed no response. Truly, he was useless. Yet June Lintian enveloped her tightly, trapping her in his embrace. Does the princess possess the resolve to cure me? My lord, I am laid bare before you, and you remain a slippery little eel. What am I to do? Hua Daoshua wished she could kick him to the skies, for she was not born to be toyed with. Perhaps you should invite a few courtesans from Jinxiang Tower to teach you how to serve your husband properly. Bah, I refuse to learn such shameless tricks. Then let me teach you personally. As he spoke, his hand had already reached her waist, completely unfastening her outer robe. One hand gripped the back of Hua Daoshua's head, forcefully capturing her delicate lips, demanding her sweetness. Hua Daoshua nearly went mad, her anger causing her to dig her nails into his back. June Lintian let out a muffled groan and released her. You women are like a cat scratching at people. With a roar of anger, he stormed out, his departure hasty and his steps disordered. Hua Daoshua examined the red liquid in her hand, rubbing it gently. Was it sticky? She leaped from the bed, fastening her outer robe before following him to the study. June Lintian lay sprawled on the bed, and Gong Qing, who had appeared at some point, was administering medicine to him. Hua Daoshua entered, asking indifferently, injured? He had managed to stop the bleeding earlier, yet Hua Daoshua had inadvertently pulled it open again. Injured and still daring to tease me? She shot a cold glance at the large wound across his back, concluding that June Lintian must be insane. Hua Daoshua felt a wave of frustration. What was he even thinking? June Lintian remained quiet, ignoring her. After applying the medicine, Gong Qing stood and, filled with resentment, addressed Hua Daoshua. Princess, please show a bit more tenderness to the lord. With that, he exited, closing the door behind him. Tenderness? Wasn't it he who was courting danger? What did it have to do with me being gentle? Should I remain soft and meek while he intrudes upon me? Hua Daoshua nearly cursed aloud, only to feel a scorching gaze upon her. She raised her head to meet Jun Linqian's piercing eyes. What are you staring at? You brought this upon yourself. Let me tell you, it is a mercy that I haven't thrown salt on your wounds. After speaking, Hua Daoshua settled herself on a nearby soft couch. Reveling in the misfortune of Jun Linqian, heaven indeed has its eyes. You have harmed me, and now someone has come to avenge me. Jun Linqian's expression shifted slightly. Dream on. Just lie there obediently. Don't expect me to serve you. Hua Daoshua swallowed hard, her gaze drawn to Jun Linqian's exquisitely sculpted back, which, despite the injury, retained its allure, now appearing even more wild and lethal, exuding an intoxicating masculinity. Come here, let us discuss the matter of the scarlet silk. Jun Linqian's tone remained calm, devoid of anger. Although Hua Daoshua longed to refuse, she found herself irresistibly compelled by that perfect back and unconsciously approached the bedside. With a swift motion, Jun Linqian drew her close, positioning her at the edge of the bed before lying across her lap. Hey, you certainly know how to give orders. Am I now your cushion? Hua Daoshua protested, her eyes however wandering back to that enticing back. Her alabaster fingers beginning to caress it. My, what a magnificent back. The muscles, the elasticity, the firmness. It's simply beyond description. Coupled with the white bandages wrapped around it, it is deeply captivating. This is what a man should be. What a pity, that he is such a scoundrel. Regret washed over Jun Linqian as he lay there, the fresh and alluring scent of the woman invading his senses, making it difficult to maintain control. This audacious woman was igniting sparks all over his back, the warmth of her fingertips gliding across his skin, akin to a torment, even as he continuously suppressed his urges with his inner strength. His body betrayed him. Hua Daoshua, if you continue to touch me, you shall bear the consequences. Jun Linqian's voice turned husky, his eyes ablaze with heat, were it not for the fact that such a splendid back should not be marred. He would have eagerly poured salt water over him to retaliate for the harm he had endured. Hua Daoshua, you certainly know how to choose your moments, Jun Linqian thought, clenching his teeth for the first time in his life. Regretting that it was at this very moment, while he was injured and unable to engage in certain activities, he was beset by an overwhelming desire to pull this woman into his very being. Of course, you are as strong as an ox, and I would never dare to touch you under normal circumstances. The desire for beauty is universal, and Hua Daoshua was no exception, although Jun Linqian was a rogue at heart. His outward appearance was undeniably irresistible, and she would not reject any opportunity to gain an advantage over him. Jun Linqian's eyes flickered. Perhaps he should start to feign weakness? Swear my wound is quite painful. Could you be a bit gentler? His words made the official outside nearly choke on his own breath. Had the master lost his mind after receiving a sword wound? Hua Daoshua was equally bewildered. Swear? My husband? Jun Linqian, is there poison on that sword you were struck with? Are you delirious? To her astonishment, she sensed that Jun Linqian was attempting to act cute. His only instance of such behavior was met with disdain, and he wished to dig a hole to hide in, promptly closing his eyes and pretending to fall asleep. Hey Jun Linqian, you are too heavy. My legs are going numb. Get off me. Hua Daoshua wished to push him away but feared that she might injure him further. The sound of his steady breathing filled her ears and her lips twitched. This man had actually fallen asleep on her lap. Chapter 115. The Case of the Flower Thief. Initially feigning sleep, Jun Linqian truly succumbed to slumber as the comforting sensation enveloped him, resting peacefully upon Hua Daoshua's thighs. A bit gentler, you say? As Hua Daoshua observed his tranquil face, her hand unceremoniously ventured beneath his chest. Teasingly. My, this flesh is so smooth, robust, and elastic. Jun Linqian, with such a powerful physique, how can you be a euphemism for a man with homosexual tendencies? Such a waste. I despise wastefulness, she pondered whether, after taking the antidote, his orientation might return to normal. No, if he were straightened out, wouldn't that benefit those two despicable individuals? She needed to devise a plan for revenge. Perhaps she could turn Jun Linqian straight and reduce him to her male slave. Wasn't he prideful and arrogant, looking down on everyone? She would shatter his dignity, forcing him to live under her thumb, worse than death itself. Hua Daoshua lay back on the bed, a sinister smile creeping across her face at the thought of Jun Linqian's humiliation. In the ensuing days, her pent-up frustration suddenly dissipated after a half-hour milk bath. She was finally satisfied and drifted off to sleep. The next day, she was abruptly awakened by Jiqiu's relentless urging. The Empress Dowager's carriage was already waiting for her to go to Nantianzi to pray for blessings. Hua Daoshua longed to slap that old witch. Disturbing her sleep was an unforgivable offense. After tidying herself, she stepped outside, only to find Jun Linqian, clad in a brocade robe, practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Each move awe-inspiring. Upon noticing Hua Daoxue, he sheathed his sword and fixed her with a penetrating gaze. The antidote for the scarlet silk. You are still injured. Why would you be attending to such matters? June Lintian leaped forward, embracing her. Do you think I want to? That old hag is simply insufferable, always issuing imperial edicts. Hua Daoxue shot him a glare, realizing how naive she had been to assume the dowager's presence in the palace would not affect her. She actually seems quite fond of you. June Lintian smirked, revealing a hint of sarcasm. That I love you, my dear eighth brother. Always thinking of how you might bear offspring. You must strive to succeed, my eighth brother. Hua Daoxue pushed him away and exited the courtyard. Although she was displeased with the Empress Dowager's decree, it did have its advantages. At least she had an excuse to leave the estate. She needed to procure medicine to rid herself of the demon within. The child was an unwanted burden as June Lintian departed. His silhouette exuded an air of chilling depth upon leaving the estate. Hua Daoxue encountered a luxurious carriage glimmering with gold. The Empress Dowager was indeed a cunning old witch. Her facade of concern for June Lintian was so seamless that few would suspect it was insincere. Had she not discovered that the Dowager had slipped her an abortifacient, Hua Daoxue might not have realized the depths of her malice. It was uncertain whether June Lintian was aware of this. Given his aloofness towards her, he likely did know, but what did it matter? Hua Daoxue mused that her visit to Nantianzi was unlikely to bode well. She had no idea what might unfold on the way. Reluctant to go, but knowing she had no choice but to comply with the imperial edict, she resigned herself to the situation. Princess Yu. May I ask where you are headed? Just as Hua Daoxue prepared to board the carriage, someone called out to her. The newcomer was clad in official robes, adorned with jade beads, suggesting he held a significant position. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a stern, square face and dark complexion, resembling a blackened sky if he were to add a star and moon to his forehead. Who are you? Hua Daoxue asked lazily. I am the Minister of Justice, having received a letter from Princess Yu yesterday. I have come to escort you to the Ministry of Justice today. Su Gongqing replied respectfully. Hua Daoxue raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. In that case, I must accompany you. No matter the urgency of my affairs. The eunuch who came to invite her, noticing Hua Daoxue's sudden departure, hurriedly followed, calling out, Princess Yu, the Empress Dowager is waiting for you. The case of the flower thief requires my testimony. The Empress Dowager is unlikely to mind, Hua Daoxue replied with a faint smile, resolutely following Su Gongqing. Su Gongqing's expression flickered, as if he wished to say something, but seeing Hua Daoxue's nonchalance, he chose to remain silent. He could only hope for a swift resolution to the case. Otherwise, the pressure would soon become unbearable. Following Su Gongqing to the Ministry of Justice, Hua Daoxue sat quietly in the back hall for a while before being brought into the main hall for the trial. As a witness and a princess, she took her seat with an air of confidence. A procession of officials and young ladies soon arrived, all high-ranking nobles of the imperial city. The atmosphere felt less like a trial and more akin to a gathering. Hua Daoxue pursed her lips, a glimmer of amusement in her beautiful eyes. Though she despised crowds, she was keen to partake in this spectacle. The trial was not public. The victims were all esteemed young ladies, standing in a row while Hua Daoxue spottedly busy among them, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. The young ladies kept their heads low, appearing lifeless, although a few bore expressions of indifference, almost excitement. Hua Daoxue was left speechless. How could one feel exhilarated after such an ordeal? 2 young ladies refused to appear in court, so of the 16 victims, only 14 were present. This was the second session, and although one of the victims was a lowly-born girl, her family had refrained from showing their faces at court, utterly humiliated at Su Gongqing. If you lack the ability, you should resign your position to the emperor, someone chimed in. How outrageous. We are all esteemed individuals. How can we be made to show our faces repeatedly? Su Gongqing, are you deliberately trying to humiliate us? Who knows what his intentions are? A mere flower thief case that he cannot resolve. If I can't, it must be because he doesn't want to. Chapter 116. The Prince of Yu bit me. Su Gongqing sat at the front of the court, his face already dark, and upon hearing such remarks, it darkened even further, as if it could rival the soot at the bottom of a pot. He forcefully slammed the table, his voice harsh and commanding. Do you intend to solve the case or merely usurp my position as Su Gongqing? Hua Daoxue recognized this man as Li Mingdao, the father of Li Bizi. A crooked beam leads to a crooked post. A daughter of such nature could hardly have a virtuous father. Bring in the crown prince of the Ling kingdom. Su Gongqing ordered. Although the crown prince Jun Ranci had an alibi corroborated by King Yu, several victims had painted a portrait of the flower thief, which unmistakably resembled Jun Ranci. Thus, He too was confined within the Dali temple. June Rancy was brought forth, clad in a resplendent white brocade robe, his strikingly handsome features adorned with a smile that straddled the line between amusement and mockery, his peach blossom eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, swept over the group of aggrieved young ladies, his thin lips pressed together in contemplation. The young ladies, however, remained composed, unfazed by the wrathful indignation of the strong. After all, he was the crown prince of Ling. And such extraordinary beauty only fueled their hopes that the flower thief might indeed be him. A few even displayed a hint of bashfulness in his presence. Hua Daoxue noted with a sense of excitement that Su Gongqing had become increasingly agitated. Esteemed crown prince, I possess an alibi. You must clear my name. June Rancy stood tall before the court, speaking with righteous conviction. Hua Daoxue glanced at him, acknowledging his handsome visage, and mused that if June Lintian were truly involved with him, it would indeed be a delightful pairing. She smirked. If these two became entangled, it would be a gross waste of beauty. Surely the heavens would not be so cruel as to squander such handsome men. Crown Prince, are you certain you spent the entire evening with King Yu? Su Gongqing's keen eyes narrowed at June Rancy. Of course. Do you think Su Gongqing believes King Yu would lie? June Rancy asserted with unwavering confidence, betraying not a hint of deceit. Very well. Today I have invited the princess consort of King Yu. She can attest to whether King Yu is being truthful. I in the corner of the hall. The crowd fell silent, only to witness Hua Daoxue leisurely rising from her seat. Seated in the shadows, she had gone unnoticed by many. Princess consort, please clarify whether King Yu was absent from the palace on the evening of the 7th of this month. Su Gongqing inquired, addressing the unflappable Hua Daoxue. Without so much as a glance, she replied coolly, on the evening of the 7th, King Yu was indeed in the palace. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, with June Rancy exclaiming in disbelief, how could she be here? Hua Daoxue sensed the venomous glares directed her way from the group of young ladies. These ungrateful souls, I'm merely helping you, yet you fail to recognize my good intentions. Ha! Does this imply that the princess consort is suggesting King Yu has lied? Li Daoming raised his voice, a hint of excitement lacing his tone. Hua Daoxue cast a languid glance in his direction. Is Master Li so eager to become the chief of the Dali Temple? Li Daoming's countenance darkened, his tone laced with malice. Nonsense. Even if you aspire to be the chief of the Dali Temple, you must first bide your time. This is not your stage to perform on. Do not presume that your daughter's tarnished reputation grants you leverage. Hua Daoxue's words cut sharply, leaving Li Daoming pale and trembling with rage. Li Bizi, enraged, nearly lashed out but was silenced by a withering glare from Lady Li. Princess consort, please elaborate on the events of that evening. Su Gongqing urged with stern authority, turning to Hua Daoxue. That night, I awoke in the middle of the night, climbed over the wall to sneak out, but was caught by King Yu at the hour of the rat. A flicker of sorrow crossed June Rancy's eyes, quickly concealed as he furrowed his brow and inquired, does King Yu know you are here to testify? Princess consort, are you aware of the consequences of perjury in this court? Su Gongqing pressed. I am indeed aware. Summon King Yu and I shall compel him to admit that my words are true, Hua Daoxue replied. A cold smile gracing her lips. Su Gongqing hesitated momentarily before rising to his feet. I shall personally summon King Yu. Though Su Gongqing was known for his integrity, he harbored a certain trepidation towards June Lintian, feeling compelled to go himself. Hua Daoxue shot a glance at June Rancy, who felt a jolt of alarm. Did she uncover something? Su Gongqing moved swiftly, reaching the palace of King Yu in no time. How he relayed this matter to June Lintian remained a mystery, yet he successfully brought him to the court as June Lintian entered the hall. An unspoken chill enveloped the atmosphere, for he wore a ghostly mask, his expression inscrutable. The more impassive he appeared, the more he exuded an air of cold malevolence. Hua Daoxue chuckled softly, greeting him with a radiant smile that revealed her pearly whites and dimples. June Lintian, however, did not overlook the glimmer of cunning and triumph in her watery eyes. Hua Daoxue, you dare to scheme against me? He thought to himself, his demeanor growing colder as he took his seat. June Lintian sat there, one hand resting on the arm of his chair, lightly tapping it while his gaze remained fixed on Hua Daoxue in the corner. He remained silent, yet his hawk-like eyes betrayed an intensity that made her feel scorched. Hua Daoxue instinctively adjusted her attire, realizing that her garment had slipped slightly due to her previous posture, revealing a hint of her bosom. She shot an irritated glare at June Lintian, nonchalantly adjusting her collar. King Yu. Su Gongqing ventured, anxiety creeping into his voice as he attempted to elicit a response from June Lintian. Finally, June Lintian spoke, his tone cool and detached. That night, I was indeed with the crown prince of Ling. But the princess consort claims that King Yu was in the palace that evening. Su Gongqing's head throbbed with the implications. If King Yu adamantly denied it, would he dare to challenge him? Is that so? June Lintian cast a lazy glance at Su Gongqing. Do you truly believe her words hold more weight than mine? Su Gongqing's forehead glistened with a sheen of sweat, his heart racing as he sought the counsel of Hua Daoxue. She smiled frostily. Is King Yu attempting to intimidate me with his royal authority? I commanded you to attend to the Empress Dowager, yet you dare to cause a ruckus here. June Lintian's gaze contained a hint of tenderness, leaving Hua Daoxue astonished. Could it be that he harbored affection? King Yu, you truly have no conscience. After all, you did bite someone that night. How could you so easily forget? Hua Daoxue sighed. June Lintian's pupils constricted slightly. What nonsense is the princess consort spouting? His forehead was now lined with visible veins, as he braced himself for what Hua Daoxue might reveal next. Oh dear, but that night you had pressed someone against the wall and bit them. I have proof of it, the bruise on my chest. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Hua Daoxue's laughter was sweet yet laced with poison. Flower Daoxue, you dare to speak such absurdity? June Lintian barked, irritation flooding his voice. This woman clearly needed to be taught a lesson. My lord, I have evidence. Hua Daoxue disregarded him, turning to Su Gongqing. You may have someone verified. Su Gongqing hesitated. He had 1,000 reasons not to venture such a risky examination of the princess consort. The young ladies blushed at her audacious words, while the men exchanged lewd smiles. This ploy of the princess consort is truly brilliant. You intend to leverage your own innocence to threaten King Yu, compelling him to admit to something he may not have done. To avoid wearing a green hat, June Rancy observed astutely from the sidelines, unfazed by having her motives exposed. Hua Daoxue merely shrugged. Whether King Yu did or did not, he knows best in his heart. June Rancy had countered her cleverly, as even if June Lintian confessed to kissing Hua Daoxue, it could easily be construed as a result of her coercive tactics rather than the truth. Have you considered that if King Yu denies having bitten you, you may find yourself utterly disgraced? June Rancy opined, his brow furrowed. They had no deep-seated enmity. Why would he need to sacrifice his reputation to harm her? I believe King Yu is a man of integrity. He will surely own up to his actions. Hua Daoxue smiled faintly. June Lintian remained silent, yet the fire in his eyes intensified as he finally spoke. Come here. Come here. June Lintian's voice grew colder, his ghostly visage now appearing even more menacing, as if he were a harbinger of doom. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the moment when Hua Daoxue is ruthlessly tormented by the tyrannical King Yu. Reduced to nothingness, why is it that I must bear the brunt of the past while you remain unscathed? Hua Daoxue disdainfully snorted, her tone laced with a barely detectable hint of petulance, a sentiment of which she herself was unaware. June Lintian indeed rose and approached her, scrutinizing her closely. Hua Daoxue, you are quite restless. My lord, you cannot erase everything done to me just to protect your mistress. That night, you were clearly with me, indulging in intimacy. How can you? The remainder of her words was abruptly silenced by a pair of icy lips. As her lips were seized, Hua Daoxue's eyes widened in shock. Has June Lintian gone mad? This is in the public hall, amidst so many witnesses. June Lintian leaned down to kiss her, almost enveloping her entirely in his embrace, effortlessly lifting her from her chair. It was not only Hua Daoxue who was startled. The entire assembly was left agape, their jaws nearly dislocating in disbelief. My wife, such matters of the boudoir should not be brought into the public domain. Do you understand? As June Lintian withdrew his lips, Hua Daoxue's slightly swollen, crimson lips revealed a peculiar smile. He gently stroked her hair, his melodious voice soft enough to melt sugar. Strangely, Hua Daoxue found herself nodding in response. However, as the realization dawned upon her, her entire being flushed crimson. From head to toe, her ears burning with heat. Wife? Has June Lintian truly lost his senses? How could things have escalated to this point? She only wished to testify that June Lintian had indeed been in the manor that night, aiming to expose his lies, tarnish his reputation, and link him to a flower thief, trampling upon his dignity. A shiver ran through June Ran. It seemed that King Yu intended to burn the bridge after crossing it. Hua Daoxue, transitioning from embarrassment to furious indignation, glared at June Lintian. This fox truly speaks without a script. Curse the heavens. Why doesn't a bolt of lightning strike him dead? Despite the unfavorable situation, June Lintian's audacious defense effortlessly smoothed things over. Hua Daoxue had never anticipated such shamelessness from him, nor that he would publicly declare a passionate kiss to prove he was not afraid of being cuckolded shamefully. She found herself paralyzed in astonishment, unwilling to resist. Oh, how she wished for death. June Lintian, could you possibly be any more brazen? Hua Daoxue felt her face flush anew. Even the lies he spoke filled her with a sense of embarrassment. My wife has a delicate sensibility. Let this matter rest here. Should anyone dare to disturb me again, they will not find me merciful. June Lintian rose, pulling Wadaoksu into his embrace as he strode away. His arms felt like iron bars, unyielding no matter how she struggled. Just as they reached the door, a voice echoed from behind. A eunuch matched with a fool, what a pair of worthless trash. The voice was not loud, yet Wadaoksu, with her keen hearing, caught every word simultaneously. She sensed an immediate surge of murderous intent emanating from June Lintian's silence. You wretched creature! Li Daoming exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat as he reprimanded her. Wadaoksu chuckled softly. June Lintian, you are being scorned, ha! June Lintian turned with a cold smile, a glance that rendered Li Bizi so terrified she hastily knelt, realizing her words had escaped her lips without thought, never anticipating they would reach King Yu's ears. The date of the official release is likely next Friday. I will provide you with more updates in the coming days, since there will be a fixed update of 3 chapters post-release. And possibly more depending on circumstances. 5 or 6 updates are not out of the question. Chapter 118. Reaching an agreement at Elisha Lang. Is this the upbringing you have provided? June Lintian asked with a chilling smile. Li Daoming, frightened, quickly knelt and bowed his head in apology. King Yu, it is my failure to discipline her properly. She may be dealt with as you see fit. A concubine who had been sullied by a flower thief. How could Li Daoming care? Li Bizi panicked, exclaiming, Father, you cannot abandon your daughter. King Yu, I realize my mistakes. I beg for your mercy. I only wish to defend your honor, for this fool is unworthy of you. Yet she dares to threaten you. How could you be so concerned for my honor? Why would I take your life? June Lintian replied with a faint smile. However, I must inform you that I quite enjoy being threatened by my own woman. So you needn't worry about me. Go on. Tend to the beggar. June Lintian's tone was flat, as if discussing plans for the evening. Yet, his final words caused the countenance of everyone present to change dramatically. Tend to the beggar? Was he suggesting that the beggar would take advantage of her? King Yu, spare me. I do not wish to serve a beggar. Father, please help me plead with King Yu. Suddenly 2 guards in black seized Li Bizi and began dragging her away. She cried out and sobbed, while Li Daoming could not muster a single word, even his eyes wide with fear. Wadaoksu face-bombed. Was Li Bizi seeking her own demise? How dare she insult King Yu in such a manner? Truly, her intelligence was suspect. Elisha Lang, your family members are quite entertaining, June Lintian remarked. To express my gratitude for your fine upbringing, I will bestow upon you a grand gift. With that, June Lintian led Wadaoksu out of the courthouse. A grand gift? What sort of gift could it be? Sending Li Bizi to serve a beggar hardly seemed a gift. The thought of what this grand gift could entail sent shivers through Li Daoming, who trembled in fear, his mind racing with the horrors it might bring, ultimately causing him to faint on the spot. Wadaoksu found June Lintian utterly heartless. If punishment was to be meted out, then so be it. Yet, he had to go so far as to inform them, I will present you with a gift of eternal damnation, without revealing the nature of this calamity or when it would strike. Leaving them to suffer in dread before their inevitable demise, she suddenly realized how fortunate she was, having survived countless barbs aimed at his impotence. If I were truly petty, you would be nothing but dust by now. Cursed woman, daring to suggest a physical examination in front of so many. June Lintian, appearing exasperated, pulled her into his embrace. I truly wonder if Waminghow has ever taught you anything. Who allowed you to sit in such a manner? Wadaoksu shot him a glare. Indeed, he has not taught me. Are you attempting to overstep your bounds? I shall find the most skilled matron in the palace to instruct you, June Lintian replied with a smile. His grin sent shivers down Wadaoksu's spine, prompting her to hastily pull off his mask. Revealed was a breathtakingly handsome face, alleviating her discomfort somewhat. If you are so ugly, there is no need to smile so seductively. What are you grinning about? I do not require a matron's guidance should you dare bring one here. I assure you they will meet a grim fate. Wadaoksu wriggled away, positioning herself on the other side of the couch. June Lintian, resigned, retrieved his discarded mask and put it back on. What must I do to secure the antidote for Faisi? He asked, his gaze indifferent. To kill is merely a matter of a nod. Yet, she burned her own house. The first offense would be tolerated, but the second would not be accepted. June Lintian's eyes glimmered, as if negotiating with Wadaoksu, yet also conveying a message: do not harbor any illusions. If she refused to kneel, there was still another way. Wadaoksu curled her lips in a smile, but June Lintian turned with a stern expression. Do not even think about it. My words are unchangeable. Even if there were an irresistible force compelling me to write a divorce decree, I would never let you go. Wadaoksu's teeth ground together in fury. her eyes wide with disbelief. Then is there truly no need to treat your ailment? Wadaoksu's anger reached a boiling point. Did this mean he would never relent? Of course, your ailment must be treated. The only way to gain my favor is to make me interested in someone else. Which you cannot achieve. A sly smile danced at the corners of Jun Lintian's mouth. His deep-set eyes flickered with a fiery intensity. His abdomen taut. Wadaoksu was oblivious to the fact that her words had ignited a response within him. She simply thought that while the task ahead was daunting, it was preferable to having no hope at all. She understood that the struggle between Jun Lintian and the Empress would be brutal, potentially lasting a decade or more. Whether the Empress ultimately triumphed or Jun Lintian wielded the Emperor's power to command the lords, the outcome would not bode well for her. She would undoubtedly be embroiled in it. Likely becoming the primary target though she could flee, the life of a fugitive was hardly one to be desired. She lacked a formidable backing, and even if she were to seek assistance from Taishengyan, he might not genuinely risk his life for her against Jun Lintian. Moreover, she did not wish to rely on others. That would not be dependence but rather a form of entrapment. With these thoughts, Wadaoksu felt a sense of calm wash over her. She leaned back, closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Across from her, the man on the golden couch, with his delicate features, slumbered peacefully, his Adam's apple bobbing, and his fiery gaze flickering with untamed passion. Jun Lintian felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He could maintain control over his emotions in front of anyone, yet he found himself utterly unable to do so in the presence of this woman. With a sidelong glance, he utilized his internal energy to suppress his surging feelings, finally closing his eyes and exhaling a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the carriage jolted due to the uneven ground, causing Hua Daoshua's delicate form to tumble from the couch. With swift reflexes, Jun Lintian caught her, and as she drowsily opened her eyes to smile at him, she murmured, "Thank you." The two dimples on her rosy cheeks were so adorable that one couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to bite them. Amidst the inquiries about how to recharge numerous Apple phones, the best method is to use the Tencent touchscreen version and the app version. You can simply search for Tencent Mobile Portal on Baidu to access the touchscreen version, where the option to recharge is prominently displayed at the top. I'm grateful to Zai for their enduring companionship, year after year, in anticipation of the present moment, as well as to Piano's melancholic tunes and the generous gifts from Mama Sirui and the other three. Chapter 119. Another dream. With a sudden rush, his blood flowed backward, and Jun Lintian once again experienced the sensation of being engulfed in fiery turmoil. In her stupor, Hua Daoshua nestled against him, feeling secure and comfortable, and drifted back to sleep. Gongqing, find a room immediately, Jun Lintian commanded, tightening his embrace around her soft form. My lord, you forgot the medicine, came Gongqing's voice from the front of the carriage. I am aware, Jun Lintian replied. If I had brought the medicine, would I need to find a room? We could simply take care of it in the carriage. This little enchantress was sleeping so soundly. How could he manage her? The carriage swiftly turned into a tranquil alley and halted before a secluded residence. Jun Lintian carefully carried Hua Daoshua down and, with a leap, scaled the wall, disappearing in a few agile movements. Gongqing looked up, almost to himself, muttering, my lord was severely injured just yesterday. Can he endure this? He nodded, sighing, his heart a mix of emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or concerned. He had noticed something amiss earlier. You two truly are quite considerate, Gongqing remarked, rolling his eyes before closing them, intending to take a nap, knowing full well that his lord would not be emerging anytime soon. Jun Lintian tossed Hua Daoshua onto the bed, and she let out a soft groan, blinking her dazed eyes. Where is this? A paradise on earth, Jun Lintian replied with a charming smile, removing his mask. Hua Daoshua was stunned by his captivating features. Indeed, this man was truly enchanting. Are you satisfied with your husband's looks, Schwer? Jun Lintian leaned closer, wrapping her in his arms, firmly holding her hands. How very unamusing, Hua Daoshua thought, recalling the two dreams she had where she and Jun Lintian were entangled in passionate encounters. Making her even more frustrated, this scoundrel shamelessly embraced and kissed her, completely disregarding her feelings. Whether or not it is effective depends on skill, Jun Lintian said, his hand already slipping beneath her clothing. What are you doing? Hua Daoshua gasped in shock, attempting to push him away only to find her hands bound. When did this happen? Don't you wish to cure me soon? Jun Lintian whispered, nibbling on her earlobe, his warm lips igniting a flutter within her. So, will I be the one to heal you, or will you heal me? Hua Daoshua felt utterly tormented, as if he intended to leave her in a state of unfulfilled desire. Heavens, take me away. I can no longer bear this shame. Their lips met, and Hua Daoshua could only roll her eyes at his shamelessness. Who is sharing such intimacy with you? You follow your own path. And I shall follow mine. Her retort was silenced as his cool lips pressed against hers, and she realized they were indeed sharing such intimacy. Now, you scoundrel, lecherous fiend, how tiresome. Let go of me. Hua Daoshua struggled beneath him, momentarily forgetting that the more she resisted, the more it provoked his primal instincts. Yet, she could not entirely blame herself, for she had never considered Jun Lintian as a man. Do not move any further, Hua Daoshua. Jun Lintian's voice turned unusually hoarse, startling her. That wasn't he supposed to be incapable? How could he exude such potent male energy? If this continued, she was not merely going to treat him. She would end up afflicted herself. I will not move. Let go of me, she replied, a hint of fear creeping in as she regarded the cornered Jun Lintian, terrified he might suddenly pounce and tear her apart. Jun Lintian struggled to contain himself, waves of internal energy crashing within him, his handsome face contorting in distress. At last, he could bear it no longer and struck a pressure point on Hua Daoshua's sleeping acupoint. She glared at him in fury before closing her eyes and succumbing to slumber. Jun Lintian exhaled deeply, his lower abdomen taut with discomfort, and he proceeded to remove Hua Daoshua's garments entirely. Like a ravenous lion, he lavished kisses upon her body, yet he hesitated to take the next step. My lord, the medicine has arrived. Just then, a melodious voice echoed from outside. A white vial was tossed inside, and Jun Lintian extended his hand to catch it, leaping off the bed to pour its contents into a teacup, adding water before feeding it to Hua Daoshua sip by sip. His arousal was nearly unbearable, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, realizing he had become addicted. The first time he met her, she had faced danger with courage, even teasing him as a little loach. Over the years, despite the world knowing of his condition, no one had ever dared to speak so frankly in his presence. His teeth clenched in anger, his usually calm heart disturbed upon seeing her again. She had claimed she could turn his little loach into a male fish. Although he knew she said this merely to avoid punishment, he couldn't help but feel an expectation, a longing for their intimate union. The time had come. The plans he had nurtured for years were about to unfold. So he obtained the medicine from Song Yi and for the first time, took it without her knowledge. Yet, this single time spiraled out of control, an eruption that even his formidable internal power could not suppress. At the Lian Pond, merely lowering himself onto her had sparked a reaction, leading to an unexpected response towards men, a profound humiliation. All of this was brought upon him by this woman, and thus, he was determined to punish her severely. As he held Hua Daoshua tightly in his arms, Jun Lintian awakened her acupoint, and she slowly opened her watery eyes. Jun Lintian, you fool, how dare you release my acupoint? Hua Daoshua's furious outcry was silenced by his burning lips. Darling, we should swiftly attend to more pressing matters, or I might truly remain incapable. Jun Lintian's words sent a jolt through Hua Daoshua. What did this mean? Was Jun Lintian truly a man? Her question remained unspoken as she let out a moan of involuntary pleasure. How infuriating! Jun Lintian, this deceptive man, was indeed not impotent. He was as aroused as a towering pillar. Darling, are you trying to praise me for my bravery? Lecher, she thought, usually so aloof and proud, yet now he revealed himself to be such a scoundrel. Hua Daoshua awoke on the luxurious bed of Lintian courtyard, feeling as though she were losing her mind. If this continued, she genuinely worried about her physical state due to her dreams. Chapter 120. Confirming the marks on her body. Her memories before sleep ended with Jun Lintian awakening her acupoint. Damned man! What had he done while she was asleep to leave her feeling so sore all over? Lifting the thin blanket, she found herself clad in a sheer garment, revealing numerous red and purple marks. Hua Daoshua gasped, bewildered at how she had ended up in such a state again. This always happened after her dreams. It couldn't possibly be that she was inflicting harm upon herself in her slumber. Had Jun Lintian taken advantage of her while she slept? Yet that didn't seem likely. Even with her acupoint sealed, she was highly alert and would never be so unaware of such pain. Moreover, while the marks were alarming, they didn't hurt in the slightest. Just then, Ji Qiu entered, carrying a tray of food. Miss, you must be hungry. Dinner has not yet been served. Hua Daoshua furrowed her brows, glaring at the marks on her body, especially those on her chest, which appeared particularly vivid. The more she examined them, the more she felt something was amiss. Although she had never been intimate with a man in her past life, she had received education on such matters. These marks resembled those left after a passionate encounter. Ji Qiu had previously harbored a dislike for Jun Lintian, but since the miss had arrived at Lintian courtyard, she felt that the prince treated her with exceptional tenderness, almost to the point of indulgence, even refusing to let her eat that precious medicine if she deemed it unpalatable. This was not something an ordinary man could accomplish. Of course, I am his princess. If I am asleep, He should hold me, not let other men do so, Hua Daoshua thought, casting a sidelong glance at Jiqiu, pondering why the young girl had suddenly turned her allegiance to Jun Lintian. Where are the male courtesans sent by the Empress? They are all in the servant quarters to the east of Lintian courtyard. The prince has never visited them even once, even if Jun Lintian preferred men. He was quite discerning. Those courtesans may be beautiful, but they might not capture his interest. However, whether they piqued his interest would only be known after trying, and having an additional option always increased the chance of success. Hua Daoshua relished a hearty meal before preparing to head to the servant quarters in the east. Miss, what are we going to find those courtesans for? Jiqiu followed anxiously, worried that if the prince discovered their intentions, it might lead to trouble. Is there any issue with me, as the principal wife, seeking out the prince's concubines? Hua Daoshua gently curled her lips into a smile, reflecting on her husband, who, despite his impotence, surrounded himself with a multitude of concubines, both male and female. Such a waste of beauty. Although this room belonged to the servants, it was certainly no worse than the courtyard where she had previously resided. The garden was lush with flowering trees, intricately carved railings, and precious peonies graced the courtyard, while the pathway was paved with smooth bluestone, resembling a tranquil retreat. Inside, several young male attendants were engaged in merriment. Some played chess, others painted, and two were adorning each other's brows with ink, creating an atmosphere of peace and serenity. The arrival of Hua Daoshua stirred a flurry of panic as they all knelt to pay their respects. She approached one of the painters, cast a brief glance his way, and seated herself upon a yellow pearwood chair, raising her voice. It has been quite some time since the Empress sent you here. Yet you seem to indulge in leisure and artistry, neglecting the Empress's decree. When the mountain does not come to you, you must go to the mountain. Must I instruct you on how to actively seek your master's favor? She toyed with her fingers, her crimson lips forming an alluring smile. The young attendants were momentarily spellbound. Dressed in a gracefully flowing gown, the soft, ethereal fabric accentuated her slender figure, while her delicate, elegant features radiated an otherworldly beauty that captivated onlookers. Hey! Did you not hear this princess speaking to you? Seeing no response, Hua Daoshua lowered her hands and widened her eyes in indignation. The implication was clear. The princess expected her attendants to serve the prince willingly. Finally, one of them grasped the situation and understood. Hua Daoshua winked at him. You are all aware that the prince only responds to men. Should he take a liking to you, it would be your fortune. Who among you is willing to offer yourselves willingly? In the kingdom of Qin, some young nobles had a penchant for male companionship, and keeping male lovers was not uncommon. Therefore, although the revelation of Jun Lintian's preferences had caused quite a stir, it was not entirely unacceptable in society. The youthful attendants before her, though they served as male courtesans, might not all be entirely willing participants. She respected their autonomy. However, princess, though the servants may be willing, they fear being dismissed before even approaching the prince, one of them expressed with concern. Hua Daoshua tapped her fingers lightly on the chair. You must possess the spirit of self-sacrifice. Oh, you understand? Understood, the attendants replied obediently, having been thoroughly admonished after the others departed. One of the young courtesans boldly asked her, May I inquire what tasks the princess requires of us? What is your name? Hua Daoshua squinted at him. Noting his porcelain-like skin and handsome features, his inky black eyes possessing a clear depth. This servant is called Hiqiao. Do you have any knowledge of matters of the bedchamber? Hiqiao hesitated briefly before nodding. Hua Daoshua contemplated for a moment, then opened her garment to reveal a patch of red-violet marks. Do you know how these marks came to be? Hiqiao cast a quick glance before lowering his head. That is not for me to say. It is a love mark, Hiqiao replied, a blush creeping onto his otherwise alabaster complexion. Are you certain? Hua Daoshua questioned, her brow furrowing in disbelief, though she suspected they were indeed kiss marks. Receiving confirmation left her somewhat shocked. Could Jun Lintian truly be so debased? Even if impotent, could he have ravished her in such a manner? Yet, without desire, where would such passionate kisses originate? This servant can assure you. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he wondered where these marks had come from. Gratitude to Xiao Hanhan, the silent beauty, and the 4 lovely patrons for their support. The day of release is near. Please bear with me a little longer, and I promise to reward you all. Chapter 121. Causing a ruckus is also a skill. Hua Daoshua spoke coldly. Do you wish to live or die? Hiqiao, frightened, immediately knelt. This servant seeks life, not death. Hua Daoshua produced a pill from her waist and offered it to him. Take this. Hiqiao looked at her, terrified, before reluctantly swallowing it with a sullen expression. Hua Daoshua smiled with satisfaction. What transpires today must be kept secret. Otherwise, this poison will make your life a living hell. This servant will remember, He Qiao promptly assured her. Hua Daoshua stood and, without a backward glance, exited. He had not mentioned reporting to the princess, so did that mean he was not defying her order? After questioning He Qiao, Hua Daoshua found the situation amusing. The kiss marks on her body were clearly not meant solely for humiliation. They were indicative of impulsive actions. The impulsiveness of an impotent man? How intriguing! In a secluded pavilion of the Lingwang residence, June Lintian, reclining on a chaise, asked the tea-drinking June rancher, "Did you not fear the Empress's suspicion when you kissed Princess Yu in front of so many people? You have placed her in a precarious position." June rancher waved his paper fan dismissively. "Sometimes I truly cannot fathom what you are thinking. It was not I who pushed her. She sought it herself." June Lintian recalled the events in the court with lingering anger. "You did it intentionally, didn't you? You kissed Princess Yu in the court to declare war against the Empress," June rancher surmised sharply. "She is my princess. It was merely a moment of uncontrolled emotion," June Lintian retorted. "You with uncontrolled emotions? I cannot believe that," June rancher scoffed. "Poor Princess Yu, she has now attracted the full attention of that old witch. The Empress, she was already under scrutiny. A killer was sent after her last time, costing me a considerable fortune. The token given by Emperor Zhongya is part of my assets," June Lintian lamented. "This princess certainly knows how to cause a stir. Yet you continue to protect her time and again. Women are nothing but trouble," he concluded, solidifying his belief through Hua Daoshua's antics. At that moment, June rancher could not foresee that the woman he deemed troublesome would soon present him with an enormous dilemma. Causing a ruckus is indeed a skill. June Lintian wore a faint smile, even more charming when asleep. "What are you so pleased about? She has not acknowledged your favor. That woman has no idea how many times Princess Yu has saved her from peril." June rancher's words darkened June Lintian's expression. "Your mouth needs to be silenced. Haha, I will hold my tongue. But you must admit she is quite the handful to be. By the way, have you discovered who is behind the recent treachery?" June rancher suddenly asked with a serious tone. "Suanli," June Lintian replied coldly. "That one?" June rancher pondered, realizing the situation had become more complicated. "What brings him to the kingdom of Qin?" June Lintian clenched the jade cup in his hand, gritting his teeth as he uttered two words. "Political marriage with whom?" "The princess." "Faisida," June rancher exclaimed in disbelief. "Will that old witch agree?" "The decree from the emperor has long been written. It merely awaits a messenger to deliver it." "Who do you think is most suitable for the task?" June Lintian responded lazily. June rancher shuddered. "It cannot be me, right?" June Lintian burst into laughter. "You think too highly of yourself." June rancher, infuriated, retorted, "You have such a talent for causing trouble. Your exploits could leave one's wounds torn apart." June Lintian's handsome face darkened. "Minister Gong, so his mouth shut?" June rancher, alert, leaped away, disappearing without a trace. His distant voice echoing with indignation. "Prince Yu, this is my territory." She remained trapped within the Lintian garden, unable to escape, forced to exchange tidings with He Qiao daily. He Qiao, with his affable nature, soon became unreserved with her, sharing tidbits of gossip with an enthusiasm that could rival that of a tabloid reporter. In the autumn-kissed courtyard, Hua Daoshua lounged on a swing she had fashioned. Swaying idly, He Qiao stood nearby, relaying news from the Fengfei garden. "I heard that Princess Feisei's internal injuries have healed. She has been quite tranquil these past few days, not causing any disturbances according to her maid. When Prince Yu visited her, he spoke to her about something, and she has since been at peace. This servant is unaware of the details, but it seems a renowned physician was summoned, a friend of Prince Yu." Hua Daoshua curled her lips in amusement. "Song Yi truly possesses remarkable skills. Are you referring to Song Yi?" He Qiao responded, astonished. "Yes, a fly has entered my mouth." Hua Daoshua giggled, her delicate lips parting in mirth. "Why is that amusing?" Hua Daoshua raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Song Yi. It was said she possessed miraculous medical prowess, capable of reviving the dead, but her fees were exorbitantly high, making her services a rarity. "Are you saying her medical fees are exorbitant?" If June Lintian claimed he spent over 1,000,000 taels on her treatment, that would be enough to purchase an entire city. "Indeed, that is the implication." "That is well worth the price," Hua Daoshua asserted, not deeming it exorbitant, for a life could not be bought for any amount of silver. Yet, if her skills were so extraordinary, why had she not been able to cure June Lintian's severe poison? At that moment, Song Yi sneezed, muttering, "Who is cursing me?" "Dr. Song, how is my lady's health?" Pinger inquired, her face pale with concern yet unable to voice her frustration. Song Yi tossed a prescription. "Follow this for 10 days to half a month, and she will be fine." With that, Song Yi grabbed her medicine box and leaped onto the rooftop. disappearing in an instant. Chapter 122. Caught in the crossfire in the courtyard of Lingtian Garden. Wadaoxu was still engaged in conversation with He Qiao. What became of the case involving the flower thief? Wadaoxu inquired. All the evidence points to the son of the Ling Wang, but due to the testimony of Wang Yu, his guilt could not be established. Moreover, aside from those 2 nights, the flower thief has not appeared again, leaving the matter in limbo. The son of the Ling Wang has already been released, He Qiao replied. Is the innocence of the 18 women to be dismissed just like that? Wadaoxu furrowed her brow. Could there truly be someone in this world who resembles Jun Ranci so closely? This must be a deliberate frame-up against the son of the Ling Wang. Otherwise, why would the flower thief purposely reveal himself to commit the crime? Not necessarily. Some individuals intentionally create confusion, He Qiao countered. Are you suggesting that the son of the Ling Wang is highly suspicious? I cannot be certain, but this case should not be too difficult to unravel. We ought to investigate the relationship between Jun Ranci and those 18 women. He continued. Su Gongqing does not strike me as an utterly ineffectual official. The son of the Ling Wang was exonerated precisely because he had no grievances with those 18 women. Besides, he could have any woman he desires. There is truly no need for him to become a flower thief. For some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that he is involved, even if he did not commit the acts himself. There must be a connection. Wadaoxu mused. Do those 18 women share any common traits? She asked. Her curiosity piqued. He Qiao shook his head. I have only heard what those in the tea houses and taverns are saying. I am unable to gather any specifics. I know what connects those 18 women. A clear voice chimed in as a delicate orange figure approached. Wadaoxu leapt from the swing and dashed over, her face lighting up. Xia, how did you get in? Zhang Xia winked at her. Those 2 ice blocks have not obstructed me since that last time. Wow, your charm must be extraordinary to have melted even those 2 ice blocks. Wadaoxu teased. Zhang Xia smiled gently. You are discussing the flower thief, I presume? I heard from my brother that all 18 women were from Linglong Pavilion, and they were all present during the flower competition that day. As Zhang Xia recalled her brother's enigmatic smile when he mentioned this, she felt a tinge of curiosity, but he had remained tight-lipped about it. Wadaoxu paused. It is quite normal for young ladies from noble families to be at Linglong Pavilion. Moreover, the most crucial point is that all 18 of them berated you that day, Zhang Xia added. Wadaoxu's expression shifted. That must be a coincidence. There were many who scolded me that day. Zhang Xia chuckled softly. That is merely speculation. Let us not dig too deep, or I might end up being labeled as the flower thief myself. Wadaoxu rolled her eyes. I seem to be caught in the crossfire without any fault of my own. Rest assured, this is merely my brother's conjecture. Su Gongqing has not mentioned anything to that effect. Zhang Xia reassured her, though a hint of concern lingered in her heart, prompting her to discuss the matter with her brother. Wadaoxu shrugged. Ultimately, the innocent shall remain untainted. Come, let us go inside and sit. Jiqiu, bring out the finest pre-rain Longjing from Jun Linqian's study. Once inside, Zhang Xia sighed repeatedly. My brother has been betrothed to that headstrong princess? Wadaoxu responded, feeling somewhat displeased. Yes, Zhang Xia confirmed, raising her eyes to meet Wadaoxu's. Actually, my brother truly likes you. He just would never voice I do not speak nonsense. I am a married woman. He is not one to entertain such feelings. Wadaoxu replied with a forced smile. Zhang Xia's expression shifted, realizing her words had crossed a line, and she lightly laughed to change the subject. The two continued to chat until Jiqiu rushed in. Flustered, Miss, there are eunuchs from the palace again. Wadaoxu glanced at her. Why are you in such a hurry? The sky is not about to fall. There are tall individuals to bear the brunt. The Empress Dowager is causing trouble for you again. And I am merely worried, Jiqiu responded, sensing that something had changed in Wadaoxu since the day she had nearly lost her life to the fire. What is it this time? Wadaoxu inquired leisurely. They request that you enter the palace immediately. For what purpose? Is the old witch on the verge of death? Wadaoxu scoffed. The eunuch claims it pertains to the flower thief. Jiqiu's urgency grew as she spoke. Having just heard Zhang Xia's words, the thought of the Empress Dowager summoning Wadaoxu over this matter filled her with dread. Someone must have been gossiping in front of the Empress Dowager. Do not fear. I shall accompany you, Zhang Xia declared, her anger palpable. A barely noticeable flicker of annoyance crossed Wadaoxu's eyes, but she merely smiled faintly. It is quite all right. I am not afraid. The summons to the palace was unavoidable. And Wadaoxu entered with Jiqiu, leaving Zhang Xia behind. After all, even if she accompanied them, it was unlikely she could be of any assistance. She might even become a liability with the Empress Dowager's decree. Wadaoxu was finally permitted to leave the Wang residence, although she was under restrictions. She did not find it particularly distressing. Being of a languid disposition, the carriage sped along, and as Wataoxu lifted the curtain to breathe in the different air outside, a smile graced her lips. The vehicle came to a halt before Sinang Palace, where an unusual number of people milled about within. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the Empress, Jun Qilin, Jun Qixia, Jun Ranci, Huaxian Su Gongqing, and several officials clad in court attire were all present. Even Jun Lintian, whom she had not seen in days, was among them. Surprisingly, the Empress Dowager seemed quite concerned about the matter of the flower thief. Wataoxu performed her curtsy and stood silently. Jun Qilin and Huaxian glared at her with piercing eyes, while others cast glances that were difficult to decipher. "Come, Wang Fei, sit beside me," the Empress Dowager beckoned kindly. Wataoxu approached and took a seat beside her. The Empress Dowager inquired, "Last time I invited you to Nantiansi, you instead chose to testify regarding the flower thief's case, causing me considerable distress, Your Majesty. I am always available to accompany you to offer incense and prayer, but the case of the flower thief concerns the honor of over a dozen young ladies that I had no choice. I hope Your Majesty will not hold it against me," Wataoxu replied. The Empress Dowager seemed to be bringing up old grievances right off the bat. "Very well, you have said it, since you did not make it to Nantiansi recently. It seems the Bodhisattva is displeased with me. I have fallen ill again and am plagued by incessant coughing that I intend to visit again in a couple of days. You shall accompany me. I am at your service. It is my fortune to accompany Your Majesty," Wataoxu responded with a faint smile. Though she cast a helpless glance at Jun Lintian, he wore an enigmatic smile, his exceptionally handsome face bereft of a mask, making him appear all the more alluring. "Thank you, dear treasure, for your generous gifts. I appreciate it." Chapter 123. Caught in the crossfire too. I have heard that you are deeply concerned about this flower thief case, which is why I summoned you to the palace, the Empress Dowager said softly. "Your Majesty, this matter must be directly linked to her. All the women who were defiled were those who scolded her that day at Linglong Pavilion." Jun Qilin could no longer remain seated and pointed an accusing finger at Wataoxu. "Qilin, how dare you be so disrespectful?" The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. Reluctantly, Jun Qilin took her seat. "It is undoubtedly her. Otherwise, why would she choose to tarnish her own honor to frame my elder brother? Princess, do not ascribe base intentions to one of noble character as someone privy to the truth. I merely acted in the name of justice," Wataoxu retorted, her voice filled with indignation. Jun Lintian's eyes twitched. Wataoxu truly had the audacity to elegantly veil her personal vendetta as a quest for justice. The princess is educated and should comprehend the meaning of frame. "You have no evidence. Yet you have accused me of such a grave offense. That, in itself, is the very definition of framing." Wataoxu articulated each word with precision, leaving Jun Qilin's face ashen. "If they sought to ensnare her, they ought to gauge their own weight." "Qilin, cease your nonsense," the Empress scolded sharply before turning to Wataoxu with an apologetic tone. "Qilin is simply a child spoiled by too much affection. Please do not take offense." "Wang Fei, rest assured, Your Majesty. I am well-mannered and would never stoop to quarreling with a child," Wataoxu replied with a faint smile, though her words dripped with sarcasm. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor exchanged glances, both looking displeased. Having always been favored, Wataoxu was unbothered by the situation. She cast a sidelong glance at Jun Qilin. "Is that so? Princess, how much better are you? Zhang Dea has no affection for you. Yet you still cling to him, yearning for marriage." Striking at the heart of the matter, such a remark was particularly effective against a pampered woman. "You to be quiet, you wretched woman!" Jun Qilin, incensed, stormed toward Wataoxu and slapped her across the face. With a resounding crack, a red mark blossomed on Wataoxu's delicate, pale cheek, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The slap, fueled by rage, bore considerable force. "Such fine manners, princess, to resort to violence in a fit of anger. This behavior is rather common among animals. Is your family treating you as a pet?" Wataoxu remarked slowly, delicately dabbing her mouth with a silk handkerchief. "You dare insult me as an animal? You!" Jun Qilin raised her hand, preparing to strike again. But Wataoxu swiftly extended her leg and kicked her 3 meters away. Jun Qilin fell heavily onto the marble floor of the palace, moaning in pain. Wataoxu, however, sat upright and calmly stated, "You slapped me once, and I tolerated it, attributing your actions to youthful ignorance and sparing you for the sake of the late emperor's reputation. However, I must apologize. I cannot fathom who else I should allow to strike me a second time. Hurry, help the princess up." After a moment of shock, the queen cried out in distress, rushing over to support Jun Qilin. Jun Lintian sat there with his eyes cast down, his gaze obscured, leaving no one to fathom his thoughts. "Royal consort, you, even if Qilin is immature, she is still a junior. How could you be so heartless as to strike her so severely? The queen lamented. She was well aware of the princess's lack of understanding and her status as a junior. Yet how dare she use such a tone to accuse me? After all, I am the dignified royal consort. Are you under the impression that I lack a man to back me? Hua Daoshua replied coldly. She had already been polite and formal. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall on Jun Qilin for her ignorance. Enough of this commotion. Take Qilin away and summon the imperial physician for a thorough examination. She must be properly disciplined for her disrespect towards her elders, the Empress Dowager commanded with a fierce tone. Jun Lintian curved his lips slightly, uttering softly, "The Empress Dowager is correct. It is indeed time for proper discipline." The queen's expression shifted as she led Jun Qilin away, casting a resentful glance at Hua Daoshua as they departed. Jun Lintian rose and approached Hua Daoshua, pulling her into his embrace. As the royal consort, how could you be without a man to support you? I am still very much alive, he said. Hua Daoshua scoffed. In the eyes of others, you're as good as dead. Otherwise, how could a junior dare to offend me so brazenly? Jun Lintian gently caressed her cheek, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Elder brother is preoccupied with state affairs, and the queen must manage the 6 palaces. As for the upbringing of our charge, it shall be entrusted to Schwer. After all, as an aunt, she should also shoulder some responsibility. He carefully retrieved an ointment from his waist and began to apply it to Hua Daoshua's wounds, speaking casually as if engaging in a mundane conversation with the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's expression stiffened, and she turned to Jun Xiangqian. What does His Majesty think? Jun Xiangqian quickly stood up. Rest assured, Empress Dowager, I shall pay more attention to Qilin henceforth, so as not to trouble royal consort. You elder brother, last time when Schwer quarreled with Qilin, I had to strike Schwer severely to demonstrate fairness. I trust that as the esteemed ruler, you understand better than I how to discipline family members, Jun Lintian stated, causing Jun Xiangqian to clench his fists tightly. This royal consort was becoming increasingly arrogant. Showing no regard for his elder brother, was he threatening him to also strike Qilin severely? The Empress Dowager sighed in relief. Yes, Su Gongqing, please share your thoughts. Your Majesty, my daughter has been crying incessantly at home. Fearing she might take drastic measures, she insists it was the actions of the Prince of Ling. The Minister of Revenue lamented as he knelt down. What do you mean, Minister Chan? This is not the doing of this prince. Are you suggesting that I should be held accountable? Jun Rancher interjected, feeling absurdly targeted. But now, apart from the testimony of the royal consort, there was no other evidence, yet many of the victimized ladies had witnessed the events firsthand. The other officials also knelt down, fearing that even if the true culprit were found, the stain of their daughters being sullied would remain, making future marriages nearly impossible. If the culprit were indeed the Prince of Ling, the implications would be even more dire. Though Hua Daoshua found Jun Rancher somewhat suspicious, she was equally appalled by the shamelessness of the ministers. In this era, a skill known as disguise existed. Why is it that others do not disguise themselves, yet only those ladies manage to appear as the Prince of Ling? One of the ministers retorted. Jun Rancher rolled his eyes. I would like to know that too. This matter must find resolution. The entire nation is in a state of panic, and the news reaching the neighbors would tarnish our national dignity. The violation of young ladies reflects poorly on our guard, indicating a failure in governance by both the Empress Dowager and His Majesty. The Empress Dowager sighed deeply. Who would dare accept blame for such a lapse? Consequently, everyone knelt down, pleading, Empress Dowager, please safeguard your health. Enough, rise with so many present. Perhaps you could assist me in devising a foolproof plan. I suspect that this flower thief is not motivated by lust but rather by vengeance. Who would rob 8 families in a single night? Jun Qixia analyzed. Su Gongqing, have you investigated if they have any enemies? Hua Daoshua silently cursed. How did this all circle back to her? As I have already stated, I lack the capacity to engage in such matters, she declared resolutely. While the royal consort may not possess such abilities, the prince does, and it is well known that he protects his kin. Hua Xian unexpectedly interjected, drawing attention. Even Hua Daoshua unconsciously pondered. Could it be him? Jun Lintian ruffled Hua Daoshua's hair, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Has the 5th miss of the Hua family also been sullied? Hua Xian's complexion changed. I have not. Then who gave you the audacity to speak so recklessly? Jun Lintian's gaze turned sharp, the menace in his eyes unmistakable. Hua Xian hastily knelt, trembling, and lowered her head, her lips pressed tightly together. I misspoke. Please punish me, Empress Dowager. Hua Daoshua couldn't help but admire Hua Xian's cunning. She was clearly aware of how to seek favor from the Empress Dowager. To Su Gongqing, what punishment should befall those who slander royal family members? Jun Lintian inquired coolly. Hua Xian turned pale, weakly looking towards Jun Qixia. Elder brother, Xian spoke without malice. After all, she is not an outsider. Soon she will become Sierra's concubine, so let us consider her a naive junior. I shall have the palace maids discipline her later. The Empress Dowager kindly interjected on Hua Xian's behalf. Hua Daoxue mocked, addressing Jun Qixia. Your taste is indeed commendable. You've swiftly secured a side consort as pure as a white lotus. Truly a stroke of fortune. Jun Qixia glared at her resentfully, fully aware that Hua Xian was no longer pure, yet she deliberately portrayed her as such. This woman was intentionally provoking. Jun Lintian shot her a sorrowful glance. What does it matter to me? Now I understand why the esteemed Miss Feisy, a maiden untouched, would act so intimately with you. Jun Lintian's handsome face turned frigid. Hua Daoxue, you speak recklessly. He finally grasped why this woman sought to entangle herself with him. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. Royal consort, your words are inappropriate. Sierra has compromised her purity, and naturally, he must take responsibility as a royal descendant. Lacking such accountability would be a greater jest. The Empress Dowager's words rang true. Hua Daoxue awkwardly responded, knowing that anyone could perceive the sarcasm in her tone. If that is the case, Empress Dowager, I have a suggestion that may alleviate this flower thief's case. Please do share. The Empress Dowager welcomed her shift in topic with enthusiasm. Although the flower thief was not the Prince of Ling, the victimized ladies believed him to be the perpetrator. Since they seemed to expect the Empress Dowager to advocate for them, why not regard this as merely a fleeting affair by the Prince of Ling and offer them all a chance? Hua Daoxue winked at the Empress Dowager, leaving Jun Rancher momentarily stunned. Moments later, Jun Rancher shouted, Royal consort, are you jesting that I believe this is the optimal solution? For the prince, it merely means adding a few beauties to his household. While for those ladies it represents their only means of survival. Surely, you cannot bear to witness their despair. Several officials present wore expressions of disbelief. They wished for their daughters to marry the Prince of Ling. Yet the prospect of marrying 16 at once seemed daunting, stripping their daughters of any chance to vie for affection. Furthermore, entering such a union would mean becoming a concubine. The Empress Dowager smiled, prompting an official to inquire, what do you all think? Empress Dowager, why not ask for this minister's opinion? Jun Rancher exploded in frustration, feeling utterly disregarded by the Empress Dowager. Rancher, do not create a ruckus. Royal consort, you is correct, you are merely gaining a few more women in the household, which should not affect you in the least, the Empress Dowager replied. Shooting him a glance, Jun Rancher rolled his eyes in exasperation. I refuse to accept women who have been sullied by others. Chapter 125. Encounter with a roadblock. If this case of the flower thief is not resolved promptly, according to the calculations of the Empress Dowager, it will eventually be falsely attributed to her. Very well, this matter is settled. Minister Su shall continue to investigate the true culprit, while Crown Prince Ling shall sacrifice a little stability in the imperial city and marry off all these unfortunate young ladies. The decree from the Empress Dowager will follow shortly. Without waiting for the various reactions of the ministers, she pronounced her words decisively. Throughout the proceedings, the emperor had remained silent, save for agreeing to discipline Jun Qilin. Jun Xiangqian, who seemed to lack presence, appeared unusually quiet, almost eerily so. Did he not possess the slightest awareness of his status as the emperor's son? Everyone may disperse. I am weary, the Empress Dowager stated, allowing her aunt to support her as she slowly made her way to the inner palace. Jun Xiangqian followed suit. Hua Xian, rising with venomous intent towards Hua Daoxue, turned to Jun Qixia with a soft, gentle tone. Might the third prince take Xian for a stroll in the imperial garden? Jun Qixia, perplexed, replied, on what grounds do you presume to speak for this prince? You? What do you intend? Jun Qixia felt a twinge of helplessness, almost wishing to berate her for her foolishness, as he found her to be a most distasteful woman. Hua Daoxue, having finished her words, grasped Jun Lintian's hand and departed, stating, Husband, let us leave. Standing with such a person makes my skin crawl. Jun Lintian complied, and together they exited the Xianing Palace. What vexes you? Jun Lintian inquired, his expression darkening as he caught her arm. He was frustrated with himself for his naive belief that he had dealt with Hua Xian only to inadvertently elevate her status. Hua Daoxue gritted her teeth. If she had been unaware that her biological mother had been harmed by Hua Mingho and by Lang Duo, she might have endured it. But now that she knew, revenge for that woman consumed her thoughts. Though not her true mother, this body was still a part of her. Are you envious of Hua Xian? Jun Lintian's voice grew colder. Indeed, I envy her. I envy her for having such shameless allies, Hua Daoxue murmured before letting out a long sigh. There is no need for haste. Time is on my side. I refuse to believe I cannot bring down these troublemakers. June Lintian suddenly seized her, gripping her chin firmly. Hua Daoshua, before you leave, behave yourself, that if I find you harboring thoughts of other men, I shall ensure they meet a grim fate. Hua Daoshua rolled her eyes, bewildered by his sudden outburst. Why would she be thinking of other men? Rest assured, even if I did, you would be none the wiser, she retorted, pouting. You would do well to remember my words, June Lintian snapped. Releasing her before storming off, Hua Daoshua was left in a daze, pondering if this man had suddenly come into a fit of rage. Just then June Rancy approached, his expression stormy. Princess, you are truly heartless. I assist you, yet you betray me in this manner. Hua Daoshua shot him a glare. I am merely aiding you in expanding your harem. How is that a betrayal? Expand my harem? Would I relish such women? June Rancy retorted, breathless with indignation. The Empress Dowager's decree meant he could not dismiss these women even if he wished to. Go ahead. You have plenty of beauties already. What difference would a few more make? It might even benefit your health, Hua Daoshua replied, a content smile on her face. Be gone. I have no interest in men. Then that is settled. You are uninterested in men, and I am not offering you any. These are merely fresh, delicate maidens. Had it not been for my ties to Prince Yu, I would not have considered you at all. Hua Daoshua, momentarily soothed by June Lintian's earlier ire, found her spirits lifted once more. Indeed, joy often flourishes at the expense of others' misery. Were it not for Prince Yu's protection, I would ensure you received a resounding slap, June Rancy huffed. Departing, continuing the conversation with her would surely lead to a fit of rage on his part, transforming his once tranquil residence into a battlefield of women. As Hua Daoshua exited the grand hall, Jiqiu approached with a worried expression. Miss, are you well? I saw the prince leave alone and feared something had happened. I am fine, do not fret. Though June Lintian may be cold-blooded, he values his own reputation immensely. Even if I were in dire straits, he would not allow anyone to truly bully me. She understood June Lintian. He treated his belongings as he pleased, yet permitted no one else to inflict harm. Together, they left the palace, the vibrant sounds of the bustling imperial city filling the air, with the merchants' calls resonating with vitality. However, the cries were monotonous, lacking creativity or allure. In recent years, under the unwavering prowess of Prince Yu, the nation of Qin had thrived, with peace reigning and prosperity abounding. Occasionally, minor tribes from the west would encroach. Yet whenever June Lintian intervened, they would scatter in fear. Consequently, the common folk enjoyed a good quality of life, with flourishing economies and bountiful resources. As their carriage progressed, it suddenly halted. The coachman outside reported. Princess, there are numerous carriages obstructing the road ahead. Shall we take a detour? Hua Daoshua, feeling drowsy within the carriage, murmured in response, what is happening? Jiqiu disembarked, only to witness 3 opulent carriages blocking the already narrow street. Causing a complete standstill, the sounds of shouting between several coachmen and maids could be heard, while the onlooking citizens crowded around, unable to pass. Hua Daoshua scoffed, recognizing the lack of education among these spoiled youths. It was absurd for them to block the street in broad daylight for their own trivial matters. How long will this detour take? Hua Daoshua inquired of the coachman. To circumvent via the south, then enter through the west gate. It will take approximately half an hour, he replied. Hua Daoshua pondered. Surely these ruffians would not bicker for half an hour. She instructed the coachman to pull over so she could rest her eyes. While she wished to take a detour, venturing outside the city was too dangerous given her many enemies. Reluctantly rolling her eyes, she resolved to visit the pharmacy herself to acquire some medicine. Determined, Hua Daoshua set forth to discover which group dared to obstruct her path. As she approached, a voice that made her shiver rang out. Qing Zishan, if you know what is good for you, step aside or you will regret it. That domineering tone was unmistakable. It belonged to Hua Huaxin, the enforcer who had bullied her during her time in the Hua residence. Hua Huaxin, a concubine's daughter, was notorious for her brutish demeanor. Hua Daoshua recalled her initial arrival, when Hua Huaxin had barged into her room, intent on causing her harm, only to be thwarted by her clever feigning of unconsciousness. As for Qing Zishan, she was rumored to be the daughter of a certain censor. With such a crude disposition, you are unworthy of even serving my lady. Oh, not think you can flaunt your connection to the third prince just because your 5th miss has climbed into his bed. You have sacrificed your reputation for a mere side consort title and still dare to flaunt it. Hua Daoshua squeezed her way through, spotting a maid in green atop one of the distant carriages. Hurling insults at Hua Huaxin. This was the distinction. Qing Zishan knew how to utilize her maidservants, whereas Hua Huaxin was foolish enough to confront directly. 2 carriages were positioned sideways, blocking the road at a sharp bend. Though they had not collided, neither could navigate the turn. If it were only the 2 carriages, it would suffice, But a luxurious third carriage was wedged between them, complicating matters further. The shouting continued, with both Hua Huaxin and Qing Zishan exchanging barbs. While the unfortunate carriage caught in the middle remained silent, its driver grim-faced and unyielding. The standoff had persisted for nearly half an hour, with many other carriages lined up behind, their occupants adding fuel to the fire. Just a minor side consort and not even officially married. Who knows if that will ever happen? Huh? You envy Xian. If you had the means, you would also seek to elevate your status. Some people simply cannot accept their shortcomings. Even if you were to sell your beauty to a brothel, no one would want you. It seemed the rivalry had devolved into a mere shouting match, lacking any genuine wit or sting. Hua Daoxue, frustrated by the banter, seized a basket of eggs from a nearby stall and with a swift motion, hurled them into the fray, shouting, "What are you bickering about? Do you consider this road your private garden? Clear the way at once." Hua Daoxue, with her hands on her hips, bellowed with a voice that resonated powerfully. It turned out that the two parties embroiled in a heated dispute were utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Suddenly, dozens of eggs came crashing down, the sound of pa-pa-pa echoing as they splattered mercilessly over her head and body, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. After a brief silence, deafening screams erupted. "Who dares to throw eggs? Miss, quickly wipe it off. Ah, you little wretch, why didn't you shield me from the eggs?" The scene of bickering swiftly devolved into chaos, the stench of raw egg permeating the street. Bystanders looked on, astonished that anyone would dare provoke these young masters and ladies. The coachman of the carriage where Hua Daoxue stood was exasperated. He had intended to manage the situation when this woman climbed aboard. But the gentleman inside had merely cleared his throat, which led to her wreaking havoc within the carriage. Truly reckless, as if she could board the carriage at her whim. Hua Daoxue had indeed heard that slight cough. Discernibly a man's voice, even if it was but a cough, it carried an alluring tone. "You madwoman, from where do you hail? Are you tired of living to dare throw eggs at your elder Hua Changyue?" Standing beside Hua Huaxin erupted with anger, only to be stunned into silence when he recognized the figure across from him. It was none other than his foolish elder sister. "You are my elder? Then what of Hua Mingho?" Hua Daoxue mocked, her words devoid of intellect. She was the younger sister of Hua Huaxin, born of the third concubine Dao. "Is this not the princess of you? I hear she has become a discarded wife. And yet she dares to show her face after offending the princess." Hua Huaxin seemed to find amusement in the situation, a sly smile creeping onto her face. This fool truly was foolish, daring to offend so many. "Once again, you shameless women of the Hua family, are you attempting to stage a sisterly bond?" Qian Zishan chimed in, not one to be outdone in her verbal assault. "Who would desire her? The Hua family has no such disgraceful women, cast aside less than 3 months into marriage." Hua Huaxin scoffed disdainfully. Those unaware might assume Hua Daoxue and Hua Huaxin harbored a deep-seated vendetta against each other. Hua Daoxue cast a piercing glance at them, exuding an icy demeanor. "Feel free to exchange insults as you please. This embarrassment bears no relation to me, but do not obstruct my path. Step aside at once." "Is this the demeanor of the princess of you? How frightful!" A lady behind Hua Huaxin mocked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Fear her. The position of the princess of you could very well be lost by tomorrow. The princess does not permit such unruliness." Hua Daoxue, thoroughly irritated, could scarcely comprehend how those from Linglong Pavilion could produce such acerbic tongues. "I have no time for your vile words. I ask but one thing. Will you let me pass?" Hua Daoxue glared at the worthless assembly before her, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold light. This formidable aura silenced the previously caustic crowd, though their disdain remained evident. Thanks for the princess' generosity. Chapter 127. How can this prince not be urgent yet still? No one answered her. Inside the carriage before her, a gaze pierced through the sheer curtains, fixated on Hua Daoxue. Though she stood with hands on her hips, the aura of dominance she exuded was undeniable. And despite this, her alabaster visage remained exquisitely beautiful. Her slender waist accentuated her ample bosom, causing some men nearby to unconsciously swallow hard. The blend of boldness, authority, and allure radiating from her was indeed a captivating force. A gentleman with long jade-like fingers caressed the jade flute in his hand, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He had endured half an hour of these women's tiresome bickering, and was finally faced with someone who dared to take charge. However, this commanding figure was rather amusing. Seeing no one respond, Hua Daoxue leaped down from the carriage and swiftly approached the vendor selling fried dough sticks. With a lightning-fast motion, she seized a pot of boiling oil and poured it onto the nearest carriage. With a swift kick, she overturned the charcoal stove, coldly declaring, "If you refuse to yield, then I shall burn a path through." With a startled cry, 2 women tumbled from the carriage, scrambling away in a panic. The stove ignited with a loud explosion in the oil, setting the carriage ablaze. To avoid being burned, the crowd that had previously been tightly packed dispersed like startled birds, the young masters and ladies, once so vociferous, fled faster than anyone, as if their lives depended on it. Indeed, they were racing for their horses. Hua Daoshua smirked, tossing 10 taels of silver to the fried dough vendor. A bunch of softies who could only bluster dared to challenge her. They should practice for another decade before attempting to match her. All the carriages departed, save for one opulent black and gold carriage that remained unperturbed by the flames. Hua Daoshua sauntered over, arms crossed, addressing the occupant within. This gentleman has yet to leave. Do you not intend to offer some form of compensation? Indeed, I have driven away those dogs obstructing your path. It would be remiss not to express some gratitude, would it not? Hua Daoshua was curious about who resided within this carriage. As it had been stalled for half an hour amidst a cacophony of women's shouts without a hint of impatience from its occupant, a testament to extraordinary patience, the carriage exuded a sense of understated luxury. She was unaware when such a restrained figure had graced the imperial city. Are you certain you wish to demand a reward, my lady? A voice as smooth as jade emanated from the carriage. While the coachman's eyes flickered with surprise, Hua Daoshua shrugged. As long as it is valuable, what is there to fear in claiming it? If the lady wishes, why not come inside? The gentleman in the carriage invited. In public, I have no intention of becoming your guest, sir. If you are truly so secretive, then let us consider this matter of compensation as never spoken. She was not foolish enough to enter his carriage. If she did, one could only imagine the tales that would arise. She was not overly concerned with her reputation, but she could not allow herself to be caught by a schemer. After speaking, Hua Daoshua turned to return to her own carriage, needing to hurry to procure medicine. Just as she turned, a force surged from behind, and she instinctively spun around to catch what was thrown, an icy piece of blood jade that felt chillingly cold even in autumn. The blood jade was etched with peculiar totems, and at its center was the character Chui. This is your reward, worth a fortune. The gentleman's voice drifted over, but the coachman had already driven away. Hua Daoshua stowed the blood jade at her waist. Such unblemished blood jade was a rare treasure, and this man seemed to speak truthfully. She had unexpectedly gained a considerable profit. Hua Daoshua climbed into her carriage, steering past the still-burning carriage, and shortly thereafter, she stopped in front of a pharmacy. After a night devoid of dreams, the next morning, Hua Daoshua rose early. Indeed, she found Jun Lintian practicing swordplay in the courtyard and approached him. Jun Lintian. As I mentioned last time, I must venture into the deep mountains to gather the other 30-odd herbs for the Jiuhong. Jun Lintian, however, appeared oblivious to her words, his robust form practicing with vigor. The dawn's light casting a glow upon him, rendering him as ethereal as a celestial being. His perfect features exuded a subtle defiance, a beauty that could ensnare anyone. Hua Daoshua felt that no matter how monstrous, unyielding or cold-hearted Jun Lintian might be, his visage alone could mitigate all faults. Alas, it was a pity that so few recognized this unparalleled beauty. Regardless of whether you heard me, I shall venture into the deep mountains starting tomorrow. I must gather the herbs before I descend, Hua Daoshua declared before turning to leave, only to suddenly sense an overwhelming masculine aura, and in an instant she found herself enveloped in a strong embrace. Jun Lintian, with chiseled cheeks glistening with beads of sweat, was slightly out of breath, and a fragrant scent wafted into Hua Daoshua's nostrils, a scent she recognized as distinctly masculine. She increasingly believed that Jun Lintian was not as unresponsive as he seemed. A glimmer of mischief crossed her eyes as she wrapped her arms around him, only to find herself staring at his partially exposed chest. Instinctively, she reached out to poke at his firm muscles, so resilient, so tangible. She was thoroughly engrossed in her exploration, completely oblivious to the darkening expression above her. Are you certain you wish to touch this prince in public? Jun Lintian's voice carried an almost imperceptible hint of flirtation. It's just you and me here. What is there to fear? If I don't touch you, how can I help you heal? Hua Daoshua, emboldened by her curiosity, delved her hands further, marveling at the sculpted physique before her. Jun Lintian, clad in loose robes for sword practice, had stealthily loosened his belt while she explored. Oh, I'm merely touching. Why are you loosening your clothes? Hua Daoshua blinked, her cheeks flushing as she contemplated whether to continue this playful banter. Genuinely concerned that she might end up in a predicament of her own making, she was no stone woman. Facing Jun Lintian's alluring form, it was only natural for her thoughts to wander. Didn't you say you would treat my ailments? I'm already prepared. How do you intend to proceed? Jun Lintian leaned down, biting her snow-white earlobe, his hand suddenly gripping her waist and pulling her closer. causing Hua Daoshua to let out a startled cry. There's no rush. Let us consume the Johong first. Hua Daoshua, overwhelmed by the sudden intimacy, struggled to push him away. No, I'm quite urgent. June Lintian whispered huskily in her ear, after 20 years without experiencing a woman's embrace. How could this prince not be anxious? Chapter 128. Captured. Hua Daoshua felt her ears flush with heat. Glaring at him in indignation, June Lintian, do you often bite me while I'm asleep? June Lintian, with a beguiling smile that revealed his red lips, remarked, that is not a bite. Rather, it is a kiss. Hua Daoshua felt a shiver run down her spine, thinking how absurd it was to love such a fool. Nevertheless, he indeed admitted to his actions, and if pressed further, he would surely confess that upon halfway through. He realized he was still a mere little loach. There was no eliciting any substantial information from him. You are simply taking advantage of the situation to infringe upon me. Hua Daoshua exclaimed, forcefully stepping on his foot. Unable to contain her resentment, her other foot followed suit, and upon doing so, she found herself elevated enough to meet June Lintian face to face. Upon looking up, she was captivated by a pair of deep, starry eyes, their ethereal light seemingly capable of drawing her in. His elegantly curled eyelashes resembled butterfly wings, stunningly beautiful. Hua Daoshua gazed at him in fascination, her expression dazed, igniting a yearning within June Lintian, who captured her lips in a fervent kiss that nearly rendered her breathless. Just then, Gong Qing rushed in, only to halt abruptly at the sight of their intimate embrace under the morning light. The pair truly seemed like a match made in heaven, their kiss a breathtaking tableau that delighted the eyes. Gong Qing was momentarily distracted, forgetting the matter he had come to report, as well as the well-known stinginess of his master. Startled, he knelt on the ground. Your Highness, I am at fault. You better have a significant reason, June Lintian replied coldly. Last night, while executing your orders, I discovered that those individuals had already been sullied by a flower thief. Although Gong Qing sensed the dangerous aura surrounding June Lintian, he dutifully relayed the information. Why report only now? Have the culprits been captured? A glimmer of chilling malice flickered in June Lintian's eyes, indicating his unwillingness to let the matter go. The flower thief escaped into a brothel in the south of the city. I see, June Lintian replied, his voice laced with an edge of amusement. The gift for Minister Li should be prepared. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, the man in black said before vanishing into thin air. Subsequently, an eerie calm enveloped the scene until the door to the study swung open. Hua Daoshua, feeling weary, lowered her listening device, realizing she had only overheard 3 sentences. Another flower thief has emerged? And this one managed to escape right under June Lintian's nose? She suspected this thief was not the same as the last. The previous one had been audacious and efficient, so how could he have been so easily discovered and pursued? The Imperial Guards were not merely common soldiers, they were the Emperor's own, who had only ascended to the throne in his 40s. Surely he could not be content to remain a mere puppet. Hua Daoshua shook her head, pondering why she was indulging in such thoughts. It was none of her concern. Just as she settled down, Jiqiu burst into the room in a flurry. No, oh no, miss. The officials from the Dali Temple have come to arrest you. Hua Daoshua's eyes widened. What did you say? Arrest me? Do not panic, those officials will have to pass through 2 ice blocks first. Jiqiu said nonchalantly. As Hua Daoshua got out of bed, stretching luxuriously, Jiqiu quieted. Miss, are you truly not afraid? What is there to fear? I have not committed any heinous crime, I merely burned a carriage yesterday. Hua Daoshua reflected, surmising that the group of young masters and misses must have collectively reported her to the Dali Temple. No, miss, it is not that. There was another incident involving a flower thief last night, and the Dali Temple believes it is related to you. Jiqiu's words furrowed Hua Daoshua's brows. She had made her position clear the previous day, asserting that she had no motive for any crime. Why then was she being implicated today? It seemed that this time it was not merely conjecture, but a direct accusation against her. Let us go, Hua Daoshua commanded, leading Jiqiu outside, ready to face whatever accusations awaited her. Outside the June mansion, dozens of armored guards stood, exchanging glances with the mansion's own protectors. The Emperor has ordered the arrest. Do you intend to defy the decree? Captain Mengda of the guards scoffed. You should know your place. The residence of Prince Yu is not where you can act recklessly, without the Emperor's decree. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the prince's mansion? The mansion's guard stood resolute. Adding a note of threat, casting a sharp glance at the guards, Hua Daoshua languidly inquired, I hear you wish to arrest this princess. Indeed, we kindly ask the princess to accompany us to avoid any discomfort. Mengda retorted coldly. Hua Daoshua raised her gaze, her eyes sharp as blades. Accompany you? And who do you think you are? Surprised by her audacity, Mengda snorted. Is the princess openly defying the decree? Bring forth the edict. Hua Daoshua extended her slender wrist. I extend my gratitude to our generous benefactor for their support. I appreciate all who have consistently backed me. Meng Da's expression shifted. This is the emperor's command. Do you think I would dare to falsely convey his will? Jiqiu gasped in disbelief at her mistress's boldness. It was absurd to suggest she confront the guards. Although fearful, she could not disregard Hua Daoshua's orders. So she steeled herself and approached, gently slapping Meng Da's face, her hand trembling after the act. Meng Da had not anticipated that she would dare strike him and thus made no effort to evade. The slap, though not forceful, left a mark on his face, injuring his pride more than his skin. That I just stated. Who do you think you are to presume to address me without proper decorum? Allow me to teach you what is appropriate, Hua Daoshua said coldly, her proud demeanor akin to a queen surveying mere ants. Meng Da's fierce countenance darkened further. Seize her that I will take full responsibility for any repercussions. Halt! No need for apprehension. Since this is the emperor's decree, I shall naturally accompany you. That I merely wish to impart a lesson to you, who seems unfamiliar with propriety, Hua Daoshua declared, casting a disdainful glance at them as she stepped forward. As the guards attempted to seize her, she merely stated, I am a lady of noble birth. You cannot lay a hand on me should you continue to disregard the rules. Any misfortune that befalls you shall be on your own heads. Her calm yet menacing tone suggested that her time spent by Prince Yu's side had imbued her with his formidable presence. The guards hesitated, allowing her to walk with them to the Dali temple. Stop! You shall not apprehend the miss. If there are matters to address, let them be directed at me. All actions are my doing, Jiqiu interjected, boldly placing herself in the way. Hua Daoshua felt an urge to shake her head in disbelief at Jiqiu's foolishness. Jiqiu, step aside. I assure you, I will be fine. A clear conscience fears no shadow. Do not be foolish and admit to any wrongdoing on my behalf. Hua Daoshua's sharp command rendered Jiqiu momentarily speechless. Hongmei arrived shortly thereafter, pulling Jiqiu away. Do not worry. The prince will ensure the miss remains unharmed. Hua Daoshua exchanged a glance with Hongmei, who promptly led Jiqiu away. The Dali Temple's prison was unlike any other, as it specifically housed royal family members and nobility, thus maintaining a level of cleanliness and order. The cells resembled guest quarters more than typical prisons inside. The atmosphere was serene, with only a few prisoners. One large cell contained 4 smaller ones, 2 of which remained vacant, clad in simple brocade. The man within was handsome, his features refined yet slightly gaunt and pale, which seemed fitting for someone in confinement. The royal cells were certainly more comfortable than others. Hua Daoshua was led into the cell, collapsing onto the bed, which, while lacking the lavishness of Jun Linqian's grand bed, was still clean and tidy enough to satisfy her. She was here to serve her time, not for leisure. As she lay on the bed, sleep overtook her, her even breaths punctuating the stillness of the cell. The man across from her furrowed his brow slightly, turning the page of his book for an entire day. The only sounds within the cell were the breathing and the rustling of pages. Hua Daoshua enjoyed a rare, restful slumber, awakening with a yawn and a stretch. She noticed food at the door, fish, meat and chicken drumsticks, promptly bringing it in to indulge herself. Noticing that the meal in the opposite cell remained untouched, she lifted her head to ask, Hey, aren't you going to eat? Aren't you tired of waiting? The man, taken aback by her sudden conversation, hesitated momentarily before returning to his silence. After such a lengthy time, she found herself longing for meat. Are you from Prince Yu's residence? The man suddenly inquired, his voice husky from disuse. Hua Daoshua, upon noticing his willingness to engage with her, hastily held the bowl and approached the railing, smiling as she introduced herself. Indeed, I am Hua Daoshua, the princess consort of you, and who might you be? Adhering to the principles of amicable neighborliness, she took the initiative to introduce herself. However, her smile faltered as she exclaimed, Hey, do you take me for a fool? If I were to be poisoned and perish in this prison, Jun Linqian would surely cause a great uproar. Despite her words, Hua Daoshua meticulously inspected her food, reassuring herself of its safety before continuing to eat. Though doubt still lingered in her mind, the man let out a soft laugh, yet it was a laugh that could chill one to the bone. His features were undoubtedly handsome, but his skin, having long been deprived of sunlight, appeared unnaturally pale. He set aside his book and reclined on the bed. Aren't you going to eat? Hua Daoshua urged, her mouth watering at the sight of the meat. Don't waste it. I would rather not reminisce about its taste after you've gone. After uttering this, the man turned his back to her and fell asleep, ignoring her completely. What do you mean? If you're not going to eat, then pass it to me. Hua Daoshua called out anxiously, but the man, still facing away, found her intentions amusing, thinking she was concerned for him when in fact, she was merely coveting the meat. his voice remained hoarse as he dismissed her. Furthering his indifference, Hua Daoxue, undeterred, retrieved a hook from her sleeve, a claw-like device tethered by sturdy silk thread. Originally intended for treachery, it now served to snag a chicken leg with precision. She reeled in the chicken leg and indulged herself, only to realize afterward that her belly had begun to swell. Goodness, could it be that this child is nearing 3 months? Would it be detrimental to my health if I were to terminate it now? If I cannot escape from here, I am destined to bear this child. A sigh escaped her lips. She had never envisioned bringing a little demon into this world, and the thought of raising a child was daunting. She recalled an elder sister from her former operative group who had left the organization to have a child, and when they met 2 years later, she appeared a decade older, her youthful glow replaced by the weariness of motherhood. But I, Hua Daoxue, am merely 18. Oh dear child, with an unknown father, do you truly wish to remain? Unconsciously, she touched her abdomen, an unfamiliar emotion coursing through her heart. It could be said that she had no kin left in this world. Gratitude is due to the affluent 7th Prince for his generous red envelope, and thanks to our beautiful, unadorned friend for contributing funds for baby diapers, as well as to Her Majesty for generously offering her breakfast as a reward. Additionally, thanks to the discreet lady in our midst. I love you all. Given the substantial reward today, there shall be an additional update at 8 o'clock tonight, to make up for the bloodshed. Chapter 129. The puppy barks. Although she claimed indifference, there lingered a flicker of longing within her. Having lived 2 lifetimes devoid of the warmth of familial affection, how wretched her existence had been. Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. Let us first see if I can escape this prison. She was acutely aware that she had been wronged this time. Yesterday, the flower thief had struck, and all the victims were those who had berated her on the streets. She even suspected that the traffic jam was deliberately orchestrated, with none other than Hua Huaxin behind it. Hua Daoxue wiped her mouth and hands with a handkerchief, preparing to rest, having been thrown in without any indication of when her trial would commence. Yet, with Jun Lintian's desired progeny within her, she was unlikely to meet her end so soon. You wretched woman, even on the brink of death, you can still sleep soundly. Truly you are a pig. A sharp, scornful voice suddenly pierced the silence of the prison. Hua Daoxue jolted awake, glancing at the 2 young women standing outside her cell, scoffing before closing her eyes once more, intent on returning to her slumber. She had no obligation to respond to every barking dog. After all, she was destined to die. Perhaps in her next life she would indeed be reborn as a pig. Ha ha. The 2 women shot venomous glares at her, wishing fervently for her immediate demise. Hua Daoxue turned over and continued to sleep, allowing the 2 foolish women to engage in their antics. When Duan Faisi realized her words had failed to provoke a reaction from Hua Daoxue, her face turned a deep shade of anger. Open the door. This county princess intends to personally interrogate this malevolent woman. Hua Daoxue, already prepared with poison in hand, heard the jailer declare that the door could not be opened. Indeed, these 2 women were quite fortunate. Fetch Su Gongqing to me at once. Jun Qilin huffed, her face a mask of displeasure. Yes, this servant shall go at once. The jailer scurried away, moving faster than a dog's tail. Hua Daoxue, this princess ensures that once you are in here, you shall never escape. Even if I cannot kill you, you shall spend your life locked away in this prison. Jun Qilin continued, addressing the adjacent cell. Do you know how long your neighbor has been confined? A full 10 years. You shall share his fate. The man in the adjacent cell sat up, slipping on his shoes and approaching the desk. Raising the lamp to its brightest setting to resume his reading, Duan Faisi and Jun Qilin exchanged disdainful glances, then fixed their glares upon Hua Daoxue. Lying on her bed, Hua Daoxue rolled her eyes. These 2 barking dogs were indeed bothersome. Suddenly she sat upright, casting a cold glance toward the outside of her cell. Barking dogs can't bite, but if you continue to make noise, I swear I will ensure you can never bark again. Hua Daoxue, you shameless wretch, how dare you insult us as dogs? Jun Qilin exploded, charging toward the railing. I was referring to the noisy dogs, not naming you specifically. Who made you so self-aware? Hua Daoxue smirked, finding the woman's fury amusing. Hua Daoxue, this princess will see to it that you have no place to be buried. Prepare the bow and arrows. Jun Qilin, nearly out of her mind with rage, had always been accustomed to a life free from insult, and Hua Daoxue's audacity infuriated her. Your Highness, she is the princess consort of you. You must think carefully. The nurse standing behind her cautioned. What nonsense! Given the atrocious deed she has committed, how could the emperor's uncle still want her? Quickly, let this princess shoot her like a swarm of hornets. Jun Qilin seethed. Duan Faisi, reveling in the situation, found delight in Jun Qilin's plan to eliminate Hua Daoxue. which suited her own desires perfectly. June Qilan's expression grew more menacing. What is she to influence Dia? Your Highness, the archers have arrived. A soldier from the Feather Forest army rushed in, accompanied by a team of guards wielding bows and arrows. Hua Daoxue furrowed her brows. Was June Qilan truly mad enough to kill her indiscriminately? June Qilan, last time I was pursued, Zhang Dia owed me a life. Should I truly perish, he would not blame you, but he would certainly accompany me to death. It would be you, his fiancé, who caused his demise. Facing the frenzied June Qilan, Hua Daoxue could only leverage Zhang Dia as a bargaining chip. In this prison, there was nowhere to hide. Impossible. Dia would never die for you. June Qilan grasped the bars, wishing to tear Hua Daoxue apart. I have shared trials and tribulations with him. I have saved his life and he has vowed to serve me. You may attempt to kill me, but allow me to advise you. Death is irreversible. Should I die, it would be the end of everything. The one left to mourn will be you, forever clutching Zhang Dia's tombstone in anguish, while we would share the same death date. Hua Daoxue sat at the edge of her bed, legs crossed and arms folded, her demeanor calm and collected as she addressed June Qilan. You shameless little wretch, I will tear your mouth apart. Come then if you dare. Hua Daoxue laughed, finding June Qilan's frantic gestures amusing. Your Highness, the bows and arrows are prepared. The soldier from the Feather Forest army grinned, eager to please. Get lost. Do you have any sense? June Qilan kicked at him, unwilling to gamble with Dia's life. This wretch does not deserve it. Duan Feisi, maliciously observing, noted how easily Hua Daoxue had made June Qilan reconsider. What a cunning woman she is. Soon Su Gongqing arrived, his attire disheveled, likely having just crawled out of bed. Su Gongqing, panting, entered and greeted. This official pays respects to the Princess Consort of you, Your Highness, and the County Princess. He cast a glance at the composed Hua Daoxue seated on the bed, mentally cursing his luck for encountering such rivals. You actually bowed to her first? June Qilan shrieked, incredulous. Is there something wrong with that? Su Gongqing asked helplessly. The Princess Consort is naturally of higher status than a princess, not to mention she is an elder. Thus it is only proper to pay her respects first. She is a prisoner. June Qilan gritted her teeth, infuriated by Su Gongqing's lack of understanding, with heartfelt gratitude once more to the seventh prince. Su Yan and Her Majesty, love to you all. Tomorrow Luo Ti will make a dazzling appearance. Are there any fans of his? Chapter 130. Luo Ti arrives on that day. The Prince of Yu publicly kissed the Princess Consort of Yu in the court, which signifies that she is a woman recognized by the Prince of Yu. He would not dare act recklessly, even if he had 10 lives. It is said that a centipede, despite its death, does not become stiff. Even if the Princess Consort finds herself imprisoned, she remains the acknowledged consort of the Prince of Yu. Open the door. This princess wishes to visit the Princess Consort of Yu. June Qilan suppressed her anger. Your Highness, the prison gates of the Dali Temple are, in principle, off-limits to anyone. Su Gongqing's brow furrowed slightly. It was already improper for the princess and the county princess to enter the prison, and now to demand the gates be open was quite the headache for him. You stated it was a principle. Why can't this princess visit my aunt? June Qilan, assuming her royal demeanor, could instill fear in Su Gongqing. Hua Daoxue smiled coldly. Didn't the princess just intend to shoot me with arrows? Now you wish to show concern for my aunt. Upon hearing this, Su Gongqing's expression immediately shifted. If the Princess of Yu were to perish in this prison, the Prince of Yu would undoubtedly exhume his ancestors to exact vengeance upon him. Your Highness, I must caution you that the cells of the Dali Temple are indeed forbidden grounds. Should you allow the archers to enter, the Emperor himself would be powerless to protect you should this matter come to light. Su Gongqing's face tightened as he spoke the truth with a tremor of bravery. Pray tell, who dares to pursue me? June Qilan declared. Raising her chin imperiously, Su Gongqing found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a male voice resonated with authority. A man clad in shimmering white entered, accompanied by 2 similarly dressed women. His handsome visage was as exquisite as jade, yet his expression bore a formidable intensity. The princess wields considerable power. I was unaware that this realm of Qi had become your dominion. Hua Daoxue raised an eyebrow, her tone cool and composed. You are indeed aware of the circumstances. You are truly useless. I merely ventured to Qi and you have managed to land yourself in the Dali Temple's dungeon. Di Shongyun teased Hua Daoxue as if they were old friends. Di Shongyun, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. June Qilan interjected, her anger simmering beneath a veneer of restraint. Duancher Si, standing nearby, scoffed. Di Shongyun, are you truly that desperate for women to cling to a married man? Di Shongyun's gaze flickered momentarily before softening as he inquired, how fares your health? June Qilan stomped her foot in frustration. See, why did you run off so abruptly? Quite impressive, aren't you? You arrived and chased away these two bothersome sparrows, Hua Daoshua remarked with a smile, finally relishing the tranquility. What gift do you desire? Di Xiangyun was genuinely astonished by her audacity to seek gifts even while imprisoned. Naturally, a gift that ensures my survival, Hua Daoshua replied, acutely aware of her precarious situation. Had she not cleverly produced Zhang Dia, Jun Qilan might have turned her into a pincushion survival, you say? Di Xiangyun contemplated her earlier mention of having encountered Yen twice. This girl had clearly learned the value of caution, for instance, something that renders one impervious to blades and arrows. Hua Daoshua smiled mischievously, her face alight with anticipation should I possess such an item. Who would dare launch a covert attack against me? I indeed have such an item. However, as the saying goes, one should not receive rewards without merit. Why should I bestow it upon you? Di Xiangyun raised an eyebrow. Feigning difficulty, speak. What must I do? Upon hearing that such an item existed, Hua Daoshua slammed her palm against the bars, adopting a righteous demeanor. What are you willing to offer? Di Xiangyun's eyes revealed a flicker of intrigue. I will not engage in acts that dishonor my dignity, nor will I commit murder exceeding 10 lives, frame the innocent or sell my body. Other than that, I am open to negotiation, Hua Daoshua asserted her 4 refusals. Di Xiangyun chuckled coldly, with so many restrictions, what remains for you to consent to? Di Xiangyun then playfully poked her forehead, gently reprimanding, I, Luo Di, am hardly in a position to fret over a woman. Should you wish to align with Luo Valley, I would gift you the Jiao Lin garb. Hua Daoshua furrowed her brow, pouting slightly. I just stated I would not engage in acts that harm my dignity. How does aligning with Luo Valley compromise your dignity? Di Xiangyun rolled his eyes, remarking how many sought to join Luo Valley. Then I would be at your beck and call, devoid of any freedom. As the saying goes, life is precious, love is invaluable, yet for the sake of freedom, both may be cast aside. Freedom is far more precious than life itself. Hua Daoshua was resolute in her stance. In her previous life, she had entered an organization, only to meet her demise this time. She was determined to live for herself, to indulge in rest and laziness without interference. Di Xiangyun regarded her curiously. Where did you learn such whimsical verses? That is of no concern to you. Though they may be trivial verses, they convey a profound truth. Can we not negotiate different terms? Hua Daoshua wished to retain her freedom while still yearning for that invulnerable attire. Di Xiangyun languidly leaned against the bars, shaking his head. No, I can grant you time to ponder, but I must remind you that the Jiao Lin garb is truly one of a kind. Unparalleled in existence, Hua Daoshua felt a surge of longing. Such a treasure was undoubtedly a protective garment. Su Gongqing, observing their exchange, found himself increasingly ignored, his expression darkening further, however, upon catching sight of the 2 women clad in white accompanying Di Xiangyun. He dared not utter a word. Life was precious. One like Di Xiangyun, a notorious figure, could easily snuff out his existence without consequence. Hua Daoshua was entangled in her desires, yearning for both options yet reluctant to relinquish either. Finally, she resolved, very well, fate dictates our lives. Wearing that invulnerable garment may not guarantee my survival. After all, it might protect my upper body but leave my lower body vulnerable, or safeguard my lower body yet expose my head, ultimately rendering me a mummy. Are you truly unwilling? My terms are indeed unparalleled. Di Xiangyun expressed his frustration, feeling unappreciated, despite the occasional solitary genius or proud recluse who preferred not to join Luo Valley. A slight loosening of conditions would suffice to entice many. Yet, this woman was being offered the extraordinary Jiao Lin garb as an invitation. Humph, Luo Di mused. This woman truly lacked appreciation. One of the icy beauties accompanying Di Xiangyun became visibly displeased. She could not fathom why Luo Di was treating her with such deference. Even the Princess of Yu was not particularly esteemed. Di Xiangyun flashed a charming smile at the woman, Xiao Inger. Are you feeling envious? The other woman's expression shifted, and she quickly interjected, Luo Di, Luoing has overstepped. Please forgive her. The woman named Wanning lowered her head, slightly furrowing her brow. Luo Di is indeed fortunate. Surrounded by such ethereal beauties, Hua Daoshua thought to herself, not wishing to incite animosity. She smiled warmly at the 2 women. Compliments often find a receptive audience, and the 2 women flushed at the unabashed praise. Without you, I feel something is amiss, Di Xiangyun remarked, lifting her chin. If you do not wish to join Luo Valley, how about becoming my woman instead? Hua Daoshua burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to sway. Di Xiangyun cast her a perplexed glance. What is so amusing? Does my proposition strike you as a jest? Not at all. I simply find it quite humorous, Hua Daoshua said, her beautiful face reflecting genuine confusion. which only heightened her amusement. Perhaps after being nearly struck down by Jun Lintian, with no one to aid her, she had considered relying on Di Xiangyun, but that notion was far behind her. Ultimately, it was Jun Lintian who had come to her rescue. If her entanglement with Jun Lintian was a tragic fate, then her connection with Di Xiangyun was one of no fate at all. When Di Xiangyun later learned that Hua Daoxue had once contemplated depending on him for life, he nearly wept in despair. Di Xiangyun's expression darkened further, prompting Hua Daoxue to finally quell her laughter. Di Xiangyun, I am a married woman. It would be wise to refrain from such talk. Hua Daoxue yawned. By the way, what brings you here? If there is nothing pressing, I shall retire to sleep. Before Di Xiangyun could become exasperated, the two beauties behind him were already bristling with indignation. Clearly, she was dismissing them. After such a long journey, having rushed to the dungeon, her attitude was utterly intolerable. Wan Ning shot daggers at Hua Daoxue, feeling an ominous energy radiating from her. Realizing the danger, Hua Daoxue took a step back, her brow furrowed as she regarded the woman named Wan Ning. Di Xiangyun's brow furrowed in contemplation, pondering Hua Daoxue's perception of the situation. You believe this? Quickly depart with your beauties, otherwise my life may be forfeit, Hua Daoxue urged, retreating a couple of steps. Her expression tense. Di Xiangyun's brow remained furrowed, and he mused, how could she hold such a belief? Just leave, do not draw animosity toward me. Hua Daoxue turned, making her way back to her bed, finally recalling the inconspicuous Su Gongqing, do not allow this dungeon to resemble a marketplace where anyone may enter. After uttering her command, she lay down to sleep, waving her hand at Di Xiangyun. Farewell, no need to see me out. Di Xiangyun cast her a deep gaze, sighed helplessly, and turned to leave. Su Gongqing followed suit, and the dungeon was finally restored to silence. The man in the opposite cell calmly set his book aside and climbed into bed for a restful slumber. The night passed without dreams, until a beam of light streamed through the small window of the dungeon, rousing the man across from Hua Daoxue, who washed and groomed himself before turning to gaze at her. At that moment, Hua Daoxue was sound asleep, blissfully unaware. Suddenly, a group of maidservants entered the dungeon, swiftly drawing a curtain before Hua Daoxue's cell and exiting without a word. Had it not been for the silk curtain fluttering gently in the cool breeze, one might have thought the maidservants were merely a figment of imagination. Hua Daoxue slept soundly until midday the following day, only to be awakened by the officer summoned to escort her to court. Hua Daoxue stifled a yawn as she stepped outside, pausing momentarily to touch the nose of the silent, pallid man beside her. Hey sister, I might be gone for quite a while. Do you have any relatives outside that I should convey messages to? Or perhaps you've hidden some treasure somewhere? Do tell me quickly, for you shall never leave this place, and it would be a shame for your gold and jewels to remain uncherished. The man raised his gaze and uttered 4 words. Welcome back any time. Pa. Although the accommodations here are satisfactory, it is still a prison in my life. I cherish nothing more than freedom, so I shall not return. If you have any final words, now is the time to speak. For once I leave this sorghum village, there will be no more wheat fields. Take care. The man smiled coldly, a smile so chilling it sent shivers down Hua Daoxue's spine. You would do well to refrain from smiling. Your grin could make even the dead weep. Hua Daoxue pouted defiantly and followed the constable. Inside the courtroom, it was a sea of humanity, akin to a grand gathering, filled with ladies and gentlemen in vibrant hues. Hua Daoxue, you wretched creature, you have betrayed your own sister. You wicked woman, you shall surely descend into hell. The moment Hua Daoxue appeared, the sharp voices of condemnation pierced through the air, and upon closer inspection, she recognized the speaker as the third concubine of the Hua family, her biological mother. Furrowing her brow, she retorted, is this a court of law or merely a marketplace for scolding? Su Gongqing slammed his palm onto the bench, declaring whoever makes a fuss will be dragged out and punished with 20 strokes. His booming voice resonated powerfully, and Hua Daoxue gave him a thumbs up. The officials of the Dali Temple are indeed remarkable. Such presence, such authority, effortlessly silencing these shrews. Su Gongqing cleared his throat, addressing her formally, Princess Yu. This is a court. You are now suspected of being involved in 24 cases of flower theft occurring in the imperial city. Do you plead guilty? Su Gongqing's tone was grave. Thanks to Prince Qi, thanks to the anticipation of this moment year after year, and to the generous donations from several relatives of Ning, she expressed with a hint of gratitude. Su Gongqing's countenance shifted slightly. Flower thieves? How dare she utter such words behind the screen? Jun Qilin scoffed, then turned to the sullen Jun Lintian. Your Highness, is this truly your princess? Is this not enough disgrace for you? Jun Lintian shot her a cold glance, prompting Jun Qilin to sulk in silence. However, all 24 victims have had encounters with Princess Yu. What explanation do you offer? Su Gongqing's voice echoed once more. Hua Daoshua shook her head defiantly. How would I know? Perhaps the heavens are simply kind-hearted, and the gentle and benevolent have been wronged, thus divine intervention dealt with them. Moreover, I have no ties to them. They may have insulted me, but I believe that a barking dog seldom bites. Their insults do not trouble me. After all, they cannot take a piece of my flesh. If they believe they have connections to me, then I must suspect they are deliberately framing me as the flower thief, for in the end, they stand to gain the most, marrying the heir of the Ling kingdom, a desire many of them could only dream of. Hua Daoshua's eloquence left the women around her seething with a myriad of emotions, astonished by her audacity to shift blame with such ease. Princess Yu, your words defy all logic. A woman's honor is worth more than life itself. Su Gongqing felt a slight headache coming on. He feared he might not survive this ordeal. Su Gongqing, do you not see the absurdity? The victims claim I am the culprit simply because they have insulted me? Have you considered that I, as a woman, am incapable of such vile acts? Are you not concerned about how ludicrous it would appear if the flower thief were a woman? Clear the water from your mind and think carefully. Su Gongqing's expression darkened further. I have never claimed you were the one committing the acts. Then what is the point of this trial? If you believe I am not the one at fault, why do you continue to investigate me? Hua Daoshua smirked. You are the one orchestrating this. Su Gongqing felt as though he had encountered a formidable opponent. Oh, I am the one orchestrating this. Who? I would like to confront them directly and ascertain who I have supposedly directed. Hua Daoshua's expression was one of indifference. Bring in the culprits. Suddenly narrowing her eyes, Hua Daoshua grasped the intricacy of the situation. No wonder they dared to drag her to the prison. Apparently, the true culprits had already been apprehended. It was an intricately devised plot, likely initiated when she was summoned to the palace to discuss the flower thief case. How fortuitous that a pair of young gentlemen had been quarreling, fortuitously blocking her path, and how convenient that Hua Huaxin, who had tormented her for years, was present. A cold smile graced Hua Daoshua's lips. She had never sought to provoke anyone, yet they all seemed intent on her demise. Two individuals were brought forth, both in their 20s, tall yet unremarkable in appearance. Upon seeing Hua Daoshua, a flicker of recognition passed through their eyes, and they knelt down. Zhangfei, Liu Bei, do you recognize the person standing beside you? Su Gongqing inquired gravely. To the mention of their names, Hua Daoshua's lips twitched violently. Were they preparing to reenact the romance of the Three Kingdoms? Pardon me, I assure you it was not my intention to turn them into flower thieves. They should have registered their names for exclusive rights, lest they be appropriated by these lesser individuals. How did you instruct them? Su Gongqing demanded, seeking a detailed account. It was about half a month ago during the Linglong Pavilion's beauty contest. Liu Bei and I wished to enter, but it was not a place for commoners. We lingered outside. When she emerged, appearing injured and unsteady, her pitiful demeanor was quite tempting, and we foolishly seized the opportunity. Dragging her into a nearby alley after a bout of impropriety, she offered us 10 taels of gold for her release. We hesitated, fearing the consequences, for we could not afford to offend the people of Linglong Pavilion. We took the 10 taels and prepared to leave, but she called us back, offering 1,000 taels if we would assist her. The commoners had never seen such wealth and eagerly agreed. Su Gongqing's expression grew graver. What was that task? Hua Daoshua listened with a cold smile, noting how seamlessly they wove their tale, as if they were enacting a well-rehearsed play. Princess Yu, do you acknowledge their claims? Su Gongqing stood elegantly, while Hua Daoshua remained composed, unruffled. The schemers behind this plot had clearly mastered deception, but whether it was the Empress, the Emperor, or the Empress Dowager, Hua Mingho's involvement was undeniable. Otherwise, how would Hua Huaxin have appeared? Yet, the two culprits recognized Princess Yu. What explanation could she provide? Su Gongqing's brow furrowed further. Su Darren, if this is how you conduct investigations, then the powerful will be free to frame the innocent. If I had a connection with you and one day I found myself in trouble, only for someone to claim they were the culprit under your direction, would you not deserve execution? Hua Daoshua's gaze held a hint of disdain. He was reputed to be an upright official, yet she doubted his integrity. Su Gongqing found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her retort. Since you struggle with the case, why not allow me to teach you? May I inquire, are these two definitively the flower thieves? Standing tall, Hua Daoshua exuded an air of icy elegance that compelled even the onlookers to bow in silent homage. Yet, what of the appearance of the heir to the Ling kingdom? Hua Daoshua raised an eyebrow, recalling that night when Jun Linqian's men had pursued the flower thieves, only to find they had deliberately hidden within a brothel to evade capture. Indeed, they were both wearing human skin masks. This does little to prove that they were the flower thieves on the previous occasion. Furthermore, I have been confined in the U Palace since my injury and have had no opportunity to instruct them. How could I have orchestrated this latest incident? Just the other day, after burning the carriage on the road, you entered a pharmacy, where you issued instructions to us both. Zhang Fei raised his head, eager to confess that a chill passed through Hua Daoshua's eyes. They had even calculated this detail. Every event was constructed with precision. Even the location of her alleged instructions had been carefully arranged, trapped within the U Palace. The only 2 moments she could have possibly orchestrated something had been meticulously planned by them. She could not help but admire their intricate scheming. Hua Daoshua smiled slyly. Is that so? Are you aware of what I purchased at the pharmacy that day? Of course it was merely a few herbs. Zhang Fei's eyes flickered with confusion. Why was she asking this suddenly? Then do you know how many bundles I bought? That is something we did not pay attention to. A hint of panic crossed Zhang Fei's face. Interesting, for I bought 10 bundles, quite heavy indeed, which I held close to my chest. Yet you claim not to have noticed? Hua Daoshua's smile was enigmatic. Is that so? My lord, that I only took 1 bundle that day, and to ensure no one knew I had purchased it, I concealed it in my sleeve. I suspect Zhang Fei was the one who carried in excess. This matter can be verified with the pharmacy owner, though it would be wise for you to send someone to inquire swiftly, lest someone threaten him. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Fei and Liu Bei's expression shifted dramatically. Liu Bei hastily replied, My lord, the common folk truly do not know whether she took the medicine that day. They were merely intent on swiftly leaving with the money. Who would pay attention to what she held in her hands? Hua Daoshua curled her lips in disdain, remarking on the straightforward admission of inattention. Although there was a slight discrepancy, it was insufficient to prove that the two were lying. Then let us discuss the 16 young ladies I tasked you with during our first encounter. Which 16 families were they? Hua Daoshua inquired calmly, her demeanor unperturbed. Zhang Fei and Liu Bei accurately named them. Now, regarding the 8 families from that night, how did you two divide your responsibilities? Since that is the case, you must have studied the layout of these 4 families? Hua Daoshua asked. Naturally, they replied. Then why not sketch the layout of these 4 families for me? Hua Daoshua chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei and Liu Bei's expressions changed. This woman was proving to be quite a formidable adversary to my lord. Please bring them ink and paper to illustrate the layout. Having visited 4 families in one night, they should have a thorough understanding of their locations within the imperial city. She insisted. Su Gongqing nodded in agreement. Bring the ink and paper. Zhang Fei and Liu Bei pressed their lips together, struggling to maintain their composure. Despite their seemingly flawless explanations, they found themselves cornered into drawing a layout. When the materials were provided, the 2 men racked their brains to produce a sketch presenting the layout to Su Gongqing. He summoned a map of the imperial city to compare, only to furrow his brows further. The 2, noticing Su Gongqing's expression, quickly interjected, My lord, that was 10 days ago. The common folk have a poor memory, and after days of anxiety, the recollection of those families' locations is indeed quite hazy. Su Gongqing glared at them. A vague memory does not equate to a complete inversion. The directions are utterly disordered, my lord. We did follow some markings at the time, and it is understandable that we cannot illustrate it perfectly. They protested. Hua Daoshua could not help but admire the intelligence of those who conspired against her. They were calm and collected, proving more persuasive than mere rhetoric. How curious that in a world where all seek to survive, you two believe that admitting to being flower thieves will grant you a reprieve. Since you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige. Hua Daoshua stepped forward, her gaze cool as she asked, From where did you acquire those 2 human skin masks? Zhang Fei and Liu Bei were clearly caught off guard by her question. Momentarily stunned, Zhang Fei quickly recovered, stammering, Those were bought. Bought? I have heard that human skin masks are only available at the Bath Valley. Coincidentally, I am quite familiar with Luodi. Why did you not inform me? I could have helped you negotiate a better price. Hua Daoshua replied with a glint in her eye. Zhang Fei showed a hint of panic but quickly shook his head. No, we did not purchase them at Luo Valley. Then where did you acquire them? I have heard that a single human skin mask costs no less than 10,000 taels of gold. You only paid me 1,000 taels. Does that not seem rather unfair? Hua Daoshua smiled coldly, revealing a row of white teeth that made Zhang Fei and Liu Bei's hearts race. We gathered materials to make them ourselves. Liu Bei has learned from a master how to create human skin masks. Zhang Fei gritted his teeth, urging himself to remain calm. He could hardly fathom how this woman could be so difficult to deal with. Since you possess such a skill, why not sell some human skin masks? Hua Daoshua asked lazily. Zhang Fei frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. Liu Bei sighed. I too would love to sell this skill. But my master has taught me that this art should not be used for profit. Hua Daoshua laughed lightly. You two are quite clever. It would indeed be a shame if you were to perish. Zhang Fei and Liu Bei's faces turned ashen, struggling to comprehend Hua Daoshua's intentions. Since you, Liu Bei, possess this skill, why not demonstrate it? My lord, provide him with a room and ensure that if he can indeed create a human skin mask. I will confess to my crimes, Hua Daoshua declared coldly. Liu Bei's expression tightened at this proposition. Zhang Fei exchanged a glance with him, prompting Liu Bei to quickly add, my lord, creating a human skin mask is not a task that can be accomplished in a short time. It requires several days. Then no matter, I can wait, even if it takes years. I will remain here in prison until you produce it. Hua Daoshua replied resolutely. Very well, it is decided. Lock Liu Bei in the back room of the Dali Temple. If he produces a human skin mask, then you, Princess Yu, shall bear all the responsibility for the crimes, Su Gongqing stated with satisfaction. Regardless of the outcome, this case would be resolved that if he manages to create it. It will be impossible for me to deny it, will it not? Hua Daoshua mocked Su Gongqing. Zhang Fei and Liu Bei exchanged glances. Liu Bei added, my lord, this skill is a secret art not to be divulged. I can create it, but I would prefer that no one learns it. Very well, I shall provide you with a quiet environment free from disturbances, Su Gongqing assured, rising from his seat. That will be all for today. Gratitude to Ya, Feng Jianche, for the generous reward. Chapter 134. Jun Lintian visits the prison. Once upon a time, I believe that marrying into the Yu Wangfu would mean living with a husband who is impotent and rarely at home, allowing me to enjoy a tranquil and comfortable existence, despite being overlooked. Yet now, I find myself in peril time and again, and having narrowly escaped death, I am now the target of schemes, leaving me regretting my choices to the point of wishing to spit blood. The man's lips twitched in response. Hua Daoshua glanced at the sheer veil drawn before the prison and ripped it down in disdain, exclaiming, how ridiculous! This prison is adorned like a brothel. Hua Daoshua lay back on the bed in the prison, shouting, these vile creatures dare to frame me. I possess thousands of years of intelligence over you, and if I were to perish at your hands, I would be ridiculed by my modern peers in the afterlife. Enough of this. I shall not dwell on it. It's time for sleep. Moments later, Hua Daoshua had drifted into a peaceful slumber. The man across the room lifted his gaze from his book, casting a meaningful glance at the woman before him. The Yu Wang had indeed married an intriguing woman. His life would not be too dull. When Jun Lintian arrived, Hua Daoshua was still deep in slumber. She glanced at the torn veil and saw Jun Lintian, whose expression was dark as a visitor from the netherworld. Who destroyed it? His cold voice sent shivers down the spine. Jun Lintian's lips twitched. This woman truly made him want to deliver a sound beating as a lesson. Open the door, he commanded softly. Gongqing stepped forward, placing the key on the chain. With a resounding crack, the chain gave way. Your Grace, please. Gongqing respectfully opened the door. The guards who followed behind wore pale expressions, but not a word dared to escape their lips. Sensing someone approaching, Hua Daoshua slowly opened her starry, dazzling eyes, gazing at Jun Lintian before closing them again to return to sleep. Jun Lintian's eyelids twitched. This woman was sleeping so soundly even after his arrival. Resigned, he sat on the bed, his brows furrowing. The bed was as hard as a door plank. He extended his long arms to embrace Hua Daoshua, furrowing his brow further. Have you not eaten for the past 2 days? It was as if he were speaking to himself, yet the guard behind him turned pale at the words. Your Grace, we have prepared various meats for Princess Yu over the past 2 days. She has eaten well, but at times she sleeps through her meals. Understood. Leave now and draw the veil back up, Jun Lintian instructed, his gaze lingering on Hua Daoshua's delicate visage. This woman possessed a tender and exquisite beauty. Though she had reached 18, her slender frame and fair skin gave her the appearance of a mere 14 or 15-year-old. Yet, she had not lacked in the necessary curves, appearing even more voluptuous than most. To hold her was to feel her softness pressing against him, making it increasingly difficult for him to maintain control. Jun Lintian shook his head in resignation, yet this woman remained oblivious. Sleeping soundly in his arms. If she were to act so freely with other men, would she treat them the same way? The thought darkened his expression, and he pinched her chest hard, eliciting a startled wakefulness from Hua Daoshua. Jun Lintian, I am in prison. Do you not allow me a moment of peace? She must have unearthed his ancestral tomb in a past life. I will take you out, Jun Lintian murmured, stroking her lustrous hair gently. No, I refuse to be a fugitive. I have confidence in my ability to catch the ones who framed me. If you do not wish to assist, then send more people to keep a close watch on Liu Bei's room. Hua Daoshua replied as she roused herself and stood up. Jun Lintian remained silent, observing her. This woman seemed never to want his protection, never seeking his help in times of trouble. Did she not realize how formidable her husband was? This feeling of being unneeded left him quite displeased. The Feather Forest Army is coming to capture you. You can easily refuse to go with them. Sherpa and Tianjing can ensure your safety. He said coolly. The oil is already heated and waiting for me. If I do not go, would that not waste it? I abhor wastefulness. To squander is shameful, Hua Daoshua replied, unwilling to become a timid turtle. She was not concerned with reputation. Rather, the days had become dull, and engaging with them provided some entertainment, preventing them from plotting against her elsewhere, while she did not doubt Jun Lin Tian's abilities. He was ultimately not her true partner. She could never allow herself to become reliant on him. Even if they had embraced, kissed, and engaged in even more intimate encounters, she would never permit her heart to succumb to folly. Have you never considered the possibility of becoming a dish served on the table? Jun Lintian's expression was tinged with slight anger. It seemed that over these days, his tolerance towards her had gone unnoticed. Just those few insignificant clowns attempting to turn me into a meal. They lacked the culinary skills for such a feat. Hua Daoshua curled her lips in disdain, her charming visage radiating an air of haughty confidence. Wasn't she nearly shot to pieces by Jun Qilin? Jun Lintian couldn't resist the urge to deflate her ego. Indeed, she was clever enough, yet sometimes she was unguarded. He understood that this woman still did not comprehend his actions, currently harboring resentment towards him, and perhaps there was still much he needed to accomplish in the future. Little girl, I could easily concoct a couple of reasons to deter her from making a move. Hua Daoshua proudly pouted at him. You see, knowing they are but children, you ought not to hold them accountable. Jun Lintian chuckled, amused by her arrogant demeanor, which somehow seemed to bring him comfort. Leaning down, he couldn't help but peck her crimson lips, and at last, his gloomy mood from the past 2 days was illuminated by sunshine. My lord, I am currently imprisoned, lacking the energy to tend to your ailments. Refrain from kissing me at every turn. Hua Daoshua pushed him away, annoyance evident as she stood. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Jun Lintian was increasingly acting out of character, treating her as though she were a test subject. Did he genuinely want her to rise? Surely, you do not wish to depart from my presence so soon, hence seeking refuge in this prison to prolong the time for me to heal? Jun Lintian smiled mischievously, unabashedly stating, Thank you, exquisite beauty, for your generous donations. There are many inquiries regarding how to recharge for rewards. Those asking this question must be iPhone users. Kindly open your browser and search for Tencent Mobile Portal. Enter the touchscreen version to read. Once inside, you will find the option to recharge. The touchscreen version is just as convenient as the iPhone client, and recharging is cheaper than using the iPhone API. It will be available for purchase the day after tomorrow. Are your book coins prepared, dear readers? Chapter 135, Showing Affection? Hua Daoshua couldn't help but roll her eyes. His narcissism and shamelessness surpassed even her own. Why not grant me a divorce right now and see if I am truly inclined to leave? Hua Daoshua raised an eyebrow, her expression one of eager anticipation. And your dreams? Jun Lintian's smile vanished abruptly, his face darkening. She had indeed never intended to leave his side. Hua Daoshua lifted her chin defiantly. If you cannot do it, do not flatter yourself. Jun Lintian gritted his teeth in frustration. Hua Daoshua, remember today's words well. You will regret it later. Hua Daoshua raised an eyebrow. Unforgettable. Jun Lintian reached out, pulling her back into his embrace, covering her lips with his, biting down. Hua Daoshua truly regretted her lack of internal strength. However, she could not allow him to force her every time without a second thought. She kicked him, gripping his hair tightly. The pain forced Jun Lintian to vent his frustration on her lips until he tasted the metallic tang of blood from her tender mouth. He shamelessly licked the blood, grinning wickedly. You should keep your flowery fists and embroidered legs hidden. Behave and perhaps I will show you some tenderness. Get lost. Hua Daoshua spat through clenched teeth, pulling his hair, then using her legs to execute a 360-degree kick towards his head. Such flexibility was rare. And Jun Lintian was caught off guard by her maneuver. His head was struck hard twice, and several strands of his hair were yanked out. Hua Daoshua. Jun Lintian's face darkened to an unrecognizable hue. My dear prince, why are you shouting? Did you not say my skills were mere showmanship? The triumphant Hua Daoshua smirked, reveling in her small victory. She was merely lacking inner strength. If she possessed it, who knows who would triumph? Do you believe I would let you treat my ailments right here? Jun Lintian's gaze deepened, tinged with anger. This woman truly dared to pull out his hair. You dare? Hua Daoshua recalled the numerous kiss marks adorning her body, trembling slightly. This pervert might truly act on such a threat. However, Jun Lintian wore a cold, ghostly expression, extending his long, pale fingers to tug at her hair. The pain brought tears to Hua Daoshua's eyes. Yet, Jun Lintian snatched the hair she held tightly, binding it with the strands he had just pulled from her head, securing it with a tight knot as he coldly remarked, "Now it is fair." "What a petty man, it is merely a few strands of hair. Why be so calculative?" Hua Daoshua couldn't help but curse, reaching for the two tied strands in his hand, but June Lintian swiftly evaded her grasp. Hua Daoshua's eyes widened. "Have you lost your mind?" She had come to prison, yet he had entered to display affection. How absurd. Where was the affection in this? This was an invitation for misunderstandings. His sudden change in demeanor left Hua Daoshua feeling utterly baffled. Once he stepped out of the prison, he unexpectedly encountered a man across from him, a fleeting hint of unusual emotion flickering in his eyes. Yet he halted his steps. "How has seventh brother fared in this prison?" His voice was calm, devoid of emotion. "Seventh brother?" The man across was also a prince. She was curious how a prince had ended up imprisoned for so many years. From June Qian's tone, he did not seem to show him any respect in this quiet prison. His movements were nearly soundless. Hua Daoshua glanced up at the window in the high wall, where bright sunlight streamed in. How could there be rain? The man, after June Lintian left, subtly curled the corners of his lips, revealing a smile. In the royal city, there were indeed few relatives of the imperial family. Unexpectedly, one was found in prison. The man paid her no mind, lost in his thoughts, yet Hua Daoshua keenly noticed that he held an entirely blank book, devoid of any words. My goodness, was he staring at a book of nothingness every day? Such a test of willpower, incredibly inspirational. "Seventh brother, this prison seems rather dull. May I borrow a book?" Seeing that the man ignored her, Hua Daoshua continued to engage him. The man glanced at her. "Seventh brother?" She called it quite naturally. Perhaps it was this endearment that pleased the man, for he casually picked up a nearby book and tossed it towards Hua Daoshua. The book passed through the bars, soaring through the air, and landed precisely at Hua Daoshua's feet. Though it was merely a book, Hua Daoshua recognized that this man possessed formidable martial skills. Throwing such a large book without grazing the bars was impressive. Hua Daoshua used her foot to nudge the book, catching it with her hand. The dark blue cover bore 4 characters, "Gifted to a kindred spirit." Could it possibly be a martial arts manual? Excited, Hua Daoshua quickly flipped it open, only to find another book devoid of text, with a single word inscribed on the last page. And my foot." She glared at the man. Could he truly be serious? There had to be some trickery at play. Hua Daoshua resolved to explore the mystery of this blank book. Holding it aloft, she indeed felt no words upon its surface. Bringing it to her nose, she detected not only the fragrance of paper but also a hint of alum. A smile crept upon her lips as she tucked the book into her sleeve and closed her eyes to take a nap. When she next awoke, she found herself staring into the worried face of Jiqiu, who looked delicate and anxious. She sat up swiftly. "Jiqiu, what brings you here?" "Miss, it was I who requested Lord Yu to allow me to care for you." Jiqiu smiled, grasping her hand. "Miss, you have lost weight after not seeing you for a few days." Hua Daoshua chuckled helplessly. "You truly are my loyal confidant, sharing both fortune and imprisonment?" She knew Jiqiu was devoted, yet she had not realized how completely she had dedicated herself to her. Alas, this foolish girl had entered prison just to be with her. "Miss, I have brought you some hairy crabs." Jiqiu opened a large food box, and an aroma of crab wafted through the air. Several golden hairy crabs lay within, tantalizing and mouth-watering, as now was the perfect season for indulging in crab during the golden autumn of October. "Jiqiu, you truly are my mind reader. How did you know I adore these?" Hua Daoshua took out a silk handkerchief to wipe her hands, sitting at the stone table and swiftly breaking off the legs of the crabs. "Miss, wait. Allow me to serve you. Do not dirty your hands or soil your clothes with strange odors. If the prince discovers this, he will surely punish me." Jiqiu hurriedly snatched the golden hairy crab from her hands. Her face contorted in worry. "What do I care if he knows? Does his arm extend so wide as to reach into the prison?" Though Hua Daoshua feigned annoyance, she was pleased to have someone to serve her. "Miss, these crabs are a southern delicacy, sent from afar. Many perished along the journey, leaving only a few alive by the time they reached the lord's residence." Jiqiu expressed her regret. Hua Daoshua quickly opened the food box she had brought. Frowning, "How many did you bring?" "Miss, all the hairy crabs from the lord's residence are here." Jiqiu joyfully presented her with the already prepared crab shells. Hua Daoshua's lips twitched. Would June Lintian really be so generous? "I am unsure. The palace guards delivered them to me, saying that since you are in prison, you ought to enjoy some fine delicacies." Jiqiu smiled shyly. Hua Daoshua hesitated. "They wouldn't have cooked dead crabs to give me, would they? Dead crabs can be poisonous." Surely not. Jiqiu's small face froze. She had not considered this. marveling at how the palace guard suddenly seemed so kind to the miss, perhaps I should taste it first. No need. Hua Daoxue retrieved a small cloth pouch from her waist, revealing a row of silver needles with a silver needle plunged into the crab. It surprisingly did not change color that I was overthinking. Hua Daoxue retracted the silver needle, sat down, and began to feast heartily, not forgetting to share a couple of crabs with Jiqiu. Eat up, let us fill our stomachs first, and the rest can be given to that man over there. Jun Daoyan, though not particularly sharp in other matters, had keen ears. Upon hearing Hua Daoxue's words, he was left in a quandary, unsure whether to laugh or cry. At least he recognized the virtue of sharing unfinished food with oneself. Hua Daoxue devoured the crabs with great speed, finishing 3 in no time. Overwhelmed by the richness of the crab roe, she took a sip of water and fell asleep, instructing Jiqiu to eat a few more and send 2 to Brother Qi across the table. Less than half an hour later, Hua Daoxue felt a discomfort in her abdomen, furrowing her brow as she opened her eyes. Miss, what is wrong? Jiqiu, seated nearby embroidering, noticed her pallor and rushed over. My stomach hurts. She had sampled those hairy crabs and they were harmless. Why would she be in pain? Miss, could it be that there is something wrong with the hairy crabs? But wait, I ate them too and felt fine. As the pain in her abdomen intensified, beads of sweat formed on Hua Daoxue's forehead. Jiqiu, quickly summon a doctor. A jailer sauntered over leisurely. What is all the fuss? Stomach pain is hardly a serious matter. Just endure it, it will pass. Don't you know that others cannot just waltz into the Dali Temple's prison? Jiqiu, frantic, ground her teeth. You. Our miss is the princess of you. If anything happens, you won't have 1,000 lives to spare. Hurry and fetch someone. Jiqiu realized this jailer was not the one who had welcomed her upon her arrival. That one had been exceedingly polite. Had the jailers changed shifts? The prince is treated the same as commoners when it comes to the law. The princess of you is now a prison inmate and must abide by the rules of the Dali Temple. It's not a life-threatening issue. If she were to die, I would seek a doctor myself. The jailer cast a disdainful, venomous glance her way. If anything happens to our princess in the Dali Temple prison, I would rather not live. Jiqiu shouted fiercely. You brought the food in. If something happens, it's your responsibility. Suddenly, the jailer let out a pained cry, his face turning a deep shade of purple. The next day, the story would begin charging fees, and saving a few bun coins would mean not abandoning the gratitude owed to Lord Qi for his capricious generosity. The narrator is grateful for the support, and the new chapter would reveal a wealth of new content, thanking everyone for their patience and encouragement. Chapter 138. An incident. The jailer's body was yanked back by a man from the prison behind him. One hand gripping the jailer's neck, while the other patted his back lightly. That gentle touch, however, was accompanied by the sound of something snapping. Hua Daoxue, having finished speaking, clutched her abdomen and writhed on the bed, the pain causing her to contort, her brows knitting into a mountain range. The child. She was still carrying a child. Jiqiu, quickly call for someone. Hua Daoxue, enduring the pain, instructed, but within her heart, an unprecedented panic was rising. She had always wanted to rid herself of this child, but at this moment she found herself unwilling to part with it. After 3 months of pregnancy, she did not wish to lose it just like that. Especially not to someone else's actions, for that would be a grievance she could not bear. Jun Daoyan pushed the man down coldly, saying, bring the doctor within the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Otherwise, the ice palm will make you wish for death. The jailer, pale and sweating profusely, had no choice but to endure the pain and run away quickly upon hearing those words. Jiqiu hurriedly dampened a silk cloth and wiped Hua Daoxue's forehead. As Hua Daoxue neared the brink of fainting from the pain, the doctor arrived with his medicine chest, followed by Su Gongqing. Su Gongqing's face was as pale as the dead. If anything happened to the princess of you in the prison, his head would be on the line. Doctor, quickly, how is the princess? Su Gongqing urged as he pushed the doctor forward. The doctor, upon seeing Hua Daoxue, had a flicker of panic cross his face. What a coincidence. To encounter the princess of you again, however, he thought to himself how fortunate she was. The last time she had been poisoned by the Mou flower, she had survived. That he hastily checked Hua Daoxue's pulse, his expression turning exceedingly complex. The child within the princess was still alive. This astonished him greatly. Surviving the Mou flower was a miracle, yet the child had survived as well. How could this not shock him? Furthermore, the prince had not disposed of the child. Royal matters were indeed convoluted. The doctor sniffed, catching a whiff of an unusual aroma, and quickly inquired, what did the princess eat recently? Doctor, she just ate hairy crabs. The doctor shook his head. Hairy crabs are cold in nature. How could the princess's body tolerate that? His gaze at Daoxue held a hint of reproach. Hua Daoxue, nearly breathless from the pain, had never been pregnant before and had never considered the dietary taboos. Especially since she had never wanted this child, thus she had paid no heed to it. Truly, she was inflicting suffering upon herself. This was the price of a glutton. Tears streamed down Hua Daoshua's face. And eventually, she wept openly, pondering what her future would hold, carrying a child of uncertain origins, while having to restrict her diet for it. How could I have become pregnant without even experiencing the pleasures of love? She lamented, feeling utterly frustrated. Doctor, you must find a way to relieve the princess's pain. Miss, are you in great pain? Jiqiu asked, offering to massage her. The sight of Hua Daoshua's tears sent Jiqiu into a flurry of panic. Unsure of what to do, the doctor quickly retrieved a pain-relieving pill from his medicine chest. This is a pain relief pill. It should ease the discomfort shortly. How strange, this abdominal pain should not have caused her to weep. He had checked just now, and the princess's pain should have been alleviating. None of them would understand that Hua Daoshua was discontented because she had become pregnant without experiencing love, and was heartbroken at the thought of having to give up the joys of food for the child. Anyone in her position would feel aggrieved. Hua Daoshua continued to cry, her tears flowing uncontrollably like a burst dam. Who would have imagined that a royal decree would bind her to the ugly, impotent prince? You? Fine, she would acquiesce. After all, the prince was seldom in the residence and impotent, allowing her to live as a docile parasite. What had she done to deserve this? In her past life, she had killed many, yet those were all wicked individuals. She had neither merit nor fault to speak of, and now she was burdened with this bizarre life after being transmigrated upon leaving the prison. She would make a wish at a temple to ask for a change in her fate. When Jun Lintian rushed over upon receiving news, he found Hua Daoshua weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, while the crowd around her was at a loss for what to do, with only Jiqiu continuing to offer comfort. Almost everyone fell to their knees, heads bowed, too afraid to look him in the eye. Jun Lintian sat down beside the bed. Hua Daoshua's delicate face, with her pretty nose now flushed from crying, and glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, looked utterly pitiful. A flicker of compassion crossed his eyes as he reached out his long, slender fingers to wipe away her tears. Don't cry, the esteemed princess of you should not display such weakness. Do you not fear losing face? Although his tone was not particularly gentle, he nonetheless lifted Hua Daoshua into his lap. Holding her close, Madam, how is your health? Hua Daoshua was too preoccupied with her tears to pay heed to his words. She had endured grievances, and a few tears were hardly excessive. In her previous life, her temper had been such that she would have shot anyone who dared to cross her. Very few knew of her pregnancy, and who had such a heart to send her hairy crabs? Everyone else was dismissed, leaving only the doctor. Jun Lintian, feeling the dampness of his clothes, could not help but frown. Why did this woman cry endlessly? Once the room was cleared, Jun Lintian coldly stated, Speak. The doctor noted that the princess's condition had been severely strained. Though they had managed to preserve the fetus this time, there could be no further errors. The doctor's words made Jun Lintian's brows furrow even more coldly, and after a moment he instructed, write down everything she must avoid, including medicines and any fragrant substances in meticulous detail. Chapter 139. Liu Bei creates a mask. Yes, I shall write it down immediately. The doctor exhaled in relief. The prince truly accepted this child. No need. Have it written and delivered to the Prince Yu's residence. Jun Lintian rose, still holding Hua Daoshua, only to find that the person in his arms had ceased crying and her breathing had steadied. He couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. This woman could cry when she wished, create a scene when it suited her, and fall asleep whenever she desired. How enviable. He could never bring himself to act so frivolously. If Hua Daoshua were aware of his thoughts, she would surely retort, one should not sacrifice one's dignity to endure suffering. Jun Lintian carried Hua Daoshua out of the prison, casting a glance at Jun Daoyin before leaving without a word. Su Gongqing, holding Hua Daoshua, wore a truly expressive look on his face. Was the prince attempting a prison break? Prince, the princess is currently a key suspect. You cannot take her away. Su Gongqing hurriedly rushed over to intercept him. Deep down, he understood that if Wang Yu intended to take someone away, there would be no means to prevent it. The soldiers stationed at the Dali Temple were insufficient compared to the few guards by his side. Moreover, for years, the Dali Temple had been under Wang Yu's management, and he was effectively still under Wang Yu's command. At Su Gongqing, my princess nearly perished in prison. The Dali Temple cannot guarantee the safety of prisoners. Naturally, I must take her away. Until it is confirmed that she is the mastermind behind the flower theft case, she remains my princess. Jun Lintian coldly addressed Gongqing. This useless fool, if it weren't for Hua Daoshua's cleverness, she would have already been slain by Jun Qilan. But Wang Yu, this is an edict from the emperor. Su Gongqing protested. He had no desire to obstruct him. even if he had 10 lives. He would not wish to do so, however. Capturing the Wangfei was a matter of imperial decree. Did the emperor order you to allow Jun Qilin to bring archers inside? Jun Linqian's gaze was icy. I acknowledge my fault. It is my inadequate protection, Su Gongqing stammered, terrified. Kneeling on the ground after speaking, Jun Lintian took Hua Daoshu and departed. Su Gongqing exhaled deeply. Just as he stood up, a squad of Yulin soldiers burst in. The leader, Bai Hao, glared at him furiously. Su Gongqing, how dare you let a major criminal escape? Su Gongqing brushed his sleeves dismissively. How dare you speak? Your archers trespassed into the Dali Temple prison. And Wang Yu has now seized the opportunity to take the Wangfei away. You have achieved nothing and only caused trouble. With a cold rebuke, Su Gongqing ignored Bai Hao and left, leaving Bai Hao seething with rage. Cursing himself for being a moment too late. Speed to Wang Yu's residence. We cannot allow the Wangfei to escape. Bai Hao commanded, yes. Upon opening her eyes, Hua Daoshua found herself on Jun Linqian's luxurious ebony bed. Large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people, the bed's canopy had been drawn down, and through the thin veil, she could see Qiqiu and Hongmei conversing. From now on, you will prepare meals for the Wangfei according to what is written here. You two are responsible for her sustenance. Do not give her any opportunity to exploit. Remember, you must personally deliver the food to the Wangfei. Gongqing instructed seriously and cautiously. Qiqiu and Hongmei accepted the list with solemn nods. Qiqiu was also frightened. Although the young lady was reluctant to have this child, the master cared deeply, and she hoped the young lady would carry the child to term. Qiqiu. Hua Daoshua called out, attempting to get out of bed, but felt her entire body was weak. My lady, you are awake. Qiqiu and Hongmei quickly lifted the light veil. Gongqing had already stepped out. This is no different from a prison break. Qiqiu hurriedly fetched water to help her drink. Has Liu Bei not yet fashioned the human skin mask? Hua Daoshua asked after drinking a large bowl of water, feeling somewhat better. Not yet. I am hungry. Go fetch something to eat. Hua Daoshua suspected that Liu Bei would not be so swift. If Jun Lintian were to seal that room, they would have no chance to deliver a human skin mask to him. If those who conspired against her dared to send one, they could easily be caught red-handed. However, to Hua Daoshua's astonishment, Liu Bei unexpectedly delivered the human skin mask the next day. What? Are you certain he has made the human skin mask? Hua Daoshua exclaimed, springing to her feet in disbelief. Liu Bei would never craft such a thing himself. Could it be that Jun Linqian's men had erred, allowing them to deliver the mask to Liu Bei? Hongmei paced the room anxiously. Wangfei, do not fret. Be cautious of the fetus. I am almost becoming a flower thief. Who has time to worry about a fetus? Hua Daoshua retorted, yet she calmly sat down. There was no need to panic. Jun Lintian would certainly not allow her to perish, as she carried the offspring he desired. Did this count as her being favored due to her child? Wangfei, the Wangye has already taken action. He will not allow you to become a flower thief, Hongmei assured confidently. Hua Daoshua looked up. How long have you been with Jun Lintian? She had always sensed that Hongmei was extraordinary. Her footsteps were typically silent, suggesting she possessed formidable skills. Moreover, Jun Lintian seemed to trust her greatly, even entrusting her with the responsibility of food. What do you think your Wangya will do about this matter? Hua Daoshua inquired with a smile, correctly deducing that Hongmei had likely been trained from a young age to be loyal. Everything is within the Wangya's expectations. Hongmei's eyes revealed an unmistakable pride. Her master was certainly not an ordinary person, and such minor schemes were beneath him. Although Hongmei spoke with confidence in Jun Lintian, Hua Daoshua remained somewhat uneasy. Besides his arrogance, she had yet to witness his true capabilities. If he truly possessed them, why had he endured oppression for so many years? He wielded military power and had a part in token, yet he still had to heed that old hag, allowing her to retain authority. The maneuvering of the emperor to command the lords was something he should have undertaken. When did it become the old witch's turn? If he were capable, he would not have allowed her to be treated as a target for arrows, thereby shattering her idyllic life as a rice bug. My lady, the Yulin soldiers from the Dali temple have returned. They wish to take you back. Just then, Qiqiu rushed in, flustered. They came quite swiftly. Hua Daoshua stood up, patting the worried Qiqiu. Do not fret. Believe that the innocent will clear their names. You stay in the residence. Hongmei will accompany me. As she was about to leave, Qiqiu grasped her arm. My lady, the evidence is irrefutable this time. If you go, it may spell disaster. You should escape. Hua Daoshua shot her a glance, setting aside whether I can escape or not. If I do manage to flee, it would mean living as a fugitive, which is hardly preferable to a swift death. As for being an escaped convict, she was even less inclined to consider that. This time the Yulin soldiers were much more courteous than before, inviting Hua Daoshua to the carriage. and a quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the Dali temple dressed in a flowing white silk gown. Hua Daoxue was slender yet alluring, walking with a composed grace that stood in contrast to the timid steps of other noble ladies, exuding an air of elegance. June Lintian's gaze remained fixed upon her as she entered, his eyes never straying from her delicate form. He knew her physique well. Though slender and delicate, she possessed strength beneath her exterior, capable of enduring vigorous exertion. Those other noble ladies were as fragile as vases. He could hardly fathom how they managed to attract suitors. If he were to marry for the sake of addressing physiological needs, he would undoubtedly choose someone like Hua Daoxue, who possessed such latent power. "Come here," June Lintian commanded coldly as Hua Daoxue walked in. She longed to slap him into outer space. She was not a dog to be summoned with a simple gesture. Nevertheless, she refrained, knowing it was not the time for such antics. Reluctantly, she approached, only to find herself pulled into his embrace as he wrapped his long arm around her slender waist. "Wangya, this is the court." Hua Daoxue gritted her teeth, feeling as though he treated her like a courtesan. Engaging in such intimate gestures before so many witnesses, inviting ridicule. In her mind, she wished to strike him on the crown of his head, but he seemed oblivious to her fury. "Now that my esteemed lady has arrived, we may commence the proceedings." June Lintian addressed Su Gongqing. Ignoring her protests, Su Gongqing's expression darkened. As the accused, the Wang Fei should be standing in the main hall for her trial, yet with Wang Yu holding her so possessively, it painted a curious picture. "Wang Fei, the criminal Liu Bei has produced the human skin mask. Do you recall what you said last time?" Su Gongqing asked, striving to maintain his composure. Jun Qilan smirked, relishing the impending doom of this little vixen. "Of course, but can you confirm that the human skin mask was indeed crafted by Liu Bei himself?" Hua Daoxue calmly inquired, pondering how to reveal that the mask did not originate from Liu Bei's hands. The room where Liu Bei resided was heavily guarded, and no one had entered. Su Gongqing believed that just because no one had been seen entering did not mean that no one had entered at all. Hua Daoxue, unable to stand straight due to June Lintian's embrace, decided to sit on his thigh, noting his body stiffened slightly. Ignoring it, she lazily addressed Liu Bei. "Was this human skin mask truly created by you?" Jun Qilan, displeased, scoffed. "Is Wang Fei deliberately stalling for time? The facts are clear. Liu Bei has produced the human skin mask. You previously suspected they were not genuine flower thieves, and now they have proven otherwise. Implicating you as well. How much longer do you intend to argue, Uncle Emperor? How long will you protect her?" Across from them, Jun Qin narrowed his eyes at the unfolding scene, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the chair. Lost in thought, "Princess, why are you so anxious? If I were the mastermind, I would not escape this fate. I am not concerned about a matter of mere moments." Liu Bei, after crafting this human skin mask, did anyone else handle it? As she spoke, she attempted to stand and approach Liu Bei but found herself restrained by June Lintian's iron grip. Glaring at him in frustration, she could not discern whether he was helping her or deliberately sabotaging her. A faint smile graced Hua Daoxue's lips. Perhaps June Lintian had inadvertently done her a favor. This time, he released her, a hint of amusement lingering at the corner of his pale lips, concealed beneath his mask. Unnoticed by anyone else, Hua Daoxue rose to her feet, enveloping her hands in the corners of her skirt as she grasped the freshly crafted human skin mask. The texture was still supple, moist and elastic, with a hue leaning towards a muted yellow. When the servant brought in the flour, she sprinkled it over the mask and, with a gentle breath, left only a delicate layer behind. With a smile, Hua Daoxue stood upright and placed the mask on Su Gong'an's desk. "Sir, having presided over cases for many years, you must be aware that any object touched by a person will bear fingerprints. Perhaps you might wish to ascertain how many fingerprints adorn this mask." Su Gongqing leaned in with gravity, and on the thin layer dusted with flour, the fingerprints were starkly evident. The mask bore a labyrinth of prints, clearly indicating it had been handled by numerous individuals. "Liu Bei, what do you have to say for yourself?" Su Gongqing queried, puzzled. Could it truly be that others had entered? Liu Bei appeared momentarily dazed, caught off guard by Hua Daoxue's clever maneuver, but quickly regained his composure. "My lord, this mask was altered multiple times in my quest for authenticity, hence the abundance of fingerprints is only to be expected. If that is the case, let us compare each fingerprint one by one. This princess does not shy away from inconvenience, and I trust Su Gongqing does not either," Hua Daoxue replied with calm assurance. Yet, her seemingly tranquil gaze concealed a tempest within, sending an involuntary chill down Liu Bei's spine. "As long as the case can be resolved, I fear no trouble," Su Gongqing declared earnestly. "Hua Daoxue, you are merely stalling for time. What is so strange about numerous fingerprints on a mask that is handled daily?" Jun Qilan exclaimed, growing anxious. Realizing Hua Daoshua had once again found a flaw in her argument, "Princess, your impatience may lead to a miscarriage of justice. Thankfully, this Qin nation is not beholden to your judgments. Otherwise, who knows how many lost souls would wander its skies." Hua Daoshua's eyes glinted like ice, a sharp reprimand directed at Qilin. She regretted not having been more decisive during their last encounter at Sinang Palace. She should have incapacitated her then. "Your cunning words cannot disguise your malicious actions. Today I shall see how eloquently you can speak," Jun Qilin retorted, her resolve wavering as she caught the warning glare from Jun Lintian. The 8th prince, she was unafraid of anyone, except for him. "Bring the servant forth to verify the fingerprints," Su Gongqing ordered promptly as the princess ceased her outburst. "And no need," Jun Lintian interjected coolly, "since my wife has confirmed the presence of other fingerprints on the mask. I shall summon the individual who delivered it, and we shall ascertain the truth." Su Gongqing's eyes widened in alarm. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Jun Lintian's demeanor turned icy as he replied, "The one who delivered the human skin mask is one of my people." At that moment, a member of the Yulin army entered, causing Liu Bei's eyes to widen in disbelief. "What? Could it be true?" Jun Lintian's expression remained unfazed as he continued, "I am merely concerned for those who have conspired against my wife. It would not do for her to bear the weight of false accusations for another day, so I decided to assist you." Jun Lintian's nonchalant tone incited Liu Bei's ire, wishing to leap up and strangle him. Hua Daoshua's face darkened. It seemed he was intentionally creating chaos. They were unable to deliver the mask, yet he sent someone to aid them instead, stirring her frustration. The soldier knelt and reported, "Your Excellency, I am the one who delivered the human skin mask. You may directly compare my fingerprints." Liu Bei's face drained of color as he glanced furtively at Jun Qilin, who glared at Jun Lintian with gritted teeth. What does the 8th prince see in that wretched woman, that he would repeatedly come to her aid? The evidence clearly indicated the soldier's fingerprints on the mask. That Su Gongqing's voice thundered, "Liu Bei, what else do you have to say? Conspiring against royal kin could lead to your execution along with your entire clan. My lord, it seems he has no clan left to speak of. And he is merely a pawn in someone else's game. The true mastermind deserves the punishment," Hua Daoshua remarked coldly, casting a glance at Jun Qilin and Jun Qixia, knowing they should be aware that only someone from the royal family could devise such a meticulous scheme and have intimate knowledge of her movements. "Speak the truth, who orchestrated this?" Su Gongqing demanded, fury evident in his voice. Liu Bei, trembling with fear, bowed his head repeatedly. "My lord, this human skin mask was not made by me, but I was indeed instructed by the Yuwang princess to act as the flower thief. Please, my lord, discern the truth." "My lord, he lies." Suddenly, another figure entered, dressed as a servant, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. He knelt before the court and declared, "My lord, I have endured in silence for too long. But today I must reveal the truth." The expressions of those present varied, but the most pallid was that of Li Shirlang, who bellowed, "Li Ji, what business do you have here?" A sense of unease gripped him as he glanced nervously at Jun Lintian. "Master, I cannot allow my conscience to be compromised. I must testify against the eldest and second young masters for their heinous deeds." Though Li Ji seemed somewhat intimidated by Li Shirlang, he clenched his fists and delivered his statement with resolve. "Who dares to disrupt the court?" Su Gongqing thundered. Casting a suspicious glance, he turned to Li Shirlang. "What is the meaning of this? Nonsense. My illegitimate daughter was also defiled in this affair. How could it possibly involve my 2 sons?" Li Shirlang's face darkened, his voice rising in indignation. This accusation implied that his sons had sullied his daughter, a disgrace beyond measure. "Lij, if you possess evidence, you should present it," Su Gongqing exclaimed, skeptical of the claims. "What evidence? Speak plainly." Su Gongqing slammed his hand down in anger. "You are spouting nonsense, Li Ji. You are simply harboring a grudge for the last time Zhong'er dealt with you." Li Shirlang lunged forward, striking Li Ji across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Arrest Li Shirlang at once for disrupting the court and assaulting a witness." Jun Lintian's voice pierced through the chaos. A squad of Yulin soldiers rushed in. Apprehending Li Shirlang, whose face darkened with fury, realizing his own men had turned against him, "You insolent wretches, I am your superior," he bellowed, his frustration palpable. "Li Shirlang, you shall endure some humiliation for now. I will send someone to investigate. If Li Ji speaks falsely, I shall ensure you receive an explanation." Su Gongqing ordered decisively. As Li Ji rose, trembling, he bowed his head repeatedly. "My lord, I am aware that testifying will incur the wrath of the Shirlang. So I beseech you to offer me protection. I do not wish to perish." Hua Daoshua could only describe her astonishment at the unfolding events, as if they were all conspiring to clear her name. She glanced at Jun Lintian, remembering his earlier remark about presenting Li Shirlang with a grand gift. Had all of this been orchestrated by him? Jun Lintian elegantly set down his teacup, rising to stand beside her. Wrapping his arm around her slender waist and speaking softly, Su Gongqing, this servant displays remarkable courage. Should his claims prove true, he will be a benefactor to the Yuwang mansion and shall be protected accordingly. With nothing to fear. Indeed, the Yuwang's words hold weight, Su Gongqing conceded, unwilling to argue further. Before he could voice any objections, the two were already at the door. Hua Daoshua looked up at Jun Lintian. Her demeanor as still as a placid lake. This was your design, was it not? The evidence hidden within the rockery. Hua Daoshua scoffed, knowing that Li Shirlang's foolish sons could hardly manage to pluck 8 flowers in a single night. They would likely be caught before even entering a woman's chamber. Jun Lintian's gaze narrowed slightly, his cool lips curving into a knowing smile, not denying her accusation, but therein lies the issue. You were prepared from the outset. Yet you allowed me to languish in prison, bearing the title of the mastermind behind the flower theft for so long, Jun Lintian. This was all intentional on your part, you heartless fiend. I swear I will never bear your child. With a swift kick aimed at his midsection, Hua Daoshua sought to deliver her frustration, wishing to incapacitate him entirely. You have gone too far. The palace attendants trailing behind her lamented her plight. Knowing that had it not been for the machinations against Hua Daoshua, she would never have needed to orchestrate such elaborate schemes. The case of the flower thief would have concluded with the marriage of the prince to those concubines, leaving her entangled in a web of deceit, all the while failing to communicate clearly with the princess, deepening the animosity further. Jun Lintian extended his hand to firmly grasp the knee of Hua Daoshua, who was attempting to assault him, and with a swift motion, he cradled her in his arms, lazily remarking, You wish to remain by this king's side forever, hence your little kick. Who the hell wants to stay by your side? You perverted fiend. Following you means facing relentless threats and traps daily. Even with 10 lives it wouldn't suffice. Hua Daoshua was utterly exasperated. He had numerous opportunities to divulge his plans, yet he remained silent. Leaving her to worry foolishly about being ensnared, Jun Lintian smiled faintly. With me around, you shall not perish. Not perish perhaps, but merely endure a cycle of suffering and revival, wishing for death. Hua Daoshua felt a deep sense of frustration. Her tears from that day had not fully released her pent-up emotions since marrying him. Had she ever known a day of peace? First, she was pursued, then handed over to Di Shongyun, confined in a foul-smelling water dungeon. Fed abortifacients, nearly perished due to being hunted by Mo Yuhua, and then nearly sealed her own fate in Linglong Pavilion. Jun Lintian had not been entirely incorrect. He would not allow himself to die but would instead subject her to endless torment before reviving her. She wished she could scream that perhaps it would be better not to be revived at all. Who knows, perhaps in death, she could find solace elsewhere. Jun Lintian placed her gently into the carriage, stroking her hair, nonchalantly stating, It will never happen again. Hua Daoshua furrowed her brow in contemplation, only to find him already closing his eyes. What will never happen again? Feeling irritated by his masked face, she reached out to remove it, revealing a visage of extraordinary beauty, which eased her irritation somewhat. Jun Lintian abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of coldness dancing within his phoenix-like gaze. Do you find my ugly side repulsive? Of course. Who finds anything unattractive appealing? If half of my face were disfigured, would you still hold me like this? Hua Daoshua initially intended to push him away but then had a sudden inspiration. Offering him a beguiling smile, Your Highness, today you have vindicated my grievances. Although the process was quite displeasing, the outcome is satisfactory. Jun Lintian's eyes, deep as a serene pond, flickered with surprise. What do you desire? Naturally, to repay your highness, she replied, turning to face him, wrapping her arms around his neck, her features exquisitely sculpted, and leaned in to kiss him unexpectedly. Her forwardness caught Jun Lintian off guard for a moment. This reaction mirrored the time in court when he too had been momentarily stunned by her actions. If he were truly impotent, how could he respond at all? Had Jun Lintian been pretending all along? Yet, that day, despite the company of many beauties and the burning incense, he had shown no reaction, had he? To understand this, one must invest effort. Jun Lintian, without hesitation, initiated a passionate kiss, deepening it by gripping the back of her head. He only released her when she felt on the verge of suffocation, her full crimson lips nearly bleeding, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. However, Hua Daoshua, preoccupied with assessing his arousal, overlooked the gleam in his eyes. Despite their fervent kiss, why was there no response from him? Was it possible that he harbored desire, yet his body failed him, leaving him unable to act on it, while in other respects, he was no different from any other man? Hua Daoxue, lacking expertise in male anatomy, found it perplexing. Even in a future era, who would take the time to study such matters? If this were the case, it could explain why June Lintian could passionately mark her body yet remain unresponsive. But what about the child? Must she bear the child to discover who had sown the seeds in her field? Meanwhile, Hongmei, appearing calm, was selling her wares, though a keen observer might notice her ears had turned red. Within the queen's chambers in the palace, June Qilan furiously swept everything off the table, exclaiming, "How could that wretched woman escape?" The queen, her gaze dark, replied, "This woman is indeed cunning, especially with Prince Yu's support. Eliminating her won't be an easy task. Mother, has the 8th prince lost his mind? Why is he aiding that wretched woman when he has never liked her?" June Qilan harbored resentment towards June Lintian for offering that wretched woman to her fiancé. He was not mad. He surely had his motives over the years. The Empress Dowager had provided him with countless reasons to refuse marrying a legitimate wife, yet he readily accepted marrying this foolish girl. The queen's eyes glinted with cold determination. She would not allow anyone to usurp her son's throne. "Mother, I don't care. That wretched girl dared to strike Linner, and I must avenge this grievance." June Qilan pouted, nestling into her mother's embrace. "Do not worry. Mother will find a way. She may escape once, twice, but not forever." The queen scoffed, her gaze sharp as if laced with poison. "Mother, do you have a plan?" June Qilan's face brightened, her youthful visage enchanting, yet her expression was filled with malicious intent. The queen whispered a few words into her ear, prompting June Qilan to smirk darkly. Hua Daoxue swiftly retreated to the opposite side of the soft couch, playfully teasing June Lintian. "Hey, doesn't it feel unbearable? That urge to rise yet being unable to. Doesn't that make you want to kill?" June Lintian's face fell, his expression longer than a horse's face. His fists clenched tightly to restrain himself from striking her down. "That I certainly could kill." His exquisite features were marred by fury. Hua Daoxue shrugged. "Don't worry, Dr. Lan has examined you. Your condition is not yet beyond repair. If you take my antidote, rising again is merely a matter of time." That as she spoke, she retrieved a piece of paper from her sleeve, leisurely unfolding it to present to him. "Just sign this, and you will be free to act on your impulses without restraint. Did I guarantee it?" June Lintian shot a cold glance at the paper she offered, where the words divorce decree were inscribed. "That I thought it was a contract." June Lintian's eyes narrowed slightly. Hua Daoxue produced another piece of paper from her other sleeve, smirking. "Rest assured, there's a contract too. You sign both, and I have clearly stated that upon the contract's activation, the divorce decree will also take effect. We will each have a copy of the contract, while I shall retain the divorce decree. It will be useless regardless." June Lintian's delicate face lit up with a spring-like smile. Was she truly so excited at the prospect of leaving him? If she now found him undesirable due to his impotence, once he was healed, would she not push him toward other women? A flicker of coldness passed through his deep, serene eyes. What a beautiful thought. Hua Daoxue's smile faltered. "What do you mean?" "The contract doesn't align with my requirements." June Lintian crossed his arms lazily. "You said it yourself. If you can rise, then the divorce decree will be released." Hua Daoxue was on the verge of exploding. Did he intend to backtrack? "What I meant was, if you can find interest in someone else, then the divorce decree will be released." June Lintian reiterated coolly. "Then that settles it. If you rise, you'll have interest." Just as she lay down, the sounds of shouting could be heard from outside. "Wow, slave, why do you look like a monkey? Is that a tail behind you?" The cacophony of noise prevented Hua Daoxue from pretending to sleep, so she sat up to pull back the curtain. To her surprise, there was a large platform nearby where many elegantly dressed young masters were seated, and it appeared they were auctioning not items, but people. In broad daylight, beneath the emperor's gaze, such a trade in humanity was appalling. Hua Daoxue scoffed, then remembered this was ancient times, where human trafficking was all too common. "Stop the carriage," she commanded, and Gongqing quickly halted the vehicle. "What do you intend to do?" June Lintian pulled her back as she attempted to rise, his displeasure evident. Hua Daoxue shot him a glare. "Don't think you can restrain me again." June Lintian's strong arms pulled her into his embrace. "We have matters to attend to today. I'll take you out tomorrow." "I refuse." "You go if you wish. Why must I follow your orders?" Hua Daoxue struggled, kicking and pushing to escape his grasp. "Does my wife not know the saying, 'The husband leads and the wife follows'? Wherever I go, you shall follow." June Lintian's expression darkened as he spoke, his lips twitching slightly. This woman had never once been obedient. She was like a wild cat that could only be tamed when pressed against him. "Are you mad? Who would want to be your follower? I'm pregnant now. Do you expect me to endure all your antics?" Hua Daoxue was infuriated. She was the calmest agent in her organization. Yet she found it impossible to control her emotions when faced with the even colder June Lintian. June Lintian, however, remained unperturbed, stating calmly, "Precisely because you are pregnant, I must protect my son closely." "How do you know it's a son? It could very well be a monster with 6 limbs that would frighten you to death." Hua Daoshua punched June Lintian squarely on his flawless jaw. She had always cherished beauty and wished to preserve the good. Yet this man was too despicable. Without striking his face, she could not vent her frustration. June Lintian glared fiercely. "You dare strike this king's face?" Hua Daoshua seized the opportunity to escape. Just then the carriage came to a halt, and she hurriedly leaped down. The furious man could only evade her presence as much as possible. After all, she had endured enough. Once off the carriage, Hua Daoshua had no clear destination and took off running. Alas, how could her 2 legs possibly compete with June Lintian's unparalleled lightness of foot? He effortlessly lifted her by the collar from midair, bringing her to rest upon a rooftop. Hua Daoshua glanced down into a courtyard where beguiling begonia blossoms flourished in a riot of colors, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance that a swing, draped with flowering vines, swayed gently in the courtyard. Where was this place? Captivated by the stunning scenery, Hua Daoshua disregarded June Lintian's displeased demeanor and inquired. Naturally, June Lintian offered no response. Instead, he descended with her into a room adorned with fluttering gauze curtains. As they passed through layer upon layer of drapery, it seemed as though Hua Daoshua found herself reclining upon a grand bed of peach wood.